Chapter 2001, Fire Spirit Appears. The steel puppet stumbled 4 steps back after Shi Feng's attack, nearly losing its footing. How is this possible? Shock filled Iron-Tooth's eyes as he stared at his puppet's cut. With a single attack, the steel puppet had instantly lost 3 points of its 1,000 total durability. Shi Feng's attack power was ridiculously high, practically rivaling mythic monsters. Iron-Tooth wasn't the only one dumbfounded either. Sin Realm's nearby players were stunned. They had never considered that a player with the strength to stand against the steel puppet would exist at this stage of the game. Rather than a player, Shi Feng was a monster. After his first attack succeeded, Shi Feng charged towards the puppet once more. Shadow Blade. 10 strikes thrust toward the colossal construction, each attack carrying 100% of Shi Feng's strength. Scram! Iron-Tooth bellowed as he controlled his puppet. The steel puppet's 4 arms began to rotate, creating a storm that countered all 10 of Shi Feng's attacks. The puppet's sabers created wind blades as it blocked the attacks, which flew toward Shi Feng, forcing him to defend himself. The storm calmed after 3 seconds, resulting in a severameter-deep crater where the steel puppet stood. The 50-yard radius area around the construct was void of life. So, this is one of the steel puppet's skills? Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile as he watched his adversary. Truly amazing. It seems that it's truly impossible to defeat a bronze combat puppet as a Tier 2 player. Every one of the steel puppet's attacks resembled a defense turret. The fact that it had 4 arms meant it wielded 4 turrets. It could launch attacks without rest. Only, unlike actual defense turrets, the steel puppet wasn't capable of ranged attacks. Even so, it was strong enough to trouble any ordinary Tier 3 expert. Furthermore, the steel puppet had high defense and powerful skills, every one of which was more powerful than the average Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell. These were the reasons that the various major powers used combat puppets as their most devastating trump cards. Although Shi Feng had the strength to fight any ordinary mythic monster while suppressed by an intermediate magic array after activating twofold Berserk, the compounded skills only lasted a little over 20 seconds. He couldn't defeat the steel puppet in such a short time. Yi Feng, although you are quite strong, the steel puppet isn't limited to normal attacks. I'll give you a taste of its true power. Iron-Tooth sneered as he glared at Shi Feng. He had been surprised that Shi Feng had actually damaged his puppet, but the steel puppet had 3 skills that were incomparably powerful. The skill he had used to drive off Shi Feng had been a defensive skill with a powerful knockback effect. When activated, the skill would force all enemies within a 50-yard radius back. Both of the puppet's remaining skills were offensive skills, Steel Meteor and Death's Judgment. Steel Meteor was a single-target skill, whereas Death's Judgment was an AoE. Since both skills consumed a lot of magic crystals, he had avoided using them, but he didn't have the leeway to conserve magic crystals with how this fight had progressed. Suddenly, the steel puppet's back bulged. Hundreds of magic bullets shot out of its back and flew towards the distant Shi Feng. Although each magic bullet only contained power at the peak of Tier 3, the attack could even instant kill a Tier 3 player since it fired several hundred at once. However, as everyone expected the magic bullets to shred Shi Feng, golden, divine runes began to appear around the swordsman. The moment the magic bullets encountered the divine runes, they evaporated like snowflakes landing on a burning furnace. In the blink of an eye, the several hundred magic bullets vanished as if they had never existed. An invulnerability skill? Iron-Tooth's expression darkened slightly as he watched the divine runes circling Shi Feng's body. But then he smiled and said, "Steel Meteor only has a 30-second cooldown. I want to see just how you plan to block the next wave." Sin Realm's watching members laughed. Shi Feng might possess heaven-defying combat power, but at the end of the day, he was only a player. How could a lone player possibly defeat a war weapon? "I might not be a match for the steel puppet, but I doubt that is the case for your magic barrier," Shi Feng said as he glanced at Iron-Tooth. He then dashed towards the magic barrier. "Crap, stop him," Iron-Tooth shouted to his subordinates. As Shi Feng had said, although he couldn't defeat the steel puppet, he'd have no issues destroying the Earth's wind magic array. The barrier could only endure a few mythic-level hits before it shattered. Sin Realm's members responded by bombarding Shi Feng with ranged attacks, but with twofold Berserk, Shi Feng's movement speed was just too high. Sin Realm's members could barely follow him with their eyes, much less land an attack. In a split second, Shi Feng had reached the Earth's wind's magic barrier. Purgatory, Pentaslash. As the 5 sword lights descended, the impact cracked the magic barrier. Boom! Following an explosion, the Earth's wind magic array transformed into countless particles of light and disappeared. Shi Feng immediately recovered his basic attributes and regained the ability to use tools. "Yi Feng, don't even think about escaping." Iron-Tooth charged forward with his steel puppet as the magic barrier faded. Although Shi Feng was very fast, the swordsman still wasn't as strong as the steel puppet. As long as he kept up the chase, he'd have no problems reaching his target. "Escape?" Shi Feng laughed. "It's impolite not to return what one receives. Since you want to fight, I'll give you one." After saying so, Shi Feng retrieved the fire spirit from his bag and spent 300 magic crystals to activate it. Suddenly, a massive crimson magic array appeared above him, enveloping the battlefield. The array began to fervently absorb the ambient mana, concentrating it to form an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. This flame dragon was none other than the fire spirit. Roar! The fire spirit released a furious cry as it descended, its roar shaking the very ground beneath it. At the same time, a frightening aura spread across the battlefield. A level 80, Tier 3 archaic species? How? The Sin Realm members who had been charging towards Shi Feng slid to a halt as they stared at the fire spirit, which was roughly as large as the steel puppet, in abject horror. 2002, Steel Puppet destroyed. Chapter 2002, Steel Puppet destroyed the fire spirit's appearance, stunned Irontooth. He's just an honorary elder, yet Zerowing gave him a Tier 3 archaic species to protect himself? Both surprise and envy overcame Irontooth as he stared at the flame dragon before him. He had never even heard of a tool that could summon a Tier 3 archaic species. A Tier 3 summoning scroll was already enough to cause a fight between the various major powers. Despite Sinrealm's success in the Purplethorn's kingdom, the guild had only collected 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and everyone was reserved as a final trump card. The guild didn't even allow their players access to these scrolls while raiding a particularly important field boss. They would only be used when the guild faced annihilation. Yet Shi Feng had just summoned a Tier 3 archaic species, a creature even more powerful than those summoned with Tier 3 summoning scrolls. The guild had only allowed him to use the steel puppet because it could be used repeatedly. It only needed to be refueled with magic crystals. Had the steel puppet been a consumable item like summoning scrolls, he definitely wouldn't have been allowed to use it against Shi Feng. When the other Sin Realm members saw the angry fire spirit, they couldn't help but take a step back. They didn't back away because the fire spirit was a Tier 3 archaic species, but because the dragon's aura was growing more intense, which felt painfully uncomfortable. Moreover, a radius of 30 yards around the flame dragon had transformed into a lava field due to its appearance. Players could feel the lava's scorching heat from over 100 yards away, and those with low fire resistance began to lose HP. The players around the fire spirit had no choice but to back up. Only Irontooth, who sat within the steel puppet, remained unaffected. Go, kill him, Shi Feng commanded, pointing at the steel puppet. Upon receiving Shi Feng's command, the fire spirit roared again before extending its wings with a flap. Yi Feng, do you think you can destroy my steel puppet with one Tier 3 archaic species? Irontooth sneered disdainfully as he watched the approaching fire spirit. He immediately controlled the steel puppet to meet the flame dragon in battle. At the end of the day, a monster was still a monster. Monsters were only capable of defeating players due to their powerful attributes. However, the steel puppet was different. Although controlling the steel puppet was a challenge, it would still exhibit greater combat standards than the average monster when driven by a refinement realm expert like Irontooth. In a situation where the difference in attributes meant nothing, the steel puppet could easily destroy the fire spirit. It would be akin to an expert beating up an ordinary player. The steel puppet swung 2 of its 4 sabers at the fire spirit's claws. At the same time, it swung the other 2 sabers at the fire spirit's head and neck. However, just as the 4 sabers were about to strike the flame dragon, the summoned creature altered its trajectory. Not only had it stopped the 2 sabers that aimed for its claws, but it had also diverted the blades to collide with the other pair of weapons, cleverly neutralizing the steel puppet's offensive. The flame spirit also swept its tail at its opponent, catching the steel puppet off guard with the additional attack. Peng! As the fire spirit's burning tail slammed into its target, the construct was forced to take a step back, now sporting a new burn mark. What? Irontooth's heart skipped a beat as he saw the scorched line across the steel puppet's chest. Irontooth had fought and defeated countless experts in God's domain. Hence, he could roughly determine an opponent's combat standards after a brief clash. After the exchange with the dragon before him, Irontooth was certain that its combat standards were in no way inferior to an expert player's, and not just any ordinary expert. By Irontooth's estimates, the fire spirit's combat standard should reach the late stage of the trial tower's 5th floor. It was terrifying. His combat standards while controlling the combat puppet were only on par with players that could reach the 5th floor's early stage. He barely hit the mark of an ordinary expert. Even so, he was confident of facing multiple Tier 2 Apex experts at once and coming out victorious. Yet, not only did this flame dragon have the strength and speed to rival the steel puppet, but it also had higher combat standards than the construct. Just thinking about it caused a chill to crawl down Irontooth's spine. With such power, the fire spirit would be even more frightening than a steel puppet in large-scale combat. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's eyes glowed after watching the exchange. As expected of an advanced fire spirit, it already possesses such a high combat standard despite only being a Tier 3 archaic species. It's no wonder why the Tier 5 advanced fire spirit in the past had forced Tier 5 experts to run with their tails between their legs. Shi Feng was ecstatic right now. Unlike an ordinary fire spirit, an advanced fire spirit's intellect wasn't constant. The more mysterious flames an advanced fire spirit devoured, the greater intellect it would possess. It would have no trouble surpassing refinement realm experts' combat standards. including the dragon's superior basic attributes. Not even apex experts of the same standard would be a match for the advanced fire spirit. Furthermore, the advanced fire spirit had a plethora of curses. Shi Feng, I have to give it to you. I didn't think you would use such a precious tool to save your skin, Irontooth said as he glared at Shi Feng. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at his teammates and said, "We're retreating." After this last encounter, he realized what outcome awaited him if he continued this fight. While he did not mind dying here, he couldn't afford to lose the steel puppet. The fire spirit had already proven that it could damage the construct, and if this battle dragged on, there was a very high chance that the dragon before him would deplete the steel puppet's durability and turn it into a pile of scrap metal. Leaving? Shi Feng smiled. "Do you think I'll allow that? You couldn't stop us even if you wanted to," Irontooth snapped. The steel puppet's combat power was at the apex of Tier 3 due to its overwhelming strength and speed. Even a Tier 3 archaic species would struggle to catch up to it. Is that so? Shi Feng retrieved the Ring of Gospel and activated World Projection. With Shi Feng in the center, World Projection enveloped a 3,000-yard radius. World Projection suppressed the flow of mana within range. By doing so, it reduced players' physique and basic attributes. Players would also be prevented from teleporting and communicating with the outside world. Although World Projection couldn't reduce a combat machine's attributes, it affected the steel puppet's performance by stagnating the flow of mana. Controlling it would become far more difficult, and even the steel puppet's speed would be affected. The moment World Projection took effect, the fire spirit resumed its attack on the construct. This time, damaging the steel puppet was much easier for the flame dragon, and the construct lost 1 point of durability after another. Shi Feng wasn't idle in the meantime. He jumped in the fray, hunting down Sin Realm's other members. While he was still under the effects of twofold Berserk and World Projection suppressed his targets, Shi Feng slaughtered the fleeing Sin Realm players. No! Irontooth's heart pounded as he watched the steel puppet's durability dwindle. However, no matter how Irontooth tried to flee, he couldn't shake off the flame dragon. During the chase, the fire spirit cast one Tier 3 curse after another, rapidly devouring the steel puppet's durability, 952, 814, to 648. Finally, before 5 minutes had passed since the fire spirit had graced the battlefield, both the steel puppet and Irontooth had been obliterated by the flame dragon's Tier 3 curses. 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns. Chapter 2003, Famous in Purple Thorns, crimson flames devoured the forest outside of the elemental altar. When the expert players gathering herbs nearby turned to look, they were stupefied. They weren't surprised by the burning forest, but by the 8-meter-tall flame dragon that flew above the inferno. The dragon's wingspan was over 20 meters, and its flaming body illuminated the dark, smoky sky. A dragon? Crap. That's a level 80 Tier 3 archaic species. Isn't this area only supposed to have up to level 75 monsters? Is some kind of event taking place over there? Curiosity filled these experts as they watched the flame dragon. They began to head towards it to investigate. Events were commonplace in God's domain, and if players could complete them, they could receive bountiful rewards. Lying in the sea of fire was the steel puppet's heavily damaged body. As expected of a bronze combat puppet, it certainly wasn't easy to destroy. Anticipation filled Shi Feng as he gazed at the destroyed steel puppet. He had his own guardian puppet design, and as long as the candlelight trading firm nurtured enough master lifestyle players and collected the necessary materials, he'd start producing his own bronze combat puppets. Like other war weapons, a force required a certain number of combat puppets to display their true potential. Had Sin Realm arrived with 3 or 4 of these constructs, Shi Feng would have found it difficult to escape, much less win the fight. Multiple combat puppets were necessary due to their overly monotonous attacks. Dodging and deflecting their attacks was simple, but if enough of these attacks targeted a player, even peak experts would fall. A single bronze combat puppet was already capable of displaying such power. Shi Feng found it truly hard to imagine what kind of power 10 or even 100 bronze combat puppets could exhibit. Taking down guild towns would be child's play. As Shi Feng recalled the fire spirit and prepared to leave using the 7 luminaries ring, he noticed 2 golden lights from beside the steel puppet's remains. Irontooth's loot? Shi Feng approached curiously. However, he was astonished after picking up the 2 items. One of the items was a pair of level 55 secret silver-ranked plate armor boots, and the other was a gemstone block within a steel frame. Level 55 secret silver equipment was considered top tier at this stage of the game. Even first-rate guilds had a very small number of such items. Shi Feng assumed the boots had dropped from Irontooth. However, Irontooth wasn't the origin of the gemstone block. Rather, it had dropped from the destroyed steel puppet, the steel core. This had been the steel puppet's power source, a must-have item when producing combat puppets. Combat puppets' power sources were the most difficult part to produce. Even intermediate master forgers had an incredibly low success rate when forging them. With this, I've just earned a free combat puppet. Shi Feng grinned at the undamaged steel core. Now, he only needed to construct a guardian puppet's frame and insert this core. Fortunately, while a bronze combat puppet's power source was difficult to produce, the other parts were not. Basic Master Lifestyle players could easily handle the rest. After Shi Feng stored the steel core, he teleported to the Icefire Mountain range with the 7 Luminaries ring. After some time, the Tier 2 assassins that had been busy collecting herbs quietly snuck onto the battlefield. However, upon seeing the fallen steel puppet and its surroundings, they were stunned. What a huge robot! What's going on? What happened here? The terrain has been utterly destroyed. Once the crowd recovered from their shock, they noticed a player's corpse lying near the steel puppet. However, when they saw the player's appearance, they were flabbergasted. Sin Realm's Iron Tooth? Why is he here? This can't be real, right? Iron Tooth is one of Sin Realm's 7 great experts. He's the lead MT of Sin Realm's main force. How could he have died here? Hold on, there are traces of another player, but they seem to have teleported away with a return scroll or something. Did they kill Iron Tooth? When the crowd considered the possibility, a chill ran down their spines. Some of the players immediately posted what they had found on the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums, and the matter caused a sensation among the kingdom's general populace. Amazing! Someone actually killed Sin Realm's Iron Tooth. But who would be so bold? Iron Tooth died near Glory Town. Crocodile Breaker also died in the town earlier. It must be Ye Feng's doing. There's no way this is a coincidence. He killed 2 of Sin Realm's great experts so soon after arriving in the kingdom? Amazing. Ye Feng is simply awesome. Sin Realm definitely won't let Ye Feng off the hook now. Sure enough, Zero Wing is immensely powerful. It seems that our kingdom is going to get interesting. The Purple Thorns Kingdom's population couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's strength. Despite being alone, Shi Feng had been responsible for the downfall of 2 of Sin Realm's great experts. It was clear how powerful Zero Wing was through these consecutive achievements. While Shi Feng's first success might have been luck, could the same be said about his second? For a time, the name Ye Feng became well known to the kingdom's players. Independent players that had feared Sin Realm now began to apply to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter reached Sin Realm's residents in Purple Thorn City. What did you say? The steel puppet has been destroyed? Lone Beacon's eyes twitched when he heard his subordinate's report. A frosty aura enveloped the guild leader's office. That steel puppet had Tier 3 defensive capabilities. How could a Tier 2 player possibly destroy it? It's true, guild leader, that Ye Feng used a treasure to summon a level 80 Tier 3 archaic species. Feather Hunter, who reported to Lone Beacon, explained. Since he had only been tasked to track Shi Feng, he hadn't fought alongside Iron Tooth. Instead, he had observed the situation from afar, escaping Shi Feng's detection. Even so, he had broken out in a cold sweat while he had watched Shi Feng slaughter his guildmates. He had also been relieved that he had refrained from joining the battle. A Tier 3 archaic species? How generous of Zero Wing! Lone Beacon was astonished by the news. He had never heard of such a treasure, yet Zero Wing had spent it on a player that wasn't even one of the guild's vice-guild leaders. However, Lone Beacon quickly calmed and continued coldly. People are starting to look down at us since we haven't expanded our territory beyond the Purple Thorns Kingdom. And now, even a measly guild like Zero Wing dares to pick a fight, notify everyone in the guild. From now on, they are to kill every Zero Wing member they come across. Understood. Feather Hunter nodded sharply. 2004, Thunder Axe City, Chapter 2004, Thunder Axe City. After about 15 minutes of teleporting with the 7 Luminaries ring, Shi Feng finally arrived in the Icefire Mountain range. Even from the range's entrance, Shi Feng could feel the bitingly cold wind against his face. If not for his high ice resistance, he would have frozen into an ice sculpture and died. Although the Icefire Mountain range wasn't a forbidden land, it wasn't an easy place for ordinary players to visit either. The mountain range was 1/5 the size of an ordinary kingdom, and either fire or ice enveloped the mountain's outer region. This map only had 2 entrances, one within the icy tundra and the other within the flaming inferno. Both entry points led to the mysterious Thunder Axe City. Fortunately, the ice zone wasn't as demanding on players as the fire zone. The ice zone's monsters ranged between level 70 and 85, and the Onn Challenge was the area's high ice resistance requirement. If players wanted to survive in this cold, they'd need at least 100 points in their ice resistance. Any fewer and players would lose HP constantly, and the low temperature would reduce their mobility. If players wanted to fight at their peak here, they'd need at least 120 points of ice resistance. The fire zone's monsters ranged between level 80 and 90, and players would be fine with 80 fire resistance, 100 if they wanted to fight unaffected. Shi Feng didn't linger around the entrance, summoning his mount and venturing into the mountain range. All teleportation skills and tools were prohibited within the Icefire Mountain range. Players had to rely on their own feet or mounts to explore the map. Although there weren't a lot of monsters in the ice zone's outer region, the mountain range was a natural maze. The paths through the range were complicated and often crossed each other. There were also plenty of hidden magic traps. Depending on a trap's strength, one could die on the spot or be stuck in place for several hours. Even though Shi Feng was somewhat familiar with the Icefire Mountain range, he didn't dare to proceed carelessly. Since Shi Feng was the first player to explore this map, he was able to claim several treasure chests as he explored the mountain range. After over 8 hours of maneuvering through the ice zone's outer region, Shi Feng had obtained a total of 5 treasure chests. 4 of which were bronze rank and 1 was mysterious, iron rank. This was far more than what one would expect to find exploring a map within a kingdom. Weapons and equipment became scarcer after level 50, and treasure chests were even rare. One would be very fortunate to come across a bronze treasure chest in level 50 maps or above. Obtaining a mysterious iron treasure chest in a level 70 map was akin to securing the loot of a level 70 Grand Lord without expending any energy. As Shi Feng expected, the treasure chests contained level 70 equipment. The most valuable of the multiple pieces he had obtained was a pair of level 70 secret silver-ranked cloth armor gloves. He had also gained some potions, tier 1 magic scrolls, and magic crystals, all of which could fetch a considerable sum if sold on the market. "I'm finally here," Shi Feng muttered as he arrived before a steep mountainside and stared at the cave entrance that was behind a magic array. This was where his exploration quest began, and it was the only entrance to Thunderax City. Even after the various superpowers peak experts had reached level 75 in the past, they still hadn't been able to break through this array. Players had only been successful after reaching level 77 and donning level 75 and 80 top-tier equipment. Following which, Shi Feng retrieved the magic scroll the Adventurers Association had given him and used it to remove the magic array on the cave's entrance. The moment Shi Feng removed the magic array, an enraged roar reached him from within the cave, echoing throughout the mountain range and causing the surrounding monsters to flee. What a powerful pressure. It's no wonder why ordinary experts had refused to enter this cave in the past. Even Shi Feng felt slightly uncomfortable as the pressure washed over him. Despite this, however, Shi Feng didn't hesitate in the slightest as he entered the cave. Once he stepped inside, a new magic array sealed the cave entrance once more, entrapping the pressure within. The cave's interior wasn't dark. On the contrary, it was as bright as day. Various crystals that radiated a faint glow covered the cave walls, and armed gargoyles wandered the cavern. These gargoyles occasionally emerged and entered the tunnel at the other end of the cavern. Enraged Gargoyle Elemental Creature, Lord level 75, HP 15,015,000 Gargoyle Warrior Elemental Creature, Great Lord level 76, HP 40,040,000,140,000. Although these gargoyles were not particularly strong, they moved in groups of 3 to 5. Moreover, there wasn't much distance between each group. If players weren't careful, they might attract 2 or more groups of monsters at once. While this might not be a challenge for a group of Tier 2 players, players had to face the exploration quest alone. Meanwhile, individual Tier 2 players would struggle to defeat the Great Lord-ranked Gargoyle Warriors. It was only natural that so many peak experts in the past had failed to reach Thunderax City even after reaching level 75. Following which, Shi Feng threw Howling Thunder at an enraged gargoyle. Shoo! An arc of blue lightning streaked toward one of the wandering enraged gargoyles, but just as Howling Thunder was about to find its mark, the gargoyle's eyes glowed with a red light. The monster then swept its stone axe in a horizontal arc. Dang! A crisp, metallic clang echoed throughout the cavern. What fast reaction speed! Shi Feng was astonished. Although his attack was relaxed, his aim had been perfect. The targeted enraged gargoyle's back had been turned towards him as well. Normally, the attack would have even struck elite players, yet this monster had reacted in time to block it. Before Shi Feng could launch another attack, the enraged gargoyle and 3 of its companions charged toward him with even higher movement speed than a Tier 2 assassin expert. What about this then? Shi Feng threw Howling Thunder again. Tier 1, throwing skill, Phantom Thorns. Suddenly, Howling Thunder split into over a dozen copies as it flew toward the 4 enraged gargoyles, accurately aimed for the gargoyles' blind spots. Dang, 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 dang. A series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the cavern as the enraged gargoyles blocked most of the incoming attacks, but one phantom slipped past and struck a gargoyle's rocky form. The attack forced the enraged gargoyle to stumble 1 step back and lose over 10,000 HP. Their combat standards are so high, Shi Feng was actually surprised to see the enraged gargoyles stumble backward. Shi Feng learned through this clash that these enraged gargoyles' combat standards were on par with the Trial Tower's 4th floor. They weren't far behind expert players in terms of combat standards. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert encountered 4 Lord-ranked monsters with such high combat standards, their death would be guaranteed. Only Refinement Realm experts and stronger players would have any hope against them. Now Shi Feng, more or less, understood why the past's level 75 peak experts hadn't been able to activate Thunderax City. If the monsters at the beginning of the quest were so tough, it was easy to imagine how challenging the monsters would be further down the tunnel. Although these 4 enraged gargoyles were impressively strong against Shi Feng, who had the attributes of a level 70 Great Lord, they were a joke. Shi Feng took less than 10 minutes to eliminate all 4 gargoyles. When the enraged gargoyles died and dropped their loot, one shining item in particular caught Shi Feng's attention. 2005 Treasure Trove of Materials. Chapter 2005 Treasure Trove of Materials. These enraged gargoyles actually have a chance of dropping this? Shi Feng could not help but become a little excited as he stared at the glowing golden pebble on the ground. This pebble was known as the Earth's Spirit. This was an extremely rare material that only dropped from special Earth-type elemental creatures. Ordinary Earth-type elemental had no chance of dropping it. Meanwhile, on the market, one Earth spirit could sell for 50 silver. Furthermore, one could synthesize an Earth essence from 100 Earth spirits. Like Sun essence, Earth essence could be used when crafting power sources for mechanical tools. It could also strengthen the power cores, infusing the core with attributed mana. Shi Feng had actually obtained an Earth spirit after killing 4 enraged gargoyles. Why wouldn't he be excited? Even now, Zero Wing had only collected a few Sun essences. They were simply too difficult to procure, and Earth essence was just as rare. When Shi Feng turned to look at the rest of the wandering enraged gargoyles, he realized that this cavern was a true treasure trove. He then retrieved the Bible of Darkness and Fire Spirit, summoning a level 85 Tier 3 demon and the level 80 Flame Dragon to annihilate the enraged gargoyles. He had no intention of slowly grinding these monsters. Instead, he directed his demon to lure and gather multiple groups of these enraged gargoyles and gargoyle warriors. The enraged gargoyles were only lords, and both types of gargoyles were melee monsters. The level 85 Tier 3 demon could easily maneuver around most of their attacks. The demon had gathered every monster within the cavern and a few from the distant tunnel. There were easily over 100 gargoyles chasing the demon. So many monsters could annihilate a 1,000-man elite team without effort, and not even the level 85 Tier 3 demon would last long against the group. In fact, the demon had already lost more than a quarter of its HP by luring these monsters. If the demon hadn't had such a level advantage, these gargoyles, all of which possessed incredible combat standards, would have long since devoured it. Excellent. Attack! Shi Feng ordered the Fire Spirit to join the fray as the Tier 3 demon ran back from the distant tunnel. When the Fire Spirit had become a level 80 Tier 3 archaic species, it had gained plenty of Tier 3 curses. The Flame Dragon alone could make up for the DPS of several Tier 3 great mages. Shortly after the demon left the tunnel, a sea of fire engulfed the area behind it. The dirt floor under the inferno melted, transforming into a field of molten lava. The moment the gargoyles entered the lava field, their movement speeds decreased by 90% as if they had stepped into a muddy swamp. They also lost over 400,000 HP per second. Joining the attack, Shi Feng used Flame Domain, and a towering fire pillar enveloped the tunnel's entrance, catching every gargoyle within. Although his Flame Domain only dealt a little more than 200,000 damage each second, which couldn't compare to the Fire Spirit's DPS, it was still an impressive amount of damage. As the gargoyles tried to flee the lava field, the Flame Dragon cast another Tier 3 curse. A vortex of raging flames manifested in the center of the gargoyle army, pulling the monsters into the fire and preventing them from escaping the lava field. At the same time, damages exceeding 300,000 appeared above the gargoyles' heads every second, and this damage increased as time passed. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Shi Feng and the Tier 3 demon used one AoE attack after another. Under the constant bombardment, the enraged gargoyles quickly lost all of their HP and collapsed, items appearing beside their corpses, but despite their high levels, they awarded very little EXP. By the time the gargoyles escaped the lava field, only 24 or so monsters remained of the 100-plus group. Aside from 5 gargoyle warriors, the surviving monsters were enraged gargoyles with only a strand of HP remaining. Shi Feng immediately instructed his Tier 3 demon and flame dragon to destroy the gargoyle warriors while he took care of the low HP enraged gargoyles. After another 10 minutes or so, every lured gargoyle was dead, leaving a spread of items behind. Although the dropped items were only materials, Shi Feng was delighted by the outcome. He had gained 16 Earth Spirits from this wave, as well as various rare ores. He had even acquired Titan Ore, a metal that was exceptionally rare in the outside world. Although Titan Ore was not as good as Fine Titan Ore, which could be smelted into Fine Titan ingots directly, Shi Feng could create Fine Titan ingots with his harvest. However, he'd need 10 times as much Titan Ore to do so. After tidying up the loot, Shi Feng continued to rely on the Tier 3 demon to lure monsters from the tunnel, clearing the tunnel out while advancing. The cave was like a maze, and the farther Shi Feng ventured, the more monsters he encountered. The monsters also grew stronger as he progressed through the tunnel system. However, this strength increase wasn't in the form of basic attributes, but combat standards. The monsters he had initially fought had combat standards at the early stage of the Trial Tower's 4th floor, but he soon encountered monsters on par with the 4th floor's middle stage. While this increase might not seem significant, the difficulty of eliminating these monsters increased by a large margin. If not for the Tier 3 Demon and Fire Spirit's attribute and level advantages, Shi Feng wouldn't have been able to explore this maze. However, as Shi Feng traveled deeper into the cave system, his group's overall combat power also increased. With the Bible of Darkness's cooldown and duration, he could command up to 3 demons at a time. Combined with the Fire Spirit's overwhelming firepower, dealing with large groups of gargoyles wasn't much of a problem, although his progress through the tunnel was painfully slow. After fighting for 4 consecutive days, Shi Feng finally emerged from the underground maze. Although several traps had nearly claimed his life, he, fortunately, had the Flame Dragon to help with the burden, forcing his way through the tunnel. Although the past 4 days had been an incredible challenge for Shi Feng, he had secured a bountiful harvest. He had collected more than 3,200 earth spirits and over 11,000 pieces of titan ore. If sold, he could easily make a fortune off these items. Despite how little EXP the gargoyles rewarded, Shi Feng had slain enough to raise his experience bar to 43% of level 70. His leveling speed was only slightly slower than ordinary expert players of his level. As Shi Feng left the underground maze, he arrived before a vast ancient shrine. Although the shrine had fallen into ruin, the gigantic crystal suspended in the center still shone brilliantly and exuded a frighteningly dense mana. When Shi Feng entered the shrine, he felt a chill assault his body, and he unconsciously halted his advance. Is the system joking? The corners of Shi Feng's eyes twitched as he stared at the crystalline statue in the center of the shrine. The towering crystalline statue's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and the dense ambient mana flooded into the statue, disintegrating the crystal and revealing the monster within the shell. As more of the monster's body was exposed to the open air, its aura grew stronger. It took no time at all for its aura to grow stronger than that of an ordinary mythic monster. Why is a ferocious beast guarding this place? Before Shi Feng could process the situation, the level 80 mythic ranked ancient earth serpent was freed from its crystalline prison and shot forward. Before the 3 tier 3 demons and fire spirit could react, the earth serpent threw the summoned creatures, sending them crashing into the surrounding stone pillars. After getting rid of the 4 obstacles, the serpent spread its jaws and pounced on Shi Feng. 2006, Altar, Chapter 2006, Altar. The ancient earth serpent's sudden attack caught Shi Feng off guard. Moreover, it was so fast that even Tier 3 Apex experts struggled to react in time. Needless to say, responding to this attack was impossible for a level 70, Tier 2 player like Shi Feng. Ancient earth serpent? Ferocious beast? Mythic level 80 HP? Want? It's over. Shi Feng could only watch as the ancient earth serpent's massive jaws descended on him. With no other choice, he activated absolute domain, but even he doubted that the invulnerability skill would be useful against the earth serpent. The ancient earth serpent was an apex monster, even among ferocious beasts. It had been capable of slaughtering gods in ancient times, and its life rating was now weaker than a dragon's. According to legend, the strongest ancient earth serpent had even devoured gods. Since the ancient earth serpent's stomach was a gate to another dimension, the swallowed gods had been trapped until death had come to claim them. Although the ancient earth serpent before him was only a level 80 mythic monster, it was a bona fide ferocious beast. He couldn't avoid being eaten even if he activated an invulnerability skill. Sure enough, the ancient earth serpent swallowed Shi Feng whole. After devouring Shi Feng, the ancient earth serpent began to attack the tier 3 demons and flame dragon, which had just recovered from the previous attack. Meanwhile, Shi Feng found himself surrounded by darkness. Although he hadn't received any damage, a powerful suction prevented him from moving. He could only allow the force to drag him towards the small dot in the ancient earth serpent's stomach. Although the dot seemed small, it grew as Shi Feng approached. Have I failed? Shi Feng watched the black dot grow in frustration. Although he had not challenged the Thunderax City's exploration quest personally before, he had learned about it in the past. Based on what he had heard, the Guardian boss should have been an ordinary mythic monster. There hadn't been any mention of a ferocious beast. As long as one used the Sealing Stone to reduce the Guardian boss's strength, they could complete the exploration quest. But if the Guardian boss were a ferocious beast like the ancient Earth Serpent, the Sealing Stone would be meaningless. Not even level 80 players could contend with a level 80 Grand Lord ranked ancient Earth Serpent. Even summoning a Tier 4 existence to fight would result in the same outcome. The ancient Earth Serpent's life rating was in no way inferior to that of dragons. Even at the Grand Lord rank, the ancient Earth Serpent could easily defeat Tier 4 monsters. Moreover, as a ferocious beast, the ancient Earth Serpent possessed an extraordinary life force. Unlike other monsters, the serpent recovered 2% of its HP per second and wielded heaven-defying innate skills. A level 150 mythic ancient Earth Spirit had appeared in God's domain in the past. To raid it, a superpower had formed a 100-man expert team of 95 Tier 4 players and 5 Tier 5 players. The team had been the best any superpower could muster, but it had still been annihilated in the end. The level 150 ancient Earth Serpent had only been slain after players had reached Tier 6. Although the ancient Earth Serpent he currently faced was only a level 80 mythic monster, not even a 100-man team of level 100, Tier 3 players had any hope of defeating it. A short moment later, the mysterious force within the serpent pulled Shi Feng into the black dot. He immediately felt time and space warp around him. When he opened his eyes, he was stupefied by the scene before him. Where is this? Shi Feng observed his surroundings in a daze. He stood on an altar that floated in an endless void. A magic barrier, which prevented this world's boundless power from crushing the altar, enveloped it. In addition, a colossal serpent of immeasurable length had wrapped itself around the city-sized altar. This was none other than the gigantified ancient Earth Serpent. If not for the magic barrier, Shi Feng had no doubt that the ancient Earth Serpent could easily devour the altar in a few bites. Examining the altar on which he stood, Shi Feng realized that it was empty. Only 12 light pillars were located in the altar's center, in addition to an eye-catching treasure chest made of 7 luminaries crystals at the core. 7 luminaries crystal was intensely rare and valuable in God's domain. One could sell a fist-sized crystal and earn enough money to live the rest of their life without worrying about food or shelter. Shi Feng couldn't help but walk towards the treasure chest when he saw it, but when he was over 200 yards away, the 12 light pillars released a blinding glow. Responding to his movements, the light pillars launched one beam attack after another at the intruding swordsman. Not only were these attacks incredibly fast, but they were also nimble and flexible. 12 light beams assaulted Shi Feng from multiple directions in the blink of an eye. Absolute Domain's duration had already ended, and not daring to be careless, Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power and brandished his 2 swords. Boom, 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 boom. Every one of the 12 beam attacks had tier 4 strength, and the instant his blades encountered the beams, Shi Feng felt his arms go numb. Fortunately, he had successfully stopped all 12 attacks from landing and deflected a few. In the end, he only lost a little over 10,000 HP. With Heavenly Dragon's power, he could afford to block another 40 waves of attacks without a problem. However, as the 12 light pillars brightened again, Shi Feng noticed that the altar had begun to disintegrate around the edges. It seems I have no choice but to give it my all. Shi Feng understood that his life was on the line. If he did not reach the treasure chest quickly enough, either the 12 light pillars would kill him, or he'd die from falling into the endless void. Shi Feng dashed toward the treasure chest. However, as he grew closer to it, avoiding the light pillars' attacks became trickier. Why does this situation seem so much like the Realms of Truth trial? Once Shi Feng was within 100 yards of the treasure chest, he realized that the light pillars' attacks were not without purpose. He also understood that no player could set foot within 100 yards of the treasure chest unless they had entered the Realms of Truth. Is this place testing players' advancement in the Realms of Truth? The closer Shi Feng got to the treasure chest, the more frenzied the 12 light pillars' attacks became. After some point, the light pillars had begun to launch far more attacks. If he hadn't already reached the Ascension Realm and weren't able to utilize the beam attacks to nullify others, he wouldn't have been able to advance. Faced with more frequent attacks, Shi Feng executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Although the combat technique was a massive burden on his stamina and concentration, he had no choice if he wanted to move farther. However, he continued to lose HP rapidly after executing Sword's Transmigration. Seeing this, he activated Void Shield. Once Shi Feng was within 50 yards of the treasure chest, the attack's ferocity increased yet again. At this time, Void Shield's energy reserve quickly drained, and his HP began to plummet again. 80%, 60%, 30%. When only 20 yards separated him from his target, Shi Feng knew that he didn't have enough HP to last as he crossed the remaining distance. He was at his limit. If attack's intensity increased any further, he would have no hope of survival. Screw it. Realizing that he couldn't get through this trial in his current state, Shi Feng steeled his heart and activated Blade Awakening, the second legacy berserk skill he had learned. His basic attributes and physique skyrocketed, significantly improving his reactions. Following which, he activated Blade Dance, a legacy skill he was not adept at using. He then retrieved Netherworld Brilliance, the weapon he had ignored in his bag for so long, and used it, killing Ray and the Abyssal Blade to block the incoming beam attacks. As he executed Sword's Transmigration with 3 swords, the technique's defensive capabilities rose considerably. In no time at all, Shi Feng arrived before the 7 Luminaries treasure chest. 2007 Ring of Gospel upgraded. Chapter 2007 Ring of Gospel upgraded. The moment Shi Feng entered the circle of the 12 light pillars, the attack stopped. Seeing this, he breathed out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had less than 10% of his HP remaining. He would have definitely died had he suffered a few more rounds of attacks. Fortunately, he possessed the skill Blade Dance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cross the final 20 yards. Not only did Blade Dance allow him to control additional swords up to a maximum of 5 that could exhibit 80% of his basic attributes, but the additional swords would also exhibit their own attributes. This was the reason why Netherworld Brilliance could deflect the beam attacks, which carried strength at the Tier 4 standard. The extra swords would be much more powerful than the Abyssal Blade Phantoms summoned using 9 Dragon Slash. Since Shi Feng had twofold Berserk activated, Netherworld Brilliance displayed strength close to rivaling ordinary mythic monsters of the same level. If not for Blade Dance and Netherworld Brilliance, he definitely wouldn't have gotten a single step past the 20-yard mark, doomed to be whittled to death by the beam attacks. I wonder what is inside this treasure chest to warrant such a test. Even a Domain Realm expert would have died to those beam attacks without any achievements in the Realms of Truth. Even now, when Shi Feng looked at the 12 light pillars hovering above him, he still shuddered involuntarily in fear. The difficulty of this quest definitely surpassed that of the epic rank. Shi Feng found it hard to believe that a player below level 80 had managed to complete the quest. After all, even he, someone who had reached the second stage in the Realms of Truth, had to rely on 3 swords to defend himself, and just barely passed. After resting for a while, he carefully approached the treasure chest made entirely of 7 luminaries crystals. He then tapped his finger on the chest and chose to activate it immediately. A loading bar appeared before his eyes. The instant the loading bar filled up and the treasure chest opened, the 12 light pillars hovering overhead transformed into 12 streaks of light that flowed into the treasure chest, which then released a colorful glow. Shortly afterward, Shi Feng felt a horrific pressure coming from the treasure chest. This pressure spread out like a boundless ocean. Shi Feng could not move his body at all, not until after the pressure started lightening up. Meanwhile, once the colorful glow disappeared, the items inside the treasure chest came into view. The treasure chest held a total of 3 items. One was a Rubik's Cube made of 7 luminaries crystal, one was an orb that gave off a fiery glow, and one was a crystal that gave off a dazzling purple glow. No wonder the test was so difficult. The reward is so generous. Realization immediately dawned upon Shi Feng as he took in these 3 items. He could not help but grow ecstatic, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was especially true when he looked at the fiery orb and the dazzling crystal. The Rubik's Cube made of 7 luminaries crystal was none other than the key to activate Thunder Axe City and the item he needed to complete his exploration quest. As for the fiery orb, it was an item that even superpowers would fight desperately to obtain. The reason for this was the Tier 3 mysterious flame fallen earthfire contained within this orb. It was a treasure that could significantly increase the production success rate of forgers and alchemists. To Shi Feng, it was crucial for controlling his soul fire. Tier 3 mysterious flames were exceedingly rare in God's domain. There might not even be one Tier 3 mysterious flame in an entire kingdom. Its value was not the slightest bit lower than that of a fragmented legendary item. Previously, he had obtained the Purple Thunder Flame, a Tier 3 mysterious flame, due to luck. The Purple Thunder Flame had allowed him to increase his control over the soul fire by a significant margin and greatly reduce the corrosion rate of the soul chain. If he could absorb another Tier 3 mysterious flame, he might be able to gain full control over the soul fire, then he would not have to worry about the corrosion of the soul chain. Of course, he could also feed the Tier 3 mysterious flame to the fire spirit. However, a Tier 3 mysterious flame was not enough to allow the current fire spirit to undergo a qualitative transformation, because the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was massive. Shi Feng estimated that he would need at least 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to upgrade the fire spirit to Tier 4. Either that, or tons of Tier 1 and Tier 2 mysterious flames. Hence, rather than provide the fire spirit with a slight boost in combat power, using the fallen earth fire to remove the Reaper's scythe hovering above his head would be more advantageous. The last item inside the treasure chest was also the most valuable among the 3, Sacred Source Crystal. The value of this item easily surpassed the combined value of 2 fragmented legendary items. The Sacred Source Crystal was so valuable because it was guaranteed to upgrade one item to the fragmented legendary rank, even if it was a bronze item. The Sacred Source Crystal was something every expert player dreamed of obtaining. After all, every weapon and equipment had different compatibility with players. If players were not compatible with a particular weapon or equipment, even if said weapon or equipment was at the fragmented legendary rank, they would not be able to exhibit the fragmented legendary item's full potential. However, how precious were fragmented legendary items? Even Apex experts might not necessarily own one in their lifetimes. One would be fortunate to obtain a fragmented legendary item, let alone be picky about one's compatibility with it. Hence, the scarcity of fragmented legendary items allowed the Sacred Source Crystal to shine. There were millions and billions of weapons and equipment available in God's domain. While fragmented legendary items might be extremely rare, items between the bronze and dark gold rank were everywhere. With the Sacred Source Crystal, players could simply find an item that was compatible with them and upgrade it to the fragmented legendary rank. The aid the Sacred Source Crystal provided to players was simply massive. Take weapons, for example. With a compatible weapon, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. In the past, when the Sacred Source Crystal made its initial appearance in an auction house, the various superpowers had hotly contested over it. In the end, one superpower had used 3 fragmented legendary items to trade for the Sacred Source Crystal. Back then, many had found the trade preposterous. As a result, many had ridiculed the buyer for making a loss. However, after obtaining the Sacred Source Crystal, the superpower that purchased it had managed to allow one of its Tier 5 experts to get promoted to the Tier 6 God rank. This achievement had stupefied the various superpowers. They had never considered that a fragmented legendary item with high compatibility would provide so much help. Normally, even several fragmented legendary items would not necessarily be enough to help a player reach the Tier 6 standard. As for the superpower that sold the Sacred Source Crystal, it had nearly died of regret after finding out about this matter. After all, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert was worth far more than just 3 measly fragmented legendary items. Hence, now that a Sacred Source Crystal had appeared before Shi Feng, how could he not be ecstatic? Which item should I upgrade? Shi Feng's mind started turning rapidly as he gazed at the Sacred Source Crystal. The weapons and equipment he had on him right now were all top tier at this stage of the game. Weapons were no doubt what could increase a player's combat power the most. However, both the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray were top-tier epic weapons that were extremely close to the fragmented legendary standard. If he chose to upgrade either of these two weapons, he would simply be wasting the Sacred Source Crystal. After all, the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray both had a chance to reach the fragmented legendary rank, especially Killing Ray. So long as he collected the remaining fragments of Solomon's sword, he would be able to synthesize a true legendary weapon. As for upgrading a piece of equipment to a swordsman like himself, this was even more wasteful than upgrading his swords. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag. Let's have you upgraded. Immediately, Shi Feng tapped the Sacred Source Crystal and chose the epic ranked Ring of Gospel as the target of evolution. 2008 Miniature World Chapter 2008 Miniature World. After Shi Feng selected the target of evolution, countless streams of light suddenly flowed from the Sacred Source Crystal into the Ring of Gospel. Due to the Sacred Source Crystal's power, the incomplete divine runes and magic arrays engraved on the Ring of Gospel started completing themselves. A few seconds later, a purple-gold ring exuding a frightening aura that even froze the surrounding space appeared before Shi Feng. What powerful pressure! At this moment, the pressure from the Ring of Gospel surpassed even the aura of an ordinary mythic monster. Even Shi Feng felt slightly uncomfortable when subjected to it. The Ring of Gospel was one of the extremely few domain items in God's domain. It was exceedingly useful to both individual players and guilds. However, as an epic item, it had a major flaw. It needed to be fed 20,000 magic crystals every 7 days, a price no ordinary guild could afford. As for Zero Wing, this was still a significant expenditure even after obtaining the Manatite Vein. Hence, Shi Feng had decided to upgrade the Ring of Gospel in order to rid himself of this troublesome flaw. Shortly after, the Ring of Gospel released the surrounding space. Only then could Shi Feng finally move his body again. As for the Ring of Gospel itself, it returned to his hand. At this moment, though, the ring gave off a completely different feeling than before. The ring felt extremely heavy. However, this weight did not originate from the ring itself, but was a pressure coming from the surrounding space. Meanwhile, this pressure had reduced his combat power by a minimum of 50%, a phenomenon he had never experienced before when using the Ring of Gospel previously. Could a deviation have occurred during the upgrade? Shi Feng could not help worrying. Hurriedly, he inspected the ring's attribute panel. When an item's quality increased, normally, its effects would grow stronger. However, some items would encounter an error during the upgrade process and develop different effects. Some items would even have their nature altered completely. Although such occurrences were extremely rare, the chances were not zero. It was also the outcome that players dreaded seeing the most Ring of Gospel, fragmented legendary rank item, crafted by the Dark Shaman King after gathering the world's energy. This ring contains a miniature world. The ring's inner space was further perfected using a sacred source stone. The ring can suppress an area's space, granting the wielder absolute dominance over the space. Additional Skill 1. Miniature World freezes the space within a radius of 5,000 yards. All enemies within the area cannot use teleportation tools or teleportation-type skills, and communication with the outside world is severed. Weakens enemies' physiques by 30% and decreases basic attributes by 30%, movement speed by 50%, and reaction speed by 30%. Maintaining Miniature World costs 5,000 magic crystals every 10 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. Additional Skill 2, Ring of Brilliance, improves all allies' physiques by 20% and increases basic attributes by 20% within a 2,000-yard radius. Increases an area's mana density by 100%. Maintaining Ring of Brilliance costs 2,000 magic crystals every 30 minutes. No cooldown. Cannot be used before binding. As the Ring of Gospel contains an inner world, it is strongly rejected by the outside world. Existences below Tier 4 will be greatly suppressed by the external world's power when using this ring. The higher tiered the user is, the weaker the suppression will be. It didn't deviate? Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Ring of Gospel's attributes. Although the upgrade had increased the usage requirement, the Ring of Gospel skills had also received significant improvements. Previously, the Ring of Gospel simply placed a seal on the affected space. Now, the ring directly froze it. One could say that the Ring of Gospel's strength had improved from its original intermediate magic array standard to the advanced magic array standard. Moreover, Miniature World was even more powerful than the average advanced field magic array, as it was a combination of a field magic array and a barrier magic array. Only, the number of magic crystals required to operate it remained horrifying. Fortunately, he no longer needed to feed the ring 20,000 magic crystals every week. With this improvement, the Ring of Gospel would be useful in both raiding bosses and large-scale combat out in the fields. After upgrading the Ring of Gospel, Shi Feng stored it and walked to the teleportation array engraved at the altar's center. His body then transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the altar. After he left, the altar crumbled rapidly and vanished into the void. By the time Shi Feng opened his eyes again, he had appeared inside a grand teleportation hall. This place is Thunder Axe City? Shi Feng was surprised to see the 4-meter-tall level 200 NPC soldiers inside the hall. He had expected to get teleported to outside the Icefire mountain range, not directly to Thunder Axe City. Normally, after Thunder Axe City was activated, players had to enter the city via the teleportation array in the Icefire mountain range's outer area. Meanwhile, activating the outer area's teleportation array required one to use the Rubik's Cube obtained through the exploration quest on the teleportation array. Only after arriving inside Thunder Axe City and handing the Rubik's Cube over to the Thunder Axe Giant's Great Elder would players be able to fully activate Thunder Axe City. Now that he had directly teleported to Thunder Axe City, he could save up on a lot of travel time. Just as Shi Feng was about to exit the teleportation hall, he suddenly noticed a bunch of new messages from Aqua Rose and Blackie. Why are there so many messages? Did something happen? Shi Feng eyed the messages with some confusion. His communication with the outside world had been severed when he entered the cave. However, when he was doing his quest inside the cave, he had logged off to rest every day. During these break periods, he would contact Aqua Rose and Blackie to get an update on the latest developments in Zero Wing and God's Domain. Before he logged into the game this evening, Aqua Rose and Blackie hadn't reported any problems. Now, after just a few hours, the two of them had sent him more than 10 messages in total. Shi Feng immediately contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, are you done with your quest? Aqua Rose asked. It's mostly finished, Shi Feng replied, nodding. I received quite a few messages from both you and Blackie. Did something happen outside? The fact that he was challenging a high-ranking quest and unable to make contact with the outside world was something the guild upper echelons knew. Hence, they wouldn't contact him unless there was something extremely important. After all, his quest was very dangerous, and even the slightest mistake could result in failure. He could not afford any disturbance whatsoever. Originally, today was just like any normal day. Although our guild members have continuously clashed with the various large guilds at the Witch's Hill, there were no large-scale battles involving more than 1,000 players. However, just 3 hours ago, players capable of transforming into monsters appeared among the enemy. These players are extremely strong, and every one of them could rival high lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Some of these players even have attributes of a great lord. Moreover, these players are all experts, so they could slaughter even our tier 2 experts with ease. Our guild members are no match for these people. Currently, several thousand members have already been killed. Due to these monster players, our members can't grind at the Witch's Hill at all, Aqua Rose said, frustrated. Although their side had killed a few of these monster players, the difference in the casualties the two sides suffered was massive. Until now, they hadn't even killed 500 of these monster players, yet their side had already suffered more than 5,000 casualties. Moreover, the only reason why they managed to kill these monster players was mainly the magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. However, there were simply too few of these tools available, so contending against these monster players was simply impossible. Players transforming into monsters? Shi Feng frowned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. How willing of them. He knew a little about matters regarding players transforming into monsters. It was indeed possible to accomplish this feat by utilizing special legacies or tools. The Evil God's Temple's legacy was one such example. Only, the evil dragonification process was the ability of one of the Evil God's Temple's peak legacies. Moreover, transforming a player into an evil dragon required the sacrifice of a large number of players. Going through such a transformation process simply wasn't worthwhile for regular guilds. Shi Feng had Aqua Rose notify all guild members operating in Zero Wing City to stop grinding in the Witch's Hill and shift to other locations instead. After all, it wouldn't be wise to continue clashing with these monster players without proper countermeasures. As for Shi Feng himself, he hastened his steps and headed straight for the Great Elder's mansion. 2009 Thunder Axe City activated Chapter 2009. Thunder Axe City activated. When Shi Feng walked out of the teleportation hall, he was greeted by the sight of a very wide street with NPC giants walking along it. If players were to visit this city, they would definitely feel very out of place. The buildings in the city were also extremely large. Even the carriages used to travel around the city were much larger than the carriages found in other NPC cities. Moreover, the carriages here were pulled by the much larger and stronger herbivorous earth dragons instead of horses. Aside from giants, NPCs belonging to other neutral races also lived here, including the extremely rare elves. Although elves looked very similar to half-elf players, the life ratings of the two were as different as heaven and earth. During the ancient era, elves could be said to have been the messengers of gods. They were the beloved children of magical elements, and they could cast spells above their tier effortlessly. However, as the gods in God's domain fell, the elven race also went into decline, the race's population continuously decreasing as the years went by. Players visiting Thunder Axe City for the first time would definitely be very shocked by this scene. Shi Feng, however, had long since grown accustomed to it. He immediately hailed an Earth Dragon carriage and made his way to the city center. As a super large-scale neutral city, Thunder Axe City was extremely large. Even the Black Dragon Empire's capital was only half the size of Thunder Axe City. Hence, traveling through the city took a lot of time. To make matters worse, Thunder Axe City's teleportation hall was located on the outskirts of the city. Players were also prohibited from using their own mounts, teleportation skills, and teleportation tools inside the city. Players could only rely on the carriages pulled by the house-sized earth dragons if they wished to travel through the city quickly. Of course, if players managed to reach the Viscount rank in Thunder Axe City, they would be allowed to ride their own mounts. However, becoming a Viscount in a neutral city like Thunder Axe City was exceedingly difficult. As far as Shi Feng knew, even after many players had reached level 200 in his previous life, nobody had succeeded in becoming a Viscount of Thunder Axe City. Meanwhile, while Shi Feng was traveling toward Thunder Axe City's central district, a commotion erupted in the Witch's Hill. Did I hear it right? Zero Wing is actually having its members give up on grinding in the Witch's Hill? Zero Wing must not want to continue the pointless fighting. Haven't you seen how powerful those monster players are? Taking care of Tier 2 experts is like child's play for them. Just one monster player can easily annihilate a 6-man party of Tier 2 experts. Not to mention, these monster players generally move around in groups. Didn't Zero Wing manage to repel Miracle's attack in the Black Dragon Empire before? What's it doing now? It's already giving up after fighting for just a short while. I never thought that the day would come when Zero Wing would fall into such a state. Previously, Zero Wing was slaughtering its enemies left and right. Now, it's forced to give up on a precious land like the Witch's Hill. With this, Zero Wing's development in Star Moon Kingdom will definitely lag behind the other large guilds by a significant margin. If this situation persists, Zero Wing might not even remain Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild in the future. That's right, this is a good opportunity for small guilds to rise up using the Witch's Hill. The players operating in the Witch's Hill all found Zero Wing's decision to pull back its forces to be very surprising. They had never imagined that the guild would give up on the Witch's Hill so decisively. Zero Wing was clearly capable of fighting a war of attrition with the monster players thanks to Zero Wing City, yet it did not do so. Meanwhile, due to Zero Wing's decision to retreat, many of the small guilds that had been maintaining a low profile in Star Moon Kingdom started trying to join the Starlight Alliance formed by the guilds operating the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. After all, the current situation in the Witch's Hill was already clear for all to see. The Starlight Alliance, which was capable of transforming players into monsters, had the advantage in field battles. As long as Zero Wing's members dared exit Zero Wing City, they would definitely die. Meanwhile, shortly after Shi Feng gave out the command to retreat, the upper echelons of the Starlight Alliance's member guilds gathered at Wildhammer Town, a short distance away from the Million Forest, for a meeting. The guilds responsible for leading this meeting was the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Sin Realm, and the 2 guilds that established the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill, Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire. Although Knight's Judgment and Warring Empire were only second-rate guilds, the investments of multiple corporations boosted the strength of the 2 guilds, which could now rival ordinary first-rate guilds. Zero Wing has truly been frightened by our monster army this time. Now, not only are Zero Wing's members not coming out of Zero Wing City, but they're not even operating within its vicinity anymore. I'm sure everyone present knows about the defensive capabilities of Zero Wing City. Currently, we still can't break through the city's defenses. However, we also can't let Zero Wing continue developing the city. Do any of you here have a good suggestion for dealing with this problem? Knight's Judgment's guild leader, Shadowlight Axe, asked as he glanced at the dozen or so guild representatives present. In reality, they were all caught off guard by Zero Wing's decisiveness. This was not the outcome they wished to see at all. From an outsider's point of view, the monster legion their alliance created might seem very powerful, but the public did not know that a large number of lives were necessary to sustain these players' monster forms. Moreover, these lives needed to be willingly offered by players that were level 50 or above. Hence, the guilds could not allow their fight with Zero Wing to drag out. Since Zero Wing is so decisive in abandoning the Witch's Hill, let's think of a way to prevent Zero Wing from giving it up. We'll force Zero Wing to fight us. That's right, we'll make Zero Wing fight even if it doesn't want to. Since Zero Wing is relying on Zero Wing City for its development, we'll make it so that it can't rely on the city at all. We can set up a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City and announce that, so long as Zero Wing refuses to fight us out in the fields, we'll kill every player that comes out of Zero Wing City. We'll kill these players until Zero Wing is willing to come out and do battle. If Zero Wing still refuses to fight us then, nobody will dare to visit Zero Wing City. At that time, let's see how Zero Wing develops using Zero Wing City. This is a good idea. Zero Wing's main source of income right now is Zero Wing City. If Zero Wing City fails, Zero Wing won't get off scot-free either. If Zero Wing doesn't want to see its city fail, it'll definitely have to fight us. That's right, if Zero Wing really refuses to fight, it'll become the laughingstock of the kingdom. I want to see how Zero Wing plans on developing in Star Moon Kingdom then. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing this plan. They were all adamant about forcing Zero Wing into a fight. Meanwhile, as the Starlight Alliance was planning all of this, Shi Feng had finally arrived at Thunder Axe City's central district. There was a lot of traffic in the city's central district. Despite there being no players here, the street was still crowded. NPC merchants of neutral races could be seen doing business all around, selling all kinds of items and materials, the quality of their products not the slightest bit inferior to those sold by player shops. However, Shi Feng did not waste time sightseeing. Instead, he walked straight to a mansion located near the main street. 20 giant soldiers stood guard outside the mansion, every one of them a level 180 tier 2 soldier. The captain leading these soldiers was even a level 180 tier 3 giant. This mansion was none other than the residence of the giant race's great elder. Upon arriving at the mansion's entrance, Shi Feng immediately told the guards there his purpose for visiting. After the guards relayed his words and received a reply, they led him into the gigantic mansion. Very quickly, Shi Feng arrived in an elegant study where a white-robed elder sat. Giants were natural-born warriors and were not adept at magic, yet the great elder was actually a level 200 tier 5 grand wizard. He would be considered an overlord-level existence even in an empire. It's been a long time since a human adventurer has visited this city. I heard that you have the power to activate the ancient teleportation array outside Thunderax City. May I know if this is true? The giant elder asked softly as he observed Shi Feng. That is correct. Here is the ancient cube I found. It is capable of activating the ancient teleportation array, Shi Feng replied, handing the Rubik's Cube he obtained from the 7 Luminaries treasure chest over to the giant elder. Sure enough, this is the teleportation array's teleportation core, the giant elder said, his eyes glowing after he inspected the cube. In a somewhat excited tone, he added, Thank you, human adventurer. This item is indeed what our giant race has been searching for all this time. With this item, our giant race will finally be free of the defensive seal that has been in place since ancient times. Since you have provided such a great help to our race, we giants definitely won't mistreat you. Take this precious giant's holy stone as a token of our race's gratitude. After the giant elder was done speaking and Shi Feng accepted the giant's holy stone, a series of system notifications entered his ears. 2010 Titan Bloodline, Chapter 2010, Titan Bloodline System, congratulations. You have completed the exploration quest, Giant's Hideout, rewarding 1 Giant's Holy Stone, Adventurers Association Reputation, plus 20, and Adventurers Association Contribution, plus 1. System, congratulations. You have activated the neutral city Thunderax City, rewarding 1 Thunderax Crystal, Thunderax City Reputation plus 100, and Thunderax City Contribution Points plus 2,000. The 2 notifications echoed in Shi Feng's head 3 times, leaving him dazed. The rewards for pioneering Thunderax City sure are abundant. Not only did I get 2,000 contribution points, but I also earned a Thunderax Crystal? Shi Feng looked at the glowing dark gold crystal that had appeared in his hand in astonishment. Thunderax City was hidden deep within the Icefire mountain range. Normally, players could only reach the city through a teleportation array within the range's outer region once it had been activated. Teleporting to Thunderax City from another NPC city was impossible, making it inconvenient for players to visit frequently. However, as a trade city, Thunderax City overflowed with opportunities and resources. Even if the journey were tough and inconvenient, players would force themselves to visit. Fortunately, there was more than one method of entering Thunderax City. One could also do so through the city's special tools. The city had 2 special tools that allowed players to visit with ease, the Thunderax Insignia and the Thunderax Crystal. The Insignia only allowed the holder to teleport to Thunderax City, whereas the Crystal allowed the user to open a teleportation gate, allowing a large group of players to pass through, saving plenty of travel time. However, these tools were particularly difficult to acquire. Players had to become an ordinary noble in Thunderax City before they could trade the city's contribution points for the Insignia. As for the Thunderax Crystal, one could only purchase the crystal with contribution points after becoming a Viscount. The contribution points were already exceedingly difficult to acquire, not to mention gaining status in Thunderax City. Thunderax City was massive, with countless quests and opportunities to offer, but there were very few quests that awarded CPs. Moreover, players would only earn a small number of CPs from the quests that awarded them, only high. Ranking quests rewarded a higher number, but those were incredibly difficult to come by. Even the most hardworking player would fail to collect 2,000 CPs after a full year of work. Meanwhile, purchasing the Thunderax Crystal required 5,000 CPs. While the Thunderax Crystal had limited uses to individual players, it was extremely useful to guilds. With the crystal, guild members wouldn't have to waste time traveling to the city. With the time they saved, they could do far more in Thunderax City. Following which, Shi Feng stored the Thunderax Crystal and turned his gaze toward the giant's holy stone he had received from the Great Elder. Based on what he had learned in the past, the exploration quest's reward included the epic-ranked Giant's Crystal. One could use it to convert 1,000 level 50-plus players into giants, bypassing the conversion quest. Unfortunately, players under level 50 would have to visit Thunderax City and complete the conversion quest normally to convert into a giant. The conversion quest's application fee was 20 gold per person. In other words, by completing this exploration quest, one could forgo the 20,000 gold in application fees while allowing selected players to skip the troublesome conversion quest and become members of the giant race. However, what the Great Elder had just given Shi Feng wasn't the giant's crystal, but the giant's holy stone, Fragmented legendary rank? When Shi Feng called up the giant's holy stone's attribute panel, he was shocked. Isn't this quest reward a little too generous? Giant's Holy Stone, fragmented legendary rank. A holy stone created after condensing the ancient Titan race's bloodline. Effect 1. Converts up to 1,000 players to the giant race. Targeted players must be level 50 or above. No cooldown. Effect 2. Grants up to 3 giant players. A strand of the Titan bloodline. No cooldown. Shi Feng had no particular feelings regarding the Holy Stone's ability to convert 1,000 players into giants. The giant stone he had expected to receive could do the same, but the Holy Stone's ability to grant players the Titan bloodline was just too powerful. Among God's domain's numerous races, the Titan's life rating was the closest to that of the gods. Despite not being gods, Titans were born with a portion of a god's abilities. When a Titan became a Tier 6 god, they became incomparably formidable. However, the closer one's life rating was to that of a god, the more difficult it would become to cross the final threshold to the Tier 6 standard. According to Shi Feng's memories, only the king among Titans had reached Tier 6. Not even the 10 saints of Titan City had been Tier 6 gods. In Shi Feng's opinion, they were only demigods. Even so, they had the power to rival Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 god, ranked players couldn't compare to Tier 6 NPC gods. Any random Tier 6 god could beat the living daylights out of a Tier 6 player. Only multiple Tier 6 players had a chance against a Tier 6 god if they worked together. It was easy to imagine how frightening Titan demigods were. Meanwhile, the giant's holy stone before him was capable of granting giant players the Titan bloodline, which was far more powerful than the dark iron bloodline he had obtained. Moreover, he could grant the bloodline to 3 players. These Titan bloodlines were even more valuable than 3 fragmented legendary items. The giant race offered exceptional racial traits. If this bloodline were included in the equation, Shi Feng didn't even dare imagine how powerful a player with this bloodline would become. Titans were nearly perfect beings, unlike giants who had obvious flaws. With this, the players that convert into giants have hit the jackpot. Shi Feng could not help but feel slightly envious as he gazed at the giant's holy stone. Giant players would face far more difficulties when challenging their promotion quests than human players, but with the Titan bloodline, that difficulty wouldn't be as high. With this bloodline, the promotion quests shouldn't be more difficult than that of ordinary humans. This meant that the experts who became giants could reach far greater heights. Giant players would become terrifying after reaching Tier 5, not to mention Tier 6. In the past, one giant expert had reached Tier 5 thanks to a ton of resources from his guild. Whether or not he had been strong enough to contend with Tier 6 God-ranked experts, he had ranked among the top 20 Tier 5 players in God's domain. Those top 20 Tier 5 experts had all worn top-tier equipment, held at least one legendary item, and wielded special legacies. Their combat standards had been at the absolute apex of God's domain. Yet, this Tier 5 giant expert had forced himself into the top 20 ranks despite carrying 0 legendary items. It was easy to imagine how powerful the giant race was. If possible, Shi Feng would convert into a giant, obtaining the Titan bloodline as well, but he was a guild leader. He had many matters in the game to deal with that required that he remain human. He simply couldn't afford to become a giant. Shi Feng then departed from the Great Elder's mansion and headed toward the city hall. This was the main reason that he had activated Thunder Axe City. Thunder Axe City's resources were far beyond those in the Sea of Trees. The two cities were on entirely different levels. Nearly 10% of the ores and herbs first and second-rate guilds had required in the past had been sourced from Thunder Axe City. 2011. Advanced Shop. Chapter 2011, Advanced Shop. Shi Feng's carriage slowed to a stop before a majestic castle. A steady flow of NPCs entered and left the building, many of which were members of other neutral races. This majestic castle was none other than Thunder Axe City's City Hall, located within the very heart of the city. Tall walls, decorated with divine runes and magic arrays, protected the castle. The wall's defensive capabilities were even beyond Tier 5 NPCs' power. This was the safest location throughout Thunder Axe City. Before Shi Feng reached the castle's entrance, a level 180 Tier 3 NPC soldier stopped him. Lord Bronze Legatee, this is an important location in Thunder Axe City. If you wish to enter, you must register first. The Tier 3 NPC soldier respectfully informed Shi Feng as he retrieved a magic crystal. I understand. Please register me then, Shi Feng said, nodding. Thunder Axe City's City Hall wasn't like those in other NPC cities. Players could enter city halls in human cities without registering or gaining permission. However, not only did players have to register, but they also had to obtain an ordinary noble rank in the city before they could enter this city hall. Players had to register due to the magic array around the city hall. If the magic array didn't recognize their auras, it would attack and suppress them the moment they entered the building. Security was so strict due to the importance of Thunder Axe City's City Hall. Rather than a city hall, it was more appropriate to view it as a treasury or trade market. The city hall stored all kinds of treasures the giant race had collected since ancient times, including legendary items. Once players became nobles in Thunderak City, they could freely trade with the city's giants. The giant race had lived in Thunderak City since ancient times, so they had accumulated countless treasures. As long as players had the ability and resources, purchasing a legendary item wouldn't be a problem. This was also why so many players and powers had been adamant in visiting Thunderak City in the past. A few superpowers experts had purchased legendary items from the giants back then, while far more had purchased fragmented legendary items. Of course, some superpowers had tried to rob Thunderak City's City Hall, but less than a handful had succeeded. Moreover, all of those players had been Tier 6 God-ranked experts. When these God-ranked players had attempted the heist, their guilds had invested a ton of resources and manpower to assist them. Even so, they had only claimed 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items before fleeing for their lives. In doing so, however, these superpowers had earned the city's ire and had been banned from entering Thunderak City ever again. The cost of the endeavor simply hadn't been worth the superpowers' investments. The NPC solder had Shi Feng's aura recorded in the system after a short moment, allowing him to enter the city hall. NPCs of various races filled the castle's first-floor hall as they conducted their business with the giants. Although Shi Feng wanted to trade with the giants as well, he couldn't even afford an epic item with his current strength and resources. Hence, he glanced at the NPCs before heading toward the castle's second floor. When Shi Feng reached the second-floor hall, he noticed far fewer NPCs than on the first floor. There were only several dozen NPC merchants here, all of which sought to purchase the city's lands. Suddenly, a beautiful female elf dressed in formal wear approached Shi Feng with a smile. She asked, "Lord Bronze Legatee, how may I be of service? A senior administrator?" Shi Feng was slightly surprised when this female elf greeted him. However, he quickly snapped out of his daze and responded, "I wish to purchase some lands and advanced shops in Thunderak City. Can you recommend some?" Normally, only the ordinary administrators receive visiting players in the city hall, so he had been caught off guard when this senior administrator welcomed him. Although this elven beauty was only a level 200, Tier 3 senior administrator, Shi Feng could feel the intense pressure radiating from her. The pressure she gave off was no weaker than Weissman's, who was both White River City's magistrate and a Tier 4 great wizard. This was why elves were so frightening. Even at Tier 3 they could easily cast Tier 4 spells. "Alright, please follow me." The elven administrator nodded and led Shi Feng to a reception room on the 3rd floor. Once inside the reception room, the senior administrator handed Shi Feng 2 lists. One list contained the city's available plots of land, while the other contained Thunderak City's available advanced shops. However, the lists contained very few of both, with less than 50 entries in total. If other players saw these lists, they'd be astounded. Most random NPC cities had more than 500 plots of land for sale, yet Thunderak City had less than 50. However, Shi Feng was ecstatic to examine the lists. It was already impressive that the 2 lists had 50 prospects. Thunderak City was unique, and its lands weren't easy to purchase. This prevented the various superpowers from monopolizing the city's benefits, giving other powers and players a chance to thrive within the city. A bronze legatee status in Thunderak City sure is high. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he examined the first list. There are actually 19 advanced shops available? When he had been a baron in Thunderak City in the past and tried to purchase an advanced shop, he had only been given 12 to choose from. Advanced shops were often available in neutral cities. Like in the Sea of Trees, Thunderak City had advanced shops such as advanced grocery stores, advanced restaurants, advanced smithies, and advanced bars to offer. However, no power would normally be willing to purchase neutral cities' advanced shops. These advanced shops' incredibly high prices were the first reason. The second reason was advanced shops' lack of use. These shops' main customers were NPCs, not players, and one could only earn coins and other items from NPCs. Typically, this was an ineffective way of doing business since trading coins and items with other players was far more effective. However, Thunderak City was a special case. Since it was a resource and trade city, a large number of neutral NPC merchants gathered here. In addition, the local giants harvested the ores and herbs from the Icefire mountain range. As a result, the city offered a wider variety of items, selling these items at far below market value. Unlike in other neutral cities, Thunderak City's advanced shops had been quite popular in the past, becoming the main source of resources for God's Domain's powers in the city. The various major powers had avoided renting Thunderak City's advanced shops because the only type of income they could earn in doing so was coins. It was not possible to conduct business with forms of currency. Hence, the various major powers and merchant players in the past had resorted to purchasing the advanced shops, even if those in the city's outskirts had cost 20,000 gold. No matter how many times I visit Thunderak City's City Hall, I always feel like a poor bastard here. Shi Feng sighed and shook his head as he looked at the prices on the list. The cheapest advanced shop cost more than 20,000 gold. There was also an advanced grocery store that cost 40,000 gold and a smithy for 53,000 gold. Although both shops were in the city's inner area, both were merely one-star shops. According to Shi Feng's knowledge, the cheapest 2-star shop in Thunderax City cost 70,000 gold, while those in the city's inner area cost more than 100,000 gold. However, Thunderax City rarely sold 2-star shops. But when Shi Feng read the list's last entry, he was flabbergasted. What? A 2-star shop? 2012, 2-star smithy. Chapter 2012, 2-star smithy. Shi Feng stared at the shop list's last entry with wide eyes. A 2-star shop. Thunderax City did have a few 2-star shops, but they were beyond players' reach. Even a Viscount would have to get lucky to secure an opportunity to purchase a 2-star shop, much less a Baron. Could this be a reward for being the first person to purchase an advanced shop? Shi Feng doubted that the Bronze Legatee title would grant him such an amazing benefit, allowing him to purchase 2-star shops in the city. After giving the matter some thought, he realized that this must be a reward for being the first player to purchase an advanced shop. The difference between a 1-star and a 2-star shop was practically negligible for players in other super large-scale neutral cities, but it was a different story in Thunderax City. Here, the difference between a 1-star shop and 2-star shop was like the difference between a town and a city. 2-star shops were more attractive to NPCs than their 1-star counterparts. NPCs typically viewed 2-star shops as more valuable and reliable, so they favored shops with higher star ranks. 2-star shops also operated on a different scale than 1-star shops, but this was beyond just the physical size of the shop. More importantly, higher-ranked shops could handle larger transactions with NPCs. Each transaction with NPCs in 1-star shops could only reach a maximum value of 50 gold, whereas 2-star shops transactions could reach a maximum of 300 gold, a 6-fold increase. After factoring in NPCs' increased interest in conducting business with 2-star shops, the difference between ranks was clear. Hence, Thunderax City's 2-star advanced shops were extremely valuable. Countless guilds had dreamed of purchasing their own, but very few had actually succeeded. Most powers had been limited to 1-star shops, slowly upgrading them to 2-star status. However, in God's domain, once one fell behind, making a recovery became intensely challenging. Meanwhile, the various large guilds dreamed of purchasing 2-star shops to ensure the upgrade to 3-stat status. NPC cities could only have a limited number of 3-star advanced shops at a time. Once this limit had been reached, the 2-star shops that met the requirements for an upgrade could only become 3-star shops after surpassing another 3-star shop's transaction volume. Unfortunately, surpassing a 3-star shop's transaction volume was nearly impossible for a 2-star shop. When a 2-star shop completed its promotion to 3-star status, it would undergo a qualitative transformation, increasing its maximum transaction value to 1,000 gold. Although the increase ratio wasn't as great as that between a 1-star and 2-star shop, it was a major turning point. Once a shop reached this maximum transaction value, Thunderax City's nobles would visit to conduct business. The items these nobles possessed was far beyond that of ordinary NPCs. A noble's every item was valuable and precious. Upgrading a 1-star shop to 2-star status in Thunderax City cost a lot of time and resources. By the time one completed the upgrade, those who had purchased 2-star shops would have already upgraded to 3-star status. Trying to contest for the limited 3-star shop slots would become atrociously difficult at that point. This was also why Shadow had only possessed a 2-star shop in Thunderax City during Shi Feng's previous life. As far as he could remember, only superpowers and a few first-rate guilds had secured 3-star shops in the city, and ordinary first-rate guilds had no hope of competing for a slot. Why wouldn't Shi Feng be surprised to find that he could purchase a 2-star shop right off the bat? Moreover, the 2-star shop in question was an advanced smithy. Naturally, smithies were the most valuable to God's Domain's guilds among the various advanced shops. This was the case due to the specialized transactions each type of shop conducted with NPCs. NPCs that visited smithies were generally there to order custom weapons and equipment. Moreover, these NPCs would prepare their own materials, including rare forging materials that players could obtain by operating a smithy. In addition, ordinary NPCs and NPC merchants frequently sold their ores to smithies, making these advanced shops the perfect place to obtain materials. Lord Bronze Legatee, are any of these lands and shops to your liking? The elven administrator asked curiously after Shi Feng's long moment of silence. If nothing here interests you, you may return next week. We should have others who want to sell their properties at that time. No, I'm very satisfied with what I've seen. I'll take these 5 plots of land and these 2 shops, Shi Feng said as he pointed to the inner area lands and outer area shops. Since he was only a baron, he could only purchase lands and shops in the city's inner and outer areas. Moreover, very few lands in the inner area were available to him, and they weren't in optimal locations. As for advanced shops, a baron was only allowed to purchase those in the city's outer area. Only viscounts and above had access to advanced shops in the inner area. However, this discovery relieved Shi Feng. If he had only been offered advanced shops in the city's inner area, he'd only be able to purchase the 2-star smithy along the city's edge with the money he had on him. Even so, the 2-star smithy already cost him 90,000 gold, and the 1-star potion shop he had selected cost 47,000 gold. Very well. The total for these 5 lands and 2 shops comes to 2,006,000 gold. The 11 beauty joyfully exclaimed after swiftly completing her calculations. If first-rate guilds upper echelons saw Shi Feng spend over 200,000 gold on 2 shops and 5 lands, they'd think that he'd lost his mind. With so much money, one could purchase more than 10 plots of land in the heart of a kingdom's capital. However, Shi Feng paid the 206,000 gold without hesitation. Rather, he found the price quite reasonable. While this investment might not yield any short-term returns, the profits would be well worth the cost once players entered the game's later stages. Shi Feng had only brought a little over 170,000 gold with him when he had set out on his exploration quest. He had also spent over 20,000 gold in Glory Town. Fortunately, while he had been gone, the guild had accumulated over 70,000 gold in savings, despite Zero Wing's continued expansion. He just barely had enough to settle the bill. He wouldn't have much left after this transaction. A short moment later, the elven administrator revealed 7 deeds and handed them to Shi Feng. Once he verified that everything was correct, Shi Feng set off toward his new advanced shops. He stored 5,000 gold in each shop for NPC transactions. With his tasks completed, Shi Feng didn't linger in Thunderak City. He used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. Contrary to his expectations, Shi Feng didn't find White River City in desolation upon his return. Now Zero Wing had temporarily withdrawn from the struggle in the Witch's Hill. Its prestige in Star Moon City had fallen, but as he wandered White River City's streets, he noticed that the city's population had increased yet again. Shi Feng saw countless players from large guilds on his way to the Candlelight Trading Firm. These guild players wandered the city with enthusiasm, making up roughly 10% of the players on the streets. White River City had already become a major city with a player population of over 10 million. 10% of that equated over 1 million guild players, a significant number. Melancholic, has something happened in White River City? Why are there so many players from other guilds? Shi Feng asked Melancholic Smile after returning to the Candlelight Trading Firm and storing the Titan ore he had obtained during his exploration quest. Nothing has happened recently, Melancholic Smile answered, smiling bitterly. So many guild players are here due to the losses our guild suffered in the Witch's Hill thanks to the Starlight Alliance. After our withdrawal, the Alliance called us out to fight in an all-out war. If we refuse, the Starlight Alliance will slay every player in Zero Wing City. Our guild members have been fighting the Alliance's members all over the kingdom, but the results aren't pleasing. Because of this, every large guild in Star Moon Kingdom thinks that it has a chance of taking over White River City. They're all preparing to do so. These guilds really know how to take advantage of an opportunity. Shi Feng could not help but chuckle upon hearing Melancholic Smile's report. Since the Starlight Alliance wants a fight to the death in the Witch's Hill, I'll grant their wish. Notify Aqua immediately and have her gather 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers in White River City's residence. I'll notify her right away, Melancholic Smile said, nodding. 2013 Advanced Abilities activated. Chapter 2013 Advanced Abilities activated. After assigning Melancholic Smile's tasks, Shi Feng departed from the Candlelight Trading Firm and headed to White River City's library. He had been bound by the soul chain all this time, and no matter how he looked at it, finding the mysterious NPC that had appeared in Blackwing City was simply unrealistic. Even if he found the NPC, he'd have to avoid the man. Not even Charlene, who had been a Tier 5 red official, had been able to stop him. How was a Tier 2 player like himself supposed to deal with the NPC? The true goal of his quest wasn't to locate the mysterious NPC, but to collect enough mysterious flames to gain control of the soul fire. While Aqua Rose gathered the necessary manpower, he could take advantage of this time to enlist Charlene's help with absorbing the fallen earth fire, which he had obtained during his exploration quest. Although Tier 2 players weren't as rare anymore, they still made up a small minority of God's Domain's players. This was the case for Zero Wing as well. Gathering 1,000 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Berserkers would take Aqua Rose some time. Meanwhile, after Melancholic Smile relayed Shi Feng's words to Aqua Rose began to secretly gather Zero Wing's Tier 2 experts from the Ore Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. She instructed her chosen experts to teleport directly to White River City's residence. Unfortunately, despite the care she used while performing her task, news of her actions soon reached the kingdom's various major powers. Star Moon City, Star Alliance's residence. Guild leader, we've just received news. Zero Wing is gathering 1,000 Tier 2 experts in White River City. We do not know what the guild plans to do with them yet, Purple Eye reported as she entered the guild leader's office. Although more players had been completing their Tier 2 promotion quests, there still weren't many Tier 2 players in the game. Take the Star Alliance, for example. Despite being a first-rate guild, it just barely had 3,000 Tier 2 players. The fact that Zero Wing was gathering 1,000 of these experts warranted scrutiny. 1,000 Tier 2 experts? Galaxy Past considered the situation carefully, muttering, could Zero Wing be preparing to move against the Starlight Alliance? Currently, Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers were eagerly preparing for battle, and Zero Wing's sudden withdrawal from the Witch's Hill was the reason for this. In addition, the Starlight Alliance's reputation had received a massive boost due to the sudden development. If Zero Wing did not put a stop to this, it might lose its position as the kingdom's overlord. God's domain had changed, and more Tier 2 players surfaced each day. While Zero Wing might have a lot of these experts, the difference between their count and the total number of Tier 2 players in the kingdom was titanic. Zero Wing wouldn't be able to maintain its dominance over the kingdom if its development stagnated. Even the various superpowers faced such a problem. Hence, for a considerable period in the immediate future, God's domain's kingdoms and empires would enter an era of strife. It would no longer be possible for a single power to monopolize a country. The various superpowers could only maintain their advantages and their current status in their territories. That can't be possible, right? Zero Wing intends to strike out against the Starlight Alliance now? Purple Eye was astonished by Galaxy Past's guess. Doesn't Zero Wing know that the top adventurer team, War Riders, secretly partnered with the Alliance? If a fight breaks out, Zero Wing will suffer. The War Riders were a mercenary-like adventurer team. It was one of the few adventurer teams in God's domain that had tens of thousands of members. As long as one paid enough, the War Riders would move against any power. Superpowers were no exception. In a past virtual reality game, a guild had hired the War Riders to attack the super guild, Battle Wolves. Of course, they didn't target the entire guild, simply one of the branch guilds. Even so, the Battle Wolves' first guild leader managed that branch guild, and it wasn't to be trifled with. However, the War Riders had paid no heed to the guild's strength. They had initiated a war without hesitation, and although the Battle Wolves had pummeled the War Riders in the end, the Super Guild had suffered significant losses. Because of the assault, the Battle Wolves still had a bounty out on the adventurer team. The War Riders hadn't changed after joining God's domain, and as time passed, both its reputation and its strength grew. As a result, many independent experts that wanted to earn some side income sought to join the adventurer team. After all, the War Riders' sole goal was earning money. Members of the War Riders had no obligations and responsibilities to the team. Just some time ago, the War Riders' member count had exceeded 30,000. Now, it was already considered a super large-scale adventurer team, and many first-rate guilds feared its overall strength. I don't know. I can never tell what Black Flame is thinking, but he's preparing for something. However, with the War Riders' participation, the Starlight Alliance should maintain its status quo even if Zero Wing prepares for an assault. We should use this opportunity to further our development in the kingdom's various cities, Galaxy Pass said, chuckling as he shook his head. The various major powers had been busy trying to solidify their positions lately. Now that the sudden development in Star Moon Kingdom troubled Zero Wing, this was the perfect opportunity for the Star Alliance to become the kingdom's #1 guild. Meanwhile, the kingdom's other major powers concocted their own schemes. As soon as the Starlight Alliance defeated Zero Wing, they would spread their influence throughout the various NPC cities, especially White River City, the kingdom's most populated city. As Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers planned and prepared, Shi Feng arrived before White River City's library. The library had changed drastically due to the city's latest promotion. Now, it looked more like a castle than a library. A large number of magical class players had gathered at the building, many here because of quests. So many magical class players had come here to quest due to the library's new function, Magic Walkthrough. This function gave players access to the gigantic magic water globe in the center of the library, allowing them to learn the double casting technique. Not many magical class experts had mastered the double casting technique at this stage of the game, but now that the system provided a tutorial, magical class players swarmed to take advantage of the opportunity. However, using the magic water globe required library contribution points and magic crystals. The required magic crystals were a small matter for magic class experts, but the library contribution points could only be obtained by completing the library's quests. Hence, so many magical class players eagerly quested at the library. After a brief look at the library's first floor hall, Shi Feng made his way to the Star Moon Hall on the library's top floor. As always, Charlene sat in the hall reading some tome. She only set the book down after noticing Shi Feng before she began to draw the magic array that would help him absorb the fallen earthfire. Once the magic array took shape, Shi Feng retrieved the fallen earthfire and wrapped the soulfire's scorching flames around it. However, fusing with the fallen earthfire proved far more difficult than fusing with the purple thunderflame. This time, Shi Feng felt as if he were trying to wrap a sheet of paper around a bonfire. His control of the soulfire had to be precise. The slightest mistake could throw the process off balance, which would cause the fusion to fail. After 32 subsequent failures, Shi Feng finally encased the fallen earthfire in soulfire successfully. The moment the fusion succeeded, flames devoured his body. He felt the flames burn and sting his flesh as he succumbed to a splitting headache. Shortly after, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the fallen earthfire and activated the soulfire's advanced abilities. 2014 Soul Cleansing. Chapter 2014 Soul Cleansing? I still don't have full control? When Shi Feng heard the system notification, he was disappointed. This soul fire really is troublesome. He could only shed his worries about the soul chain by gaining full control of the soul fire. However, he hadn't expected 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames to not be enough. Tier 3 mysterious flames were as valuable as fragmented legendary items. It was easy to imagine how hard they were to obtain, yet the system informed him that he needed more. Who knew when he would encounter another Tier 3 mysterious flame? It really is surprising that you managed to obtain 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames in such a short time. Although you haven't gained full control over the soul fire, fusing it with 2 Tier 3 mysterious flames has increased your compatibility with it. Now, you won't have to worry about the soul chain's corrosion for another 300 days, Charlene, who wore a crimson dress, said and nodded approvingly as she watched Shi Feng. Moreover, there are benefits to being compatible with the soul fire, so don't look so dejected. Benefits? Shi Feng muttered skeptically as he gazed at the blue fire enveloping his body. He didn't understand how the soul fire's present state could benefit him in any way. His entire body stung with pain. Any ordinary player would wail like a ghost if they were in his position, but even though he could endure the pain, it made concentrating difficult. At this moment, he'd likely even fail to execute the simplest combat technique. Learn to appreciate what you have. The soul fire is currently cleansing your soul, Charlene explained as she rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. This is soul cleansing? Charlene's words astonished Shi Feng. So, this is the soul fire's advanced ability? He had heard about soul cleansing during his previous life. It was one of the few methods to improve players' concentration attribute. If ranked by importance, one could argue that concentration stood above stamina. When players fought in God's domain, they used 2 hidden attributes, stamina and concentration. In the event of stamina exhaustion, players would lose the ability to move. In the case of concentration depletion, players would pass out. God's domain provided far fewer methods of increasing one's concentration than those available for improving stamina, which was one of the reasons that the former was more important. Generally, players' concentration only improved when they increased their basic attributes in tiers. Concentration's ability to affect a player's mental state was another reason. Players had only discovered this quite some time after God's domain had launched. This effect was similar to the experience players had when in areas with high mana density. In truth, players felt more comfortable around denser mana due to the mana elevating their concentration. In other words, higher concentration allowed players to focus and maintain their calm more easily. The higher a player's concentration was, the more physical control they'd have. This was the third, and most important, reason. Players could manipulate their physical limits more easily, which was why, after reaching higher tiers, players could execute actions or techniques that their bodies couldn't previously handle. For example, a Tier 2 player might struggle to master a complex advanced combat technique, but could do so after reaching Tier 3. These were the reasons that all of God's domain's experts had frantically sought to improve their concentration in Shi Feng's previous life. Unfortunately, the available methods to do so were just as rare as fragmented legendary items. The various superpowers would have even gone to war over a discovered method. In the past, there had been multiple instances of items that could increase concentration appearing in the dark auction. The various superpowers had even willingly traded fragmented legendary items for items that only granted a 5% boost to concentration. They had even exchanged fragmented legendary weapons for items that granted a 10% boost without hesitation. As far as Shi Feng could remember, soul cleansing provided between 5% and 15% more concentration. He had never dreamed that he'd get to experience the phenomenon now. After 10 minutes or so, the blue flames finally subsided. When they did, Shi Feng felt more refreshed than he ever had before. Both his physical control and mental clarity had improved drastically. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Sword's Transmigration. Mesmerizing stars twinkled around Shi Feng. If ordinary players were to see this scene, they'd assume that he had used some skill rather than a combat technique. Amazing! Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he stared at the sacred sword in his hand. When he had used Sword's Transmigration in the past, the bronze combat technique had taken a massive toll on his stamina and concentration. He could only execute the technique about 20 times before it affected his physical performance. However, not only could he execute Sword's Transmigration with greater precision after undergoing the soul cleansing, but his stamina and concentration consumption had decreased as well. Now, he estimated that he could execute Sword's Transmigration 30 times before it affected his performance. This improvement was simply terrifying. Moreover, his sword slashes were visibly faster and nimbler than before. He had only been able to alter his swing 4 times before, and only 5 times when he fought in peak condition. But now, he could execute 5 alterations without reaching his limits. Shi Feng felt as if he could fight a domain realm expert without losing ground, even without relying on Sword's Transmigration, and when both combatants' basic attributes were equal. Once Shi Feng finished reveling in his recent improvements, he left the library and made his way to the guild residence. By now, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in Zero Wing's residence, waiting in the second floor hall. Why did the Vice Guild leader suddenly recall so many of us? Are we going to attack the Starlight Alliance? That's likely. However, we won't be able to take out those monster players with just shield warriors and berserkers. Maybe we're going on a quest? Many of these Tier 2 experts were curious about Aqua Rose's sudden summons, and they all discussed the situation as they waited. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members felt a surge of motivation after witnessing so many expert players gather. They hadn't realized that their guild had so many Tier 2 experts. If there were already 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers, it was easy to imagine how many more Tier 2 experts were in Zero Wing. Moreover, every one of these Tier 2 players had already reached level 60. Only peak experts had reached such a high level thus far. Many peak experts from first-rate guilds had only recently reached level 60. Guild leader, everyone's here, Aqua Rose said as Shi Feng entered the guild hall. Worriedly, she continued, but, guild leader, do you intend to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? I have seen those monster players' strength. Without berserk skills, our Tier 2 experts have no hope against them. Those monster players? Shaking his head, Shi Feng said, no, that's not the plan. Aqua Rose could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If they faced the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill now, they'd be at a severe disadvantage. If they wanted to defeat the Alliance, they had to accumulate enough magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices. My target is the Starlight Alliance's Wildhammer Town, Shi Feng declared. Notify everyone to prepare master regeneration potions. Those that don't have any can collect some from the guild warehouse. Once they're ready, send them to teleport to Zero Wing City. 2015. Approaching Storm, Chapter 2015, Approaching Storm, Wildhammer Town. Aqua Rose was stunned to hear Shi Feng's target. Wildhammer Town was one of the 2 guild towns in the Witch's Hill. It was also the town that Knight's Judgment poured its resources into developing. At this point, the town had as many as 12 defense turrets. How were they supposed to capture the town with just 1,000 Tier 2 players? Wildhammer Town doesn't need to exist anymore. Shi Feng nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Shi Feng, Aqua Rose recognized his determination. She was at a loss for words. Zero Wing had never tried to stop any of the large guilds from developing in the Witch's Hill. After all, the more popular the Witch's Hill became, the more of an asset it would be to Zero Wing. However, not only had the Starlight Alliance openly declared war on Zero Wing, but it had also made multiple attempts to provoke the guild. It was only natural that Zero Wing issue a response. Unfortunately, Wildhammer Town's defenses easily surpassed those of a basic town. Even several tens of thousands of elite and expert players might not be enough to capture a normally fortified basic town, much less Wildhammer Town, which the Starlight Alliance had invested a ton of resources and manpower into. When Shi Feng finished speaking, he turned on his heel and headed toward the guild warehouse, leaving behind a worried Aqua Rose in the guild hall's threshold. Aqua Rose promptly recovered and notified the 1,000 Tier 2 experts of Shi Feng's instructions. She had them collect their master regeneration potions and teleport to Zero Wing City. Shortly after the Tier 2 experts left, a few spies hiding in Zero Wing reported to their superiors in the various large guilds. What? Zero Wing plans to fight the Starlight Alliance in the Witch's Hill? It seems we'll get an interesting show in the Witch's Hill soon. Notify our guild members. Everyone is to prepare to move at a moment's notice. Once Zero Wing has been defeated, we'll attack its guild members in the fields. We cannot let the kingdom's other guilds steal this opportunity to make a name for themselves. When the various major powers' upper echelons learned that the 1,000-man team of Tier 2 experts in Zero Wing's White River City residence had teleported to Zero Wing City, they knew that the guild had gotten serious. They immediately commanded their guild members to prepare for Zero Wing's defeat. When news of Zero Wing's movements reached the Starlight Alliance, the allied guilds made their own preparations. Zero Wing is finally on the move. Zero Wing is, after all, Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. To protect its reputation, Zero Wing must fight us. How could it continue in the kingdom if it hides like a coward? Notify the war riders. Tell them to gather in the Witch's Hill. We have so many monster players and experts on our side, including the war riders who are equipped for large-scale field combat. We'll force Zero Wing into ruin. Hopefully, Zero Wing doesn't surrender too quickly. I don't want our plan to whittle down Zero Wing's main force to go to waste. In that case, we should deliberately act weak and let Zero Wing assume that victory is within its grasp. That way, we'll be able to sap away the guild's strength. Right, let's do that. Notify our teams to hold back a little. However, they are to kill as many players wielding magic-breaking crossbows and basic combat devices as possible. The various representatives in the Starlight Alliance's meeting voiced their opinions. Soon, they all reached a consensus and decided to toy with Zero Wing on the battlefield. For a time, the experts from the Starlight Alliance's dozen or so member guilds gathered in the Witch's Hill. At the same time, a large group of players from the War Riders Adventurer team appeared in Zero Wing City. Despite being Adventurer team members, these players moved with the discipline of guild players. Not only were all of them level 57 or higher, but they also had over 1,000 Tier 2 players with them. It wasn't long before the players in the teleportation hall noticed these Adventurer team members. Zero Wing? I've been hearing this name for so long. Hopefully, the guild isn't too disappointing, a level 60 tier 2 guardian knight muttered as he exited the teleportation array and glanced over Zero Wing City's teleportation hall, a hint of excitement shining in his eyes. When adventurer team experts in the hall noticed this cloaked shield warrior with a mana-imbued shield in the hall, they gasped, "Why is Roaring Flame here? Are the war riders participating in the guild war?" Many experts were shocked as they stared at this unruly, middle-aged man. The War Riders adventurer team was among the best adventurer teams in God's domain right now. Roaring Flame, the War Riders commander, even ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain's experts list. Countless adventurer team players in God's domain revered him as an idol. With the War Riders' sudden appearance in a backwater area like Star Moon Kingdom, why wouldn't these players be surprised? For a time, tension shot through Zero Wing City due to the War Riders' presence. Zero Wing's members were particularly concerned when they saw the War Riders' multiple 1,000-man teams marching through the city streets. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing City's residence, guild leader, members of the War Riders adventurer team have appeared in Zero Wing City. Aqua Rose reported to Shi Feng, "I suspect that the Starlight Alliance has invited them here. Why don't we eliminate them?" She was quite familiar with the War Riders adventurer Tarn. Unlike orthodox adventurer teams, the War Riders operated like a band of mercenaries. Not only were the adventurer team's members individually powerful, but they were also particularly adept in large-scale combat as a team. The War Riders had proved their capacity for top-notch battle strategies and formations that allowed the team members to exhibit greater strength than it should reasonably be able to. Many superpowers had suffered significant losses at the War Riders' hands. In Aqua Rose's opinion, the fact that the War Riders had arrived in Zero Wing City spelled nothing good for the guild. If the adventurer team wanted to develop in the Witch's Hill, it should seek permission from Zero Wing first. The fact that the adventurer team hadn't meant that it was under the Starlight Alliance's employ. Meanwhile, now that the War Riders were inside Zero Wing City, the guild had the home ground advantage. This was the perfect opportunity to remove the adventurer team from the equation. With Zero Wing's defenses, not even the infamous War Riders had any hope of leaving the city alive. Forget it. Even though they have allied with the Starlight Alliance, they haven't openly opposed us. If we kill them in Zero Wing City, it will only cause a panic among the independent players and various adventurer teams in the city, which would be detrimental to Zero Wing's development, Shi Feng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Roaring Flame should have considered this, in Shi Feng's opinion, so the man teleported to Zero Wing City alongside his teammates. Shi Feng had to admit that the Roaring Flame was a calculating individual. It was no wonder why the War Riders had become one of God's Domain's true top adventurer teams in the past, an existence that even the various superpowers had feared. "I guess you're right, but I don't like the idea of letting them take advantage of us," Aqua Rose grumbled, frustrated. Despite the War Riders' bold use of their teleportation services, they couldn't do anything about it. "Take advantage of us?" Shi Feng laughed. "Our services are not that easy to take advantage of. Renew the teleportation settings. For today only, adjust Zero Wing City's teleportation fees to their maximum. The War Riders can use our services as much as they want to." "I'll see to it immediately," Aqua Rose joyfully replied. If they adjusted the teleportation fee to the maximum, even Tier 2 experts would wince at the expense. 2016. Giant Conversion, Chapter 2016. Giant Conversion Zero Wing, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation ability and the Witch's Hill's popularity, an extraordinarily large number of players gathered at the towers to use the teleportation service each day. Even though the Starlight Alliance had placed a teleportation seal on Zero Wing City, such teleportation seals could only be maintained for a certain time. Constant seals didn't exist. Hence, for the sake of safe and convenient travel, players still visited the 4 Towers of Elements. However, the players currently visiting the towers were in an uproar. What's going on? Why is the teleportation fee suddenly so expensive? I'm only traveling within the Witch's Hill map, yet I have to pay more than 1 gold? This is daylight robbery. Even as a Tier 2 player, I only earn 1 or 2 gold coins in profit per day in the Witch's Hill. Has Zero Wing gone insane? The players visiting the 4 Towers of Elements heatedly debated over the sudden increase in teleportation fees. Meanwhile, the multiple 1,000-man teams that had lined up in one of the towers was just as stunned by the discovery. "Commander, Zero Wing is too sinister. It raised the teleportation fee. We have 20,000 people that need to travel, which will cost more than 23,000 gold in total. Zero Wing has done this on purpose." A female, Tier 2 Cursemancer in a set of gray robes fumed as she complained to Roaring Flame. Although their adventurer team had a lot of members, they didn't have nearly as many funds as a first-rate guild. Currently, they had only saved up around 70,000 gold in their shared warehouse. If they spent over 23,000 gold on teleportation fees, they would lose over 1/3 of their adventurer team's liquid funds, significantly impacting their ability to purchase resources and nurture new members. "It seems Zero Wing has noticed us, but this type of greeting is certainly unorthodox," Roaring Flame said, laughing. "Since Zero Wing doesn't want to allow us to teleport out of the city, we'll walk." Zero Wing is cowardly. It is afraid of us working with the Starlight Alliance against its forces, so it has used this plan deliberately to buy time? The level 59 Tier 2 Cursemancer asked, clicking her tongue. I had thought Zero Wing was a mysterious and powerful guild, but it seems that there's nothing really special about it after all. Does Zero Wing really think delaying us will change anything? With no other choice, the War Riders left Zero Wing City through the city's entrance. Meanwhile, a 100-man team stood on the top floor of the tower the War Riders had left. Although these team members had hidden under black cloaks, their auras were intense enough to drive Tier 2 players away. If Shi Feng were present, he would have noticed that this 100-man team consisted of Blackwater's Heavenly Eagle Legion, established by Xuanwu Qixia. Quite a few of these players were Refinement Realm experts, and Snowscar, the leader of the team, had recently risen through the ranks on the God's Domain's experts list, earning the title of Spear Demon. So, it's true, as the report stated, the War Riders have joined the Starlight Alliance. Zero Wing is in for a tough fight. It's going to lose its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild before we even have a chance to take action. That's right, Sin Realm has deep connections with Beast Emperor, so the guild has gotten its hands on the power to transform players into monsters. Based on what we've learned, the Star Alliance has prepared over 3,000 monster players to ensure Zero Wing's destruction. It's also dispatched another 20,000 experts, and the War Riders are providing reinforcements. As long as Zero Wing leaves this city, the Starlight Alliance will devour it. I've heard that Roaring Flame, the War Riders' commander, is exceptionally strong. Seeing him now, he truly seems powerful. It's no wonder why he dared to reject the Vice Guild leader's recruitment offer. Seeing his strength makes me want to challenge him to a duel. I'd rather duel Black Flame. I want to see if he is as powerful as the rumors make him out to be. Alright, enough. Don't forget our task. As the discussion reached a tipping point, Snowscar interjected. Everyone on the team immediately shut their mouths. Unlike when the Heavenly Eagle Legion had initially been established, this team was convinced of Snowscar's strength and followed his leadership obediently. Head to your respective positions and wait. Be prepared to act as soon as Zero Wing sends its army out of Zero Wing City. Snowscar snapped through the team chat. Whether Zero Wing wins or loses, we are going to sever its income source. Understood. The team members then split up and headed toward each of the elemental towers. Once they received the command, they'd destroy Zero Wing City's 4 towers of elements, the city's greatest income source, Zero Wing. Although our plan is despicable, you only have yourself to blame for standing in Blackwater's way. Snowscar glanced at the distant Zero Wing residence one final time before heading to his appointed location. While the various major powers were paying close attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill, 1,000 Tier 2 shield warriors and berserkers had gathered in the second-floor hall of Zero Wing's residence. Even now, they didn't know why Shi Feng had called them there, and they couldn't help but discuss the situation amongst themselves. They had only fallen quiet after Shi Feng and Aqua Rose had entered the hall. Since everyone here is a core member of our guild, I'll just come out with it. We want you to fulfill a specific task, but it requires that you convert to the giant race, gaining far greater strength. If you do not wish to convert, you may leave. I'll find a replacement later. If there are no problems, line up before me to complete the conversion, Shi Feng stated after sweeping a glance over the players in the hall. Convert to the giant race? Aqua Rose was stunned when she heard Shi Feng's intentions. She knew a little about race conversion, so she understood the benefits of converting to a neutral race, especially the giants. The giant race had been fathered by the Titans and wielded incredibly strong combat power. The giants were far superior to humans. However, a race conversion wasn't accomplished so easily. The players in the hall remained silent for some time, but once they recovered from their daze, they expressed their shock. They were all core members, so they knew about the benefits of converting to a neutral race, not to mention the legendary giant race. The giants were a mysterious race and even more powerful than beastkin and half-elves. After a moment of processing Shi Feng's offer, they rushed to line up before their guild leader, hoping to be the first to become a giant. Seeing his players' excitement regarding the conversion, Shi Feng retrieved the giant's holy stone and began to change the players before him. After 10 minutes or so, all 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers had become 4-meter-tall giants, and with so many of them, the hall seemed a little crowded. So strong, Aqua Rose exclaimed as she examined the giant players. She could feel an intense pressure radiating from every one of the Tier 2 giants. With all 1,000 in one place, their combined aura was astounding. Good. Let's head to Wildhammer Town and pay the Starlight Alliance a visit. Shi Feng nodded approvingly at the 1,000 Tier 2 giants before him. He then activated Spatial Gate, opening a teleportation gate that led to Wildhammer Town's area. 2017. Giant Raid. Chapter 2017, Giant Raid Witch's Hill, Wildhammer Town, due to its proximity to the Million Forest, which made travel to the Otherworld Gate considerably easier, and the investments from multiple corporations, Wildhammer Town's player population had grown past 600,000. Player shops filled the town alongside the variety of virtual stores, which were run by real-world corporations. The town was no less prosperous than a minor NPC town. Since the Starlight Alliance was growing stronger, the number of merchant players and adventurer teams visiting the town continued to increase. Sooner or later, Wildhammer Town would become the main hub for players wanting to grind in the Million Forest. Although the town had to deal with the occasional monster siege, the Starlight Alliance had solid fortifications. Despite being a basic town, Wildhammer Town was surrounded by tall, solid walls, and over a dozen defense turrets and another dozen or so arrow towers had been built along the walls. The Starlight Alliance had also ensured that more than 20,000 players protected the town constantly. With all these defenses, not even the Witches' Hills monsters could cause any damage. Moreover, the guilds that made up the Starlight Alliance had constructed more than a dozen temporary guild residences. Even in the event that the town's defenses failed to repel an enemy invasion, the guilds could easily call in more than 100,000 players as reinforcements at a moment's notice. One could say that Wildhammer Town was the safest town in Starmoon Kingdom. As the sun set, the afterglow gradually covered the earth as darkness began to awake from its slumber. Currently, a robust man carrying a silver longbow climbed atop one of Wildhammer Town's defense turrets and quietly observed the distant forest. The six-man party that guarded the turret stopped slacking the moment they noticed this man, growing nervous. Although this Tier 2 Ranger was only level 57, an insignificant level in a guild like Knight's Judgment since so many Tier 2 players had already reached level 58 and beyond, the six-man party only had admiration and respect for the man before him. This man was one of the only 6 players in Knight's Judgment that had obtained an advanced legacy. He was also the only expert in the guild to complete the Hell Mode promotion quest. He had been dubbed Soul Chaser in Starmoon Kingdom. 8 feathers. Anyone who had challenged the Tier 2 promotion quest understood how difficult the quest was. A lot of players had to spend a long time preparing for the normal mode promotion quest. Some expert players had even failed their promotion quests after reaching their current levels, still stuck at Tier 1. The Hell Mode promotion quest was practically a legend among players right now, yet 8 feathers had completed it. Some time ago, the Ranger had sparred with Sin Realm's famous 7 great experts. Although he hadn't defeated any of them, he hadn't lost either. Sin Realm's 7 great experts ranked at the very peak of Purplethorn's Kingdom's players, but unlike these experts, 8 Feathers was still in his early 20s. He still had plenty of time for growth. The forest seems pretty quiet today. I doubt we'll see any monster sieges, 8 Feathers said, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the forest. The 6 players on duty nodded in approval. They were also disappointed with the lack of activity. Although fending off monster sieges was troublesome, it was an opportunity to obtain treasures and train. The players on duty yesterday were so lucky. They got to participate in a monster siege. Why don't we get to have any fun? I've heard that Commander 8 made a killing yesterday. He even managed to obtain a piece of level 55 secret silver equipment and over 20 primordial crystal fragments. I heard the same. The players on duty also earned 2 or 3 fragments each. They're so lucky. With a few more fragments, they can synthesize them into a full crystal and upgrade their guild mounts to bronze rank. The bronze guild mount's speed and appearances are to die for. I wonder when I'll get to synthesize my own crystal. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Zero Wing has decided to fight the Starlight Alliance. Once it's defeated, the Witches' Hills resources will be ours for the taking. Obtaining a primordial crystal will be a piece of cake. I guess you're right, but isn't Zero Wing full of itself? Just because it is Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, it is taking us lightly. Doesn't the guild realize that we've entered a new era? Tier 2 players have already become commonplace. With how few Tier 2 experts Zero Wing has, how could it suppress the dozen or so guilds in the Starlight Alliance? When the plays atop the defense turret spoke about Zero Wing, they could not help but laugh at and ridicule the guild's ignorance. Even now, it tried to cling to its past achievements. However, as these players began to discuss where they should go to grind for primordial crystal fragments, a spatial tier suddenly opened near the town's main entrance, adding a bizarre effect to the reddening sky. The spatial tier continued to grow until it formed a black hole. Once the black hole had stabilized, a figure emerged and stepped onto Wildhammer Town's main street. A monster siege? Watching from the defense turrets, the players on duty didn't have a clear view of the figure. They could only see the invader's enormous framer. This invader was far larger than the players wandering the streets, so the watching players assumed it must be a monster. No, that marker, that guy's a player. 8 Feathers, who had incredible sight, exclaimed as he shook his head, his expression grim. The invader was 4 meters tall and radiated an aura resembling that of a wild beast. No matter how he considered the situation, this invader would be difficult to deal with. Moreover, the invading player was level 60, which only peak experts had reached at this stage of the game. This only solidified the idea that this player wasn't to be trifled with. Shortly after the first giant appeared, more began to emerge from the black hole. In a brief moment, several dozen giant players graced Wildhammer Town's streets. Most importantly, these giant players wore the 6-winged emblem of Zero Wing. Zero Wing's members dare to trespass in our Wildhammer Town? Are they that tired of living? Commander, let's blast them to smithereens. No matter how powerful players were, they were still players. Against the defense turrets, they were little more than cannon fodder. The fact that Zero Wing's members had grown larger only made them easier targets. The defense turret's AoE is too large. There are other players on the street. With so few of them, the NPC soldiers and patrol squads can deal with them easily enough, 8 Feathers said. The defense turret's attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. If they accidentally bombarded bystanders, it would be very bad for the town's reputation. Rather than using the defense turrets, it was wiser to let the several thousand NPC soldiers and 20,000 player guards deal with these intruders. Furthermore, Zero Wing had only arrived with several dozen members. They didn't need to employ the defense turrets for such a small force. However, when one of Knight's Judgment's patrol squads reached Zero Wing's giant players, one of Zero Wing's massive members executed a Tier 1 whirlwind slash with his battle axe. The impact threw 10 or so players from the 100-man team over a dozen yards away. The squad's Tier 2 players remained standing, but for Tier 1 players, only those that wore plate armor had survived the attack. The rest had died instantly, their bodies transforming into streaks of light before disappearing. 2018. Battle at Wildhammer. Chapter 2018, Battle at Wildhammer. Due to the frightening power the axe-wielding giant player had just displayed, the bystanders on the street had fallen silent. When they looked at the shattered ground beneath the giant player's feet, they could not help but grow nervous. So strong. Zero Wing isn't seriously attacking Wildhammer Town, is it? Has Zero Wing gone insane? It actually dares to attack Wildhammer Town directly? If they had been confused about why such a small group from Zero Wing had appeared in Wildhammer Town, they weren't now. Zero Wing intended to strike out against the Starlight Alliance, and it would use Wildhammer Town to do it, the Alliance's most important base. Just as the surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, Zero Wing's Tier 2 giant players annihilated the first 100-man patrol squad that had greeted them. Even Knight's Judgment's Tier 2 players fell helplessly before the giant berserkers. After witnessing the giant players' combat power, the bystanders fled the scene, only daring to watch the battle from a long, safe distance. Commander, the bystanders have left the battlefield. Should we open fire? One of the players on duty at the defense turret turned to 8 Feathers, asking for confirmation. Zero Wing's giant players had displayed far greater combat power than they had expected. The patrol squad had consisted of 100 elite and expert players from Knight's Judgment, yet these several dozen intruders had wiped out the squad in less than 10 seconds. The giant players' mighty strength had carved out numerous craters on the town's main street. If these players were allowed to wreak havoc, Wildhammer Town would suffer significant damage. Sure enough, Zero Wing has come prepared. Open fire. Annihilate them before they leave that street. We cannot let them cause damage to the rest of the town. 8 Feathers commanded through the team chat. Even he felt slightly threatened as he watched Zero Wing's giant players. If they were allowed to destroy the town and kill these players, the consequences would be unimaginable. Understood. Upon hearing 8 Feathers' command, the players manning the town's defense turrets went into action. Very quickly, over a dozen defense turrets turned and fired upon the giant players simultaneously. A series of explosions rang out from the defense turrets. With the turret's range and AoE attacks, Zero Wing's members had no hope of escaping the blast radius in time. However, a dozen or so Tier 2 shield warriors among the giant players suddenly stepped forward and raised their shields, receiving the cannon shells. Boom, 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 boom. The cannon shells exploded as they collided with the shields, and the resulting shockwaves were so intense that even the players some distance away could feel them. However, once the dust settled, the revealed scene stupefied the watching players. Not only had the giant shield warriors survived the attacks, but they also remained in their original positions. Not one of them had taken a single step back. Moreover, the shield warriors hadn't even lost 10% of their HPs. How high is their defense? Those were Tier 3 attacks. The players manning the defense turrets stared at the barely injured intruders in astonishment. The defense turret's cannon shells could even deal over 300,000 damage to Tier 3 NPCs. The attacks would kill players instantly if they landed. A Tier 2 shield warrior with both a berserk skill and a life-saving skill might survive, but only barely. However, the giant players had taken almost no damage after receiving the defense turret's attacks. They would look as good as new if they simply dusted off their armor. Commander, what should we do? The players manning the defense turrets asked 8 Feathers desperately. Prepare to fire another round. Once the cooldown ends, fire. Even 8 Feathers watched Zero Wing's giant players with a grim expression. Finishing them off would take quite some time with how high these giants' defense and strength were. Meanwhile, these dozen or so giant players would wreak havoc in Wildhammer Town. The moment 8 Feathers finished issuing his command, he caught sight of more giant players emerging from the black hole. He was so shocked that his mind froze momentarily. But contrary to his expectations, these giant players didn't start a rampant slaughter. After exiting the black hole, the new arrivals guarded their position alongside the first group of giants. Quick, notify the guild leader. Request reinforcements to Wildhammer Town immediately. 8 Feathers barked as a foreboding feeling overwhelmed him. When one normally launched a surprise attack on an opponent's town, they'd do their best to avoid the town's defenses and cause as much destruction as possible. After all, the defense turrets and arrow towers' power was no laughing matter, and every guild town had plenty of NPC soldiers for security. Once the invaders were surrounded, they'd be doomed. However, Zero Wing's giant players showed no intention of doing so. They simply stood on the main street and wasted time as they fell into a defensive formation. No matter how one looked at the situation, their behavior seemed foolish. The more time Zero Wing wasted, the more of an advantage the town's defenders would have. But was Zero Wing truly that foolish? As Eight Feathers watched more giant players gather on the main street, his hands began to tremble. However, he didn't tremble with excitement, but because he had considered a possibility. His enemy didn't care about advantages or disadvantages. Zero Wing had full confidence in its ability to capture Wildhammer Town. The players manning the defense turret felt that Eight Feathers was making a mountain of a molehill. The intruders were merely a small group of giant players, not a 1 million strong army. Did they really need every guild in the Starlight Alliance to send reinforcements? However, despite their opinions, they followed the Rangers' orders and contacted their guild leader, letting him decide what should be done. After a short moment, 1,000 giant players had gathered in Wildhammer Town. The crowd's breathing grew heavy as they watched the invaders. A single giant player could easily negate a defense turret's attack, and 1,000 of these monstrous players now stood in the middle of their town. Tension shot through the town's independent players and those from Knight's Judgment. When everyone began to assume that nothing else would emerge from the black hole, a figure, which was considerably smaller than the giant players, appeared. When they saw this figure, both the independent players and Knight's Judgment's members grew even more nervous. Black Flame? Black Flame is leading the attack himself? Everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. He was a legendary existence that had the power to stand against a Tier 4 mythic monster by himself for a short time. Even now, everyone could easily recall his achievements. Guild Leader Black Flame, you actually decided to visit Wildhammer Town personally? This is truly surprising. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit? Eight Feathers asked, deliberately dragging his words to buy time. Relying on a bunch of defense turrets and NPC soldiers wouldn't be nearly enough against an expert with mythic-level combat power. They needed to use their guild's trump card, but activating it required time. Since the Starlight Alliance has declared war on Zero Wing, we are here to issue our response and wipe the Starlight Alliance from Star Moon Kingdom's map, Shi Feng responded, his tone casual. It was as if he knew that Eight Feathers was trying to buy time and didn't mind at all. Do you think that's really possible with just 1,000 players? Glancing at the time, Eight Feathers grinned and shouted, "Activate the magic array." Suddenly, a gigantic magic array manifested, enveloping the main street and several adjacent streets. The intruding expert's basic attributes plummeted as the powerful pressure from the array washed over them. This was Wildhammer Town's trunk card, a large-scale, intermediate magic array that could even survive against a mythic monster's attacks for a considerable amount of time. The enemy players caught within the array would lose at least 20% of their basic attributes. Why not? Shi Feng responded by activating Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. 2019, Destruction of Wildhammer. Chapter 2019, Destruction of Wildhammer. The instant Shi Feng activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, a silver ripple spread out from him. When the silver ripple passed through the non-Zero Wing members, their bodies immediately felt heavier as their basic attributes decreased. Even their reaction speeds had become slightly sluggish. Meanwhile, this silver ripple quickly engulfed the entire Wildhammer Town. What's going on? Why can't I contact the outside world? When the ripple stopped expanding and disappeared, a translucent barrier enveloped the entire Wildhammer Town. Some of the players inside the town quickly discovered that communications with the outside world had been completely cut off. They couldn't even access Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. The Starlight Alliance members present in the town started panicking. Not only were their basic attributes and physique heavily suppressed, but they were also rendered incommunicado. They naturally wouldn't be able to ask for reinforcements and could only deal with the 1,000 giant players who suddenly had their attributes enhanced all by themselves. They were already at an absolute disadvantage even when fighting against the giants in their normal state. Now that the gap in attributes had been further widened, alright, I won't mind if anyone else inside the town wishes to help the Starlight Alliance. Now, let's start a delightful fight, Shi Feng said as he swept a glance at the various independent players and adventurer teams who were showing hints of wanting to take action. Although Shi Feng did not speak that loudly, it would be hard for everyone not to hear him as the street was deathly silent right now. The various independent players and adventurer team members involuntarily avoided his gaze, their eyes wide with fear. Amazing. With just a few words, Black Flame scared the players that were planning to take advantage of the situation into inaction. Of course. After seeing all the cards Zero Wing has revealed thus far, in addition to hearing Black Flame's calm tone, who would dare make an enemy out of Zero Wing now? As expected of Zero Wing's guild leader. With his charisma and intelligence, the Starlight Alliance will definitely have their hands full dealing with Zero Wing. With this, the Starlight Alliance will most likely have a difficult time getting the players inside the town to help out. When the upper echelon of the various guilds that were not part of the Starlight Alliance saw this scene, they felt great admiration for Shi Feng. At the same time, their wariness of Zero Wing also further increased. At this moment, 8 Feathers, who had reached the battlefield, waved his hand. Immediately, several players hidden along the street took out Tier 3 large-scale destruction, magic scrolls, and aimed the scrolls at Shi Feng. In the next moment, gigantic magic arrays bloomed above the main street, one after another. Black Flame, pay for your arrogance. 8 Feathers shouted as he glared at Shi Feng and the other members of Zero Wing. Attack! 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells activated simultaneously, the AoE of the spells covering the entire main street. The power of the spells was much greater than the attacks of the defense turrets. Shields also wouldn't be effective against these spells. MTs could only endure them. Even if the giant shield warriors activated their life-saving skills and survived this combined attack, they would most likely have very little HP remaining. As for Shi Feng, even if the swordsman was more amazing, he would not be able to kill the 9 players activating the 9 magic scrolls within the scroll's short activation time. The 9 gigantic magic arrays in the sky immediately released a blinding glow and started rapidly sucking up the mana available in Wildhammer Town's main street. However, even after seeing that the 9 Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells were about to activate, Shi Feng still showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he merely waved his hand casually. Forbidden Domain. A gray ripple spread out from Shi Feng and shattered the magic arrays in the sky, allowing the rampaging mana to calm down. Following which, the 9 large-scale destruction spells vanished without accomplishing anything. What? Why does he have a large-scale silencing domain? 8 Feathers' eyes widened as he checked the 9 players responsible for activating the large-scale destruction magic scrolls. At this moment, the magic scrolls these players previously wielded had already disappeared. This situation was clearly the effect of the silence debuff. The silence debuff made attacks using skills and spells impossible. If they were to fight inside this silencing domain's AoE, they would be in an extremely disadvantageous position. Now, their only way to repulse Zero Wing's members was by utilizing the defense turrets and arrow towers. Although these defensive structures would have little to no effect against Zero Wing's giant players, these defensive structures could still buy them time to escape the silencing domain's AoE. Just as 8 Feathers was about to have the defense turrets and arrow towers bombard the main street, a clear and crisp voice suddenly entered his ears. Now that you're done attacking, it's my turn now. Hopefully, this spell will be to your satisfaction, Shi Feng said as he pointed a finger to the sky. Flame Domain. Immediately after, 8 Feathers saw a massive crimson magic array appear overhead, covering nearly half of the entire main street. Not good. At this moment, the magic array encompassed every Starlight Alliance member on the main street. Before 8 Feathers could order a retreat, however, a column of flames descended from the magic array, the flames visible to all the players in Wildhammer Town. The ground within the AoE of Flame Domain instantly turned into lava. Meanwhile, even the level 80 Tier 2 NPCs didn't survive, dying and turning into ashes after getting caught within the fiery hell for a few seconds. After the column of flames disappeared, the scene that appeared had all the onlookers gasping involuntarily. Several thousand players and a few hundred NPC soldiers had disappeared just like that. Now, nearly half of the main street was void of life, with plenty of player items strewn across the street. Most importantly, the players killed by the column of flames were the main fighting force of the Starlight Alliance. This loss was much more severe than if the Starlight Alliance had lost several tens of thousands of Tier 1 elite members. After all, while Tier 1 and Tier 2 experts were somewhat capable of hindering Zero Wing's giant players, Tier 1 elite players were practically cannon fodder in front of the Tier 2 giant players. As for Shi Feng, after seeing that he had torn a hole in the enemy encirclement, he commanded, "Everyone, advance. Our target is Knight's Judgment's residence." A part of the reason why capturing a town or city was considered difficult was the external defenses. Enemies would have a difficult time breaking into the town or city. However, unlike cities, towns did not have defensive magic arrays to prevent enemies from teleporting directly into the town via a skill or tool. In a situation where the defense turrets and arrow towers were ineffective, the only trouble they would face was the Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers garrisoning the town. Previously, the Starlight Alliance's Tier 2 players and NPC soldiers had a considerable numerical advantage. However, after the blast from Flame Domain, that advantage had diminished. Moreover, Miniature World was also suppressing the surviving players and NPCs. Hence, Shi Feng was no longer worried about facing any problems and commanded his team to head straight for their target. After Shi Feng gave the command, the 1,000 giant players promptly charged toward Knight's Judgment's guild residence. The Tier 2 giant berserkers in front easily tore through the Starlight Alliance's defensive lines. The Starlight Alliance's members could not even slow Zero Wing's advance. Only the Tier 2 experts that had activated their berserk skills could contend against the giants. However, Zero Wing's giant players also possessed berserk skills. Like rampaging wild beasts, the several Tier 2 giant berserkers who had activated Power of Darkness were capable of killing over a dozen players with a single attack. Even the level 80, Tier 2 NPCs received a one-sided beating when going up against them. Presented with this scene, the spectating independent players did not dare to leave their current positions, deeply afraid of attracting the attention of these violent giant players. As for the adventurer teams and members of small guilds that were previously planning to take advantage of the situation to attack Zero Wing, they had given up entirely on their thoughts. They also celebrated the fact that they had not hastily taken action. Before the players inside Wildhammer Town could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's giant players had already charged into Knight's Judgment's heavily fortified residence, destroyed the guild flag located on the first underground floor, and obtained Wildhammer Town's town order. With this, the Starlight Alliance had lost all control over Wildhammer Town. 2020. Great Changes, Chapter 2020, Great Changes, Star Moon Kingdom, Witch's Hill. Due to indications that Zero Wing would take action, many of the Starlight Alliance's members had gathered a short distance away from Zero Wing City and were grinding there, thoroughly sealing off the paths leading from the city, while quietly awaiting Zero Wing's next move. However, standing atop a hill a short distance away from Zero Wing City, Shadowlight Axe, the guild leader of Knight's Judgment, was currently confused and agitated. Just a short while ago, he had suddenly received news that Knight's Judgment had lost control over Wildhammer Town. Moreover, this was directly announced into the ears of every guild member of Knight's Judgment. Guild system, Zero Wing has captured Wildhammer Town's town order. Wildhammer Town will no longer be under Knight's Judgment's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Although Shi Feng's miniature world sealed off the communications of players caught within the skill's AoE, it could not prevent the release of the notification of the guild town's capture. As long as one was a member of Knight's Judgment, they would immediately receive news of Wildhammer Town's capture. This could be considered a morale punishment toward a guild that failed to defend its town. Wildhammer Town got captured? How is this possible? What did Zero Wing do? The sudden notification threw Knight's Judgment's members for a loop. Wildhammer Town was a town their guild had fortified heavily. Just the players garrisoning the town numbered over 20,000. There were also more than 24 static defenses built in the town, as well as thousands of NPC soldiers. Most importantly, Knight's Judgment had invested a lot of money into building a sturdy wall, which encompassed the entire town and prevented players from vaulting over it. The only way to get into the town was by destroying the wall. However, doing so would be extremely difficult. Even 100 Tier 2 players targeting a single section of the wall would need to launch numerous attacks to reduce the wall's durability by just 1 point. Even if Zero Wing's members had war weapons like cannons, they should still take quite some time to breach the wall. Hence, Knight's Judgment's members found it truly hard to imagine that such a wee 11 fortified town could actually be captured, and within only a short time. At this moment, confusion plagued the entire Knight's Judgment. Even Shadowlight Axe, who had experienced countless trials and tribulations, wore an ashen complexion, a cold glint flashing across his eyes. Guild leader, let's rush back to Wildhammer Town now. We can't let Zero Wing get away with this so easily. A level 59, Tier 2 male cleric urged anxiously. Even if a guild town's town order were snatched, the town would not immediately switch owners. The ruling guild would simply lose control of the town. If the ruling guild could snatch the town order back within an hour, the town would promptly return to the ruling guild's control. No, we're out of time for that, Shadowlight Axe said as he shook his head in frustration. What we need to do now is head immediately to Warring Empire's Golden Flow Town. Also, look into how Zero Wing managed to capture Wildhammer Town. Afterward, we'll discuss with the rest of the Alliance how we should proceed. Nowadays, Wildhammer Town was Knight's Judgment's main support. It was precisely because of Wildhammer Town's existence that Knight's Judgment received a large amount of funding, gaining an advantage over the other major powers. Without Wildhammer Town, Knight's Judgment's position would plummet into oblivion. If it were possible to take back Wildhammer Town's town order, he too wished to do so. However, Knight's Judgment's main army was currently far from Wildhammer Town. With their ability to teleport to the town robbed, they would need over an hour to reach Wildhammer Town even if they took the shortest route and traveled non-stop by mount. Not to mention, there were also plenty of high-level monsters on the way there. Understood. I'll contact the other guilds of the Alliance. The male cleric had no choice but to nod in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Although he felt unreconciled to simply letting Zero Wing gain Wildhammer Town, he was helpless. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing capturing Wildhammer Town spread like wildfire across the entire Star Moon Kingdom. After all, the matter of a guild town falling was staggering news that could not be kept a secret. Not to mention, the various large guilds and adventurer teams of Star Moon Kingdom were all paying close attention to the situation at the Witch's Hill. Are you kidding me? That Wildhammer Town actually fell to Zero Wing? What did Zero Wing do? Could this information be fake? When the players of Star Moon Kingdom found out about this matter, their first reaction was denial. After all, how could such a well-fortified town fall so easily? Moreover, Zero Wing had captured the town so quickly that almost no news about it had leaked beforehand. The only thing everyone knew before this was that Zero Wing had suddenly gathered 1,000 Tier 2 experts. However, what could 1,000 Tier 2 experts possibly do against a guild town? It would be sheer suicide to attack a guild town with such a small force. Just the NPC soldiers inside the town would be more than enough to kill these experts. Meanwhile, the news of Zero Wing suddenly capturing Wildhammer Town sent the ferment in Starmoon Kingdom into an immediate and rapid cooldown. The various major powers automatically took a step back and started observing the situation more carefully. After all, if Zero Wing was capable of capturing even a WH-fortified town like Wildhammer Town, then it was definitely more than capable of capturing the guild towns of smaller guilds like theirs. I really underestimated Zero Wing. To think it would capture Wildhammer Town so quickly, no wonder Zero Wing dares to resist Blackwater. Snowscar, who currently stood inside one of the 4 Towers of Elements, was surprised to receive news about this sudden development. "Commander, are we going to give up on destroying the 4 Towers of Elements then?" a level 60, Tier 2 assassin asked in a quiet tone. "Let's wait a little while longer and see what actions the Starlight Alliance takes." The Alliance has suffered a considerable setback with the loss of Wildhammer Town. It definitely won't be able to sit still and do nothing. It will take some sort of action, and when it does, we'll have our opportunity, Snowscar replied, chuckling. The main reason why the Starlight Alliance was able to develop so rapidly in the Witch's Hill was the 2 guild towns it controlled. Now that the number of guild towns it controlled had been halved, if the Alliance still refused to take action, there would be only one outcome. The resources available in a single town wouldn't be enough for so many corporations to share. It also wouldn't be enough for the various member guilds of the Alliance. At that time, some corporations and guilds would choose to withdraw from the Alliance. Eventually, the Starlight Alliance would naturally disappear from Starmoon Kingdom. Snowscar had to admit that Zero Wing was truly vicious to deal such a fatal blow to the Starlight Alliance. Of course, achieving what Zero Wing achieved was also extremely difficult to begin with. Witch's Hill, Golden Flow Town, due to Wildhammer Town's capture, the entire Starlight Alliance was currently in chaos. After receiving a call from Shadowlight Axe, the representatives of every member guild had gathered in Warring Empire's residence to hold an emergency meeting. Zero Wing is truly ruthless. With this single move, it silenced the entire kingdom. As things stand, we'll have a much more difficult time locking down the Million Forest, Windcloud, Sinrealm's representative and a Tier 2 assassin said. Turning to Shadowlight Axe, he smiled and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this or any information to report? Don't tell me you still haven't found out a single thing about what happened in Wildhammer Town even now." Aside from being one of Sinrealm's 7 great experts, Windcloud was also the most famous assassin in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Many experts and guild leaders of first-rate guilds had fallen at his hands before he joined Sinrealm. Only after suffering defeat at Lone Beacon's hands did he join Sinrealm. My side has already received a report on what happened in Wildhammer Town. According to the report, Zero Wing raided Wildhammer Town suddenly by means of teleportation. Although only 1,000 people were teleported into the town, these 1,000 people were no ordinary players. They were all 4 meters tall and possessed extraordinary strength and defense. They could contend against level 80, Tier 2 NPCs head-on and survive the attacks of defense turrets without receiving much damage, Shadowlight Axe said. He also did not forget to show the battle videos recorded. So, the equivalent of 1,000 monster players? Roaring Flame, War Rider's commander, said, frowning, "What frightening combat power. If the fight occurs in a narrow place like the street of a town, they will indeed be very difficult to deal with." Roaring Flame frequently fought large-scale battles, so he understood very clearly how powerful these 1,000 giant players would be in an urban battle. Battles inside of towns were different from battles out in the fields. Executing large-scale battle formations was extremely difficult inside a town. Rather, units of several hundred or several thousand players would be more suitable in such a situation. We have too little information. We have never before heard about any of the cards Zero Wing has just shown. If we had, Zero Wing never would have succeeded. Shadowlight Axe exclaimed. That's right. However, what we need to do now is take back Wildhammer Town. Although Zero Wing has these giant players, we have monster players on our side. Moreover, we outnumber Zero Wing considerably. The only problem is that domain skill Black Flame used. Its suppression effect is simply too powerful. If we have some way to resist it, the problem would be solved much more easily, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, said as he nodded in agreement with Shadowlight Axe's words. Dealing with the giant players was not a problem. After all, their side had monster players. According to the information they received, the combat power of their monster players should be equal to that of Zero Wing's giant players. No need to worry about this. I have a tool here that has a powerful suppression force, although the cost of activating it is very high. This tool can also summon powerful monsters. Although it can't summon a lot of monsters, their quality is top-notch. They are much more powerful than even the evil beasts found in Ancient Rock City. In the past, when Zero Wing launched a large-scale attack against Ancient Rock City, it could only retreat in defeat when faced with those evil beasts. With these summoned monsters, we should not have any problem retaking Wildhammer Town, Windcloud said, smiling. Shadowlight Axe breathed out a sigh of relief. Wildhammer Town's defenses were far from being a match for Ancient Rock Cities. It also didn't have a defensive magic array protecting it. Although Windcloud wouldn't be able to summon many monsters, if they included the support of a large number of monster players, retaking Wildhammer Town should be feasible. After all, Zero Wing lacked numbers. However, just as the gathered representatives were about to discuss further how they should retake Wildhammer Town, a person suddenly barged into the room with a panicked expression. When this person entered, everyone inside the room could hear quite the commotion coming from outside. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Don't they know that we're holding an important meeting? Skyview demanded of the guild member that barged in. Guild leader, not good. Outside, a large number of giant players have suddenly appeared outside, the level 57 berserker reported while panting. 2021, sudden appearance. In Golden Flow Town, Chapter 2021, sudden appearance in Golden Flow Town. After the jittery berserker reported what was happening outside the residence, the entire meeting room fell silent. How is this possible? Why would Zero Wing's members be here? Didn't they just capture Wildhammer Town? Are you sure you saw correctly? This sudden development stupefied everyone inside the meeting room. Their minds simply could not process this turn of events. Even though the reporting berserker had already explained things clearly, they still found an attack on Golden Flow Town inconceivable. Zero Wing had just fought a battle in Wildhammer Town. No matter how powerful Zero Wing's giant players were, they would definitely have suffered some losses. Meanwhile, only a little over 2 hours had passed since Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town. Logically, Zero Wing should be prioritizing taking over of Wildhammer Town instead of launching another attack. Zero Wing's unconventional way of doing things messed up their original plans. We haven't even gone to reclaim Wildhammer Town, yet Zero Wing is already knocking on our doors? Windcloud revealed a playful smile at this situation. Zero Wing is too arrogant. As soon as it captured Wildhammer Town, it is trying to take Golden Flow Town. Is Zero Wing planning on annihilating the Starlight Alliance in one fell swoop? Shadowlight Axe, on the other hand, revealed a dark expression. In his opinion, the main reason why Zero Wing was able to capture Wildhammer Town before was the Starlight Alliance's ignorance of the existence of the giant players and of Zero Wing's ability to teleport 1,000 players directly into a town. Had the Alliance known about these things and prepared beforehand, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to take down Wildhammer Town at all. Zero Wing most likely doesn't know that we have already gathered our combat power in Golden Flow Town and is launching a preemptive strike, Skyview said, frowning as a hint of rage flashed across his eyes. Hurriedly, he turned to the reporting berserker and ordered, "Relay my commands. Have every expert in the guild gather in Golden Flow Town. I want Zero Wing's visit here to be a one-way trip. However, it is best if we proceed with caution. We should not take Black Flame lightly. He might have some traps set up for us," Windcloud cautioned. Wildhammer Town and Golden Flow Town served as the Starlight Alliance's foundation. Even the loss of one could push the Alliance to the brink of annihilation. If both towns were lost, the Starlight Alliance would be done for. Hence, they needed to be extra careful in this upcoming battle. This is certain. I will have everyone in Star Moon Kingdom understand that Zero Wing is already old news. The future star. Moon Kingdom will belong to the Starlight Alliance, Skyview said, sneering. Gather every monster player inside the town. Prepare all the war weapons and magic scrolls we have. Let's go and meet Zero Wing. Let's hope that's the case, Windcloud muttered in exasperation. He felt that Skyview wasn't listening to him at all. However, he also had to admit that the current Golden Flow Town was quite unlike the lightly defended Wildhammer Town of before, what with the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, experts, and elites all gathered here. Afterward, the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon went into action, ordering their guild experts to gather at Golden Flow Town. At the same time, they also had their subordinates, who were already in town, form an encirclement around Zero Wing's giant players to prevent Zero Wing from wreaking havoc on the town. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's 1,000 giant players were already engaged in battle all over Golden Flow Town. Due to the effects of Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance, the Starlight Alliance's members and NPC soldiers were at a total disadvantage. Giants sent players flying all around, craters pocked the various streets. Rather than a battle between players, this scene looked more like a monster siege instead. The independent players inside the town could not help but be stunned upon seeing this scene. The strength and defense that Zero Wing's giant players possessed were absurd. The town's level 80 NPC soldiers were simply a joke before these giants. However, under the commands of the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon, a defensive encirclement quickly formed around Zero Wing's members. Multiple teams led by Tier 2 experts started using magic arrays to suppress the giant players and then engage these giant players in battle. Among the various teams, the ones led by guild upper echelons possessed the greatest strength. Not only were these teams composed entirely of Tier 2 players, but every team member was also an expert that was capable of reaching the late stage of the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least. Due to the assistance of magic barriers, these experts could cooperate with each other to take advantage of the giant players' slow movement speed and reaction speed. Each expert team could go up against several giant players at a time. The teams led by the Starlight Alliance's 4 strongest powers performed even more fiercely. Wielding a flaming magic staff, Skyview, Warring Empire's guild leader, released one fire-type spell after another, the power of each spell rivaling that of Tier 3 spells. Moreover, his attacks were extremely fast, a perfect counter to the slow giant players. All by himself, Skyview managed to deplete a Tier 2 giant player's HP in just a dozen seconds or so. After battling for around 3 minutes, Skyview's 100-man team killed a giant team made up of a dozen or so giant players. Skyview then led his team to patch up the holes that had formed in the defensive encirclement, preventing other giant teams from advancing. However, although the Starlight Alliance's upper echelon teams performed well against the giant players, their efforts were negligible, as they could cover only so much ground at a time. The corpses of the Starlight Alliance's members filled many other locations in the town. Zero Wing. Skyview's complexion turned very ugly as he looked at the corpses of his guildmates strewn across the street he stood on. In the name of the Warring Empire, I definitely will not let any of you leave this place alive. This situation was simply horrible. Every Warring Empire member currently fighting in the town was an elite player at the very minimum. Among them, many were even expert players. These players were the mainstays of the guild. With so many of these elite and expert players dying, Warring Empire would need a very long time to recover afterward. At this moment, the other guild upper echelons were also experiencing the might of the giant players and Shi Feng's miniature world. This situation was indeed outside of their expectations. "Brother Wind, are you still not ready?" Skyview asked through a call with Windcloud. "It's done." Windcloud, who was currently holding a ceremony in Warring Empire's residence, replied, smiling. As soon as Windcloud said so, the sky above Goldenflow Town suddenly darkened. At the same time, the 5,000 level 50 plus players taking part in the ceremony in the residence disintegrated instantly, their bodies transforming into pitch-black smoke that gathered in the sky. Afterward, the smoke started descending in streams, one after another. Upon reaching the ground, each stream of smoke took on a humanoid shape. Even the weakest among these humanoid gas life forms was a level 70 Great Lord, with several among them being level 70 plus Grand Lords. These gas life forms easily numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, the eyes of every one of these smoke monsters shone with intelligence. In addition to the appearance of these smoke monsters, the suppression effect of Miniature World also vanished without a trace. This move was none other than Sin Realm's strongest trump card, Death's Praise. It was a super rare epic item that could be used only once every 10 days. This move from Sin Realm is amazing. The smoke monsters astonished Roaring Flame, who was commanding the members of the War Riders. Even an army of 3,000 Tier 2 players would most likely fall if attacked by so many of these smoke monsters. "Good, everyone, tighten the encirclement and kill every giant player in sight," Skyview commanded. Without the suppression of Miniature World, even the Great Lord ranked smoke monsters would be able to go toe-to-toe against the giant players. As for the Grand Lords, they possessed combat power superior to the giant players, and there were more than 50 of these Grand Lords. After just a short moment, Zero Wing's giant players started getting pushed back. Now, these giant players no longer dared to operate in parties or small teams, as they would be killed off easily if they did so. Zero Wing sure is gullible. Does it really think it can take down Goldenflow Town as easily as it did Wildhammer Town, using just 1,000 players? Since Zero Wing dares to look down on our Starlight Alliance, we should teach Zero Wing's members the consequences of overreaching. I'm really looking forward to the expression of regret Black Flame is going to make. After this battle, I'll definitely compile a close-up video of this battle and post it onto the official forums for him. While the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were merrily chatting among themselves, the Starlight Alliance's army cornered Zero Wing's forces at the town's central plaza. At this moment, only a little over 700 giant players stood in the central plaza. Standing among these giant players was a cloaked man carrying 2 exquisite long swords at his waist. The cloaked man was currently observing the situation with a calm gaze. Meanwhile, this cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, a person everyone in Starmoon Kingdom was familiar with. Guild leader Black Flame. "I'm sure you never thought that such a day would come for you, right?" Skyview said excitedly as he looked at Shi Feng. "Unfortunately, it is too late for regrets. Everyone, charge. Let Guild leader Black Flame know how laughable his arrogance is." 2022, True Slaughter, Chapter 2022, True Slaughter. As soon as Skyview gave the command, the monster players and Tier 2 experts under his lead charged toward the central plaza. "Black Flame, surrender your life." Once Skyview was within 50 yards of Shi Feng, he activated his Berserk skill, and the surrounding mana surged toward him. His aura intensified until it was no weaker than the monster players around him. He then pointed his staff at Shi Feng. Small crimson magic arrays began to surround Shi Feng. Spears of raging fire then flew from the arrays, one after another. Tier 2 curse, violent flame spears. This curse was normally as powerful as a Tier 3 attack, and with the effects of Skyview's special Berserk skill, it had grown even more powerful. Now, each flame spear had the power to rival an attack from a Grand Lord of the same level. Even a Tier 2 MT with active berserk and life-saving skills would die instantly if they faced 28 flame spears from multiple directions. However, Shi Feng effortlessly deflected the spears with his swords. Moreover, he had done so without moving. In the end, every flame spear had brushed past him and crashed into the ground without accomplishing anything. Seeing that his first attack had failed, Skyview promptly cast his second ultimate move, the Tier 2 curse, Flaming Fangs. Although Flaming Fangs only consisted of 5 attacks, far fewer than Violent Flame Spears, Skyview had full control of all 5. In comparison, he could only aim the Violent Flame Spears when he activated the spell. Once the spell launched the attacks, the spear's trajectories couldn't be altered. The 5 Flaming Fangs circled Shi Feng like a crimson ring around him. With how fast the Flaming Fangs moved, guessing where and when they'd strike was almost impossible. Die. Once he found an opportunity, Skyview swung his staff. The 5 Flaming Fangs flew toward Shi Feng's blind spots, altering their trajectories multiple times as they approached. Boom, boom, boom. A round of explosions shook the battlefield, but Skyview didn't express joy even after releasing his attacks. He had practiced Flaming Fangs tirelessly to master the spell. He had even created a basic combat technique of his own to amplify the spell's effectiveness, yet the galaxy of stars that had manifested around Shi Feng had rendered all 5 Flaming Fangs useless. It was as if all of the effort he had invested was in vain. Guild Leader Sky will help you. Shadowlight Axe ran toward Skyview alongside a dozen or so monster players. No! Wait! Skyview yelled at Shadowlight Axe to stop as he watched Shi Feng, who remained unharmed. With the experience of countless life-or-death battles in God's domain, Skyview had honed his instincts to an extraordinary level. He was particularly sensitive to the threat of death and danger. After his brief clash with Shi Feng, he knew that the man wasn't as simple as rumors had made him seem. His Flaming Fang's attacks had the strength of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Shi Feng had blocked all 5 of without any skills. The man had simply relied on his own strength. Shi Feng's strength definitely shouldn't be underestimated. With a single mistake, they could all die in an instant. If they wanted to contend with a player of such strength, they would need multiple Great Lord-ranked monster players or the Starlight Alliance's peak experts with active berserk skills. However, only one of the dozen or so monster players accompanying Shadowlight Axe was at the Great Lord standard. Based on Shi Feng's serene performance, the 3 of them wouldn't be enough to take the swordsman down. Furthermore, Shi Feng hadn't activated a berserk skill. Skyview realized that he'd need many more people to defeat this man. He's already honed his instincts to such a beast-like level. Shi Feng flashed Skyview a surprised look as the man kept his distance. While Skyview and Shadowlight Axe watched Shi Feng warily, Roaring Flame and Windcloud had arrived with their respective teams. Black Flame, we've sealed off all paths out of this plaza. You and your guild members have no hope of escape. Windcloud shouted, smiling faintly at Shi Feng. The town only had 6 paths that led to the central plaza, and the Starlight Alliance's monster players had blocked all 6. Moreover, they had used a spatial seal to lock down Golden Flow Town, preventing players from using teleportation skills or tools. Not even Tier 3 instantaneous movement magic scrolls would be effective within the seal. Now, all they had to do was eliminate Shi Feng and his giant players. The seal's complete already? Skyview could not help his grin after hearing Windcloud's declaration. Guild Leader Black Flame, it would seem that today you will finally fall. Are you going to hand your life over obediently, or should we take our time with killing you? Make your choice. If Shi Feng's giant players had any hope of fleeing Golden Flow Town before, the Starlight Alliance's players had dashed it. Now that the seal was in place, it was only a matter of time before Shi Feng and his force fell. Skyview, why are you wasting your words on him? Why don't we just kill him? Shadowlight Axe asked. What a pity. I really wanted an exciting battle, but I guess that won't be possible. Roaring Flame sighed as he glanced at the eager crowd around him. Black Flame, how can you appear so calm in the face of death, truly arrogant? Skyview was displeased with what he saw as he watched Shi Feng, who still maintained his composure. He then laughed and ridiculed. Or is the almighty guild leader Black Flame scared stiff? Do you think you can turn the tables by using the same large-scale destruction spell you used in Wildhammer Town? Even if you do, it will be futile. We aren't going to stand still and let you destroy us. Even with that spell, we won't let you accomplish anything here. The Starlight Alliance members nodded in agreement. They then began to spread out. When they had learned about the means Zero Wing had used to capture Wildhammer Town, they had organized appropriate countermeasures. They had divided their main combat power into several groups. They would not let Zero Wing destroy their main combatants so easily again. It seems that everyone is here now, Shi Feng said as he eyed the hundreds of monster players and smoke monsters around him. In a mild tone, he continued, In that case, let's begin the real battle. Still so calm in the face of death, do you truly think that you have a chance? Black Flame, your arrogance ends here. Get out of the way. I'll hack him down with my axe. The Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were enraged when they heard Shi Feng's reply. They clearly had the upper hand, yet Shi Feng remained defiant. However, as the Starlight Alliance's ranged members moved within 40 yards of the swordsman, beginning to cast their spells and nock their arrows, Shi Feng pulled a crimson globe from his bag. Suddenly, a colossal magic array formed above the crowd, driving the ambient fire-type mana berserk. In the blink of an eye, the fire-type mana gathered before Shi Feng and formed an 8-meter-tall flame dragon. Once the fire spirit took shape, it released a deafening roar. It seems that you're all mistaken about something. I haven't remained here because I couldn't leave. Rather, I've been waiting for you to gather around me. Let me say it again. Let's begin the real battle. 2023, Misconceived Victory. Chapter 2023, Misconceived Victory. Everyone in the central plaza fell silent as the fire spirit's thunderous roar echoed through the town, its powerful aura making every player feel uncomfortable. However, the pressure they felt wasn't just due to the flame dragon's high level, but also due to the creature's superior life rating. Waiting for us to gather? Are you claiming that you're so much stronger than us? Windcloud questioned as he eyed the fire spirit. He then returned his gaze to Shi Feng and laughed, saying, "Since that is the case, show me how this Tier 3 archaic species of yours will defeat our monster army. Smoke monsters, attack." As Windcloud gave the command, the humanoid smoke monsters charged past him, running at the fire spirit. These smoke monsters were more like NPCs than ordinary monsters. They did not charge at the fire spirit as a disorderly mob. Rather, they fell into proper offensive formations. 8 level 75 Grand Lord ranked smoke monsters led the charge, smoke pulling away from their forms to create shields and spears. Like a group of hunters chasing after a large beast, they quickly surrounded the flame dragon. Behind these Grand Lords, multiple groups of 10 Great Lord ranked smoke monsters transformed parts of their bodies into longbows. In organized rows, they nocked their arrows and prepared to launch a concentrated attack. Intense killing intent filled the central plaza. A chilling sensation encompassed the players standing close to the monsters. The smoke monsters' formation shocked everyone watching. Even the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons were stupefied. What high intellect! Roaring Flame was just as stunned to see the smoke monsters move like an orderly army. He wasn't incredibly familiar with Sin Realm's trump card. It had been mentioned briefly during the meeting, but he hadn't dreamed that it would be this powerful. Militaristic formations were a large part of the reason that players could defeat a large number of powerful monsters in God's domain. Players would be able to exert greater combat power when they used such tactics than without. This was also why players could fend off monster sieges despite being outnumbered. The weakest of the hundreds of smoke monsters was a level 70 Great Lord. If these smoke monsters worked together and fought like players, they could even defeat a level 80 mythic monster, let alone a level 80 tier 3 archaic species. Good. While these smoke monsters pin down that dragon, the rest of us will surround and attack Black Flame. Do not let him escape. As he watched the smoke monsters inch closer to the fire spirit, he knew that Shi Feng's final trump card had been neutralized. He no longer felt threatened by Shi Feng's calm exterior. He only needed to concentrate on slaying Shi Feng and announcing the Starlight Alliance's victory in Starmoon Kingdom. As Skyview fell silent, he and Shadowlight Axe led a dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players to surround Shi Feng. The weakest among these players could reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and including their powerful attributes, any one of them could hold their ground against a mythic monster of the same level. Die, Skyview shouted as he finished chanting the incantation for a Tier 2 curse. However, before Skyview released his spell, he paused, noticing something that confused him. Despite more than a dozen monster players charging at him, Shi Feng's expression hadn't changed. It was as if he viewed these Great Lord-ranked monster players as nothing more than air, or perhaps he was ignoring these players. Even a true Tier 3 expert would feel threatened by so many Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet Shi Feng was unfazed. Am I overthinking this? Skyview could not help but wonder if he were being too careful. Meanwhile, Shadowlight Axe and the others moved within 10 yards of the enemy swordsman and launched their attacks. Finally, Shi Feng made his move. He hadn't launched his own attacks, yet Shi Feng's aura abruptly skyrocketed. With unbelievable speed, the swordsman unsheathed Killing Ray, swinging the blade in a forward slash. Lightning slash. A lightning bolt instantly tore through Shadowlight Axe and his companions. The monster players and their leader lost HP at a horrific rate. After a single attack, Shadowlight Axe collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The impact threw the dozen or so Great Lord-ranked monster players over 30 yards back as they lost more than a quarter of their HPs. Everyone who saw this was stunned. The Starlight Alliance had carefully selected expert players to become these Great Lord-ranked monster players, yet a single strike had shattered their coordinated assault. Moreover, Shadowlight Axe, the assault's leader, had died instantly. In contrast, Shi Feng hadn't received 1 point of damage. In fact, he hadn't even moved from his original position. Die, Skyview growled. He finally realized how terrifying Shi Feng truly was, but he still shouted in an attempt to restore his courage. Tier 2 Curse, Flame Blast. This was the most powerful spell Skyview had in his arsenal. When cast with an active Berserk skill, even a Grand Lord of the same level would suffer heavy injuries if struck directly. Suddenly, 4 gigantic fireballs appeared around Shi Feng, each the size of a small house. These fireballs then descended on their target. The surrounding experts reacted and prepared for Shi Feng to evade the attack, but something surprised them. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Shi Feng didn't try to dodge the fireballs. He didn't even try to defend himself. Suddenly, 4 sword lights blinded the crowd, carrying enough power to split the 4 fireballs in half. How is this possible? Skyview was dumbfounded as he watched the swordsman slice apart his attack so effortlessly. Before today, he had felt that even the various superpowers old monsters would flee from this attack, but now, he found the idea laughable. He also viewed all of the effort he had spent trying to master the spell as one big joke. The strength to fight monster-level experts? That had only been wishful thinking. However, Skyview didn't know that Shi Feng had already reached level 70, wearing equipment that not even Super Guild's guild leaders could dream of equipping. Most importantly, he was currently affected by both the Ring of Brilliance and Heavenly Dragon's power. Not even a level 60 mythic monster could match his strength. Following which, Shi Feng appeared before the Great Lord-ranked monster players and brandished his 2 swords. After just a few seconds, one of these monster players was dead. What should we do? His strength is too high. He's using his berserk skill. Get away from him for now. Once his berserk skill is over, we can easily take him out. After witnessing Shi Feng's performance, the Starlight Alliance's members wondered which side had the real monster. They had never expected to find a normal player that could be this powerful. They had to buy themselves some time. If even the Great Lord-ranked monster players were helpless against Shi Feng, other players would die instantly if they faced him. Although the Grand Lord-ranked smoke monsters had high intellect, they were only monsters. After killing a few Great Lord-ranked monster players, Shi Feng sensed what the Starlight Alliance was trying to do. At this rate, he'd only be able to kill several dozen monster players before Heavenly Dragon's power ended. Now that I've seen these monsters' strength, it's time to end this battle, Shi Feng thought to himself as he surveyed his guild members fighting in the plaza. Although only a short time had passed since the battle in the plaza had begun, Zero Wing had lost a considerable number of lives. Turning back to the Starlight Alliance's upper echelons, Shi Feng said, "Since you have no intention of fighting, let's remove Golden Flow Town from the Witch's Hill." Remove? You really think you can accomplish such a thing? Although the Starlight Alliance's members watched Shi Feng with fear in their eyes, their gazes still contained a spark of hope. While they were at a disadvantage now, as time passed, the situation would become more favorable for them. Suddenly, Shi Feng snapped his fingers. The fire spirit, which had been battling the smoke monster army, abruptly transformed into a small fire and appeared above Shi Feng's head. A complex chant reached the surrounding players, increasing the town's mana density. The various superpowers hadn't viewed the fire spirit as such a strategic item, even fearing it in the past due to its prowess, but because of the number of fire-type large and super large-scale destruction spells it wielded. "No! Stop him!" Skyview yelled in panic, turning deathly pale when he saw the 2 gigantic magic arrays forming in the sky. He could sense the power in those spells, and he knew they could rival the power of Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. Before anyone could react, massive fireballs, easily dwarfing the ones Skyview's Flame Blast had created, fell from one of the arrays above the plaza, one after another. At the same time, a raging inferno erupted beneath the second magic array. In the blink of an eye, a fiery hell engulfed Golden Flow Town. 2024 Golden Flow Town Falls. Chapter 2024. Golden Flow Town Falls Witch's Hill, Zero Wing City. Due to Zero Wing's successful capture of Wildhammer Town, merchant and independent players began to return to Zero Wing City. Players hawked their wares and recruited team members for grinding and questing across the city. Many were even Tier 2 experts. At this point, not even Star Moon City or White River City could rival Zero Wing City's prosperity. Meanwhile, Star Moon Kingdom's various guilds, both large and small, began to send teams to investigate Zero Wing within its city. This increased the traffic in the city's bars and restaurants. Several cloaked players stood on the street outside of one of Zero Wing City's advanced bars, warily eyeing their surroundings. They only entered the bar after ensuring that they were safe. Players crowded the bar, most wearing black cloaks. If a player used a skill that could see through a black cloak's concealment, they'd discover that the cloaked players within weren't independent players. Rather, they were from the kingdom's various guilds, and they were all impressively powerful, with the weakest being a level 58 Tier 2 player. To survive in God's domain, small guilds generally formed secret alliances to withstand larger guilds. These guilds would exchange information to further their development as well. This advanced bar had become a hub for these guild members to do just that. Meanwhile, the new group of cloaked players quickly headed for a corner of the bar after entering, approaching a stone table with a single occupant. After taking a seat, the Tier 2 female elementalist that led the group looked at the assassin with a tattoo on his face and asked, "How is your investigation going? Have you learned how Zero Wing captured Wildhammer Town yet?" Unlike the majority of the players in the bar, this assassin did not bother to hide his identity, boldly revealing his status as an independent player. However, despite doing so, none of the guild players present dared to look down on him. This independent player was the host of this information center, the middleman for the information gatherers and buyers. He specialized in information on Zero Wing in particular. The various guild players acknowledged this assassin as a middleman because he was also a player from Green Eye, a top adventurer team in God's domain. Unlike other adventurer teams, Green Eye focused on information gathering. Not only were its members skilled in combat, but they also possessed plenty of connections. The information they sold was always legitimate, so the various guilds trusted the team's members. Of course, as Green Eye's manpower was limited, it didn't collect information on every guild. It generally focused on first-rate or stronger guilds. Second-rate guilds and below didn't qualify for its attention. We have, but we will only accept coins or magic crystals as payment. We'll give you a 10% discount if you pay with magic crystals, the Tier 2 assassin said, sipping from the cup of wine he held as he eyed the female elementalist before him. How much? She asked. The Green Eye Adventurer team usually accepted credits for its information, but since this information was particularly valuable, it would only accept coins or magic crystals this time. In God's domain, accomplishing anything required strength. Adventurer teams only earned credits if they were powerful enough, and to develop a team's strength, it was only natural that it charged coins or magic crystals. 500 gold, the assassin replied. 500? Isn't this a little much? When they heard the assassin's price, the few players behind the elementalist objected. At this stage of the game, 500 gold was an astronomical amount, even to expert players. Individual experts would be lucky if they obtained a weapon or equipment piece that could sell for more than 10 gold. Anything more valuable than that would be extremely difficult for individual players to get their hands on. 500 gold was a significant amount to any guild, yet the Green Eye Adventurer team demanded so much just for some information. This was simply extortion. It's not such a high price. It wasn't easy to secure this information from within Zero Wing, and we paid a heavy price to obtain it. Moreover, this includes the latest details about the guild, the Tier 2 assassin said, unperturbed by his customer's reaction. Fine, I'll pay the 500 gold, the female elementalist said, gritting her teeth. Vice Guild Leader, we just started our development in Starmoon Kingdom. We're short on funds in all aspects. Isn't this expenditure too expensive? Why don't we discuss it with the guild leader first? A Tier 2 berserker quickly suggested. Unlike the other guilds in the bar, their guild wasn't from Starmoon Kingdom. They were based in another country and had been forced to shift the guild's development to this kingdom. Despite the Tier 2 berserker's reaction, the other guild players didn't seem surprised. They simply minded their own business. Such occurrences were very common in the virtual gaming world, especially in the incredibly popular God's Domain. A large number of guilds rose and fell in the game on a daily basis. So, it wasn't surprising to hear that a guild had shifted its focus to another kingdom since its original home base was no longer habitable. However, if the various guild players noticed the guild emblem on the female elementalist and her companions, they'd be surprised. This guild emblem belonged to the 100 Flowers Pavilion, a first-rate guild. It was a colossal existence to these various guilds, a true large guild that would be considered an overlord in any kingdom. That won't be necessary. I'll pay this 500 gold from my own pocket. We don't need to use the guild's funds, the female elementalist responded, shaking her head. She then took out 500 gold and handed the coins to the independent assassin. Here is all of the information we have gathered on Zero Wing recently. Take a look. After receiving the 500 gold, the assassin took out a crystal ball and traded it with the female elementalist. The crystal ball contained a recording of all of Zero Wing's latest movements. It also held more than a dozen battle videos of the fight in Wildhammer Town. Naturally, these battle videos involved the giant players. In addition, one video within the crystal ball showed Zero Wing's arrival in Golden Flow Town. Unfortunately, the video didn't have a long duration, cutting off after 10 or so seconds of footage. Is Zero Wing insane? It's actually attacking the heavily fortified Golden Flow Town? The female elementalist was astonished after examining the information within the crystal ball. Golden Flow Town was the Starlight Alliance's last remaining town, and the Alliance had invested an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources in it, yet Zero Wing had besieged the town the moment it finished capturing Wildhammer Town. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't take this matter seriously. Vice Guild Leader, what should we do? Should we move to another kingdom or stay here? The other upper echelons from the 100 Flowers Pavilion asked softly. The 100 Flowers Pavilion had decided that the chaos in Starmoon Kingdom made for an excellent opportunity to leave the Dark Knight Empire. Although the kingdom didn't have as many resources as the empire, it had grown into a considerably powerful country after several major events. If the 100 Flowers Pavilion could secure a foothold in Starmoon Kingdom, it could rise to power once more. As Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Pavilion's vice guild leader, decided her guild's future, the bar's atmosphere changed. Suddenly, a heavy sensation enveloped the bar. What's happening? Cleansed Rue wondered aloud as she looked around at the bar's customers. What? Your guild didn't receive the announcement? The assassin from Green Eye asked, giving Cleansed Rue a strange look. Every guild member from the Warring Empire has just received a message stating that Golden Flow Town has fallen. 2025 Reversal. Chapter 2025. Reversal. Cleansed Rue and her entourage were stunned. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. They were only able to digest the information after a long moment, and like the other guild players in the bar, they found the news to be both heavy and outlandish. How was that possible? That was the Starlight Alliance's final town, Cleansed Rue exclaimed. Any guild that paid any attention to the situation in the Witch's Hill knew how powerful the Starlight Alliance had become. They were also familiar with the Alliance's monster players, which had already displayed frightening combat power. Tier 2 experts weren't even a match for the High Lord-ranked monster players, and the Alliance had plenty of great lords. She found it truly hard to imagine that the Starlight Alliance would not increase Goldenflow Town's defenses after losing Wildhammer Town. After all, Goldenflow Town was the Alliance's last town in the Witch's Hill, and without it, the Starlight Alliance would have a difficult time wresting control of the Witch's Hill from Zero Wing, regardless of how many monster players it had. That can't be true, can it? Didn't Zero Wing just capture Wildhammer Town? Could the informant have been mistaken? Maybe the information referred to Wildhammer Town? An upper echelon from the 100 Flowers Palace asked. Are you trying to accuse Green Eye of selling false information? The assassin from the adventurer team asked acidically, anger flashing in his eyes as he stared at the 100 Flowers Palace member. Those in the intelligence industry prioritized credibility above all else. Accusing the Green Eye of selling false information was the greatest slander one could possibly commit about the adventurer team. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Cleansed Rue hurriedly apologized before glancing at the several guild upper echelons behind her. This news is no longer a secret. Every guild in the kingdom likely knows about the event already. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the Warring Empire yourself. I doubt it will be long before the news spreads throughout Starmoon Kingdom, the assassin said, nodding as his gaze returned to its previously cold indifference. Calmly, he continued, if you want to set your sights on the Witch's Hill, based on the current situation, I'd advise against it. Zero Wing captured both Wildhammer Town and Goldenflow Town almost as soon as it decided to do so. Moving against Zero Wing would be utterly foolish after witnessing such prowess. Some had once viewed the Starlight Alliance as the last hope of overthrowing Zero Wing in the kingdom, but now Zero Wing had made an example of the alliance, deterring the various guilds in Starmoon Kingdom from considering taking control of the Witch's Hill and the kingdom itself. I very much agree with you. We can no longer imagine Zero Wing's true strength, and although the Starlight Alliance is formidable, it's nothing in comparison. The Alliance made a massive mistake when it made an enemy of Zero Wing, a robust Tier 2 male berserker said as he approached the stone table the 100 Flowers Palace and Green Eye occupied. While I admit that Zero Wing is very strong, don't you think you're blowing things out of proportion? You speak as if you are acutely familiar with the guild. The occupants of other tables ridiculed the berserker. However, before the jeering could begin, the Tier 2 berserker removed his black cloak and revealed his true appearance. What? The Assassins Alliance's guild leader is here? The crowd that had been about to laugh at this berserker promptly fell silent. The Assassins Alliance was a bona fide second-rate guild, and it had been developing rapidly recently. It had already clashed with many first-rate guilds in the Twin Towers Kingdom and begun to show signs of growing into a top-ranked second-rate guild. Cruel Sword, the Assassins Alliance's guild leader, even ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. If not for Zero Wing's several great experts overshadowing him, Cruel Sword would have been relatively famous in Starmoon Kingdom. When they saw Cruel Sword's face, the various guild players in the bar stopped treating his claim as a joke. Now, they only had respect for his words. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue, who still wore her black cloak, expressed her gratitude. It's nothing. Vice Guild Leader Rue is being overly polite, Cruel Sword responded quietly. However, I'm certainly surprised that the 100 Flowers Palace wants to develop in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the instant Cruel Sword revealed her identity, Cleansed Rue's expression became vigilant. However, she quickly realized that he had simply used an advanced identification skill. Obtaining such a skill wasn't difficult in a top-tier second-rate guild. She immediately relaxed her guard. We have no other choice. I'm sure you've heard of the 100 Flowers Palace's current predicament, Cleansed Rue said grimly, her mood souring as she mentioned her guild's struggles. Ah, that's right. It's truly a pity. Cruel Sword lowered his head and fell silent. But Guild Leader Sword, you are impressive. Not only have you led the Assassins Alliance to flourish in Starmoon Kingdom, but your guild's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom has also been noteworthy, Cleansed Rue said with a hint of admiration in her gaze. Her eyes also held a flash of anticipation. Are you here to sell some information on the powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom? The 100 Flowers Palace is willing to purchase the information for a high price. The palace had also intended to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom and had investigated the situation there. But the guild hadn't invested significant resources yet, focusing on securing the hidden class, Demon Blade Knight, by slaying abyssal monsters. Now that the situation in Starmoon Kingdom had reached this point, the 100 Flowers Palace had no hope of developing in the kingdom. If Zero Wing were able to crush a local power like the Starlight Alliance so decisively, eliminating a foreign power would be child's play. If the 100 Flowers Palace tried to establish itself in Starmoon Kingdom, it would face utter annihilation. No power would tolerate others in its territory, where resources were limited. Otherwise, God's domain's various powers wouldn't compete so desperately. Hence, the Twin Towers Kingdom was the palace's last hope. The Twin Towers Kingdom was in chaos due to the threat of abyssal monsters. Even so, quite a few powers contested for control of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the Assassins' Alliance was one of the few outstanding performers in the battle for prominence, but the guild had only focused on developing in maps near Starmoon Kingdom. Information on the Twin Towers Kingdom? Glancing around him, Cruel Sword replied, "This isn't the place for that discussion. Let's head to one of the rooms upstairs." He had already attracted the crowd's attention in the bar, and although others couldn't listen to their private discussion, there was the possibility that one of these players possessed a special skill that would allow them to do so. Cleansed Rue nodded, understanding that the bar was too public for their talk. Cruel Sword and Cleansed Rue then left for a VIP room on the second floor alongside their subordinates. Although the VIP room was not large, its design was magnificent, and it could easily accommodate more than a dozen people. Guild Leader Sword, let's be straightforward. If you are willing to sell detailed information on the Twin Towers Kingdom, we're willing to offer you 5 pieces of epic equipment, Cleansed Rue said as soon as she took a seat. The 100 Flowers Palace is truly a first-rate guild. Even after falling so far, it still has such a stable foundation, Cruel Sword commended, surprised. Obtaining a single piece of epic equipment was incredibly difficult, and despite the Assassins' Alliance's recent achievements, the guild had fewer than 20 epic items. The guild treated these items as their foundation, refusing to sell them under any circumstances. We offer the price because the Assassins' Alliance is worth it. Do you agree to our offer, Guild Leader Sword? Cleansed Rue asked, smiling. The Assassins' Alliance's performance in the Twin Towers Kingdom had been exceptional. It operated alongside quite a few first-rate guilds, and the fact that the Assassins' Alliance had laid claim to a significant portion of the kingdom, despite its second-rate status, was astounding. Without enough strength and understanding of the kingdom, accomplishing such a feat would have been impossible. I understand your determination to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Cruel Sword said. With a serious expression, he continued, "However, I'm afraid you are asking the wrong guild. If the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you shouldn't look to the Assassins' Alliance. Why not?" Cleansed Rue gave Cruel Sword a confused look. She didn't understand what he was trying to tell her. Was the man refusing to cooperate? Or was he dissatisfied with the compensation she offered? Don't misunderstand me. It's not that I don't want to trade with you, but I'm afraid that my guild doesn't have the ability you are looking for, Cruel Sword explained when he saw the Vice Guild leader's heavy expression. You must be joking. If the Assassins' Alliance can't help us, then who in the kingdom can? Cleansed Rue wondered if the man before her were playing some kind of joke. No, you might think that I'm joking, but I'm telling you the truth, Cruel Sword said as he shook his head. If your guild wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, you need to visit Zero Wing. If you do, your guild might be able to make a comeback. 2026. Zero Wing's Hidden Strength, Chapter 2026. Zero Wing's Hidden Strength. Visit Zero Wing? Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one confused. The several hundred Flowers Palace upper echelons behind her revealed similarly shocked expressions. Based on the information they had obtained, Zero Wing only operated in Starmoon Kingdom, the Ore Empire, and the Black Dragon Empire. Although they had found Zero Wing's shadow in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the guild hadn't accomplished anything in the kingdom thus far. Yet, Cruel Sword told them that if their guild wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it needed to speak with Zero Wing? That's right. If you want to gain a foothold in the kingdom, you should speak with Zero Wing, Cruel Sword said, nodding his head. Rather, if the 100 Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom successfully, it can only do so with Zero Wing's help. Does Zero Wing really have that much power? The palace's upper echelons gave Cruel Sword skeptical looks. Zero Wing was impressive for reaching its current state without any background or support, but based on the information they had gathered, the guild shouldn't have any relation to the Twin Towers Kingdom. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing could help them develop in the kingdom. Of course it does, Cruel Sword insisted. The Assassins' Alliance has only developed so rapidly in the kingdom due to Zero Wing's assistance. I'm sure you know about the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom and how dangerous it is in the fields. If one cannot avoid these monsters, developing in the kingdom would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Zero Wing can construct magic arrays that repel the abyssal monsters, preventing them from approaching a specific area. My guild only established itself in the kingdom due to the magic arrays Zero Wing set up. Unlike the other guilds in the kingdom, the Assassins' Alliance has taken almost no damage. It's only natural that the other guilds are no match for us. A magic array that can repel abyssal monsters? Zero Wing has such a thing? Realization dawned on Cleansed Rue and the others after listening to Cruel Sword's explanation. In reality, the Twin Towers Kingdom had just as many resources as Starmoon Kingdom, but the abyssal monsters' invasion had crippled it. Even so, the temptation of a new class had lured many players to the kingdom. If a guild could construct magic arrays that repelled abyssal monsters, it could monopolize the various resource-rich maps in the Twin Towers Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how quickly a guild could develop with such an advantage. It was no wonder why the Assassin's Alliance's performance in the kingdom had been so impressive, leaving the various first-rate guilds in its dust. If what Cruel Sword said was true, then the Hundred Flowers Palace truly needed to visit Zero Wing. Thank you for sharing such integral information, Guild Leader Sword, Cleansed Rue thanked the man. I'll have someone deliver the 5 pieces of epic equipment I've promised tomorrow. Although Cruel Sword hadn't provided any details about the various powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, such information paled in comparison to what he had told her about the magic arrays that could repel abyssal monsters. Let's forget about the epic equipment. I simply told you this to gain an ally in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Whether or not you persuade Guild Leader Black Flame to help you is entirely up to you. I haven't actually done anything, Cruel Sword said, refusing the offer. No, I must thank you. Moreover, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue firmly insisted, shaking her head. She had some understanding of the Assassin's Alliance's situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the guild's recent growth, the various first-rate guilds in the kingdom had secretly banded together to hinder the Assassin's Alliance's progress. As a result, the guild hadn't been able to operate in the kingdom's central region. She also knew why Cruel Sword rejected her offer. If the Assassin's Alliance had a powerful ally, it could reduce the pressure it faced. The Hundred Flowers Palace was undoubtedly a good fit for the position. However, no one would doubt that Cruel Sword had provided the palace with this information. Introduce you? After giving the matter some thought, Cruel Sword said, All right, I'll talk to Zero Wing about this matter, but I can't guarantee that the guild will agree to a meeting. After Cleansed Rue and Cruel Sword finished their discussion, Cleansed Rue left the bar with her subordinates and made their way to Zero Wing's residence. She was in such a hurry because of the fact that the Twin Towers Kingdom was the best hope for the Hundred Flowers Palace, and the guild didn't have much time left. The longer they delayed shifting their base of operations, the more their guild would suffer. As Cleansed Rue and her entourage walked through Zero Wing City's streets, they noticed that the news of Zero Wing's dominance in Golden Flow Town had already spread throughout the city. Excitement filled the air, and the merchant players were particularly lively. They found it hard to imagine that not long ago an intense killing intent had enveloped Zero Wing City. There are so many merchant players and Tier 2 players here. Zero Wing City has almost caught up to Dark Knight City. This city may not be a match for Dark Knight City yet, but the political situation in Dark Knight City is chaotic. On the other hand, Zero Wing has full control of its city. That's true. It really makes you wonder how strong Zero Wing actually is. Zero Wing City is already so impressive, and the guild has so much influence in the Black Dragon and Ore empires. It even has influence in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons, who rode an advanced horse carriage, gained a newfound appreciation for Zero Wing as they watched players roam the city streets. They had never considered that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its power. They hadn't expected that their guild, a bona fide first-rate guild, would have to cooperate with Zero Wing to continue its existence in God's domain either. Do you think that Zero Wing will agree to work with our guild? A female cleric asked worriedly, gripping a wooden staff in her hands. The Hundred Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild. Even though we have fallen from our peak, we are still much stronger than any ordinary guild. If Zero Wing wants to secure more resources from the Twin Towers Kingdom, why wouldn't it agree to cooperate? A bearded, middle-aged man stated confidently. While you're not exactly wrong, although the female cleric wanted to offer a retort, she held back. Zero Wing had the ability to produce a magic array that could repel abyssal monsters. In other words, Zero Wing had the initiative. And while Zero Wing could cooperate with many other guilds, the guild was the Hundred Flowers Palace's only hope. Alright, enough talking, we've arrived. Cleansed Rue also knew how disadvantageous the palace's current position was, and she was just as worried as her companion. Once the horse carriage rolled to a stop, she disembarked. Their carriage had stopped before the main entrance to Zero Wing's residence. When Cleansed Rue and her subordinates left the carriage, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Hundreds of 4-meter-tall players stood beyond the main threshold, all of which had reached level 60. They also wore level 55 plus top-tier equipment, and some even sported pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. Their auras were so intense that even peak experts like Cleansed Rue and her entourage couldn't help but shudder. However, these giants weren't the most eye-catching scene within the residence. Rather, what caught Cleansed Rue's attention were the 8 2-story tall crimson tanks parked within. These crimson tanks were none other than the rumored Hell tanks. However, Zero Wing had used these Hell tanks constantly in the Ore Empire, and they weren't easy to move elsewhere. In other words, these 8 Hell tanks weren't the war weapons that defended Silverwing Town. Zero Wing had only recently built these tanks. While Cleansed Rue and the others stared at the war weapons in astonishment, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothing approached. When they saw this woman, the representatives from the Hundred Flowers Palace couldn't help but gasp. Their reaction hadn't been a result of witnessing the woman's elegance and beauty, but because of her level and equipment, not only was she a level 61 Tier 2 summoner, but she actually possessed 3 pieces of epic equipment. And they had never heard of this woman before. Hello, you must be from the Hundred Flowers Palace, correct? I am Yulan, Zero Wing City's trade manager. Our guild leader has heard of your situation from guild leader Cruel Sword, Yulin said as she beamed an elegant smile at Cleansed Rue's group. Please follow me. 2027. Obscure Experts. Chapter 2027. Obscure Experts. When Cleansed Rue and the others saw Yulan and felt the powerful pressure she radiated, they could not help their surprise. No matter how they looked at it, a level 61 tier 2 player with 3 pieces of epic equipment should be well known. The highest level players in God's Domain's various empires had only reached level 61. Even the Dark Knight Empire only had 5 of these experts. She must be one of Zero Wing's hidden peak experts, the tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace said through the team chat. I agree. With her level and equipment, she is definitely on the level of Zero Wing's Fire Dance. The middle-aged tier 2 berserker agreed, nodding. The rest of the team nodded as well. God's Domain's various guilds generally hid some of their power, including the 100 Flowers Palace. However, unlike Zero Wing, the palace hadn't hidden an expert as powerful as Yulan. Reserving such an expert would be a waste. But when they considered Zero Wing's stealthy presence in so many locations, they realized that it wasn't strange to hide a peak expert. When they remembered the 8 new hell tanks sitting in the residence, as well, goosebumps erupted across their arms. They had learned some details about those hell tanks, and they knew that each tank was the equivalent of a mobile defense turret. Moreover, the hell tanks' defensive and melee capabilities were far beyond defense turrets, yet 8 of these tanks were stationed within Zero Wing's residence. Alright, enough. Let's prepare to enter Zero Wing's residence. Don't forget that you represent the 100 Flowers Palace. Once we're inside, do not do anything that would sully the guild's reputation. Cleansed Rue said, expressing her dissatisfaction with her teammates' actions. After lecturing her team, she followed Yulan into the residence. As a residence within a guild territory, Zero Wing's residence was far more spacious than those normally found in NPC cities. Not only did the residence have far more facilities than normal, but its mana density was even higher than elsewhere. It felt pleasant just to walk through the residence's halls. The 100 Flowers Palace's members also discovered a change to their double EXP BA accumulation bars, located directly beneath their experience bars. Players can actually accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly here. Although players would start to accumulate the double EXP buff the moment they entered Zero Wing City, they could only accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs, accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. As Cleansed Rue and her companions entered the guild hall, yet another spectacular scene greeted them. Zero Wing members filled the first floor hall, all of which were level 57 or higher. These players' levels were on par with first-rate guild's expert members. Furthermore, even if they ignored the giant players, there were hundreds of Tier 2 players in the hall. The number of Tier 2 experts within Zero Wing City was almost half as many Tier 2 players in 100 Flowers Palace. Quite a few NPCs also moved around the hall, making up roughly 30% of the first floor hall's occupants. This isn't a joke, right? Judging by the number of NPCs here, easily 4,000 NPCs visit this residence each day. Only about 600 NPCs visit our main headquarters to commission guild quests per day. The Tier 2 cleric stared with wide, shocked eyes when she saw the number of NPCs milling about the hall. Aside from player count and strength, a guild's prosperity relied on the number of guild quests it received from NPCs each day. Not only did these commissioned guild quests bring in a significant amount of income, but they also awarded a lot of benefits to the guild members that completed them. Over 70% of the high-ranked quests the 100 Flowers Palace's members received were commissions from the NPCs that visited the guild residences. Even the guild's expert players fought to complete high-ranked quests. No, that's not it. Look over there. Some of these NPCs are nobles. A Tier 2 ranger with sharp eyesight said as he pointed to a handsome, wee-dressed man nearby. 2 maids followed the man around. Even Baron-ranked NPCs commissioned Zero Wing for quests. Cleansed Rue's heart skipped a beat when she inspected the handsome man with her identification skill. There was a massive difference in God's Domain between noble NPCs and ordinary NPCs. NPC nobles rarely reached out to veteran first-rate guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace for quests. When they did, these quests were typically quite important and yielded valuable treasure. Moreover, those quests were from ordinary NPC nobles. She had never seen a ranked NPC noble commission the 100 Flowers Palace to complete a quest. There were currently more than 30 ordinary noble NPCs in Zero Wings Hall, in addition to 2 Baron-ranked NPCs. Every one of these nobles stood in line to request Zero Wings' help with a quest. It was unbelievable. Once Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons from her guild finished gawking, Yulan led them to the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. 2 NPC guards stood before the guild leader's office, and both were level 80 NPCs. Although they stood by the door quietly, their auras made Cleansed Rue and her companions' hearts palpitate. They actually used secret silver personal guards to guard an office. The 100 Flowers Palace's members were speechless when they saw the 2 personal guards. Nowadays, the various guilds had allotted some of their focus to searching for and nurturing personal guards. Even so, the number of high-ranked personal guards the guilds had actually found was pitifully low. Most of the personal guards the various guilds employed were merely bronze rank, mysterious. Iron personal guards were as rare and valuable as a piece of epic equipment. As for secret silver rank, the 100 Flowers Palace had only obtained 3 secret silver personal guards thus far, and only because it had gotten lucky. The other first-rate guilds generally only had 1 or 2. These secret silver personal guards were valued as priceless treasures and wouldn't be given any responsibility. Rather, guilds would instruct them to focus on improving their strength and levels. Yet, Zero Wing used 2 secret silver personal guards to guard an office. Under Yulan's lead, Cleansed Rue and her entourage entered the guild leader's office. A cloaked man sat behind a desk within the office. A dozen or so expert players stood beside him, including Silent Bladel, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, Graceful Moon, and Seven Light. The lowest leveled player among them was level 61, while the highest had reached level 62. Every one of these players wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and some even wore a piece of epic equipment. When Cleansed Rue sensed these players' auras, she felt the threat of death loom over her. Their auras were no less intense than Yulan's. After crossing the threshold and sensing the powerful auras of the dozen or so Zero Wing members, the several 100 Flowers Palace upper echelons stumbled to a halt, not daring to take another step into the room. Are you kidding me? These people are all Zero Wing members? As the palace's upper echelons gazed at Silent Blade and the others, whom they had never heard of before, they lost any and all confidence. Now, they only felt an immense pressure. Welcome to our residence, friends from the 100 Flowers Palace. I've heard that you have something you wish to discuss with me. May I know what it is about? Shi Feng, who sat in the guild leader's seat, asked Cleansed Rue and the others. 2028, Yulan's Proposal, Chapter 2028, Yulan's Proposal. Shi Feng's words snapped Cleansed Rue and her entourage out of their daze. Right, thank you for finding time to meet with us in your busy schedule. Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Cleansed Rue, the 100 Flowers Palace's Vice Guild Leader. I am here to represent my guild in our request for cooperation with Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue explained after regaining her senses. To think that even the Dark Knight Empire's famous Frost Flame Goddess has come to visit me, it would seem that you have an extraordinary request. Can I trouble you to elaborate? It will allow me to make a more sound decision, Shi Feng calmly asked as he watched Cleansed Rue's tense expression. Certainly, Cleansed Rue nodded. She then explained why the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom without withholding any details. Before they had arrived at Zero Wing's residence, the guild upper echelons accompanying Cleansed Rue had disagreed with revealing their situation to Zero Wing. However, their discontentment had vanished after witnessing Zero Wing's residence. Meanwhile, Shi Feng hadn't spoken a single word throughout Cleansed Rue's explanation, and this made the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons nervous. Zero Wing was far stronger than they had imagined. They had assumed that Zero Wing had only allied with the Assassin's Alliance because it lacked the manpower to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom personally, but after witnessing the guild's residence, they realized that Zero Wing was fully capable of securing a foothold in the kingdom without any assistance. It did not need anyone's help to exploit the Twin Towers Kingdom's resources. While your proposal is interesting, please allow me to reject it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Why? If you help us contest with the other first-rate guilds in the kingdom, we can quickly secure the kingdom's central region. We'll be able to provide Zero Wing with even more resources than the Assassin's Alliance. Cleansed Rue impulsively retorted as she stared at Shi Feng's impassive expression. As you have seen, Zero Wing previously lacked the strength to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories, but my guild has grown. With how rapidly Zero Wing has been developing lately, we'll need to expand our territories. Zero Wing no longer faces a lack of resources, Shi Feng said as he gestured to Silent Blade and the others. If we hand over the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories to the 100 Flowers Palace, the kingdom won't have much left for us. It's not that I don't want to help you, but for the sake of my own guild's development, I can't afford to help. Cleansed Rue fell silent for quite some time. She simply could not think of a rebuttal. Shi Feng's decision was reasonable. As a guild leader, his priority would forever be the guild's benefit. How could he possibly give up a good expansion opportunity to help another guild? Now that Zero Wing had defeated the almighty Starlight Alliance and stabilized its rule in the Witch's Hill, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to expand its influence. If she were in his place, she'd likely choose her own guild's development over helping another as well. The other 100 Flowers Palace despaired upon hearing Shi Feng's decision. What should we do now? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons muttered in the team chat. Currently, the 100 Flowers Palace had already begun to prepare for its migration from the Dark Knight Empire, yet they had just been told that their two best options were no longer available. With how weak the 100 Flowers Palace had become, contesting for kingdoms under other first-rate guilds' rule would be nigh impossible. As Cleansed Rue and her companions began to panic, Yulan, who stood near the group, stepped forward with a smile. Guild leader, I have a proposal that will benefit both our guild and the 100 Flowers Palace. May I speak up? Yulan asked respectfully. A proposal that will benefit both guilds? Let's hear it then. After all, the 100 Flowers Palace has taken the initiative to seek our help. We can't disappoint the palace too much, Shi Feng said and nodded after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Yulan then straightened herself and continued. The 100 Flowers Palace is struggling due to the fact that it doesn't have enough territory to sustain itself. This is all because of Starlink's interference, hampering the palace's continued survival in the Dark Knight Empire. But what if the palace could defend itself against Starlink? If that were possible, couldn't the palace remain in the Dark Knight Empire? However, trying to stand against a superpower like Starlink isn't an easy task. Even if our guild sends an army to assist, we're not likely to accomplish anything. We'll need sufficient support from the 100 Flowers Palace itself. Upon hearing Yulan's words, Cleansed Rue's eyes began to glow as she hurriedly interjected, if such an operation requires funds or manpower, that won't be an issue. If you can help defend our position, the 100 Flowers Palace will supply Zero Wing with plenty of the Empire's resources. She had gained a certain level of understanding of Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing were willing to help the 100 Flowers Palace on a large scale, the palace should have no problem defending over half of its territories in the Empire. Although I have offered this proposal, the risk of openly opposing a thriving superpower is incredibly high. Moreover, this war will definitely be a protracted one. Zero Wing will also have to keep an eye out for multiple enemy superpowers. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with funds and resources. If the situation is not handled properly, Zero Wing could suffer on all fronts. I don't believe that anyone wants to see that outcome, Yulan said, shaking her head as she glanced at Cleansed Rue. Is there no better way to help them? Shi Feng asked, pretending to sigh in disappointment. However, he was quite satisfied with Yulan's performance. There is. Our two guilds can form a mutually dependent relationship. If Zero Wing has management rights to the palace's shops and lands, and we can become close allies, Zero Wing can develop in the Dark Knight Empire and amass enough strength to contend with Starlink. It wouldn't affect our strength in our other territories, satisfying our guild with the alliance, Yulan said after giving the matter some thought. This, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but hesitate. Shops were a part of a guild's foundation, but with the 100 Flowers Palace's current state, they couldn't afford more of a delay. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Yulan and asked, how many shops will Zero Wing require? If we want to amass enough strength to survive in the Dark Knight Empire, we'll need around 60% of the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, Yulan replied seriously. 60? Isn't this a little... Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The majority of the 100 Flowers Palace's funds and resources originated from the guild's shops. If the guild suddenly lost 60% of these shops, it would definitely impact the guild's operations. Yulan, the 100 Flowers Palace, could become one of Zero Wing's close allies in the future. Is there no way to reduce the cost a little? Shi Feng asked, playing along. Since you insist then, 50%. Any less, and we'd have to dig into the funds and resources from our other territories. We'd be at a disadvantage against the superpowers in those areas, Yulan said with a troubled expression. That's the gist of the situation. What is your opinion on this matter? Vice Guild Leader Rue, Shi Feng asked softly, turning to Cleansed Rue. 2029 Presumptuous Requests. Chapter 2029, Presumptuous Request 50%. Cleansed Rue and her companions revealed bitter smiles. Even losing 50% of the guild's shops and lands was unbearable for the 100 Flowers Palace. Both were essential to a guild's development, and neither could be casually sold off. If the 100 Flowers Palace lost half of the shops and lands under its control, the guild would be forced to limit the scale of its operations due to the decreased income, even if the guild could survive in the Dark Knight Empire. If that happened, returning to the guild's former glory would become excruciatingly difficult. Most of the lands in major NPC cities were already owned, and even if they had the money, it wasn't necessarily possible to purchase more. I know this isn't an ideal offer, but we have our own troubles to deal with. You can return to your guild and consider the offer carefully, Shi Feng announced, watching the silent group before him. Guild leader, our guild intends to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom. We'll need a lot of manpower to accomplish this. So, we'll need to know whether or not we're going to help the 100 Flowers Palace as soon as possible to see to the appropriate preparations. Otherwise, this alliance will impact our original plans, Yulan hurriedly advised. Cleansed Rue and her entourage's expressions twisted further. As guild upper echelons, they knew that planning was necessary before a guild began a large-scale operation. If Zero Wing truly intended to mobilize a large amount of manpower to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom, then helping the Hundred Flowers Palace would become far more difficult for the guild. Zero Wing might even dismiss the idea of providing assistance entirely. How soon do we need to make a decision? Shi Feng asked. A day, if possible, Yulin replied after giving the matter some thought. That will be the opportune time for our guild to expand. Although Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons wanted to comment, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. They couldn't possibly tell Shi Feng that they'd need a long time to gather the guild's upper echelons and elders, not to mention the representatives from the major corporations that supported the Hundred Flowers Palace. One day simply wasn't enough time for the palace to reach a decision. In fact, the decision to abandon the Dark Knight Empire and develop in another kingdom had only been made after a lengthy discussion. The proposal to partner with Zero Wing would likely take even longer. Too many people and organizations were tied to this matter, and persuading all parties involved would be extremely difficult. How is such a short time enough to negotiate anything? Try to find a way to give them more time. Shi Feng sternly commanded when he saw the awkward expressions on the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons. Deciding something so important in a single day was impossible for any guild, especially a true veteran first-rate guild like the Hundred Flowers Palace. Too many people held shares of the guild. We can hold off for 2 days, but we will miss out on the opportune moment to strike in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Yulin said, her imperative tone implying that Zero Wing would cough blood if it gave the palace a second more. Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Cleansed Rue said sincerely. However, before I negotiate with my guild's upper echelons, may I make a presumptuous request? Let me hear it. As a potential ally, I will help wherever I can, Shi Feng said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. I'd like to borrow Zero Wing's strength during the meeting to show my guild that we truly have hope of fending off Starlink's harassment. I'm sure they will find it easier to agree to the partnership that way, Cleansed Rue said as she turned to Silent Blade and the others, who stood beside Shi Feng. Silent Blade and his comrades were all level 61, tier 2 players or above, and every one of them radiated a deadly aura. No guild could afford to take their strength lightly. If she could show off Zero Wing's experts, she believed that she could persuade her guild's upper echelons to agree to this alliance. After all, the Hundred Flowers Palace's members would have a much easier time developing if they could continue in the Dark Knight Empire, where they were comfortable, rather than migrating to another kingdom. That won't be a problem. Before your meeting begins, I'll send some people to express Zero Wing's sincerity, Shi Feng agreed. He understood Cleansed Rue's thoughts. Convincing people was easier if one provided a personal experience. Cleansed Rue and her subordinates soon left Zero Wing's residence, returning to the Dark Knight Empire to break the news to their guild. They weren't in such a hurry simply because of the time limit Zero Wing had given them, but because the Hundred Flowers Palace didn't have much time left in the Empire without help. They needed to move quickly. After the palace's representatives left, the atmosphere in the guild leader's office relaxed. Stubborn Bone and Remnant Cloud, who had both served as commanders of an adventurer team, couldn't help but turn reverent gazes on Shi Feng. Both of their teams had been well-known adventurer teams, but compared to first-rate guilds, they had been insignificant. Yet, they had just witnessed a veteran first-rate guild like the Hundred Flowers Palace submit before Shi Feng. Guild leader, although the Hundred Flowers Palace is in a precarious state right now, I'm afraid that Cleansed Rue will have a difficult time persuading the palace's old members with her status as a vice-guild leader. I suggest that we send Fire Dance and the others to visit the guild in the Dark Knight Empire. If they attend the meeting, I'm sure that those old members will agree to the partnership regardless of their personal feelings. If this partnership succeeds, developing in the Dark Knight Empire will become much easier. We won't have to waste a large amount of time and manpower building a foundation from scratch, Yulin offered after Cleansed Rue and her companions had left the residence. Forget it. Fire and the others are still participating in their special training. Let's not interrupt them, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. We'll just send Silent and his team. Although Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, and the others hadn't been members of Zero Wing long, they had grown a lot stronger after training in the Lost Town's Extraordinary Tower. Shi Feng had to admit that the Realms of Truth training was immensely helpful to expert players. Despite the fact that they hadn't yet entered the Realms of Truth, Silent Blade and the others had successfully mastered 1 or 2 advanced combat techniques during their training in the Extraordinary Tower. With how close they were to reaching the Refinement Realm, their overall combat power could now rival true Refinement Realm experts. Furthermore, Silent Blade and his team were geared in weapons and equipment that even the various superpowers struggled to acquire at this stage of the game. Only superpowers peak experts had a chance of defeating these Zero Wing experts. Yulin could not help but worry as she looked at Remnant Cloud and the other players standing by Shi Feng's side. Although she knew that their combat standards were on par with hers, she was concerned that they wouldn't be enough to fulfill their purpose. Relax, I'll give them something good before they leave. Once the palace's people see it, they'll know what the wisest decision is, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then asked, how is the material collection I tasked you and Melancholic Smile with coming along? We have done our best to gather as many of the materials you requested. However, the required stock is massive, and every material is incredibly rare. Even after raiding the treasuries in the Starlight Alliance's 2 guild towns, we have barely collected 5 sets of materials, Yulan said. Good. Transfer the materials to White River City's candlelight trading firm immediately. Shi Feng was ecstatic to hear the news. Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to gather the people I requested earlier. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally craft the Guardian Puppet. 2030 Puppet Production, Chapter 2030, Puppet Production Star, Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Shi Feng left the crowded teleportation hall, he sensed that the city's atmosphere had changed. During his last visit, a depressing energy and dense killing intent had fallen over the city. Now, however, excitement almost crackled in the air. Far fewer guild players wandered the city streets, replaced by far more adventurer team players than before. As Shi Feng wandered through the city, he could hear players discussing the recent events in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing is so amazing. It captured 2 of the Starlight Alliance's guild towns, back to back. Not even the various superpowers have accomplished such a feat. Who would have thought that Zero Wing had such a powerful foundation? After its defeat, the Starlight Alliance disbanded. The corporations supporting it have already pulled out their investments. I don't think it'll be long before Zero Wing removed the guilds that participated in the alliance from the kingdom. Who told those guilds to be so arrogant and make an enemy of Zero Wing? Didn't they see how Zero Wing became Star? Moon Kingdom's overlord in the first place? They're just reaping what they sow. I know, right? I've heard that Zero Wing's giant players were responsible for capturing both guild towns. They're 4 meters tall and have immeasurable strength. Their defense is off the charts too. The town's defense turrets barely left a scratch on them. With Zero Wing's home ground advantage, who would dare provoke the guild in the Witch's Hill now? It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to convert so many players into giants. I wish I could become a giant player too. Isn't that simple? Just join Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing can convert so many players into giants, it's natural that it can do so with even more players. The conversion price is the only concern now. That's right. After its victory in the Witch's Hill, independent players in the kingdom are rushing to join Zero Wing in the hopes of securing a conversion slot. Although living in human cities will be inconvenient after joining a neutral race, the combat power you get in return is definitely worth it. Moreover, once we reach higher levels, we'll be able to explore more neutral maps. The inconveniences players face as a neutral race will become insignificant. Honestly, it isn't really necessary to join Zero Wing if you want to become a giant. All of the powers in God's domain, aside from those in Star Moon Kingdom, have begun to look into the conversion process due to the performance of Zero Wing's giant players. They all hope to amass their own force of giant experts. It is only a matter of time before someone reveals the conditions for becoming a giant. Once they do, even independent players like us will have an opportunity to convert. The independent players on the streets talked about the battle in the Witch's Hill passionately. Their eyes glowed as they discussed Zero Wing's giant players, and many of them wanted to convert. At this point, both independent players and the various powers were eager to become giant players. The era of the giants had officially begun. Seeing this, Shi Feng merely smiled as he continued toward the candlelight trading firm. While the giant race was impressively powerful, it also had glaring flaws. These flaws included promotion difficulty. Without a guild's support, even expert players would struggle to reach Tier 3. Shi Feng had only chosen to convert 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers into giants due to Zero Wing's precarious position. Normally, he would have only converted players after ensuring that they understood the implications of the process. Of course, these giant players could return to their human state at the cost of a few levels. If they struggled with their Tier 3 promotion quests, they could simply convert back. A few lost levels wouldn't be a problem compared to gaining the giant race's advantages while they were still at Tier 2. Moreover, he could determine the truly talented players among the group by converting them into giants. Before converting, no one would know whether or not they'd be suitable for the race. Once he discovered these talented players, he could grant them the Titan bloodline, reducing their promotion difficulty and allowing them to shine as true giant experts. As for the various large guilds' search into the giant conversion, both Aqua Rose and Yulan had expressed some concerns on the matter. However, Shi Feng paid it no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public discovered Thunder Axe City, and he had already activated the teleportation array that led to it. Moreover, players would need some time to complete the conversion quest. If they used the normal method of becoming a giant, meanwhile, Zero Wing would reap all of the possible benefits from the giant race. It wasn't long before Shi Feng reached his destination. When he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, he found that Melancholic Smile had already prepared the necessary manpower and materials to begin the Guardian Puppet's production. Zero Wing urgently needed capable combatants, so it should work on increasing its members' levels and the number of giant players in its employ. But in Shi Feng's opinion, producing the Guardian Puppets was more meaningful. In the past, war weapons like the combat puppets were a large part of the reason that the various second- and third-rate guilds had survived the presence of first-rate guilds and superpowers. Sinrealm's decision to use the steel puppet against him had been foolish. Combat puppets weren't meant to kill individual players. They were only truly valuable when they defended or attacked towns and cities. Had Sin Realm utilized its steel puppet to protect Golden Flow Town, capturing the town would have been far more challenging. If Sin Realm had used enough combat puppets, Shi Feng would have been forced to rely on more than just his giant players. Likewise, if he crafted a certain number of guardian puppets, the various superpowers wouldn't be able to threaten Zero Wing. Inside his spacious special forging room, a small mountain of material sat atop his work desk. These materials would only be enough to produce one power source for the guardian puppet. Let's begin. Shi Feng took in a deep breath as he examined the design and materials before him. He then activated the Soul Fire's and Philosopher's Hand's abilities, quickly melting down the fine Titan ingots and mana stones on the table. The most difficult part of constructing the guardian puppet was its power source. To attempt the production, one had to be an intermediate master forger at the very least. Moreover, an intermediate master would have a painfully low success rate. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Hand's ability could upgrade Shi Feng to Advanced Master Forger for a short time. This was why Shi Feng dared to attempt producing the guardian puppet. Time passed quickly. Before he had realized it, half a day had passed since Shi Feng had begun to work on the guardian puppet. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. Silver Pine City was the 7th largest NPC city in the Dark Knight Empire and fully under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. However, players from other large guilds roamed the city as if they owned the place. It did not look like the 100 Flowers Palace's territory. Meanwhile, the normally lively 100 Flowers Palace residence was as quiet as the grave. The palace's members watched one guild upper echelon after another enter the guild hall's first-floor hall, shock gripping their hearts when they saw the upper echelon's faces. Some of these upper echelons had come from other kingdoms and empires, and even the rarely seen guild elders made an appearance. What's going on? Why are all of the guild's upper echelons gathering here? Isn't that Crimson Heart, the first vice guild leader? Wasn't she managing the branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom? She's actually made a trip here? The 100 Flowers Palace's members went into an uproar when they saw the silver-armored, soldierly woman with crimson eyes. Although Crimson Heart was the guild's first vice-guild leader, she disagreed with the guild leader's management choices and had led a group of players to develop in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her endeavors in the kingdom had been quite successful, and she paid no heed to the main branch's matters. Even when the palace's main branch had fallen into a precarious state, she had refused to make an appearance. The guild's members had never expected Crimson Heart to visit the main branch at this time. When the crowd saw the 3 players following Crimson Heart, they couldn't help but gape. The highest leveled player among them had reached level 61. At that level, one could rank among the top 30 experts on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. Moreover, all 3 players wore level 60 equipment, with the weakest piece at Secret Silver rank. Level 60 Secret Silver equipment was currently considered top-tier equipment, and not even the various superpowers had many pieces. In addition, these 3 players had a few pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment on them. Most importantly, they all wore 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Many of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons were stupefied to see these 3 players as well. They had never considered that Crimson Heart's development in the Holy Hill Kingdom had been so profitable. Crimson, you're finally here. And here I thought that you planned to abandon the 100 Flowers Palace. A level 60, tier 2 male berserker carrying a great sword on his back commented, smiling when he saw Crimson Heart enter the meeting room. My opinions simply differ from the guild leaders, but I am still a member of the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, I have to make an appearance for such an important matter. Moreover, Rue has fallen too far. The 100 Flowers Pavilion can solve its own problems. We don't need outsiders' help. Crimson Heart sapped, frowning as a flash of rage lit her eyes. As soon as Crimson Heart fell silent, a commotion broke out outside of the meeting room. Shortly after, Cleansed Rue joined the guild's upper echelons with a dozen or so players trailing behind her, all of which wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests. 2031, Strong Team, Chapter 2031, Strong Team. Inside the grand solemn meeting room, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons and guild elders were silent as they stared at Zero Wing's players standing behind Cleansed Rue. How is this possible? Level 62? How does Zero Wing have so many level 61 experts and above? Are these people really from Zero Wing? I thought the players Fire Dance and Cola were Zero Wing's peak experts. The 100 Flowers Palace's members whispered to each other as they examined Silent Blade and the dozen or so Zero Wing members from afar, confusion filling their gazes. Although many of the players in the meeting room had reached level 60, a massive amount of EXP was necessary to rise from level 60 to 61. Currently, fewer than 30 people in the Dark Knight Empire had reached level 61, and even if they included the experts that chose to hide their levels, there were still less than 50 level 61 players in the Empire. Moreover, most of these players were from the 3 superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, the 14 representatives from Zero Wing could make up 1/3 of the Empire's highest-leveled players. Furthermore, 10 of them were level 62. If these Zero Wing members migrated to the Dark Knight Empire, they would instantly monopolize the top 10 positions on the Empire's ranking list. Although a player's level was not proof of strength, the equipment these players wore was at least on par with the equipment the 3 players who accompanied Crimson Heart wore. When these 14 Zero-Wing members stood together, their combined aura was significantly stronger than the combined aura of Crimson Heart's 3 subordinates. Even the guild upper echelons felt greatly pressured by this aura, not to mention the guild members outside of the meeting room. It was no wonder why there had been such a commotion beyond the meeting room's doors. So, this is Zero-Wing? It is even more powerful than the rumors claim. A hint of surprise flashed across the male berserker's face as he looked at Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, and the others. He was particularly surprised to see the young man leading Zero-Wing's members. Despite having used an advanced identification skill, he couldn't learn any details about him. The only thing he discovered was the young man's name, Shi Feng. It seems that Zero-Wing isn't all talk. No wonder it dares to meddle in our guild's affairs, Crimson Heart commented as she glanced at Shi Feng and the others. Unfortunately, they came for nothing. A guild could not become more powerful by relying on a small number of peak experts. Although Zero-Wing had sent a shocking number of peak experts, guilds had to rely on the cooperation of a large force of ordinary expert and elite players when safeguarding its territory. The greatsword-carrying berserker nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. From an outsider's point of view, the 100 Flowers Palace had fallen from its peak. However, that wasn't entirely true. At most, the guild had 2/3 of its previous power. Moreover, that didn't include the forces Crimson Heart had been nurturing in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her forces alone made up 1/3 of the palace's previous strength. Now that Crimson Heart had returned to the main branch, the guild had, in a way, recovered to its peak. With such strength, the guild would have no problem fending off Starlink's offensive. Starlink's main target, after all, was Unyielding Soul. After a brief discussion among the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the guild leader, Shadowflower, finally arrived, marking the meeting's official start. Shi Feng was a little taken aback when he saw the masked woman sitting in the guild leader's throne. The 100 Flowers Palace was one of the few guilds in the virtual gaming world that favored women over men. Meanwhile, among the multiple guild leaders that had led the 100 Flowers Palace, Shadowflower had accomplished the most. The 100 Flowers Palace had eventually grown into a quasi-super first-rate guild under this woman's lead during Shi Feng's previous life. Although the palace never managed to become a super first-rate guild, it had amassed the strength to rival one. However, Shadowflower's identity had even been a mystery in the past. She almost never appeared before the public. People only knew of her existence, but no one had ever seen her in person. Many had speculated that Shadowflower was in her 30s or 40s, but when Shi Feng inspected her with omniscient eyes, he discovered that she was barely over 20. She was even younger than Cleansed Rue, and she was no less beautiful. Her level was even more impressive as a level 61 Tier 2 assassin. While Shi Feng quietly observed the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the players before him fell into a heated debate. Overall, these upper echelons had split into 2 main groups. The first group supported the idea of accepting Zero-Wing's help, but with the condition that part of the remuneration was paid in resources rather than solely shops and lands. The second group vehemently wanted to refuse Zero-Wing's offer since, due to Crimson Heart's return, the 100 Flowers Palace had enough power to stop Starlink's merciless invasion. Cleansed Rue and Crimson Heart led these 2 groups, and both argued intensely. Big Sis Crimson, although Starlink hasn't officially been recognized as a super first-rate guild, it's in no way weaker than actual super first-rate guilds. It has even surpassed Unyielding Soul. It's targeting us to ensure that it can focus on Unyielding Soul later. Starlink is not playing around and will do everything in its power to eliminate us. With just our guild's strength, resisting Starlink will be incredibly difficult, Cleansed Rue said. While you're correct, you know that there have been cases where guilds that rival first-rate guilds have stopped a superpower's offensive. Zero-Wing's success against Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire is one such example. I admit that our guild doesn't have weapons like the basic combat device and magic-breaking crossbows, Crimson Heart said as she shot Shi Feng a glance, who currently lounged in a guest seat. Revealing a faint smile, she continued, but we have an absolute advantage when it comes to terrain. We also have a large stock of blood source potions. Replicating Zero-Wing's success and chasing Starlink out of our territories isn't necessarily impossible. The blood source potion was a unique berserk potion which she had the recipe for. After consumption, players would instantly rise by 5 levels for 3 hours. During the potion's duration, they'd also enjoy a 20% basic attribute increase, and their physique would improve by 40%. The potion's side effects were its only flaws. Once the potion's duration ended, the player would lose 1 level and enter a weakened state for 12 hours. Because of this, it was considered taboo, and most players refused to use it unless absolutely necessary. If the 100 Flowers Palace used blood source potions against Starlink in the fields, it might achieve a greater victory than Zero-Wing's against Miracle. The palace had thousands of experts it could dispatch, whereas Zero-Wing's forces had been limited to the number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows in its possession. Cleansed Rue fell silent at Crimson Heart's words. The other guild upper echelons also found her opinions reasonable. After all, Crimson Heart had relied on the blood source potion to secure a sizable territory in the Holy Hill Kingdom with a small number of guild members. Starlink couldn't afford to fight a drawn-out war with the 100 Flowers Palace if it wanted to deal with Unyielding Soul. Once it discovered that the palace was too tough to finish off in a short time, it would give up on the palace. It was a similar mentality to the one Miracle used when it withdrew from its fight with Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing was capable of stopping a superpower's offensive, why couldn't their guild do the same? Furthermore, the 100 Flowers Palace could dispatch far more experts than Zero Wing had during that fight. As the upper echelons discussed Crimson Heart's view and agreed with her suggestion, a system notification rang in their ears. Guild system, Starlink has captured East Valley Town's town order. East Valley Town is no longer be under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. 2032 Proof of Ability, Chapter 2032, Proof of Ability. When they heard the guild system notification, the meeting room fell silent as if time had frozen. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons only recovered from their daze after 3 seconds had passed. East Valley Town has been captured? How is that possible? What did Starlink do? Quick. Send someone to contact our people in East Valley Town. I want to know what's happening. Find out how Starlink captured it. The upper echelons barked out orders to their subordinates, demanding a full investigation into this matter. They were all visibly anxious, having abandoned their prior calm. Even Cleansed Rue, one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, was clearly flustered. East Valley Town was one of the 100 Flowers Palace's 3 most important towns, due to its proximity to the Thorny Ridge, a level 60 to 80 neutral map. The Thorny Ridge was the most suitable map for players to grind and level up. Not only could players level up quickly there, but they could also secure excellent resources from the map. Furthermore, East Valley Town had almost been large enough to promote to intermediate rank. Due to East Valley Town's importance, the 100 Flowers Palace had stationed between 30,000 and 40,000 players in the town. Although only 1,000 of them were expert players, the rest being elites, East Valley Town shouldn't be easy to capture. To prevent other powers from taking the town from them, the guild had also constructed 8 defense turrets and 10 arrow towers, in addition to hiring 1,000 NPC soldiers for the town's protection. If worse came to worst, the palace had a collection of war weapons, Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls stored in the town. Yet, despite having such defenses, East Valley Town had fallen without any of them receiving word of an attack. Why wouldn't they worry when such a heavily fortified town had been captured so easily? After waiting for a short while, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons received reports from their subordinates. However, their expressions became even gloomier after reading the reports. Vice Guild Leader Rue, what happened in East Valley Town? Shi Feng could not help but ask. We have received a report from the members stationed in the town. Starlink sealed off communication in the town before several thousand Tier 2 experts appeared in our residence. Because of how sudden the attack was, our members were caught completely off guard. Using the confusion to their advantage, Starlink's members claimed the town order, Cleansed Rue said, turning to Shi Feng with a complex expression. Starlink had used the same tactical assault that Zero Wing had employed against the Starlight Alliance. It was highly likely that Starlink had only decided to use the tactic after witnessing Zero Wing's success. If Zero Wing had not used it, Starlink would likely have failed to capture such a fortified town as East Valley Town. Although this situation impressed upon the palace's upper echelons how truly impressive Zero Wing was, it was also a fact that Zero Wing had indirectly helped Starlink capture one of the palace's fortified towns. This would likely encourage these upper echelons' resentment against Zero Wing. They used our guild's assault tactic? Remnant Cloud and the others who sat around Shi Feng were stunned. Although they felt as if the 100 Flowers Palace deserved their apology, they were also a little delighted. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons had already stated that they were capable of fending off a superpower in the same way Zero Wing had. However, due to Zero Wing's tactic, the palace had lost one of its most important towns. However, the situation didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. After an adventurer team had used the tactic to destroy a guild town in the past, similar situations had occurred across God's domain. No one could resist the temptation of obtaining a guild town so easily. But using this tactic required one to fulfill certain conditions. The first condition required one to possess sufficiently strong combatants. The second condition involved the ability to transfer a large number of players across long distances. Naturally, the second condition was more difficult to fulfill since the majority of teleportation tools in the game only allowed individual travel. Group teleportation tools, even those that allowed short-distance travel, were extremely rare and valuable, not to mention long-distance, group teleportation tools. Normally, one would require tools like Tier 3 group teleportation scrolls to achieve the feat, but such scrolls were insanely rare, rivaling Tier 4 magic scrolls. They were not easy to come by. This was also why Shi Feng treated his 7 Luminaries ring as a divine tool. Its ability to teleport a group of players was already immensely precious, not to mention its other abilities. However, that isn't the most important news right now. Based on the information we gathered during our people's investigations, Starlink simultaneously dispatched an army to Moon Creek Town, one of our other important bases, Cleansed Rue said. We estimate that the guild has mobilized over 300,000 players for the assault, and it has sealed off communication and all paths to the town. We were only able to learn of its movements through offline means. It was obvious that Starlink was serious about taking Moon Creek Town from the 100 Flowers Palace. An army of 300,000 elite players was the equivalent of 3/4 of the palace's elite members. With all paths to and from Moon Creek Town blocked, teleportation to the town was impossible as well. It would take a very long time for the palace to mobilize a force large enough to match Starlink's army. Meanwhile, only around 30,000 players defended the town. By the time the palace's main army arrived, the guild would have likely lost Moon Creek Town. If the Hundred Flowers Palace lost Moon Creek Town as well, the guild would lose all hope of developing in the Dark Knight Empire. The various large guilds relied on their guild towns, which were usually constructed in high-resource maps, to obtain leveling resources and funds. Without any guild towns, a guild would stagnate. Guild leader, what should we do? It'll likely take an hour or two to gather 100,000 elite members right now, and we'll need another 4 or 5 hours to reach Moon Creek Town. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, I'm afraid it won't last that long. Don't forget, Starlink has set up blockades on the paths to Moon Creek Town. Getting through those blockades will likely take as much time as actually traveling to the town. How are we supposed to send reinforcements in that case? We've already lost East Valley Town. If we lose Moon Creek Town as well, we'll have no choice but to leave the Empire. All of the palace's upper echelons anxiously voiced their opinions, one after another. They had never expected Starlink to launch such a fierce offensive. Rather than facing their guild in the field, Starlink had directly assaulted their guild's vital points. All we can do is organize a small force of experts to break through Starlink's blockades. I have blood source potions with me. If we can get these potions to Moon Creek Town, we can fortify the town's defenses. We should be able to buy enough time for the main army to arrive, Crimson Heart declared. Currently, there are 2 paths that will allow us to reach the town quickly, but trying to break through a single front will be quite dangerous since both paths are relatively close to each other. The Starlink members stationed at the blockades will easily be able to provide each other reinforcements. Hence, I suggest that we try both paths. We'll use one force as bait while the other tries to deliver the blood source potions to Moon Creek Town. Rue, you insisted that we ally with Zero Wing, correct? Then, let's see Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing can't even help us with this operation, then the guild isn't strong enough to stop Starlink. Cleansed Rue couldn't help but turn to Shi Feng with an awkward expression. She had merely invited Zero Wing's experts to this meeting to show off its strength to her guild's upper echelons. With that understanding, Zero Wing had only sent 14 experts with her. How could such a small force fight a large-scale battle? That won't be a problem. We can use this opportunity to prove to you that Zero Wing is powerful enough to repel Starlink, Shi Feng volunteered, nodding calmly. Cleansed Rue had no choice but to agree with Crimson Heart's plan after Shi Feng's approval. However, she intended to gather the experts under her command as well. She had suggested this alliance. She couldn't afford to watch from the sidelines. Since we're all in agreement, let's begin the operation. Moon Creek Town can't last long without our help, Crimson Heart said, flashing Shi Feng a grin. In truth, she didn't have much hope of Zero Wing's success in this operation. She had only suggested the plan to prove to Zero Wing that she and her subordinates could smash through Starlink's blockade and reach Moon Creek Town in time to help its survival. Following which, the 2 Vice Guild leaders left to prepare, with Crimson Heart organizing the experts that had accompanied her from the Holy Hill Kingdom and Cleansed Rue leading her own subordinates and Zero Wing's group to the appointed location. 2033, Breaking Through, Chapter 2033, Breaking Through. Dark Knight Empire, Silent Canyon, a 1,000-man team from the Hundred Flowers Palace rose through a rugged mountain path atop the guild's Black Panther mounts. The team left kicked up clouds of dust as they passed, the sound of the Black Panther's footfalls echoing throughout the valley. Players that encountered the army of Black Panthers stepped aside and made way for the beasts. In the lead, Crimson Heart rode atop a pitch-black drake, unlike the rest of her team. She wore a suit, a silver armor, and carried a dark purple spear across her back that radiated a frosty aura. Holding her mount's reins in one hand, she looked like a heroic Valkyrie riding into battle. Independent players who saw her were awestruck, and many unconsciously followed the army of Black Panthers in hopes of catching another glimpse of Crimson Heart. Who is she? Since when has the Hundred Flowers Palace had a member like that? She feels so powerful. I only caught a glimpse, but I can't help my desire to submit to her. You're new to the Dark Knight Empire, so it isn't unusual that you haven't heard of her. She's the Hundred Flowers Palace's first Vice Guild leader. With her strength alone, she established a branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom and developed it into one of the kingdom's 2 overlords in a short time. She's strongly opposed to entering her name on the God's Domain expert list, so the Secret Pavilion ended up giving her the title Shadow Spear. She's even stronger than the Hundred Flowers Palace's Frost Flame Goddess, Cleansed Rue. A title from the Secret Pavilion? Amazing. That's not all. The Dark Cloud Legion under her command is frighteningly strong. The Legion once defeated an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players in the Holy Hill Kingdom. The Legion isn't any weaker than Superpower's trump card legions. I've heard that Starlink has blocked off all paths to Moon Creek Town and intends to lay siege. She probably plans to reinforce the town by crossing the Silent Canyon. A siege battle? I've only seen siege battles in videos. Why don't we follow her and watch? The battle between Starlink and the Hundred Flowers Palace is definitely going to be an interesting show. You're right, we don't get many chances to watch siege battles in person. Once the battle is over, we might even get to make a little profit. The independent players quietly discussed the situation as they watched the Dark Cloud Legion dash by. Although Starlink's siege on Moon Creek Town had been a tight secret, it was very difficult to keep the assault under wraps when mobilizing such a large force. As some experts watched the imposing Dark Cloud Legion ride by, they began to grow even more interested in the upcoming battle. Unable to help themselves, they climbed on their mounts and chased after Crimson Heart and her team. Big Sis Crimson, quite a few players are following us. Should we deal with them? A female assassin with a devilish body asked Crimson Heart as she glanced at the players behind the team. Ignore them. With the commotion we're causing, hiding our actions is impossible. Let them tail after us, Crimson Heart said, shaking her head. Any news on the Starlink forces blocking this path? A report just came in. According to our scouts, Starlink has dispatched particularly powerful forces to guard the two shortest paths to the town. The guild must have guessed that we'd focus on these paths, so it sent 2 vice guild leaders, each with an army of 15,000 elite and expert players to block the paths, the female assassin replied grimly. Starlink was a new guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. It had become a superpower so quickly, even rivaling Unyielding Soul, after annexing plenty of guilds, adventurer teams, and famous experts. Meanwhile, Starlink's vice guild leaders had either been guild leaders of first-rate guilds or commanders of top adventurer teams. They were all famous experts that had shaken the virtual gaming world in the past. Not only were these players incredibly strong as individuals, but they also had a large number of capable experts under their command. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified for the positions as Starlink's vice guild leaders. Since Starlink had sent 2 of its vice guild leaders to guard the 2 closest paths, breaking through would be even more difficult. Crimson Heart couldn't help her frown. Although she had expected Starlink to establish a tight blockade, she hadn't expected this much trouble. She then asked, "Do you know who the vice guild leaders are?" After taking a deep breath, the assassin replied in a soft, serious tone. Starlink's 7th vice guild leader, Desert Tiger, is guarding the path we're on now. He has earned the title 100 Fist Tiger. The other path is guarded by Starlink's recently promoted 4th vice guild leader, 3 Kills. 3 Kills? He actually joined Starlink? How did Starlink manage to recruit him? I thought he decided to retire a long time ago? Crimson Heart's expression darkened when she heard the name 3 Kills. Ordinary players might not know the name, but as an upper echelon of a first-rate guild, Crimson Heart was quite familiar with 3 Kills. The name had once shaken the virtual gaming world's apex over a dozen years ago. 3 Kills had been the guild leader of the Super Guild, Jormungandr. He had been one of the only geniuses that appeared in the guild once a decade. However, for some unknown reason, 3 Kills had announced his retirement one day, leaving the virtual gaming world alongside a large group of experts. Less than 5 years later, Jormungandr had disbanded and faded from the virtual gaming world, and other super guilds and super first-rate guilds had poached its abandoned members. However, when 3 Kills had led the guild, Jormungandr had nearly become one of the top 4 super guilds in the virtual gaming world. We don't know the exact reason, but we're certain that this player is the real 3 Kills, the female assassin said, shuddering. Ordinary players would assume that a super guild's guild leader only played a management role in the guild, but Crimson Heart, a first-rate guild's upper echelon, knew that the position was proof of one's strength in super guilds. With a big shot like 3 Kills defending the blockade, why wouldn't she shudder in fear? Hopefully, Zero Wing can buy us some time, Crimson Heart said as she examined the map. Let's increase our speed. We need to break through the blockade before Zero Wing clashes with 3 Kills. She had planned to show off the 100 Flowers Palace's strength to Zero Wing in this operation, proving that the palace was no weaker than Zero Wing, perhaps even stronger. Once Zero Wing realized its inferior position, it would give up on trying to lay claim to the palace's shops and lands. However, she had lost her previous certainty. Even a super first-rate guild would likely struggle to get past a blockade led by 3 Kills, not to mention Zero Wing. Right now, she needed to put as much distance between her team and 3 Kills as possible before he annihilated Zero Wing's small force. If she had to fight both Desert Tiger and 3 Kills at once, she'd never reach Moon Creek Town. Following which, Crimson Heart and the Dark Cloud Legion members increased their pace to reach Starlink's blockade before the agreed-upon time. Meanwhile, on another path through the Silent Canyon, Cleansed Rue's group had arrived a short distance away from Starlink's blockade. Elder Ye Feng, the situation has changed. I've just received a report stating that 3 Kills is leading the force ahead. He was the guild leader of Jormungandr, a super guild from several years ago, Cleansed Rue reported grimly. Breaking past them is no longer possible here. However, I'm hoping that you can help me delay 3 Kills for some time. If we can hold him off for 4 or 5 minutes, it will be enough. I understand. But since we've agreed to prove Zero Wing's ability to resist Starlink to the 100 Flowers Palace, we cannot go back on our word. Zero Wing would become a laughingstock among the other guilds if we did. We'll make sure you and your team make it to Moon Creek Town, Shi Feng calmly declared. 3 Kills is a monster of an expert. Do you really think that you can break through his blockade? A Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace asked when she heard Shi Feng's confident tone. If the path is only guarded by one monster like him, we shouldn't have any issues, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Big Sis Ru, this person is insane, the female cleric whispered to her leader, flabbergasted. She very nearly failed to control herself and shot Shi Feng a disdainful look. Zero Wing had only sent them 14 players. Although the narrow mountain terrain didn't allow large-scale combat, only suitable for a small number of players to fight each other at a time, getting past a force of 15,000 elite and expert players with such a small force would be nigh impossible. Furthermore, Starlink's force was led by the former guild leader of a super guild. The female cleric sent a hopeful glance at Remnant Cloud and his companions behind Shi Feng. She hoped that they would stop such a mentally disturbed leader, but when she saw one of Zero Wing's members open their mouth, assuming that they would indeed dissuade Shi Feng, Boss Feng, can you leave 3 kills to me? 2034. Beyond Salvation, Chapter 2034, Beyond Salvation. Even Shi Feng was shocked into turning towards Seven Light, the player who asked to face 3 kills. Seven Light was very young, and he hadn't come into contact with virtual reality games until recently. In fact, God's Domain was the first virtual reality game he had ever played. However, his talent was the real deal. Although he had only joined Zero Wing recently, his talent for combat had helped him rise through the guild's ranks to its main force, through the guild's monthly ranking competition. Seven Light had also gained more inspiration and strength from his training in the Extraordinary Tower than any of his comrades. Shi Feng had to admit that the youth was worthy of the title Arclight Sword Emperor, the title he had wielded during Shi Feng's previous life. Although Seven Light had yet to enter the realms of truth, he had unexpectedly entered the realms of refinement during his training, becoming one of Zero Wing's few refinement realm experts. Alright, I'll leave him to you. Seeing the fighting spirit in Seven Light's eyes, Shi Feng could see that he truly wanted to test his newfound strength. Although Seven Light had only reached the refinement realm, which wouldn't be significant in a superpower, he also wore the level 60 Demonkin set equipment he had obtained after slaying the Demonkin King. Shi Feng had awarded Seven Light the set equipment after he had entered the refinement realm. Rather, only refinement realm experts qualified to utilize the set. Giving the equipment to an ordinary expert would be a waste. This was also the reason that Shi Feng had only distributed the level 60 secret silver equipment to the players who had participated in the Demonkin King raid, while he had stored the fine gold and dark gold equipment in the guild warehouse. Seven Light currently wore the level 60 dark gold ranked Demonkin chest piece and boots, while the pants, gloves, helmet, and bracers were fine gold ranked set pieces. Despite the difference in quality, the combination still activated the Demonkin set's 6-piece set effects. The Demonkin set's effects were no weaker than Cola's Scorching Wind set. However, since the Scorching Wind set was level 70 equipment, its basic attribute bonuses were far higher than the level 60 Demonkin set. They were 2 of the best set equipment available in the game right now. Understood. I swear I will complete this mission. Seven Light could not help his growing excitement when Shi Feng agreed to his request. After listening to the conversation between Shi Feng and Seven Light, the Tier 2 female cleric nearby rolled her eyes at Zero Wing's members. Now, she looked at the players as if they were psychopaths. Their opponent had once been a Super Guild's guild leader, a legendary existence in the virtual gaming world. Yet Shi Feng and Seven Light spoke as if 3 kills was some common monster that could easily be defeated. Big Sis Ru, the Tier 2 cleric, could not help but tug on Cleansed Ru's sleeve in a plead for comfort. She hoped that Cleansed Ru would be able to dissuade these lunatics. Cleansed Ru could only sigh in response, expressing her agreement. However, she found it natural that Zero Wing's members knew nothing of 3 kills. After all, Zero Wing was a relatively new guild, so it was ignorant about many things regarding the virtual gaming world's hierarchy. Furthermore, 3 kills had retired over a decade ago. After all was said and done, she had been responsible for inviting Zero Wing's members here, and since they wanted to smash through the blockade, how could she demand they sacrifice themselves to simply buy some time instead? Vice Guild Leader Ru, it's almost time. Should we set off? Shi Feng asked as he turned to Cleansed Ru. Are we not going to discuss our plan for getting past the blockade? Cleansed Ru asked, giving Shi Feng a strange look. Aside from Zero Wing's 14 members, she had brought with her more than 900 experts from the 100 Flowers Palace to help their operation. Although she recognized Shi Feng and his companion's strength, they were, at best, as powerful as ordinary peak experts. They should be far weaker than a superpower's peak experts. If they did not plan this operation properly, the enemy ranged experts would likely bombard them to smithereens before they could reach the blockade. Moreover, the defenders had the advantage with how narrow the terrain was. Even a 10,000-strong army could easily hold back several tens of thousands of players for a long time, much less their team of 1,000 players. Right? We need to come up with a plan. Realization dawned on Shi Feng. Shi Feng's reaction rendered the 100 Flowers Palace members speechless. They hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would have an upper echelon that lacked such common sense. I'll explain what I have in mind then. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng said, Later, my team and I will spearhead the charge. Once we tear a hole through Starlink's defenses, The enemy will concentrate their firepower on us. Catch up with us the moment you see an opening, and try to avoid fighting the enemy as much as possible. We are severely outnumbered after all. If we try to fight them, we'll be at a disadvantage. As soon as Shi Feng finished, every player from the 100 Flowers Palace stared at him with dropped jaws. They would have cursed at him if Cleansed Rue hadn't been there. How was that supposed to be a plan? He basically wanted them to launch a kamikaze attack. If they truly followed Shi Feng's play, they might as well call themselves the Suicide Team. Shi Feng wasn't satisfied with simply sacrificing himself and his players. He actually wanted them to die with him. Did he think that they were just as mentally ill as he was? Very good. It seems nobody has any issues with it, Shi Feng said, nodding his head when no one spoke up. In that case, let's begin. Big Sis Rue, are we really going to follow him? The Tier 2 female cleric could not help but ask Cleanse Rue softly. She felt that Shi Feng's mental disorder was beyond salvation. If they followed his plan, they'd likely be annihilated within 30 seconds. They'd break the record for the fastest 1,000-man team to die while charging a blockade, becoming the biggest joke in the Dark Knight Empire. Let them go. Once they die, we'll think of a better plan to buy time. That way, Big Sis Crimson's side should have an easier time breaking through to the town, Cleansed Rue said. She released a deep sigh as she watched Shi Feng and the others, who eagerly prepared to charge into Starlink's blockade. Meanwhile, hundreds of independent players stood less than 1,000 yards away from Starlink's fortifications. They all waited for Starlink to let them pass. Although many of these independent players whispered complaints, none of them could do anything about the roadblock. Starlink had set up their blockade in a strategic location, choosing a path that was sandwiched between two steep cliffs. Although the cliffs were not magically enhanced, even high-agility assassins would struggle to climb across. Furthermore, several hundred ranged experts stood guard atop each cliff. They'd easily spot anyone who attempted to climb the rock side. Getting past this blockade without being detected was simply impossible. The main path was guarded by several hundred MTs. Tier 2 MTs fully comprised the first two defensive lines, and when they raised their shields in unison, not even a rat could sneak past them, much less players. Boss kill, someone's trying to break past Desert Tiger's team. From what we've learned, these players seem to be from the Dark Cloud Legion that follows Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first vice-guild leader. It's the palace's strongest legion, with impressively strong members. Why don't we take some people and head over to take a look? I'm tired of sitting here and doing nothing. It's boring. A level 60 Tier 2 ranger holding a beer bottle suggested to the middle-aged man wearing dark blue plate armor and carrying two warhammers. It seems the 100 Flowers Palace is tired of sitting still, 3 Kills calmly commented. Since they're here, let's greet the Shadow Spear. Although 3 Kills looked like a man in his 40s, and he was relatively slim, lacking muscle mass, he radiated a chilling aura that made players unconsciously distance themselves from him. If a player examined him with an advanced identification skill, they'd discover that 3 Kills was a level 62, Tier 2 berserker, and his equipment was just as frightening. He wore a total of 5 epic items, 4 equipment pieces, and 1 weapon. Of the rest of his equipment, the weakest piece was level 60 secret silver rank. His aura wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a level 60 Grand Lord's. As 3 Kills finished speaking, the Starlink players that were responsible for scouting the surrounding area shouted, "Enemy sighted 500 yards away. A team of players is rapidly approaching." With the scouts' warning, Starlink's elite players began to grow nervous. The 100 Flowers Palace had been pushed to the brink of destruction, and the guild wouldn't spare any expense to get past their roadblock. Even though they had the defenders' advantage, they'd need to spend a long time grinding to recover the lost EXP on the off chance that they died in the upcoming battle. Luck is on our side today. We actually get to participate in such an event. Hopefully, I'll loot a good piece of equipment before this is over. Starlink's Tier 2 experts, however, didn't respond in kind. Rather, they practically vibrated with excitement and anticipation. The independent players that waited to move past the blockade had heard Starlink's experts, showing similar excitement. They rarely witnessed large-scale guild battles like this, and they were so close to the battlefield. With how chaotic combat was, they might be able to take advantage of the situation to secure some unexpected loot for themselves. The 100 Flowers Palace is launching a 2-prong assault. After giving the matter some thought, 3 Kills asked, "How many people are approaching?" 14, 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. Chapter 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. The scout's report stunned Starlink's members, clearly wondering if the scout was toying with them. Even 140 players would die instantly if they assaulted the blockade, much less 14 players. If the 100 Flowers Palace wanted to make it past the roadblock, it should have at least sent a 1,000-man team like the Legion that assaulted Desert Tiger's post. They must be independent players that want to head to Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace can't be this stupid. I agree. They're most likely just passing by. The Starlink members that had prepared for a fight began to relax. They also shot the scout disdainful looks for making them worry over nothing. Starlink hadn't publicly announced its siege on Moon Creek Town, so very few knew about it. Even if some players discussed the situation on the official forums, most players grinding in the fields rarely checked the forums while they worked. It wasn't unexpected to find players that didn't know about Starlink's blockades as they made their way to the town. In fact, they had already encountered several similar parties. No, these players are different. They're all wearing black cloaks, and I can't tell who they are. Moreover, their movement speed is extremely high. The man leading the charge is also riding an extraordinary mount. The mount is around 5 meters tall. It should be a secret silver rank or higher. They're definitely not ordinary players, the scout hurriedly explained. Although mounts had already become popular among ordinary players, bronze rank and higher were still incredibly rare. Even at this stage of the game, the various large guilds' upper echelons didn't necessarily own mysterious iron mounts, let alone secret silver rank. That's interesting. Everyone, get ready. We'll see what they intend to do, 3 Kills commanded, deciding to take the situation seriously after hearing the scout's explanation. As the scout had said, ordinary players weren't capable of obtaining a secret silver mount. Even 3 Kills had only recently secured a secret silver mount. When they heard 3 Kills' command, Starlink's members began to prepare for combat. After a short moment, a dozen or so figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. Each of them wore a black cloak, preventing anyone from determining whether they were independent or guild players. However, as the scout had claimed, these players rode extraordinary mounts. The movement speed was far greater than common rank mounts, at least as fast as bronze rank. Incoming players, listen up. Starlink has closed down this road. Dismount immediately and maintain a 100-yard distance. We'll kill any who resist. One of Starlink's members shouted a warning once the strangers were nearly 100 yards from the blockade. But despite the warning, these intruders maintained their speed, continuing their approach. Didn't they hear Starlink's warning? They had to. I'm even farther from the blockade, and I heard it clearly. How could they not hear the warning? Do they plan to charge through the blockade? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Starlink we're talking about. Such a small force isn't even a warm-up for Starlink's members. The hundreds of independent players waiting by the roadside were astonished as they watched the dozen or so figures run towards the blockade without any hesitation. When the cloaked figures were less than 70 yards from the blockade, another Starlink scout shouted, "A 1,000-man team from the 100 Flowers Palace has appeared 500 yards away. They're slowly approaching our location. Is this first group acting as bait?" The Tier 2 Ranger, Mountain Passenger, wondered aloud after taking a swig of his beer. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he watched the dozen or so mounted figures, saying, "Boss, it seems the 100 Flowers Palace has seriously underestimated us. Can I go ahead and eliminate those riders by myself? Forget it. I'm sure this team is simply here to delay us, ensuring that the team on Desert Tiger's Road can make it to Moon Creek Town," 3 Kills said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, "Since that is the case, take a team of 3,000 and reinforce Desert Tiger's forces. As for this bait, we'll leave them to Tyrant." "Understood," Mountain Passenger replied as realization dawned on him. As a first-rate guild, the 100 Flowers Palace had ways of learning about their movements. Information gathering was one of a first-rate guild's foundational abilities. Once the palace had discovered their intentions, it would realize that breaking past Starlink's forces would be impossible on this path. Hence, they intended to send wave after wave of a dozen or so players at the blockade, buying time for the palace's Dark Cloud Legion to force its way past the other blockade. Unfortunately, 3 Kills was the palace's opponent this time. If he hadn't been there, its ploy might have been successful. "We don't need to waste time on these suicidal bastards. All ranged players, attack together," 3 Kills commanded as he glanced at Shi Feng and the other Zero-Wing players. The several hundred ranged players atop the cliffs on both sides of the road began to prepare their attacks. However, just before these players could launch their attacks, a massive silver magic array appeared above them, covering a 500-yard radius. Pitch-black smoke flowed out of the array, and the Starlink members who were about to use their skills and spells found themselves silenced. An AoE silence? Mountain Passenger stared at the black smoke, stunned. AoE silencing skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain. A Tier 3 AoE silencing scroll's value could even rival that of a Tier 4 magic scroll, both treasured in any guild. Naturally, skills and tools that could employ an AoE silence were far more valuable, and one would need more than just tens of thousands of gold to purchase one. Yet, for the sake of its bait, the 100 Flowers Palace had used such a trump card. It was insanely extravagant. A futile struggle. Do they think silencing us will change anything? Everyone, use normal attacks, 3 Kills calmly commanded, unfazed by the AoE silence effect. The debuff would be crucial in a teamfight. Starlink still had an overwhelming numerical advantage. A single normal attack might not pose much of a threat to these trespassers, but several hundred at the same time would. Furthermore, their ranged players had the high ground. These 14 players would find their attacks difficult to dodge. Hearing 3 Kills' command, his teammates calmed down and used normal attacks against Shi Feng's group. Hundreds of arrows rained down on Zero-Wing's members. But after a second, Starlink's players were stupefied. The 14 players moved through the arrows as if strolling through their own backyards. None of the arrows touched them. How is this possible? Starlink's members, as well as the 100 Flowers Palace's scouting assassins and the spectating players, stared at Zero-Wing's small force with gaping mouths. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were talking about several hundred arrows. Even ordinary experts would be forced to defend themselves with their weapons. Some ordinary experts wouldn't even block every arrow, taking a few hits. However, not only had Shi Feng and his party dodged every arrow, but they had also done so effortlessly. Based on their appearances, they still had plenty of energy to spare. However, Seven Light and his companions weren't surprised in the least. After all, compared to dodging the extraordinary tower's attacks during the trial, avoiding these arrows was child's play. Not only were the arrows much slower, but their attack trajectories remained unchanged as well. Players that could reach the 150-yard mark in the first floor trial could easily avoid these arrows, not to mention Seven Light and his teammates who had reached the 100-yard mark. Meanwhile, after Starlink's Rangers launched several volleys of arrows, Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Stubborn Bone, Graceful Moon, Silent Blade, and the other Zero-Wing experts finally arrived before the blockade's defensive line. The level 58 to 60, Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that made up the first defensive line had already raised their shields, forming an unshakable steel wall. But when Seven Light and his comrades reached them, they plowed through the wall without hesitation. They did not even pause to find attack opportunities or target the MTs with weaker equipment. Omni Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Savage Charge, boom, boom, boom. Like a powerful cannon blast, Zero Wing's players forced a hole through the steel wall almost instantly. Dozens of Starlink's Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were sent flying, crashing into the players at the rear. Not a single Starlink player could be found within 15 yards of the Zero Wing party. 2036 Successive Breakthroughs. Chapter 2036, Successive Breakthroughs. Starlink's members were stunned after watching Seven Light, Silent Blade, and the others blast apart the human wall. The fact that these 14 players had dodged a rain of arrows was already shocking enough, but the word was no longer enough to describe the scene they had just witnessed. Are they monsters? This thought simultaneously drifted through the minds of Starlink's players. The MTs on the first line were bona fide Tier 2 experts, fully geared in level 55 secret silver equipment. Some of them even wore 1 or 2 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment. They were the envy of ordinary experts. That defensive line shouldn't have broken even under an assault by several thousand elite and expert players. Yet just 14 players had shattered it. Meanwhile, the independent players and the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts were just as flabbergasted. Not only had Zero Wing's party broken past Starlink's defensive lines, but they had also sent the Tier 2 MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Their strength was beyond common sense. However, after a short moment of silence, Starlink's experts recovered from their shock and promptly reinforced the second defensive line while the guild's ranged players provided cover fire. Now, Starlink's members wouldn't dare look down on Seven Light and his party. Only, their changed attitude didn't faze Zero Wing's players. Although Starlink's expert players were well equipped, Seven Light and the others were far beyond that. The weakest piece of equipment among them was level 60 secret silver rank, while most of their equipment consisted of level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Their basic attributes far surpassed those of Starlink's experts. Furthermore, due to their Tier 2 skills and spells enhancing their combat power, they increased the gap between themselves and Starlink's standards. The difference between them was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Zero Wing's players sent one Starlink member after another flying. Starlink's Tier 1 players couldn't even put up a fight as Seven Light and his companions' skills and spells killed them instantly. Without the help of their skills, the guild's Tier 2 experts only survived a few blows before they, too, fell. In less than 10 seconds, Starlink's second defensive line had shattered. Unlike the initial charge, however, Seven Light and his party left corpses in their path. Am I dreaming? Are those people really players? The watching independent players felt as if they were in a dream as they stared at the corpses littering the mountain path. They had witnessed many team battles before, but they had never watched over a dozen players slaughter several thousand. Seven Light and the others massacred Starlink's experts as if they were slaughtering chickens, taking a life with every swing of their weapons. Although Starlink's members had successfully landed a few hits, Zero Wing's healers easily mitigated the damage. Although Starlink was normally the target of independent players' hatred, they couldn't help but pity its members as they watched the carnage. Some of them even considered cheering on Starlink's members, protesting the fear and irrationality Seven Light and the others instilled in them. How is this possible? I thought they were supposed to be the palace's bait. Is the Dark Cloud Legion the true bait? 3 Kills was confused as he watched the invaders break his second defensive line. Boss, they're going to reach the third defensive line soon. If they break that line as well, we'll have trouble stopping them, Mountain Passenger warned his commander when he realized that 3 Kills hadn't yet given an order. Should we join the fight? They had set up quite a few defensive lines on this mountain path, but the first 3 were the strongest. If the enemy broke through, the most the rest of their players could do was buy time. They'd have no chance of stopping the 100 Flowers Palace's advance. Meanwhile, failing the first major mission it received after joining Starlink would be a massive embarrassment for Jormungandr. If the fallout weren't handled properly, it might even lose its standing within Starlink. Go. We can no longer afford to hold back, 3 Kills said, nodding. In a chilling tone he continued, since we must get involved, we cannot give these intruders an easy death. Boss, rest assured, since these people have spoiled our plans, I'll make sure they regret ever standing before us, Mountain Passenger enthusiastically declared. He had to admit that these newcomers were quite strong, nothing that ordinary experts could compare to. However, compared to Jormungandr's peak experts, they were nothing. God's domain had main tools, and among them some doubled a player's death penalty. Fortunately, these Starlink experts had something even more valuable. The Necromancer's globe in their possession targeted players' souls. Although it was a one-time use item, the targeted player would be barred from logging into God's domain for 5 to 10 days and suffer a permanent 15% decrease to their physique if they died within half an hour. To expert players, such a loss was far worse than losing several levels and several pieces of top-tier equipment. When Zero Wings players were within 30 yards of the third defensive line, 10 figures emerged from both sides of the road, blocking their path. Commander Mountain? When Starlink's members saw these figures, excitement instantly replaced their anxiety. All 10 players were peak experts within the guild, existences that ordinary players like themselves had no hope of comparing to. Every one of them was a monster capable of single-handedly eliminating several hundred ordinary experts. Although Seven Light and the others wielded frightening strength, they were no match for Mountain Passenger's group. After all, Seven Light's party relied on an AoE silencing effect to secure an overwhelming victory. Without it, the first defensive line would have stopped these players. Starlink's peak experts? When Seven Light and his comrades saw these 10 players, they knew that these experts were on an entirely different level than the players they had faced thus far. Every one of them radiated a boundless killing intent, and the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 55 fine gold rank, with quite a few pieces being level 60 secret silver rank. Moreover, some of them wore epic equipment. In terms of equipment, these 10 peak experts could almost rival their own. I'm truly surprised that you managed to break past 2 defensive lines without stopping, but now that our boss has allowed us to take action, your advanced stops here, Mountain Passenger said, chuckling as he observed Seven Light and the others. I had wanted to toy with you, but since you've made such a huge mess, we need to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire. So, I'll have to ask you to struggle as much as you can. After saying so, Mountain Passenger waved a hand. Immediately, the 9 players around him began to move. The leading ranger then removed the ancient, pitch-black bow that hung over a shoulder and pulled back its string. Since you're hiding so far away, I'll start with you, Mountain Passenger said with a sneer. 3 streaks of black light then flew toward Shi Feng, who stood the farthest away from the third defensive line. Advanced combat technique, triple moonstrike. It seemed as if Mountain Passenger had only fired 3 normal arrows, but in reality he had launched 6, each arrow moving in tight pairs. When they struck, their hits would contain at least 60% more strength that the ranger possessed. Not even Tier 2 MTs of the same combat standards could stop his attack. However, when these 3 streaks of light clashed with Shi Feng's killing ray, they stopped as if they had crashed into an adamantine wall. The arrows crumbled under their own power instantly, their remains scattering across the ground before Shi Feng. 2037 Whimsical Battle, Chapter 2037, Whimsical Battle? He blocked it? Mountain Passenger stared at the remnants of his arrows in astonishment. He wasn't the only one surprised by the outcome. The other 9 members of 3 Kills' personal security team were also stunned. Most of Starlink's members might not know about Mountain Passage's triple moonstrike, but as long-term friends, they were aware of how powerful the combat technique was. Not even they dared to intercept the move directly. Not only would they suffer grievous injuries by doing so, but it would also force them to reveal holes in their defenses. Yet Shi Feng had neutralized the technique effortlessly. For a moment, they wondered if their eyes had played a trick on them, and Mountain Passage had simply used an ordinary attack, not truly employing a combat technique. Not bad. While it looks like a normal attack, it's actually an advanced combat technique that can end a life if one's not careful. No wonder why you were so confident, Shi Feng praised, chuckling at the distant Mountain Passenger. Mountain Passage wasn't pleased to receive Shi Feng's praise, but humiliated, giving the swordsman an intensely frosty expression. As one of Jormungandr's peak experts, he had been quite famous in the virtual gaming world for over a decade. He felt humiliated and displeased to receive such an evaluation from an unknown junior who was still in his early 20s. You have a big mouth for someone so young. You merely relied on your high strength to block one of my moves. I'll show you what a true expert is, Mountain Passenger bellowed as he readied his bow. Shoo, 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 shoo. One streak of black light after another flew toward Shi Feng. Although each attack carried Mountain Passenger's normal strength, the ranger had launched a large number of attacks simultaneously, his arrows raining down on Shi Feng without pause. Advanced combat technique, Storm Barrage. Unlike Triple Moonstrike, Storm Barrage didn't rely on overwhelming power to destroy the target. Rather, it relied on a continuous stream of attacks to suppress and whittle down the target. Mountain Passenger had created the advanced combat technique specifically to counter strength-based players. While the ranger fired his arrows, Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members shifted their gazes to Shi Feng. What? Are you thinking of helping him? If that's the case, I've got some bad news for you. You won't get past me. Tyrant Dragon, a level 61, tier 2 berserker, and another member of 3 Kills personal security team chuckled at 7 Light and the others. You can only blame that kid for provoking the wrong person. He might have lived a while longer, but now, no one can save him. Giving Tyrant Dragon a curious look, 7 Light asked, "Why would we try to help him? You don't realize why he needs help? You guys are really looking down on Mountain Passenger." Tyrant Dragon could not help but laugh at 7 Light's response. He never expected to find a bunch of nobodies looking down on Mountain Passenger, someone who had been renowned in the virtual gaming world back in the day. Mountain is quite strong. If he hadn't been keeping such a low profile, he could have easily ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domains experts list. But since it's been so long since anyone has made me laugh, I'll hold off for now and let you witness how powerless someone who only relies on overwhelming strength truly is before Mountain Passenger. This lesson will benefit you all. As soon as Tyrant Dragon finished speaking, more of Mountain Passenger's arrows rained down on Shi Feng. Not only were these arrows incredibly fast, but they'd also collide while in mid-flight, altering their attack trajectories. The complexity of Mountain Passenger's attacks was on an entirely different level than the rangers who guarded the mountain path. However, despite the arrows descending, he simply and leisurely walked toward the ranger. As if they were deliberately avoiding Shi Feng, none of the falling arrows touched him. Although some of the arrows looked as if they'd find their mark, a blue light would flash before Shi Feng, deflecting the arrows and sending them to crash into other arrows. Like the domino effect, these arrows would then collide with other arrows. Eventually, every arrow that might have struck Shi Feng landed at his feet. Am I dreaming? Every player watching the battle was stupefied by the scene. Although they had considered the possibility of Shi Feng avoiding the arrows or using a skill to block them, they had never imagined that a player could counter a rain-like attack method using nothing more than normal attacks. Not even Domain Realm experts would necessarily succeed, let alone peak experts. Storm Barrage consumed a lot of stamina, so Mountain Passenger was forced to stop after a little more than 10 seconds of using the technique. Now, when he looked at Shi Feng, who stood less than 20 yards away, he did so with an expression that was tenser than ever before. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shi Feng's performance wasn't anything like his previous feat. The swordsman had relied on brute force to counter his triple moon strike, but now he relied entirely on combat techniques. Although I don't know why you would think that I'm not a real expert or why you chose to attack me first, I'd like to know if it's my turn to attack now, Shi Feng asked Mountain Passenger with a lackluster expression. The moment Shi Feng finished his question, Mountain Passenger felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him. He immediately realized that Shi Feng wasn't just some player with nothing but basic attributes, but someone with combat standards that could rival or surpass his own. Upon realizing this fact, Mountain Passenger pushed his 5 senses to their limits and focused all of his attention on Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng suddenly vanished without a trace. By the time he relocated the swordsman, the man had moved within attack range. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. A blue flash passed by Mountain Passenger's throat. Despite seeing the attack, the ranger had no time to block or dodge the strike. He could only watch as Killing Ray slit his throat, draining his HP bar. Eventually, his HP fell to 0 and he collapsed to the ground. Only after Mountain Passenger's vision faded and his body was thoroughly paralyzed did he understand that Shi Feng had killed him, and he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. When Mountain Passenger died, the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the ranger's corpse in silence. Mountain Passenger, one of 3 Kills' personal bodyguards, had died, just like that. The players who were most shocked were undoubtedly Tyrant Dragon and the other guard team members. Although they couldn't believe that the ranger was dead, their instincts as peak experts forced them to move. They immediately put more distance between them and Shi Feng, moving as far from the swordsman as possible. Their instincts screamed at them that if this man came within attack range, they would suffer dire consequences. 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Chapter 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Tyrant Dragon and the others reacted very quickly. The instant Mountain Passenger died, they realized that they'd be no match for Shi Feng in a one-on-one fight. They'd have to work together if they hoped to secure their victory. However, as Tyrant Dragon and his teammates retreated, Shi Feng vanished once more. By the time he reappeared, he stood before a level 60 Tier 2 assassin. He was so fast that he was impossible to follow with the naked eye. The moment the Tier 2 assassin saw Shi Feng before him, he understood that escape was futile. Instinctively, the assassin used his trademark move. Advanced Combat Technique, Phantom Assault. As if the assassin had used a doppelganger skill, his body split into 4 copies, all striking at Shi Feng. It was impossible to determine which copy was real. In addition, this assassin possessed an innate talent that amplified the Phantom Assault Godspeed response. The assassin's reaction speed was extraordinary, allowing him to execute more movements than normal players in the same time span. This was a rare talent that could only surface in 1 out of several million people. When the assassin combined his talent with Phantom Assault, he could execute attacks that were impossible to block. This even held true against an opponent that could see his attacks. However, before the assassin's 4 copies could move within 3 yards of the swordsman, Shi Feng's killing ray thrust into the assassin's heart with lightning speed. A moment later, the assassin's 3 doppelgangers faded and his HP fell to 0. When the assassin noticed that his vision had begun to fade and saw the sword impaling his chest, he opened his mouth in an attempt to ask how the swordsman had performed the feat. Unfortunately, the assassin couldn't produce any sound. The other members of 3 Kills' personal security team felt an unprecedented fear launch through them. Shi Feng was too fast. Not only was his attack speed incredible, but his reaction speed was just as fast. He's a monster. Do not let him get within melee range. Attack him from as far away as possible. After watching another companion fall, Tyrant Dragon began to retreat away from Shi Feng with even more urgency. He now understood that Shi Feng was beyond their capabilities. However, a figure abruptly dashed past Tyrant Dragon and intercepted his retreat. The figure also sent 2 fierce thrusts towards Tyrant Dragon's blind spots. Scram! Tyrant Dragon bellowed, sensing the incoming attacks. Twisting, he began to spin while swinging his greatsword, the blade deflecting the incoming strikes. Although he had blocked the 2 attacks, the figure didn't end their assault. On the contrary, this figure intensified their attacks. In the blink of an eye, 2 more attacks flew towards Tyrant Dragon. Defending himself, Tyrant Dragon brandished his greatsword once more. Pung! He blocked these attacks as well, but he had to stumble 3 steps back before he could stabilize his stance. Strength combination? Through his greatsword's vibrations, Tyrant Dragon knew that he hadn't just blocked ordinary attacks. He shifted his gaze toward his assailant, wanting to know who attacked him, but he was stunned to see the player before him. You? The person standing in Tyrant Dragon's way was none other than Seven Light, whom he had been prepared to clash with previously. Tyrant Dragon simply could not believe that this brat was capable of executing a technique as difficult as strength combination. He isn't just a refinement realm expert. Tyrant Dragon couldn't help but wonder as he stared at the youth. Strength combination was an advanced combat technique. Logically, a mere refinement realm expert shouldn't be able to master the technique. Normally, players could only master it after reaching the Void Realm since it required perfect timing during execution. The slightest deviation would result in a failure to combine the strength of multiple attacks. A player would only be able to perform such a precise attack once they were capable of pushing their 5 senses to their very limits. When Tyrant Dragon recalled Shi Feng's victory over Mountain Passenger, he felt that his guess was likely correct. When he realized that this little fellow, who likely wasn't even 20 years old, was a Void Realm expert, he couldn't help his shock. Within the various super guilds, players who could reach the flowing water realm before the age of 20 were considered geniuses among geniuses, treated like priceless gems in their guilds, yet Seven Light had reached the Void Realm at such a young age. He was likely a genius that only surfaced once every decade. If that were the case, Tyrant Dragon was no match for Seven Light in a one-on-one fight. Even after so long, he hadn't yet mastered strength combination. If he tried to fight a player that had mastered the technique, had wielded combat standards on his level, he'd be guaranteed to lose. No! Tyrant Dragon shook his head, attempting to banish the thought. Based on his previous attacks, he should have more strength than me. If he really has mastered strength combination, the impact would have been more intense. While Tyrant Dragon struggled with his internal debate, Seven Light launched another assault. Like before, Seven Light executed 2 attacks. After Tyrant Dragon dodged one of the slashes, he used his greatsword to block the other. Since he only took 1 hit, he didn't stumble in the slightest. Sure enough, Tyrant Dragon could not help but smile at Seven Light's continuous assault. Although I don't know how you managed to grasp strength combination, based on your attacks, you haven't mastered it yet. It's more than enough to take you down, Seven Light snapped, attacking Tyrant Dragon again. Seven Light was aware that he hadn't mastered strength combination. If not for the Extraordinary Tower's training, he wouldn't have been able to execute the technique at all. Even though he could use the technique, he could only increase his attack strength by 30% after combining his strikes. He also knew that his minor advantage in basic attributes was practically negligible against an expert like Tyrant Dragon. If he tried to face the enemy berserker normally, he'd simply be seeking an early grave. He could only defeat the man by increasing his attack's raw power. With 30% more strength in his strikes, the berserker would suffer a fatal blow if he didn't counter the attacks properly. However, after launching several consecutive attacks, Seven Light's attacks grew weaker, and Tyrant Dragon was able to interrupt them forcibly before he could use the strength combination technique. If Tyrant Dragon had had any access to his skills, the berserker would have long since had defeated him. Fortunately, such an intense life-or-death battle had allowed Seven Light to recognize many of his flaws, especially with the way he utilized strength combination. Brat, you may have a basic attribute advantage, but your time will end soon, Tyrant Dragon commented as he glanced around him. The dark smoke on the battlefield had begun to lessen, signaling that the AoE silence's duration was almost over. He didn't have access to his true strength while silenced, but once the effect was gone, he could finish Seven Light off in less than 10 seconds. If he was not silenced, however, he could finish Seven Light in less than 10 seconds. What about this move then? Seven Light asked as he activated his Demonkin set's 6-piece effect, Demonkin's Shadow. Black smoke began to emerge from Seven Light's body, enveloping him. The smoke hid his abrupt and rapid growth. It wasn't long before the smoke receded, revealing a 5-meter-tall demonkin with a body covered in black smoke. The demonkin swished his tail and glared at his opponent with frightening crimson eyes. His killing intent was so intense that nearby players felt as if they had plunged into an icy hell. Before Tyrant Dragon could react to Seven Light's sudden transformation, the latter brandished his two swords. The speed and power of Seven Light's attacks had increased. Now, Tyrant Dragon had no opportunity to dodge the attacks, forced to receive the strikes with his greatsword. Boom. One attack was already more than enough to send Tyrant Dragon airborne. Before the Berserker could adjust his posture, another slash struck him, Seven Light's longsword cutting through his armor and plundering all of his HP. Meanwhile, Starlink's ordinary experts and 3 Kills' personal security despaired when they saw Seven Light's transformation into a demonkin. Shi Feng was already difficult enough to deal with. Now, another monstrously powerful demonkin had joined the battlefield. Not even 3 Kills, who watched from atop one of the roadside cliffs, could maintain his composure, looking down at the fight with a somber expression. You definitely aren't from the 100 Flowers Palace. There is no way the palace has experts like you. Who are you? 3 Kills demanded, glaring at Shi Feng and Seven Light. 2039 Zero Wing Chapter 2039 Zero Wing 3 Kills words echoed throughout the valley. Starlink's members, who were in the midst of battle, promptly reacted to his words, their gazes shifting to Seven Light and Shi Feng in fear. As 3 Kills had said, the 100 Flowers Palace was only an ordinary first-rate guild. There was no way the guild could break past their blockade with only 14 players, killing so many of 3 Kills' peak experts. No matter how they thought about it, the palace wasn't capable of the feat. There was only one explanation for this. These 14 players were from a different power. Are you from Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor? Do you really have to be so secretive? 3 Kills asked, staring at Shi Feng. It was only a matter of time before Shi Feng's group shattered the blockade. Stopping them was impossible, regardless of how much 3 Kills wanted to. He couldn't figure out which power would be capable of dispatching such a small, yet powerful, assault team, aside from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If either of these superpowers had intervened in this battle, Starlink would definitely have to be careful, especially if Crimson Emperor were responsible for this team. Starlink was already engaged in a war of annihilation with Unyielding Soul. If Crimson Emperor got involved, Starlink would likely have to face 2 superpowers at the same time. 3 Kills needed to know if Shi Feng's party originated from the superpower or not. You don't need to guess. We aren't from either of those guilds, Shi Feng answered with a faint smile. He understood what 3 Kills must be thinking. After all you've done here, don't tell me you're afraid of giving us your name. There are only a handful of powers in the Dark Knight Empire that are capable of accomplishing what you have. Do you really need to hide? 3 Kills growled, attempting to provoke the swordsman. Starlink's members raised their voices in agreement the moment 3 Kills finished his question. Our Vice Guild leader is right. You've already won this battle, yet you refuse to own up? You dare call yourselves a superpower with such cowardice? I bet they're afraid of our guild's retaliation, so they don't want to reveal themselves. That's right, only cowardly guilds act like this. If they had faced us head-on and honestly, we would have flattened them. Starlink's members started to lambaste Shi Feng and his party. They said anything they could think of to get a rise from the group. They no longer cared about their crumbling blockade, considering the feat as a matter of course. Now, they were only irked by the fact that Shi Feng's group refused to reveal their guild after launching such a surprise attack. Vice Guild Leader 3, are you certain that you want to know? Shi Feng could not help but sigh at 3 Kills. What's there preventing you from telling us? 3 Kills asked, rolling his eyes. Since Vice Guild Leader 3 has requested the name of our Guild 7, tell them where we're from. Make sure you say it loudly, Shi Feng said, turning to Seven Light. Understood. Seven Light, who had transformed into a demonkin, nodded. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, Listen up. We are from Zero Wing, and we have come under the 100 Flowers Palace's invitation. If you wish to keep your lives, you should run. After transforming into a gigantic demonkin, Seven Light's voice had become much louder than normal players. His words easily reached players that stood several hundred yards away. Even the independent players standing outside of the first defensive line could hear him clearly. What did he say? They're Zero Wing's members? How can that be possible? Starlink's members couldn't believe the claim. Zero Wing might be a foreign name to the Dark Knight Empire's general populace, but it was familiar to players from the various guilds. The guild was, after all, the overlord of an entire kingdom. As Starlink members, they would have, more or less, investigated such a powerhouse. However, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild, only capable of rivaling first-rate guild strength. Claiming that the guild had players who could break past their blockade so effortlessly was a joke. They must be lying. Right. They must be afraid of revealing which superpower they belong to, so they're using Zero Wing to mislead us. They are shameless. And here I thought you had the courage to take responsibility for your actions. What's the point of claiming to be from another guild? Starlink's reaction to Seven Light's declaration was frenzied, as if their rage could only be appeased if Shi Feng and his comrades admitted that they were truly from a superpower. Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members were at a loss. They did not know whether they should laugh or cry. They had told Starlink's members the truth. But the latter refused to believe them, trying to find incomprehensible reasons to force them into admitting their identities. They finally, "Forget it. Let's just destroy their fantasy and let them die in their foolishness," Shi Feng said after glancing over Starlink's members who had practically fallen into madness. Seven Light and his companions nodded, removing their black cloaks and revealing their true appearances before Starlink's forces. Even if Starlink's members refused to believe their claim, they couldn't ignore the six-winged emblem the party members wore. "That's a fake. It must be a disguise. Right, they must be using a disguise." While Starlink's members still refused to believe that Seven Light and his party were from Zero Wing even after seeing the six-winged emblem pinned to their armor, the independent players on the sidelines didn't doubt the fact. Rather, they were shocked by the revelation. Zero Wing is actually this strong? Zero Wing broke past Starlink's blockade with just 14 players? This is big news. After watching Shi Feng and the others smash through Starlink's third line of defense so easily, the nearby independent players began to record the remaining battle and post the videos on the official forums. They planned to use this opportunity to make a little extra money on the side. At this time, one of the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts, who watched from several hundred yards away from the blockade, contacted Cleansed Rue. "How are things going on Zero Wing's side?" Cleansed Rue asked anxiously. She had already notified the assassin scouts to contact her the moment Zero Wing's members began to falter, but she hadn't received word even after so long. She had even begun to wonder if the assassin scouts had forgotten to do their jobs. If they didn't send someone to pin down 3 kills the moment Zero Wing's members fell, Crimson Heart's army would fall into a precarious position. "They just broke through," the reporting assassin said. "What did you say?" Cleansed Rue asked again, wondering if she had heard wrong. "Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's 14 members have broken through Starlink's blockade. Starlink's forces have descended into chaos. This is the best chance for us to break through," the assassin reported excitedly. "Hey, broke through? But how?" Cleansed Rue couldn't help her astonishment. Was our information about 3KHI's presence incorrect? She couldn't understand how Shi Feng's group could have succeeded if 3 kills had been present. But even if he weren't, there were still plenty of experts guarding the mountain pass. It still shouldn't be possible for just 14 players to break past the blockade. 2040, we meet again. Chapter 2040, we meet again. Crimson Heart and her Dark Cloud Legion dashed through a quiet, forested canyon without paying any attention to their stamina consumption. Even when they were ambushed by monsters, their resistance was minimal, trying to avoid confrontation as much as possible. "Hurry, we must hurry." Crimson Heart shouted as she looked at the system clock with a grim expression. 5 minutes had already passed since their assault on Starlink's blockades had begun. It was highly likely that 3 Kills' team had already reached her path, waiting ahead to stop her team. Although they had broken past Desert Tiger's blockade and had been pushing their mounts to the limit ever since, there were still multiple roadblocks ahead. The forces waiting for them might not be as powerful as Desert Tigers, but they would slow the Legion's progress. It's manned by roughly 3,000 players. A Tier 2 Ranger suddenly reported through the team chat. 3,000? Crimson Heart frowned slightly. This was bad news for their team. Normally, a guild would post its forces on multiple sections of the road to seal it off. She had never expected so many players to man the secondary blockades. They had already sacrificed over 400 players during the clash with Desert Tiger's forces, which meant they had less than 600 players remaining. If they tried to fight their way past another 3,000 players in such a forested region, they'd pay another considerable price and waste quite a bit of time. Gritting her teeth, Crimson Heart commanded, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Once we shake apart the barricade, I want everyone to gather and force through from a single point." Aside from the blood source potions, she had prepared a few trump cards to fortify Moon Creek Town to increase their chances of surviving until the 100 Flowers Palace's army arrived. The Tier 3 summoning scrolls were one of these cards. She had planned to reserve these scrolls for the fight in Moon Creek Town, but to blast past Starlink's blockade as quickly as possible and maintain the distance between her team, 3 Kills', and Desert Tigers, she had no choice but to use them. Understood. Several Tier 2 summoners behind Crimson Heart nodded in response. A short moment later, Crimson Heart and her force arrived before a section of wooded valley that several hundred MTs guarded. A large number of rangers and elementalists also hid in the trees along both sides of the road. As soon as Crimson Heart's team moved within range, these rangers and elementalists would bombard them with spells and arrows. However, when less than 100 yards separated the two forces, 4 summoners atop mounts began to chant an incantation, unfurling the magic scrolls in their hands. Responding to the summoner's magic, 4 level 75 Great Lords appeared before the Dark Cloud Legion and charged towards Starlink's defensive lines. Attack! Attack with everything you've got! Although the sudden appearance of 4 level 75 Great Lords had surprised Starlink's members, they were elite and expert players, reacting quickly and attacking the Great Lords on sight. Tier 2 skills and spells flew at the summoned monsters, inflicting damages in the thousands. At the same time, the Tier 2 MTs on the front line activated their life-saving skills, while the rear line healers began to cast their healing spells. Despite the level advantage, the Great Lords weren't able to scatter the blockade quickly. However, with the 4 Great Lords taking most of the damage, Crimson Heart's team was able to approach the frontline MTs with relative ease. Starlink's Tier 2 MTs had their hands full with the level 75 Great Lords, and as a result, they fell instantly under the Dark Cloud Legion's concentrated attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Tier 2 MTs from Starlink died, opening a massive rift in the defensive line. Although the other MTs tried to fill the hole, Crimson Heart gave them no opportunities to do so as she brandished her daggers. When her blade struck, even Tier 2 MTs stumbled away from her. Despite the fervent attacks from Starlink's ranged players, Crimson Heart easily avoided their bombardment and continued to widen the gap in the enemy's defensive line by relying on the Great Lord's massive frames. This allowed the Dark Cloud Legion members to break past the blockade as a single unit. Yet, despite their success, Crimson Heart's team had still suffered more than 50 casualties in the assault. A few seconds after Crimson Heart's team broke through the blockade, a Tier 2 Ranger reported, "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's members are giving chase." Crimson Heart's expression twisted when she heard this. She hadn't expected Starlink's players to reorganize and take up the chase so quickly. "How far are they?" "Roughly 700 yards, the Tier 2 Ranger said. "Leave 2 Great Lords behind to delay them," Crimson Heart commanded after giving the matter some thought. Even for ordinary players, 700 yards wasn't a vast distance, much less elite and expert players with their own mounts. If they allowed the Starlink members to get too close, they'd get caught in a pincer attack the moment they ran into the next blockade. With the Legion's remaining combat power, a pincer attack would signal their demise. They could only try to buy as much time as possible in this situation. After receiving their orders, 2 of the 4 summoners controlling the Great Lords split away from the team, staying behind to delay their enemies. Fortunately, the 2 Great Lords were quite effective, allowing Crimson Heart's team to put more distance between them and Starlink's forces as time passed. Now that the Legion had 2 Great Lords to lead the way, Crimson Heart's players no longer had to worry about monster interference. The Great Lords swept aside any monsters that attempted to ambush the players effortlessly. Moreover, with the Great Lord's strength, breaking past the blockades manned by 1,000 or 2,000 players became significantly easier. "Vice Guild Leader will reach Moon Creek Town in less than 10 minutes, a Tier 2 Ranger excitedly reported after looking at Silent Canyon's system map. "Everyone, get ready. Once we enter the town, we'll likely have another tough battle to face," Crimson Heart said as she breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey had not been easy. Despite using Tier 3 summoning scrolls, the Dark Cloud Legion had still lost players. Now, fewer than 200 members remained. Fortunately, they were almost to Moon Creek Town. As long as they passed the blood source potions out to the players in Moon Creek Town, they should be able to buy enough time for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. However, as Moon Creek Town appeared on the horizon, several hundred fire arrows rained down on Crimson Heart and her team. Caught off guard, the Legion tried to dodge the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, the fire arrows were quite fast, and not even the Dark Cloud Legion's experts could dodge them in time, taking the hits. To make matters worse, these experts fell after taking 2 fire arrows. The arrow's power was nothing like the spells players typically used. As chaos tore at Crimson Heart's team, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the Dark Cloud Legion. "This is a magic barrier." Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched the translucent barrier form around her players. "That's right. We prepared this specifically for you. Are you surprised?" Suddenly, a rugged voice emerged from within the barrier, familiar enough that Crimson Heart and her companions spun toward its origin. Before they had realized it, a large group of players had appeared in the clearing ahead of them. The origin of the rugged voice was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker. "Desert Tiger?" Crimson Heart was stunned when she saw the man. "How did you get here?" Her Dark Cloud Legion had lost over 400 members during the battle with Starlink's first blockade. Desert Tiger himself had been responsible for over 1/4 of those deaths. If her subordinates hadn't fought as desperately as they had, Desert Tiger might have pinned her down, and they never would have made it past the first roadblock. Logically, Desert Tiger should still be far behind her team, yet he stood before her now. Why wouldn't she be surprised? Don't tell me you think that mounts are the only way to cross long distances quickly. Desert Tiger chuckled as he looked at Crimson Heart. Could it be a flying tool? Crimson Heart suddenly thought of a possibility. Now that the Silent Canyon was sealed off, teleportation within the canyon would be impossible. The only other travel method she could think of that was faster than a mount was a flying tool. However, flying tools were extremely precious. She had only ever heard of such tools, never actually seen one before. Smart. Desert Tiger nodded. He then chuckled and said, "Well, are you going to surrender quietly? Or do you truly want to face us a second time?" "Surrender?" Crimson Heart sneered at Desert Tiger and his team. "That depends on whether or not you can force us to." Desert Tiger's team only consisted of 100 players at this point. Meanwhile, a dozen or so players maintained the magic barrier. This proved that the barrier wasn't that strong, so the Dark Cloud Legion had a chance of breaking out of it. "Since that is your answer, show me what the 100 Flowers Palace is capable of," Desert Tiger said, smiling as he waved a hand. Immediately, the several dozen players around him stepped into the array and charged at Crimson Heart's team. However, once the two forces met each other in battle, the Dark Cloud Legion members were stupefied. The two forces' combat power was on entirely different levels. A single Starlink expert was strong enough to overwhelm 2 or 3 Dark Cloud Legion experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of the Dark Cloud Legion members lasted more than 10 moves. Even an expert as powerful as Crimson Heart was forced to focus on defense against 5 Starlink experts' coordinated attacks. Refinement Realm experts, Crimson Heart could tell that her 5 opponents were far stronger than the other Starlink experts her team fought. They had definitely reached the Refinement Realm. The overall standard of Desert Tiger's newest team was far stronger than the players he had commanded earlier. I'm sure you can see the difference between our forces. Staying in the 100 Flowers Palace is a waste for an expert like yourself. Why don't you join Starlink instead? If you submit to me, I can recommend that the guild give you an elder position at the very least. You won't have to fall with the 100 Flowers Palace, Desert Tiger offered. Despite the fact that he had Crimson Heart cornered, he didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, he continued to try to persuade her, saying, if you are hoping that the team on the other path will reach the town, I'd suggest you abandon the idea. Unlike myself, those old fossils don't have the patience to play with their opponents. In your dreams, Crimson Heart growled, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to make a last stand. Since that is the case, I'll send you to hell alongside your precious palace. Desert Tiger bellowed. He immediately activated charge, targeting Crimson Heart. However, as soon as Desert Tiger entered the magic barrier, an indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. Vice Guild Leader Crimson, I'm truly sorry for the long wait. Everyone turned toward the voice's origin the instant they heard it, spotting a dozen or so figures a short distance away from the magic barrier. The leader of the group was a cloaked young man. 2041, she's telling the truth. Chapter 2041, she's telling the truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shi Feng's party on the plain broad road. How are you here? Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shi Feng and his companions. For a moment, she even wondered if she was hallucinating. Did you manage to circle around 3 Kills' blockade? Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 Kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger, yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. The only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 Kills' team entirely. There's a way to skirt around the blockades? Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shi Feng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. How was this possible? Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shi Feng's party had successfully evaded 3 Kills' forces due to the party's small size, but for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Rue's to evade detection, that was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 Kills' blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Rue's team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace? Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Rue's team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several hundred Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly, how did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course, Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile when she saw Crimson Heart's confusion. She had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shi Feng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here. Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 Kills guarded the other. 3 Kills was on your path, so how do you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. I'm telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shi Feng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work, and your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move during the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? No. Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shi Feng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6-winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them, don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shi Feng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them. Now that reinforcements had arrived, however, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap! Stop them, quickly! Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shi Feng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them, though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad comprised of Refinement Realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a Refinement Realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad, not to mention a team without any Refinement Realm experts. With the 10-man assault squad taking the lead, the 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two sides' strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's Refinement Realm experts approach Shi Feng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several Refinement Realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now. But just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them. So fast! Was that an attack? The blue light bewildered the 10 Refinement Realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these Refinement Realm experts found themselves unable to move, following which the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon, they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths. As the 10 Refinement Realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 Refinement Realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it, what did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Shi Feng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 Refinement Realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Shi Feng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at Zero Wing's party from 4 different directions to surround the players instead. To kill all 10 Refinement Realm experts with one attack, Shi Feng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching Refinement Realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim. She was telling the truth? 2042. Getting Serious Chapter 2042, Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 Refinement Realm experts had been instant killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move. In the blink of an eye, 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks. Taking the lead, Seven Light activated Windblade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MTs' sturdy shields. Tier 2 skill, Omnislash. Suddenly, 4 sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear-line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his long swords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left Seven Light's longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although Seven Light's actions seemed slow, from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around Seven Light stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground, dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now, less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worst for Starlink's force. Vice Guild Leader were 2 outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us, one of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported. They would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue's teams, but Shi Feng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Shi Feng's players were eliminated. If Shi Feng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, they would suffer for it. "Everyone retreat!" Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Shi Feng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the Hundred Flowers Palace's Vice Guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. "Elder Ye Feng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us," Crimson Heart said as she approached Shi Feng, complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the Hundred Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now, less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Rue's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Rue had so strongly supported an alliance between the Hundred Flowers Palace and Zero Wing. "You're welcome." Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shi Feng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. "It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town." Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the Hundred Flowers Palace and Zero Wing's members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them, and while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the Hundred Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the Hundred Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war, following which time passed uneventfully. Due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival, a relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege as if they weren't related to the war in the least. "Big Sis Rue, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less," Cleansed Rue excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls as she approached. 3 hours? Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, the Hundred Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations after all. Meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance, although she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both Vice Guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range as if waiting for something. "Are they not here to attack?" Cleansed Rue muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. "Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town?" When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual. "They're not attacking?" Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. "No, something's not right. Rue, why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe, the army has absolute confidence in its victory. Cleansed Rue considered the situation, but after a moment, she realized something. Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time, Crimson Heart yelled. 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Chapter 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the Hundred Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the Hundred Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the Hundred Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret. And Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets. If all of those 100+ large ballistas fired together, so this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the Hundred Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower. But after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. This is Starlink? Is this a joke? How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours. At this point, the players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guild spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites with the defender's advantage should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100+ large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Heart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the Hundred Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the Hundred Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans, but now, the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly, Shadowflower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was, making an example of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town, so it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately and get as many people out of there as possible, Shadowflower commanded, frustrated after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town, guild leader, the Hundred Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart, has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawn Webb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xing Luo, they want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are? Lu Xing Luo revealed a playful smile. From what Three and Tiger have told me, Zero Wing's members are participating in this war. That is the case, Dawn Webb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the Hundred Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every Zero-Wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive, Lu Xingluo said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawn Webb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls, Big Sis Crimson, Starlink has sent a reply. Zero-Wing or survival, we can only choose one, Cleansed Rue said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero-Wing's members away from the battlefield. This is the Hundred Flowers Palace's problem. Zero-Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansed Rue nodded. Cleansed Rue left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xingluo, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, Since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the Hundred Flowers Palace dead. 2044 Disparity. In Combat Power, Chapter 2044, Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xingluo's command, the 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the Hundred Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them. When Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero-Wing's members saw this, they too were shocked. Amazing. So, this is a guild war. Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on two different levels. So, this is a superpower's true strength? Although they were Refinement Realm experts, Seven Light and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the Hundred Flowers Palace, it also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Shi Feng could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballistas' attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets. Since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain and its materials weren't that rare, it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Shi Feng had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. It could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, they couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas. Commander Ye Feng, I finally found you, Cleansed Rue said as she ran towards Shi Feng. The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape. You're abandoning Moon Creek Town? Shi Feng asked in an odd tone. From what he understood, Moon Creek Town was the Hundred Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the empire. We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great. At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible, Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head. She too wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadowflower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome. Against more than 100 large ballistas, Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. Is that so? Shi Feng, more or less, understood the Hundred Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, "What if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town?" Hold on to Moon Creek Town? Cleansed Rue blinked in surprise at Shi Feng's words. Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only, if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets, Shi Feng said, nodding. Is that really possible? Cleansed Rue asked, needing confirmation from Shi Feng once more. She knew what Shi Feng was trying to say. As long as the Hundred Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town, but she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. I'm 80% confident, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%? Cleansed Rue stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000-strong elite army and 100-plus large ballistas, Shi Feng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts? Shi Feng asked. All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately. Cleansed Rue nodded to Shi Feng's conditions and confident tone. She then contacted Shadowflower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer, word for word, and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town? Against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansed Rue's claim difficult to believe. Not even unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, we won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point, Shadowflower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shi Feng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire. Following which, Cleansed Rue signed a contract with Shi Feng on behalf of Shadowflower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the Hundred Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the Hundred Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. Commander Ye Feng, what do you need the Hundred Flowers Palace to do? Cleansed Rue asked once the contract had been signed. How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town? Shi Feng responded with a question. We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansed Rue said. If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile. Not bad. It should be enough. Shi Feng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, All right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets. Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time. Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. 2045 Guardian Puppet appears. Chapter 2045, Guardian Puppet appears. Just them? Cleansed Rue was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shi Feng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had AoE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shi Feng was playing a prank on her. Relax. Seven Light and the others are quite strong, Shi Feng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed Rue was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the Hundred Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army. Knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate, even the palace's expert players who had experienced countless life-or-death battles couldn't help their growing nerves. As Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield, Shi Feng and Cleansed Rue arrived near her post on the wall. Commander Ye Feng, you're here. Crimson Heart greeted Shi Feng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us? Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the Hundred Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansed Rue realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the 100 Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas? It didn't surprise Shi Feng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items. They lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of 36 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Shi Feng arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret vice guild leader. Starlink's army is within shooting range. The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack. Target the most concentrated areas, Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom, 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 boom. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army as if they had collided with a translucent wall. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into 2 categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Ha ha ha! Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xingluo laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Dawn Webb replied before relaying Lu Xingluo's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within LL3R yards of the town. Attack. Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballistas' attacks. The 100 Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballistas' assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade, and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas. Understood." Hearing Shi Feng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged toward Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the 100 Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash toward Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them silly? Lu Jingluo sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. 4 large ballistas, which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. 4 massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew towards Zero Wing's members. However, just before the crimson light struck Seven Light's group, 4 gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible. Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. 4 massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. 2046 Might of the Guardian Puppets. Chapter 2046 Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballistas' attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks, yet the 4 giants had blocked all 4 arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack! All large ballistas, attack those robots together. After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Shoo, 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 shoo. The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly. Like a meteor shower, the arrows rained down on the 4 Guardian Puppets. The large ballistas' attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical lifeform's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. Seven Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boom, 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 following which a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The 4 Guardian Puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian Puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the Guardian Puppets charge toward them, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical lifeforms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the Guardian Puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical lifeforms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Shi Feng remained unperturbed. Seven Light's group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the Truth Realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us, Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballistas' attacks did nothing to slow the Guardian Puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, Seven Light's group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards, 500 yards, 200 yards, when less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the 4 Guardian Puppets came to a sudden halt as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array? Looking at the barrier before him, Seven Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity. Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few tier 3 attacks. Lu Xingluo sneered Seven Light's group. All large ballistas, focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had a L3T yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballistas' arrows would reach them and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all 4 guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines. Immediately, 60 ballista arrows flew toward 7 Light's guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom, boom, boom. Although 7 Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around 7 Light's position. Even players in Moon Creek Town over 1,000 yards away could see the smoke rising from the crater. We're doomed! The 100 Flowers Palace members who had still held on to hope turned ashen when they saw this. Once again, they were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xingluo nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick black smoke. It was none other than 7 Light's guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained whole. It's unharmed? How is that possible? Lu Xingluo's smile froze when he saw 7 Light's guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballistas' attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical lifeform. Unfortunate, the guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xingluo and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the guardian puppet had a total of 1,000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, 7 Light's guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier. Tier 3 skill, Flame Jab, boom. A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. 2047, let's get serious. As well, Chapter 2047, let's get serious. As well as the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas who had been preparing to attack another guardian puppet stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No, this is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now, this one guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical lifeform stood before them and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet? When 7 Light and his 3 companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that 7 Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different after all. The 4 Zero-Wing players controlled their guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, 7 Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall guardian puppets. When the guardian puppets' sword arms descended, they halved the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep groves over a dozen meters or so long into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3. In that single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks. Yet, the Guardian Puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the Guardian Puppets' power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it, all large ballistas, retreat immediately. Lu Xingluo hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista cost 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink's summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned Great Lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! Seven Light brandished his guardian puppet's 2 sword arms at the approaching 2 Great Lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over 1,000 damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista. Remnant Cloud and the others managed to shake off the Great Lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xingluo and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the Great Lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost 1 large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing! So, this is the strength Zero Wing has been hiding all this time? Crimson Heart's and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero Wing take 1 large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the 100 Flowers Palace, but to the Zero Wing's guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now, it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero Wing was so confident of helping the 100 Flowers Palace repel Starlink. I want all of them dead, dead, Lu Xingluo bellowed as he glared at the 4 guardian puppets. Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the Guardian Puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the Guardian Puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the Guardian Puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town. Under Lu Xingluo's command, the Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big Sis Crimson, the 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength, Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shi Feng, she asked, Commander Yi Feng, do you have any countermeasures? She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, 4 Guardian Puppets aren't enough. The situation didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. Although the Guardian Puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment, he replied, Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same. Get serious? Us? Shi Feng's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could, and more. Let's head over to the other side and take a look, Shi Feng said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town, by the time Shi Feng and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers' attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them. Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town, Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xingluo. Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now. Lu Xingluo snarled viciously as he watched the 4 Guardian Puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, a gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xinglua wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon? 2048. This side is scarier? Chapter 2048. This side is scarier? Why is there a dragon? Lu Xinglua was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek Town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek Town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only tier 3. Summoning unit, use the tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array. Magic unit, Starlink's experts shouted. Although they, too, were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array's suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of tier 3 summoned creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down, although they'd have to pay a high price to do so. Following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 tier 3 summoned creatures. Although these summoned creatures were not as high-leveled as the flame dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more tier 3 summoned creatures. Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summoned creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the flame dragon was much stronger than the tier 3 summoned creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the flame dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 tier 3 summoned creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army to contend with. The large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppets, 7 Light and his comrades controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballistas' arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek Town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. No, quick, get out of there. Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3, Curse, Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire. After 3 waves of descending meteorites, the ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 tier 3 summoned creatures also lay within the sea of fire. Although the summoned creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it. How do they have a tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait, I think that spell came from the flame dragon. Huh? Isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that flame dragon? No, it's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar. Before anyone could react, another gigantic crimson array appeared above Starlink's army. But unlike the previous attack, this was a twofold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate. This time, meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AoE. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the Hundred Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished, just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Once more, everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zord tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Shi Feng remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit, "Go, destroy those large ballistas." The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life, not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off Superpower's large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a Tier 3 creature right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only Tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the Tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Shi Feng's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a Tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flame spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. 2049, Starlink defeated. Chapter 2049, Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move. Quick, ranged players, stop that thing. Large ballistas, scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had Tier 3 summoned creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets'. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain. Roar. As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, it revealed a scorched groove 5 meters deep in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into 2 halves. 2 large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the Hundred Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So, this is Zero Wing? An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Shi Feng beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerd tactics, siege tools, in front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the Fire Spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing. With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The Hundred Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden? That can't be right. If the Hundred Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew. First, Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then, the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower, yet despite its strength, they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray, in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Don Webb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat, Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging Guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the Guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood? I'll relay the command right away. Dawn Webb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shen then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawn Webb's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the Guardian puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase, allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefield. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin. For a moment, everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost? Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing, a guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire. Now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire, the Empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. 2050 Empire Upheaval, Chapter 2050, Empire Upheaval, Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively, both day and night. It was a city that never slept. Currently, however, a deathly silence reigned over the meeting room in Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost? Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinate's report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100+ large ballistas, yet Starlink had suffered defeat. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was ridiculous. According to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50+ large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything, from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces, had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing! With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Heart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange? The proposal the guild's upper echelons suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Heart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the fire spirit and 4 guardian puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful sighs. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right, Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised Unyielding Soul's upper echelons, they paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing? Investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silverpine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silverpine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silverpine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silverpine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again, Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right, have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silverpine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the 100 Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the 100 Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood? The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart. Before the battle at Moon Creek Town, Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shi Feng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Ye Feng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the 100 Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shi Feng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the 100 Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. These will do. Shi Feng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the Secret Chamber of Commerce and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the 100 Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead. As Shi Feng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement: a total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051, Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's Domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Shi Feng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted, but he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the Dark Forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's domain was about to begin. After Shi Feng settled the management rights transfer for the Hundred Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City, Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As Shi Feng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players, in particular, had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Shi Feng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Starmoon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities, which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Shi Feng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Shi Feng entered the room. Good. From now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Shi Feng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this. In the auction arena, players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past Fine Gold rank would be temporarily frozen at Fine Gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources. It only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200-man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary, but when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shi Feng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants, but now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, he had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Shi Feng also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, there was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some. Settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection, Shi Feng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight Trading Firm and retrieved the Ancient God's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the Ancient God's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Shi Feng tapped on the key made of red luminary stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. 2052 Road, after Tier 2. Chapter 2052, Road after Tier 2. After Shi Feng activated the Ancient God's secret key, he found himself moving through a tunnel of time and space. Various images, visions of God's domain's history, zipped past him. Some images showed the rise of a kingdom, others depicted a war between empires, and some showed heroes as they triumphed. After quite some time, a massive black hole appeared before Shi Feng. Countless arcs of pitch-black electricity snaked in and out of this black hole. Even though Shi Feng was still far from the black hole, he could sense how powerful the arcs of electricity were. He suspected that these black electric arcs would even turn a Tier 5 being to ash in an instant. As Shi Feng fell into the black hole and encountered the black electricity, the magic barrier around his body protected him from harm. In the end, he entered the black hole in one piece. By the time Shi Feng recovered from his daze, he stood inside an ancient, dilapidated palace. System, you have discovered the Ancient God's maze. System. While inside the Ancient God's maze, communication with the outside world is prohibited. Time flows within the maze as it does in the real world. You will automatically be transported out of the Ancient God's maze in the event of your death. So, this is the trial ground? The system notification didn't particularly surprise Shi Feng. After all, he currently stood in a place the Ancient Gods had left behind. Severed communication and the altered flow of time were normal. He was far more interested in the maze's environment. Aside from the tightly shut stone doors, there were no paths leading further into. However, this palace's mana density was incredibly high. Even zero-wing cities paled in comparison. The environment was a godsend to Shi Feng. Not only could players exhibit greater strength while in a high mana environment, but they would also recover their stamina and concentration much faster. Players could continue to fight without worrying about running out of the resources, following which Shi Feng approached the tightly shut doors. Many divine runes had been carved into the doors, which were made entirely of black luminary stone. The closer Shi Feng got to the doors, the more pressure he felt from them. He felt that the door's aura was no weaker than that of a Tier 5 NPC. System, you have discovered the Ancient God's Gate. You may choose one of 4 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, and Ashura. No changes will be allowed once you have made your selection. Please choose carefully. There are 4 difficulties? Shi Feng was stunned when he heard the system notification. He remembered that after using the Ancient God's secret key, one should only have 3 difficulties to choose from: normal, hard, and hell. The secret key's trial had the same difficulty modes as dungeons in the outside world. As a result, many players who had challenged the Ancient God's secret key's trial had taken the difficulty selection too lightly, wasting their golden opportunity. Ordinary experts had no trouble raiding normal mode dungeons. In fact, they usually raided hard mode. However, peak experts accepted nothing less than hell mode dungeons. Most peak experts considered weaker modes an insult to their strength. In the end, however, ordinary experts proved incapable of even clearing the normal mode trial. Peak experts had even been rendered powerless when challenging the hard mode trial. This was why many players who had obtained an Ancient God's secret key had wasted their opportunities in the past. One would have a high chance of earning an epic item if they could complete the normal mode trial. Completing the hard mode trial could award players several epic items, with a small chance of obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Finally, completing hell mode gave players a high chance of acquiring a fragmented legendary item. However, Shi Feng had never heard of an Asura mode. Why wouldn't it surprise him? This turn of events left Shi Feng unsure of which difficulty he should choose. The Ancient God's Secret Keys trial scaled to the challenger's level. As such, it was far more important for the player to improve their combat and equipment standards, rather than increase their level. Shi Feng had intended to challenge Hell mode and pray for a fragmented legendary item, and he had been relatively confident in succeeding. The discovery of an Asura mode, however, put him in a bind. The difficulty of the Secret Keys trial increased substantially with each difficulty mode. Of course, if one succeeded, they'd be handsomely rewarded. He was almost certain of completing Hell mode, but he'd likely have a hard time if he chose Asura mode. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go with Asura mode. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng chose Asura mode. Although he knew he'd have a high chance of earning a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Hell mode, it wasn't a guaranteed drop. Based on the trial's setting, however, he should be guaranteed a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Asura mode. Rather than gamble on Hell mode, he might as well take the risk and challenge Asura mode. 2 epic items would be of little help to him or zeroing. Only fragmented legendary items could bring about significant changes. As players reached higher levels and improved their combat standards, epic items would become more common in God's domain. Zero Wing could still rely on its numerous epic items to contend with Superpower's peak experts, but as time passed, the low quantity and quality of Zero Wing's peak experts would begin to show. As luck would have it, nurturing a peak expert took a lot of time, even with players that had ample resources and heaven-defying talent. The only way Zero Wing could keep up with God's domain's rapidly developing world was to rely on fragmented legendary items. Moreover, epic items' help would be limited after reaching Tier 2. Tier 3 had been a massive turning point in God's domain in the past. Countless powers had risen to prominence or fallen into the pits of hell when the Tier 3 era had begun. Fragmented legendary items and above would be players' last hope for a significant power boost after reaching Tier 3. These items could even help experts with lacking combat standards reach Tier 3 and Tier 4. This was why guilds with fragmented legendary items had more Tier 3 and 4 experts than guilds that did not. Every additional fragmented legendary item Zero Wing gained would ensure one more Tier 3 or 4 experts to support it in the future. Since the Asura mode could guarantee a fragmented legendary item, he had no choice but to choose the difficulty. Once Shi Feng made his decision, the Ancient God's Gate released a golden light. The doors slowly parted to reveal a dark corridor. Sure enough, this trial won't be that simple. Shi Feng's expression tensed slightly as he stared down the dark corridor, his instincts screaming that danger awaited him. He could already see multiple skeletons strewn along the corridor's sides from its entrance. The skeletons all wore excellent equipment, every piece radiating with the glow unique to epic equipment. The skeleton's armor was clearly damaged beyond repair. It was easy to imagine how difficult the Asura mode trial was. Those unfamiliar with God's domain would most likely treat these skeletal corpses as mere decorations. But Shi Feng, who had experienced more than a decade in God's domain, knew that wasn't the case. Rather, they were a warning. Epic items were extraordinary, and they weren't easy to damage. This held true for both players' items and NPCs. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng summoned the Fire Spirit and instructed it to lead the way. The instant the Fire Spirit stepped through the gate, a furious roar echoed from the corridor's depths, so loud that Shi Feng had to cover his ears. This roar was particularly familiar to Shi Feng. A Dragon's Roar, 2053, Epic Armor Kit Fragment, Chapter 2053, Epic Armor Kit Fragment. The majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire corridor, so powerful that even the sky seemed to shake. Only after the roar faded away could Shi Feng finally move his body again. However, after the roar ended, both Shi Feng and the Fire Spirit received a debuff called Dragon's Might, which reduced their reaction speed by 20%, movement speed by 30%, and physique by 15%. They also couldn't receive any buffs from skills and spells. So, this is Asura mode? Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the debuff he and the Fire Spirit had received. The reduction in physique and speed was only secondary. The crucial point was the inability to receive buffs. This meant that even Berserk skills were useless. Having Berserk skills sealed was potentially fatal to expert players, especially when surviving out in the fields. Berserk skills could be used during crucial moments to save one's life or deal with a problem that could not be dealt with normally. Berserk skills could even be used to achieve reversals. Without the ability to use Berserk skills, all these possibilities would be gone. If one came across unexpected danger, they would undoubtedly die. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng immediately used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 85 Tier 3 demon. Although the demon was also suppressed by Dragon's Might and its overall combat power was inferior to the Fire Spirits, having the demon was still better than not having it. During crucial moments, he could use it as a meat shield. Following which, Shi Feng had the Tier 3 Tomahawk demon lead the way, with the Fire Spirit following closely behind it. As for himself, he maintained a 50-yard distance from the fire spirit. At this distance, even if the tomahawk demon and fire spirit got caught in a trap, he would be safe. If they stumbled upon a dangerous situation, he could also run away at a moment's notice. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not come across any dangerous situations at all, even after walking for more than 10 minutes. Let alone a monster, there wasn't even a simple trap set up in the corridor. He traversed the corridor and arrived at a dark hall relatively easily. The hall was the size of a football stadium, with stone pillars erected on all sides. The divine runes carved onto these stone pillars made the place extraordinarily chilly. Even Shi Feng, with his extremely high ice resistance, could not help but shudder. Fortunately, the cold only had a slight impact on his movements. He did not lose any HP. Meanwhile, as soon as the tomahawk demon and the fire spirit arrived at the center of the hall, the divine runes on the surrounding stone pillars suddenly shone. Both the demon and the fire spirit disintegrated, the elemental mana used to make up their bodies reverting to its original form. Afterward, the entire hall lit up brightly as blade-wielding soldiers emerged from the ground one after another. These soldiers were giants made from various types of elemental mana. Elemental Guard, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, Level 72, HP 32,000, 1000 Amine 32,000. Among these elemental giants, one held a staff. Mana belonging to the 4 major elements gathered passively around this giant. All of the ambient mana responded to every single action this giant made, as if this giant was the elemental overlord of this entire hall. Elemental Prayer, Realm Lord. Elemental Creature, Grand Lord, Level 73, HP 65,000, 1000. As these elemental creatures appeared, a translucent pillar made out of magic crystal rose from the center of the hall. Sealed inside this translucent pillar was a dazzling, crystalline bottle that radiated a shudder-inducing aura. A bloodline? A trace of surprise flashed across Shi Feng's eyes when he saw the crystal bottle inside the magic crystal pillar. Although he had been confident that the Ashura Mode Trial's reward would be something excellent, he never imagined that it would be this excellent. At his standard, epic items no longer posed a temptation. Only top-tier epic items could move him now. However, a bloodline was far more valuable than any epic item. The value of even the most ordinary bloodline rivaled that of a fragmented legendary item. A bloodline might provide expert players more help than a fragmented legendary item. Despite that, the first item he came across in the Asura Mode Ancient Gods Maze was already a bloodline. How could he not be surprised by this situation? However, Shi Feng calmed himself very quickly. The bloodline was indeed valuable, but it would mean something only if he actually obtained it. The monsters standing before him were extraordinary. Moreover, since summoned creatures could not be used inside this hall, he would have to rely entirely on himself to deal with these monsters. However, with just a rough glance, he already spotted more than 200 Great Lord-ranked elemental guards. The elemental prayer standing at the center of the hall was even a realm lord, an existence whose combat power far surpassed that of monsters of the same rank and level. Against such a force, even a level 70, 100-man expert team would not be a match. In a situation where berserk skills and summoned creatures could not be used, even Shi Feng would have no choice but to turn tail and run when coming across the elemental prayer. It wasn't because his combat power was inadequate. After all, his current weapons and equipment were already beyond extraordinary. He could easily contend against a Grand Lord of the same level. The problem was that the elemental prayer had too much HP. Before he could whittle down the elemental prayer would have long since killed him. Let's give it a try. Looking at the bloodline stored within the central pillar, Shi Feng still decided to attempt the trial. Unlike other trials, the Ancient Gods Secret Keys trials allowed players to head to other locations to search for treasures, even if they could not pass a particular hurdle. Each location would have varying difficulties. Only if players died would their time in the trial come to an end. However, it would be such a pity to simply abandon the bloodline and search the other locations. After all, not every location would contain treasures rivaling fragmented legendary items. Other locations in this Asura Mode trial might contain only epic items, following which Shi Feng moved to a corner of the hall and started luring the elemental guards over, one after another. He planned to clear out the elemental guards first before dealing with the elemental prayer. If he tried fighting the elemental prayer and the elemental guards together, he would definitely die a very swift death. Faced with the 4-meter-tall elemental guards, an ordinary Tier 2 expert would have long since run away. However, the elemental guards posed no trouble for Shi Feng, as his strength already rivaled that of great lords of the same level. The elemental guard that discovered Shi Feng charged at him without hesitation, the great sword in its hands transforming into numerous phantoms as the blade slashed down on Shi Feng's head. Tier 3, Skill, Shadow Entanglement. Each phantom carried 120% of the elemental guard's strength, and all 7 phantoms struck down at Shi Feng from different directions. Even a Tier 2 expert would be killed instantly if they were not careful. However, these attacks were nothing before Shi Feng. Crisscrossing the abyssal blade and killing Ray, he deflected 2 of the 7 phantom swords toward the other phantom swords, neutralizing the attack in the blink of an eye. Shi Feng received no damage at all, following which he stabbed the elemental guard's elemental core. 43,574. He dealt a critical hit when striking the core. The elemental guard's HP promptly fell by a visible chunk. Afterward, Shi Feng stabbed the elemental core once more with his other sword. As the battle wore on, the elemental guard's HP continuously decreased. Even though the elemental guard's battle recovery was strong, killing the elemental guard was only a matter of time. If another Tier 2 expert were here, they would definitely be shocked by the current scene playing out. A Tier 2 player was actually overwhelming a level 72 Great Lord without using any skills or spells, a feat that even peak experts of the same level could not achieve. However, while Shi Feng was indeed capable of killing the elemental guard, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide Great Lord. Even after he started using skills, he still took close to 8 minutes to finish off the elemental guard. After the elemental guard fell, it dropped several items. When Shi Feng took a look at his experience bar, he frowned involuntarily. He had gone through great pains to kill a great lord, yet he was awarded only a pitiful amount of EXP, at the standard of a lord of the same level. However, when Shi Feng recalled that this was an ancient god's trial, he found the situation understandable. Great lord-ranked monsters were relatively rare in the outside world. Now, however, there was a bunch of great lords before him. If every one of these great lords gave normal amounts of EXP, then his leveling speed would be absurd. Afterward, Shi Feng collected the loot on the ground. Just as he was about to lure another elemental guard, he suddenly took note of one of the items he was holding. An epic armor kit fragment? 2054. Treasure Trove. Chapter 2054. Treasure Trove. Although Shi Feng had already checked that nothing was wrong with the system display and confirmed that the item in his hands was indeed an epic armor kit fragment, his heart still shook with disbelief. In God's domain, most armor kits were categorized into basic, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Above advanced armor kits were the extremely rare epic armor kits. Unlike the usual armor kits, epic armor kits could promote dark gold equipment to the epic rank. Most expert players already considered epic equipment godly. Since an epic armor kit could transform dark gold equipment into epic equipment, one could easily imagine how valuable an epic armor kit was, especially when players used it on dark gold equipment that they had high compatibility with. Of course, the level of epic equipment upgraded using the epic armor kit was fixed. If the base equipment was level 50, then it would only have the attributes of level 50 epic equipment. The upgraded equipment's level would not scale with players to a maximum limit. Even so, an epic armor kit was still something countless players fervently sought to obtain. Meanwhile, as long as Shi Feng collected 100 epic armor kit fragments, he could synthesize 1 epic armor kit. Normally, epic armor kit fragments only dropped in level 60+, 100-man hell mode team dungeons, or 200-man hard mode team dungeons. Mythic field bosses also had a chance of dropping the fragments, but the drop rate was much lower than in team dungeons. Shi Feng never thought that the elemental guards would actually drop the fragments as well. His view of the elemental guards immediately changed. Now, they were no longer detestable monsters, but walking epic armor kits instead. Moreover, the elemental guard had dropped elemental cores in addition to the epic armor kit fragment. An alchemist could use 10 cores to synthesize an elemental crystal. As an energy source, the elemental crystal was superior to the magic crystal. When used instead of magic crystals in the production of magic scrolls, the resulting magic scrolls were more powerful. At the same time, an elemental crystal could also be used as the core of a magic array. Magic arrays powered by elemental crystals were at least 30% more effective. As an example, a defensive magic array that originally could block only ordinary Tier 3 attacks would be capable of blocking peak Tier 3 attacks if powered by elemental crystals. Overall, the elemental crystal was a strategic resource with a very wide range of uses. On the market, 1 elemental crystal was worth more than 100 magic crystals. Now, after killing just 1 elemental guard, Shi Feng had already obtained 3 elemental cores, following which he proceeded to kill elemental guards with great enthusiasm. Despite having to fight arduously for roughly 8 minutes just to kill each elemental guard, when he thought about the Great Lord's loot, the suffering he had to endure was of no consequence whatsoever. Moreover, thanks to the high mana environment, Shi Feng did not feel tired at all, even after killing over 40 elemental guards in succession. On the contrary, his fighting spirit reached even greater heights than before. This was because killing these 40+ elemental guards had earned him 31 epic armor kit fragments and 106 elemental cores. The various large guilds would go mad with envy if they learned about this harvest. After all, during his previous life, a 100-man expert team would have to work tirelessly for more than half a day just to obtain 2 or 3 epic armor kit fragments. Meanwhile, he had only grinded for 6 hours, yet he had already reaped many times more than that. This harvest was simply frightening. However, despite the great harvest, Shi Feng did not continue grinding. Time in the ancient god's maze flowed at the same rate as in the real world. Since he had grinded in the maze for 6 hours already, 6 hours had also passed in the real world. In addition, it had been a long time since he had logged out of God's domain. Even if his avatar inside God's domain was still in a spirited state, his body in the real world needed a certain degree of activity to remain healthy. Following which, Shi Feng chose to log out of God's domain and rest. When he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window had already risen to its highest point. However, the scenery at Ouroboros' main headquarters was much better than that of the Greenwater Villa. He could see the entire city from his room, unlike before. Meanwhile, ever since Zero Wing gained its new headquarters, its development speed had skyrocketed with the recruitment of a large number of experts with great potential. It now had over 2,000 internal members. Although the newly recruited internal members were not particularly high-leveled, with Zero Wing's resources in God's domain and Ouroboros' original training system, these members could soon become a part of the guild's main fighting force and be used to raid team dungeons. In God's domain, the best place to obtain a large number of resources and high-ranking equipment was undoubtedly team dungeons. This was also the reason why Zero Wing was never able to match up against the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Moreover, due to the guild's rapid expansion, the guild was also spending credits like there was no tomorrow. The credits the guild had saved up were gone before anyone realized it. Now, the guild couldn't sustain its operations simply by relying on the income from completing tasks commissioned to the guild and equipment sales. Fortunately, the company Gentle Snow's family ran provided some financial support. With the additional funding, the guild was just barely able to get by. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile also had plenty of headaches over the lack of funds. Recently, even Liang Jing, who was overseeing some tasks in the headquarters, had started complaining to him about this matter. After Shi Feng had his lunch and nutrient fluid, he headed to the physical training room of the building to stretch his body. When he entered the training room, which was roughly half the size of a football field, he came across several hundred Zero Wing members. These Zero Wing members stopped what they were doing and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Some of them even had a reverential look when they did so. As there were too many people present, Shi Feng could only nod and smile in response. However, when he saw more than a dozen people lining up before the physical training machines, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. During his previous life, it had been rare to see 5 or 6 people waiting to use the physical training machines Shadow possessed. Now, there were more than a dozen people waiting for their turn. He had to admit that the current Zero Wing was only the shell of a first-rate guild. If it wished to catch up to the various first-rate guilds and superpowers, it needed a lot more funds. Insufficient funding would impede the guild's development significantly. I need to figure out a way to earn some credits through God's domain, Shi Feng thought to himself as he gazed at the guild members working out. After all, he couldn't rely solely on Gentle Snow's company. Previously, 5 major companies were necessary to keep Ouroboros functioning. Although the current Zero Wing wasn't as large as the past Ouroboros, sustaining its operations with just one major company was still impossible. Roughly 1 hour into Shi Feng's training, Blackie suddenly rushed into the training room, an anxious expression on his face. Did something happen? Shi Feng asked curiously. Something big happened. Representatives of the Blackwater Corporation have come to talk with us, Blackie said in a panic as he looked at Shi Feng. 2055 Blackwater Visits. Chapter 2055 Blackwater Visits. Blackwater? Shi Feng couldn't help his confusion. Why are they here? The Blackwater Corporation was a major international corporation. Aside from super first-rate guilds and super guilds, other existences were nothing in the corporation's eyes. Furthermore, Zero Wing had clashed with Blackwater quite a few times thus far. Our guild has been prospering in the Ore Empire recently. Maybe they're here to warn us away? Blackie wondered aloud after calming down. Why don't we just leave them hanging? Even if they're a major corporation, they can't do anything to us on the surface, and moving against us in the shadows won't be easy as long as we're prepared for it. You're overthinking things. Blackwater is still a major corporation at the end of the day. They wouldn't bother with a personal visit to warn us because of our skirmishes in the Ore Empire. They wouldn't be able to afford the humiliation of such an act, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Forget it. Rather than waste time with random guessing, we might as well hear them out. He still knew a little about how these major corporations operated. If Blackwater really wanted to strike out at Zero Wing in the real world, it wouldn't have sent representatives. It would have made its move behind the scenes. Following which, Blackie led Shi Feng to the top-floor reception room. In the reception room, Liang Jing, who was slightly nervous to receive the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, visibly relaxed when she saw Shi Feng enter the room. Before she had met Shi Feng, a major international corporation would have been unreachable, yet such a power had sent representatives to visit Zero Wing. Why wouldn't she be shocked? In contrast, Aqua Rose maintained her calm composure despite sitting face-to-face with Blackwater's representatives. As a previous honorary elder in a first-rate guild and the princess of her own major corporation, she had experience in these situations. 2 representatives from the Blackwater Corporation waited in the room. One was a handsome, middle-aged man wearing casual clothing. Although he wasn't tall or muscular, he radiated a strange pressure. The other representative, a tall, robust man in a black suit, stood behind the middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be the latter's bodyguard. Although he didn't radiate any particular pressure, as if he were just a pedestrian, Shi Feng recognized the bodyguard as extraordinary. He could feel the subtle threat of death from this bodyguard. "Hello, you must be Zero Wing's elder Yi Feng. Sure enough, as the rumors have said, you really are quite young. Your future is truly limitless," the middle-aged man said, smiling after observing Shi Feng closely for a moment. "Right, let me introduce myself. I am the Blackwater Corporation's Jing Yang, currently serving as an elder in the Blackwater Guild." "Elder Jing Yang, to what does Zero Wing owe this visit? May I know what you wish to discuss?" Shi Feng asked as he eyed Jing Yang, getting straight to the point. He was somewhat familiar with the name, but his knowledge of this man was limited to God's domain. Jing Yang's name was familiar due to his status as a Tier 5 Grand Wizard in the past. Although the man hadn't amassed any eye-catching battle records, a Tier 5 player was still formidable. He had stood at the peak of God's domain. Shi Feng had certainly never expected the Blackwater Corporation to send such a big shot to visit Zero Wing. "What a straightforward question," Jing Yang said, laughing. He then nodded and continued, "Since that is the case, I'll be direct. I'm here in place of the Blackwater Guild's ch2001 Chisa. Vice Guild Leader ch2001 has a very favorable view of Zero Wing, and she knows that Zero Wing is facing some financial difficulty. If Zero Wing is willing to sell us 10 Guardian Puppets, not only will we pay an ample amount of credits, but we'll also provide 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I'm sure you'll have no issues nurturing more experts quickly with these resources." 50 S-rank nutrient fluids? Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he heard Jing Yang's offer. He and Shi Feng had seen plenty of credits before, but S-rank nutrient fluid was a different story. Blackie was no longer ignorant regarding training in God's domain. After his special training in the Extraordinary Tower and the S-rank nutrient fluid Shi Feng occasionally granted him, he understood how valuable the fluid was. Not only did the S-rank nutrient fluid improve his real body's physique and brain function, but it also helped improve his combat standards in a short time. Unfortunately, S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't something one could buy with money alone. Their swift improvements thus far had been thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids the White Tiger Dojo had sent as payment. If Zero Wing could secure 50 more bottles, combined with the Guild's current reworld training facilities and the Extraordinary Tower, the Guild wouldn't need long to nurture another batch of Refinement Realm experts. So, this is what they want. Shi Feng finally understood what Blackwater's aim for this visit. He had to admit that the battle at Moon Creek Town had made the Guardian Puppets famous. Now, even Blackwater wanted to get its hands on the puppets, but it wasn't a weapon players could steal. As a result, Blackwater was forced to attempt to purchase it from Zero Wing. Seeing Shi Feng's silent reaction and Blackie's surprise, Jing Yang chuckled and said, "Now that the auction arena system has activated, the struggle for the various NPC cities has begun. As the only promoted NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms, White River City will become a target for the various major powers. You can easily imagine how intense the competition for its auction house will be. Moreover, we have heard that Starlink now bears immense hatred for Zero Wing due to the battle at Moon Creek Town and has already begun preparations to claim White River City's auction house. If you are willing to sell us 10 Guardian Puppets, Vice Guild Leader ch2001 will help you secure White River City's auction house. What do you think?" Jing Yang's voice had been very gentle, and temptation laced his words as if he had a thorough grasp of Zero Wing's weakness. He had even convinced Aqua Rose of this transaction's worth. Setting aside the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, the offer to help Zero Wing secure White River City's auction house made the transaction worthwhile. The struggles for an NPC city's auction house weren't like combat in the field and siege battles. It was a competition that heavily relied on the number of experts and resources one possessed. Compared to Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both aspects. However, if Zero Wing had ch2001 Chisa's assistance, one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders, securing White River City's auction house was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Zero Wing desperately needed operating funds. If the guild received a large income of credits, its development could skyrocket. When Jing Yang saw the yearning looks on both Aqua Rose and Blackie's faces, he was not surprised in the least. Blackwater's conditions were quite generous, offering exactly what Zero Wing currently needed. All they had to do was sign the contract and seal the deal. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng looked at Jing Yang and earnestly replied, "I'm sorry, but we refuse. 2056, you still regret I. Chapter 2056, you'll regret it." At Shi Feng's words, the reception room fell deathly silent. Both Jing Yang and Aqua Rose were stunned and confused as they stared at Shi Feng. Why? Jing Yang could not help but ask after taking a deep breath. Blackwater's conditions were incredibly generous. If Zero Wing accepted the offer, it could grow more powerful than it had ever been. No guild would consider rejecting such an offer, and this was the perfect opportunity to reconcile with Blackwater. It was always better to have another ally than an extra enemy in God's domain. The Guardian Puppet was a very powerful war weapon, first-rate whether protecting a town or attacking it. Other war weapons couldn't hold a candle to it, but it was only powerful right now. As players reached higher levels in Tier 3, the Guardian Puppet would become obsolete. At most, one could rely on it as a slightly tougher Tier 3 combatant. In his opinion, Shi Feng should be more than willing to agree with Blackwater's conditions. It should already be an honor for Zero Wing that Blackwater had paid a personal visit. Other first-rate guilds couldn't even qualify for the corporation's attention, yet Zero Wing was unappreciative of Blackwater's goodwill. It's nothing major. The price your guild has offered is just too low, so we don't wish to sell, Shi Feng replied in an extremely calm tone. Low? Xingyang was stunned. Softly he asked, how much do you want then? In addition to the credits, I want 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops in major NPC cities, Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Both Aqua Rose and Blackie turned to their guild leader in shock, gaping. 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Not even the White Tiger Dojo could afford such a price. Even a major corporation like Blackwater would feel a sting if it gave away 100 bottles. Furthermore, Shi Feng wanted high-potential shops as well. Not even 10,000 gold was enough to purchase such things. 10 shops would equate more than 100,000 gold. Are you insane? Xingyang demanded. Do you know how much money 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high-potential shops are worth? He wondered if Shi Feng was trying to challenge his bottom line. He could accept paying 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, but asking for 10 shops was a joke. The Guardian Puppet's value would decrease as players reached higher levels, but major NPC cities' shops would not. Their value would only increase as time passed. More players joined God's domain each day, and owning high-potential shops guaranteed a stable income. Even leasing these shops to others would generate substantial profits. To put it simply, the Guardian Puppets' value couldn't compare to that of high-potential shops. Not even 4 Guardian Puppets were worth a shop in a major NPC city, let alone a one-on-one trade. Elder Xingyang, if you find these conditions unacceptable, you may return to negotiate with your superiors, Shi Feng said, smiling at the enraged man before him. His asking price was far above average, but at this stage of the game, 10 Guardian Puppets were worth it. With 10 units, the Guardian Puppets could exhibit sufficient combat power, and whoever controlled them could effortlessly capture a guild town. They would also be a massive help when establishing a guild town in a neutral map. If he didn't need the S-rank nutrient fluids and credits so desperately, he wouldn't have even considered selling the Guardian Puppets to Blackwater. Constructing 10 puppets wouldn't be easy, and the materials were quite rare. Young man, you shouldn't be too greedy. Zero Wing will only benefit in the future if it secures Blackwater's friendship. Forget about the high-potential shops, Xingyang said after calming himself down. He then looked at Shi Feng and stated his final price, 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, as well as the conditions I mentioned previously. Take care as you leave. I won't be able to see you off, Shi Feng said. You, very good, you'll regret this decision. Xingyang nearly spat blood when he heard Shi Feng's response. He left the room in a huff, not wanting to linger in Zero Wing's headquarters a moment longer. After Xingyang left, both Aqua Rose and Liang Jing, who had witnessed the entire conversation from a corner of the room, turned to stare at Shi Feng in befuddlement. They also could not help but admire Shi Feng. That was 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about. Yet, despite the temptation of Blackwater's offer or its threats, Shi Feng had remained unfazed. After Xingyang left Zero Wing's headquarters, he contacted Xuanwu Qisa and updated her on the negotiation's outcome. What an interesting person, Xuanwu Qisa could not help her smile. Even though Zero Wing's existence is on the line, he insists on keeping a tight grip on the Guardian Puppets. In my opinion, Zero Wing is not worthy of your attention, Vice Guild Leader. They have no idea that Starlink isn't the only guild targeting them, and that many other superpowers have set their sights on White River City. They don't realize the lifeline we're offering. They will regret their decision today, Xingyang said, sneering. In truth, he had visited Zero Wing's headquarters for 2 reasons. The first reason was for business. The second was to determine whether Zero Wing qualified to become one of Blackwater's puppets. However, it would seem that the guild's members were simply ignorant fools. All right, enough. Return for now. We still have much to do, Xuanwu Qisa said before disconnecting the call. She did not bother to comment further on the matter. Once the negotiations with Blackwater came to an end, Shi Feng received Zero Wing's latest status report from Aqua Rose and Blackie. The guild continued to develop rapidly, especially regarding member recruitment. Zero Wing's elite member count now exceeded 400,000, and more than 4,000 expert members operated in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's growth was frightening. Shi Feng had to admit that the battles in the Witch's Hill and near Moon Creek Town had elevated Zero Wing's fame and reputation. Now, many previously hesitant elite and expert players had finally decided to join Zero Wing. In addition, Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members had finished training in the Extraordinary Tower, splitting up into multiple 100-man teams to raid level 60 team dungeons. Their raid progression had also been impressive. They'd likely obtain the first clear of Star Moon Kingdom's various 100-man team dungeons in a few more days. The lack of funds was the only problem now, giving Aqua Rose and Blackie plenty of headaches. In response, Shi Feng agreed to rent Zero Wing City's shops for credits, reducing the guild's coin income. After Shi Feng had assigned tasks, he returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. 2057. Improving Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2057. Improving Swords Transmigration Level 72. Elemental guards wandered around the quiet hall supported by numerous stone pillars. They left no space for players to approach the hall's center. As one approached the central crystal pillar, the elemental guards closed ranks. The moment Shi Feng logged back into the game, he returned to clearing out these elemental guards. Blackwater's sudden business proposition and Zero Wing's rapid development had helped Shi Feng realize that his guild's development had reached a bottleneck. Growing further would be painfully difficult with the guild's financial predicament. Nowadays, Zero Wing's fame and territory were growing. The guild's member count also continued to rise. Although he had been working to secure Zero Wing's foundations and had restricted the recruitment conditions further, the guild had still reached its financial limit. Even an outsider like Blackwater could see this. It was easy to imagine that other guilds had also noticed Zero Wing's struggles. Normally, a guild would attempt to negotiate with companies and corporations for investment once it reached a developmental bottleneck. Shadow had been the same in the past. Due to the guild's rapid development, the guild had desperately needed capital. Only after receiving several large companies' investments did the guild continue its development, eventually becoming a second-rate guild. This was the most common option for upstart guilds, although it also scattered the guild's shares, decreasing its cohesion. Of course, there was another method to break past this bottleneck. A guild could maintain its state or reduce its member count, ultimately slowing its development speed. Normally, Shi Feng might have chosen that option. At worst, it would allow other guilds to surpass Zero Wing. However, now that the auction arena system had activated, the competition between the various major powers had reached a peak. If Zero Wing's competition surpassed it now, it wouldn't be surprising if the guild were removed from God's domain entirely. Hence, deliberately stifling Zero Wing's development would only ensure a slow and imminent death. Since he didn't wish to share the guild's authority or abandon its phenomenal development speed, there was only one option available. He had to earn a large sum of credits through God's domain. Shi Feng hadn't had the means to do so in the past. God's domain's resources weren't easy to obtain, and converting them into credits would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. However, things were different in this life. Once he had entered the ancient God's secret maze, Shi Feng had realized that acquiring a large number of credits through the game wasn't necessarily impossible. The elemental cores. Not only could one synthesize elemental cores into elemental crystals, but they could also trade the cores for stamina gemstones from the Sea of Illusion's 4-star wandering merchants. Stamina was imperative to every player. Players' stamina largely restricted their activity in the fields. Hence, items that could increase one's stamina or stamina regeneration were immensely valuable in God's domain. Players could bind stamina gemstones to their equipment to improve their recovery rate. Each gemstone increased stamina recovery rate by 7%, and the more of these gemstones one equipped, the faster they'd regain their stamina. Stamina gemstones were one of the few items in God's domain that would never lose their value. No matter what level players reached, they still needed stamina to move, and recovery took a long time. However, players couldn't obtain stamina gemstones from killing monsters. Only 4-star wandering merchants sold the items. Moreover, each wandering merchant demanded a different price for the gemstones. The wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, a secret land in God's domain, required elemental cores for their stamina gemstones. Several players had discovered the secret land early and made a fortune from it in the past. They had ventured across God's domain, purchasing elemental cores, and traded them for stamina gemstones in the Sea of Illusion. When the public eventually learned of this secret, the elemental cores' prices had skyrocketed. Now that Shi Feng could collect a large number of elemental cores from these elemental guards, he could use this opportunity to make a fortune by selling stamina gemstones. After all, no one had visited the Sea of Illusion, a level 100 map, yet. Realizing this, Shi Feng's enthusiasm to grind the elemental guards reached new heights. He also began to use divine providence to increase his harvest. Although killing these elemental guards was monotonous, Shi Feng considered it a good opportunity to refine his bronze combat technique, Swords Transmigration. High mana environments were extremely rare in God's domain, let alone one with denser mana than Zero Wing City. He wouldn't have to worry about his stamina or concentration consumption rates while using the bronze combat technique here. As Shi Feng executed Swords Transmigration, he became more familiar with the technique. As a result, he could divert and use more of his enemies' attacks. Initially, he had only been able to take advantage of 3 enemy attacks at once, but after some practice he could use 4, then 5 attacks to his advantage. Moreover, the technique's power increased substantially. The closer he got to the central pillar, the closer the elemental guards clustered. If he weren't careful, he would lure 2 guards at a time, significantly increasing the time he needed to kill each. At first, he had spent nearly 30 minutes trying to kill the elemental guards that approached him in pairs, with more than 20 of those minutes focused on the first elemental guard. However, as he mastered Sword's transmigration, he eventually lowered that time to 20 minutes per pair. Finally, after nearly 2 days of fighting, Shi Feng had eliminated all of the elemental guards in the hall. During that time, Shi Feng had slain over 200 elemental guards, obtaining 727 elemental cores and 213 epic armor kit fragments. He now had enough to synthesize 2 complete epic armor kits. Even Shi Feng was stupefied by his harvest. He had to admit that the Asura mode trial was wondrous. He hadn't even ventured past the maze's first hall, and he had yet to face the Guardian boss, yet he had acquired enough of a bounty to make superpowers envious. After organizing his loot, Shi Feng shifted his gaze toward the 5-meter-tall, 4-armed elemental prayer a short distance away. The Guardian boss wore white robes and held a staff and a golden longsword. Shi Feng hadn't been particularly confident of defeating the elemental prayer earlier, but after improving his skill with Sword's transmigration, he was more than eager to fight the Guardian boss. As long as he won, he would obtain a bloodline. Stealthily, Shi Feng approached the elemental prayer from behind. Unsheathing his swords and activating Windblade, he transformed into a blur as he thrust his blades toward the Realm Lord's back. 2058. Fighting the Realm Lord. Chapter 2058. Fighting the Realm Lord. Although Shi Feng's movement speed was very high, the elemental prayer was a Realm Lord. Not only would it have increased combat power within its territory, but it could also suppress enemies. These two effects made the Realm Lord far more powerful than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. The instant Shi Feng moved within 50 yards of the elemental prayer, he felt his body grow heavier. His speed significantly decreased as well. The gravity around it is so powerful, Shi Feng could not help but frown. Realm Lords had different methods of controlling their territory. Some manipulated physical objects to attack players, while others suppressed players' basic attributes. The most troublesome Realm Lords were those that could control their environment. Realm Lords with environmental control could transform the area around them into a sea of fire or an icy hell. There were also some Realm Lords like the Elemental Prayer that could increase the gravitational force around them. For players, increased gravitational force was far more frightening than movement speed reduction. More gravitational pull would slow every movement they made. The Elemental Prayer discovered Shi Feng the moment he entered its domain, and it began to chant a spell and wave its staff. Suddenly, over 20 wind blades flew at Shi Feng. At the same time, rocky spikes began to emerge from the ground under his feet. The Guardian boss had needed no time at all to complete its double cast. Shi Feng had no choice but to jump up to dodge the rock spikes. Unfortunately, while he was airborne, he wasn't able to dodge the wind blades that had arrived a moment later. Without being able to dodge the wind blades, Shi Feng's only option was to receive the magical attack with his sword. Sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. The instant Shi Feng's swords collided with the wind blades, he felt as if he had batted away a cannonball. His arm felt slightly numb from the impact of a single collision. Moreover, the numbness lingered for longer periods with each subsequent deflection. With the increased gravitational force slowing his reactions, Shi Feng began to struggle to keep up with the wind blades' attacks after a few clashes. Seeing so many wind blades left, Shi Feng activated Defensive Blade to block the remainder of the Elemental Prayer's first round of attacks. So strong. When Shi Feng landed and noticed the Elemental Prayer double casting again, he could only stare at the Realm Lord for a moment in astonishment. Against so many powerful attacks and the increased gravitational force, even a level 70 expert would likely die in an instant. However, before Shi Feng's arms could regain feeling, the Elemental Prayer finished chanting its spells. Like its first round, the Guardian boss attacked with rock spikes and wind blades. Break. This time, Shi Feng didn't try to dodge the rising rock spikes, using Purgatory Pentaslash to shatter them instead. He then spun around and dashed toward a nearby stone pillar. With his current basic attributes and the battlefield's gravitational force, dodging all 20-plus wind blades would be impossible. His death would be guaranteed if he tried to take those attacks head-on. Hence, he had to rely on the stone pillars around him to block the wind blades. Using the stone pillars to reduce his blind spots, Shi Feng found it easier to dodge and block the incoming wind blades. In the end, he survived the Elemental Prayer's second offensive unscathed. Sure enough, these stone pillars are here for a reason. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when, after taking a few hits from the wind blades, he saw that the stone pillar remained intact. If the wind blades, which had peak tier 3 power, had shattered the stone pillars, this battle was as good as over for him. Although he could rely on the stone pillars to block the Realm Lord's attacks, approaching the Elemental Prayer was still extraordinarily difficult. After multiple attempts, Shi Feng discovered that the Realm Lord used a greater variety of spells the closer he got to it. Sometimes the Elemental Prayer fired a beam of roaring flames. Other times, it called down a column of water from above. Of course, the Guardian boss still used the occasional rock spikes and wind blades. The boss's coordination with the 4 types of attacks made approaching the Elemental Prayer practically impossible, as expected of a Realm Lord. This boss could likely even annihilate a 100-man team of the same level. Trying to fight it alone is asking too much. Shi Feng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the elemental prayer cast one spell after another. Magical class monsters were most afraid enemies getting close. After all, they were vulnerable in close-range combat. But Shi Feng couldn't even get within 40 yards of the Realm Lord, much less melee range. He felt as if he were surrounded by a party of Tier 3 magical class players as Tier 3 spells continued to bombard him. He could only rely on the surrounding stone pillars to evade the spells. If any other peak expert were in his shoes, they'd have likely died a long time ago. Shi Feng had to admit that the Ashura mode Guardian boss was astounding. Trying to acquire an item that rivaled the fragmented legendary item wasn't going to be easy. Shi Feng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag and spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Miniature World instantly reduced the gravitational force that affected Shi Feng. At the same time, the elemental prayer's basic attributes fell by a significant chunk. Although Miniature World suppression didn't hinder the Realm Lord drastically, it still reduced its basic attributes by 20%, which considerably reduced the power of its spells. Meanwhile, Ring of Brilliance improved Shi Feng's physique and basic attributes by 20%. Now, Shi Feng could intercept the elemental prayer's wind blades with his swords without relying on the stone pillars. Moreover, Shi Feng could exhibit his full strength now that the elemental prayer's gravity domain had been weakened. He could dodge the boss's attacks with ease and soon reach the Realm Lord. Killing Ray tore through the air, sending a streak of blue light slicing at the elemental prayer. Although the Guardian boss wielded a golden longsword, its melee prowess paled in comparison to its magical power. Shi Feng easily maneuvered his attack past the elemental prayer's defenses and landed a direct critical hit dealing over 40,000 damage. Despicable intruder, suffer God's fury. The elemental prayer bellowed after taking the hit. The golden longsword in its hand disintegrated, and 8 smaller versions appeared around the Realm Lord, each wrapped in golden flames. Under the elemental prayer's control, golden longswords flew towards Shi Feng. Shi Feng hurriedly moved and executed Sword's transmigration to block the attacks. The power within these golden longswords was immense. They clearly harbored more strength than Shi Feng currently possessed. Instead of receiving the attacks head-on, Shi Feng expertly used his movement techniques to evade some of the flaming weapons while deflecting the rest. By doing so, he managed to fend off the Guardian boss's attacks without taking damage. After knocking away the golden swords, Shi Feng used the opportunity to bombard the elemental prayer with one skill after another. Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Flame Burst, Shadow Blade. Damages in exceeding 100,000 began to appear above the elemental prayer's head, with some in the hundreds of thousands. The Guardian boss's HP began to fall at a visible rate. Once that round of attacks had ended, the elemental prayer continued to manipulate the golden swords, pressing its attack. However, Shi Feng managed to block every incoming strike. Although the elemental prayer occasionally cast spells, Shi Feng could heal himself with the 7 Luminaries Ring's life domain. Overall, although Shi Feng had the advantage, the elemental prayer had too much HP. Although its maximum HP had been reduced to 52 million, its battle recovery restored 500,000 HP every 5 seconds. This slowed Shi Feng's progress in the fight. Even after more than 5 minutes, the elemental prayer still had 95% of its HP remaining. Unfortunately, Miniature World only had a 10-minute duration, and without it, Shi Feng wouldn't be a match for the Realm Lord. Furthermore, Shi Feng had to spend 5,000 magic crystals each time he activated the skill, and he had only brought a little over 20,000 with him. Should I give up? Shi Feng had fought for nearly 10 minutes, yet the elemental prayer still had 92% of its HP. If he couldn't increase his DPS, the Guardian boss would eventually wear him down and kill him. However, when Shi Feng saw the 8 golden longswords flying toward him once more, his eyes lit up with inspiration as he considered a way to increase his damage. He simply needed to use the elemental prayer's strength against it. This time, Shi Feng didn't dodge the 8 golden longswords. Instead, he met all of them in battle. Sword's Transmigration. 2059 Bronze Combat Techniques True Ability. Chapter 2059 Bronze Combat Techniques True Ability. The elemental prayer's attacks were quite cunning. Since the start of the battle, it had used the 8 golden longswords to attack Shi Feng from all directions. Moreover, the flaming weapons were far more nimble than the wind blades and could even alter their attack trajectories during their attacks. Even a shield warrior or guardian knight skilled with the shield would take a direct hit if they weren't careful. As soon as Shi Feng began to execute Sword's Transmigration, he deflected 5 longswords, sending them in different directions. 2 of them slammed into 2 longswords Shi Feng hadn't deflected, nullifying the attacks. Due to Shi Feng's limited strength, he couldn't fully utilize the remaining 3 deflected longswords. He wasn't able to send them toward the elemental prayer. Moreover, he wasn't able to deflect or nullify the last longsword, and it cut through Shi Feng's right shoulder. 83,167. Sure enough, I'm really pushing my limits. Shi Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his HP. Just one of these golden longswords could deal enough damage to kill a level 60 magical class player. Even a level 60 MT would likely be in danger. Fortunately, Shi Feng's defense far surpassed that of a level 60 MT. Amassing 80,000 HP alone was difficult for current players, but Shi Feng had already reached level 70, had a bloodline, and possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. Including the Ring of Brilliance's effects, he had as much as 260,000 HP. He was even sturdier than a level 70, tier 2 MT. This was what made monsters fearsome. Despite the fact that their combat standards were no match for players, their extraordinarily high HPs rendered players helpless. Unless players' combat power far surpassed the monsters they fought, they'd have no choice but to flee. HP was one of the weaknesses solo players faced. Even if a solo player were stronger than a boss, they'd never defeat the monster unless they had the help of certain tools. However, after blocking the latest attacks, Shi Feng finally saw a ray of hope. There was no doubt that his strength was no match for the golden longswords, so his ability to deflect and direct the weapons was limited. However, sending the flaming weapons toward the elemental prayer wasn't impossible. Only, his grasp of positioning and timing had to be perfect. This was also the first time he had to deflect 5 attacks with so much strength, so he severely lacked the proper experience. After taking a brief moment to consider his next move, Shi Feng began to attack the Realm Lord again. Like before, the 8 golden longswords flew toward him from multiple directions. This time, however, Shi Feng immediately activated Void Shield, the translucent barrier enveloping his body. Swords Transmigration. Boom, boom. 2 golden longswords struck the Void Shield, and the 5 blades Shi Feng deflected landed near the elemental prayer's feet, missing the boss by a few inches. Did I attack too soon? Seeing the flaming longswords land at the elemental prayer's feet, Shi Feng knew he had been too hasty, resulting in an undesirable outcome. He needed to make some minor adjustments. Despite seeing the elemental prayer launch another round of attacks, Shi Feng deliberately maintained his speed. Boom. 3 golden longswords flew into the Void Shield simultaneously. Fortunately, Shi Feng had sent one of the 5 longswords he had deflected into the elemental prayer's foot. A damage of over 300,000 appeared above the Realm Lord's head, far exceeding what Shi Feng's normal skills were capable of. This excited Shi Feng. The outcome was almost as he had imagined. The system calculated the damage monsters dealt to each other differently than the damage they dealt to players. Although the flaming weapon had lost a fraction of its power after Shi Feng had deflected it, it still dealt far more damage than what he could manage. Now Shi Feng, more or less, understood why the various superpowers in the past had kept such a tight lid on their bronze combat techniques. Mastering a bronze combat technique like Swords Transmigration was far more powerful than obtaining a curse or taboo skill. Even without external tools, players would have the potential to solo high-ranked bosses with such a technique. The successful experience gave Shi Feng a far better grasp of his timing, following which, Shi Feng returned another dozen attacks to the elemental prayer. Moreover, his deflections became more accurate with each successful attempt. Initially, he had only been able to hit the Guardian boss with one of the golden longswords, but eventually he returned 2 flaming weapons, doubling his DPS and devouring the Realm Lord's HP. 95%, 85%, 80%. Although he wasn't able to return the other 3 golden longswords he deflected, as he became more familiar with the process, he was able to nullify the remaining attacks. He no longer allowed any of the golden longswords to hit him. Time quickly passed. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 30%, the Realm Lord went berserk and called down lightning to strike around it. This forced Shi Feng to activate Absolute Domain to survive. Foolish mortal, burn to ash. The elemental prayer's eyes lit with a scorching glow as it glared down at Shi Feng. Suddenly, the surrounding mana began to surge toward the Guardian boss, and the mana storm that ensued prevented Shi Feng from approaching. The elemental prayer then raised its staff, manifesting a 3-fold magic array above its head that covered a 100-yard radius. Raging thunder. Suddenly, arcs of golden electricity shot up from the ground. A large-scale destruction spell? Surprised, Shi Feng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's fantasy domain, which made him immune to all magic damage. Magical class bosses generally possessed a few large-scale destruction spells, but they didn't normally cast the spells when players were within melee range, since such spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was very easy to get caught within one's own spell if cast at close range. This was also why Shi Feng hadn't bothered to use any of his own large-scale destruction spells. Yet, the elemental prayer before him cast its spell without hesitation. The Guardian boss intended to perish along with its enemy. After Shi Feng activated Fantasy Domain, a sea of electricity enveloped everything within a 100-yard radius, with the elemental prayer in its center. Even the Guardian boss suffered damage, his HP continuing to decrease. The golden arcs only began to dissipate after 6 seconds, having destroyed a significant portion of the hall. After its large-scale destruction spell, the Realm Lord had only lost 5% of its HP. What a powerful spell. Was that a tier 3 curse? Shi Feng stared at the rising smoke on the elemental prayer's body in astonishment. If not for his magic immunity skill, that attack would have killed Shi Feng. He barely had any lightning resistance, and his magic resistance alone wouldn't have been enough. Clearly, the elemental prayer didn't have that problem. As an elemental creature, its magic resistance was immensely high. Even after taking damage from its own tier 3 curse, it had only lost 5% of its HP, roughly 3,000 in total. If it were any other boss, it would have lost at least 6,000 HP. However, it was clear that the elemental prayer was slightly weaker after casting the tier 3 curse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Feng fervently hacked and slashed at the Realm Lord. Fortunately, the 8 golden longswords no longer had more strength than Shi Feng, and as a result, he easily deflected the flaming weapons back at the Guardian boss, taking more HP from it than before. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 1%, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and finished it off with Instant Strike. With a short cry, the elemental prayer collapsed, transforming into countless particles of light. 2060 Elemental Prayer's Lu. Chapter 2060 Elemental Prayer's Loot. The mana density within the hall rose sharply after the elemental prayer's death. It went berserk as it gathered around the Realm Lord's dissipating corpse, gathering the particles of light into a dazzling ball. Slowly, the ball of light rose into the air, growing larger as it absorbed more mana. The light illuminated the hall as if a miniature sun had risen. After several seconds, the gigantic light ball burst, and 2 dazzling streams of light flowed toward the ground. 2 items? Shi Feng watched the 2 beams shine before him in utter astonishment. According to his understanding, every Guardian boss players killed in the Ancient God's Secret Keys trial only yielded 1 item, but that item would undoubtedly be top-tier quality. However, the elemental prayer had dropped 2 items, the equivalent of killing 2 Guardian bosses. Shi Feng had definitely hit the jackpot. When Shi Feng stepped forward and touched the 2 beams of light, the light faded and revealed 2 translucent globes, each containing 1 item. When these 2 items revealed themselves, the sound of a system notification reached Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have slain the elemental prayer within 30 minutes. You may choose one of the 2 items before you as your reward. Shi Feng was speechless. He had hoped that Divine Providence had doubled his loot, but in the end, he'd still walk away with a single item. This choice was simply a result of killing the elemental prayer within half an hour. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shi Feng found the situation reasonable. All of the items these Guardian bosses dropped were the best of the best. Being able to double one's loot with higher luck would be absurd. Let's have a look at these 2 then. After containing his excitement, Shi Feng tapped on the 2 items and inspected their attribute panels. After a brief look, Shi Feng's heart began to pound with elation once more. Although he knew that these items would be top tier, he couldn't help his gasp after inspecting them. Both items were amazing. Not even a mythic field boss's loot could compare to either item's value. One of the 2 items was an emerald bead named Elemental Protector. It was a bona fide epic item that could summon 4 elemental beasts of the same tier as the user and 5 levels higher at no cost. Each of these 4 elemental beasts could use skills and spells that correlated with their element, earth, water, wind, and fire. However, this item could only summon up to tier 4 elemental beasts, and it had a 12-hour duration and a 2 Natura-Day cooldown. As long as a player reached tier 4, they could use the Elemental Protector to summon 4 tier 4 beasts to fight alongside them. It was an astounding ability. Tier 4 magic scrolls were even rarer than epic items in God's domain, and Shi Feng had only heard of tier 4 summoning scrolls, never actually seen one. Regardless of the era, a tier 4 summoned creature would be an immensely powerful ally, even after 10 years in God's domain. Tier 4 and above combatants were extremely rare. First-rate guilds would be incredibly lucky if they had a single tier 5 player. Any first-rate guild with a tier 6 god-ranked expert would be considered a top-ranked guild, no matter how weak the rest of its members were. Without a doubt, the Elemental Protector was one of the best epic items available in the game. It would easily fetch an astronomical price regardless of when it sold. The other time the Elemental Prayer had dropped was called the Twilight Blade. It was the same weapon the Realm Lord had used against Shi Feng, and although it wasn't a famed sword, it was a replica of the legendary weapon Afterglow. Every legendary weapon had once been famous throughout God's domain. Some had even been treated as kingdom's heirlooms. Even a legendary weapon replica was far beyond any epic weapon. Most replicas were the crafter's failed copies when trying to produce the real deal. Some replicas had even been crafted with the same materials as the true legendary weapon, and some included even better materials. Meanwhile, the Twilight Blade before him was somewhat special. It was actually a prototype of Afterglow. However, the crafter hadn't used high enough quality materials in its creation, so it hadn't become a legendary weapon. This replica hadn't been a result of a flawed production process. Twilight Blade, Replic One-Handed Sword, Epic Rank Level 60, Level 120 Equipment Requirement, Strength 2000 Attributes adjust according to user's level, Attack Power plus 2360. Level 60 Strength plus 205, Agility plus 130, Endurance plus 157 Attack, Speed plus 18, Ignore 40% of the target's defense. When equipped, strength increased by 25%, agility increased by 10%, all sword skills plus 1 levels, ignore levels plus 115, all skill completion rate increased by 2%. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the floating light effect, splitting the weapon into 3 copies. The 2 duplicates cannot be blocked and deal 100% damage. Additional passive ski Twilight Glow, Twilight Power will corrode any targets the Twilight Blade strikes, decreasing their reaction speed by 15%. Additional active skill 1, Twilight Shadow, transforms the Twilight Blade into 8 copies, each carrying 80% of the original strength. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 3 hours. Additional active skill 2, Twilight of the Gods, transform a radius of 100 yards into a Twilight Domain. While within the Twilight Domain, users' basic attributes decrease by 25% and is split into 8 physical doppelgangers. If the doppelgangers wield the blade's Twilight Shadow summons, they will have 85% of the user's basic attributes. Duration, 3 minutes cooldown, 6 hours. The famed smith, Flock Bayer, created this sword as a prototype for Afterglow. It is a masterpiece that was formed by combining all of Flock Bayer's forging techniques. In Shi Feng's opinion, if not for Afterglow's existence, the Twilight Blade would have been one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. It could almost rival the sacred sword, Killing Ray. If he only compared the weapon's attack power and strength, it was even more powerful than Killing Ray. Killing Ray had been crafted with a fragment from one of God's Domain's 10 great legendary weapons, yet the Twilight Blade could rival its power. Although the Elemental Protector allowed players to summon elemental beasts, boosting their combat power, the Twilight Blade was a top-tier epic weapon with amazing additional skills. If one combined the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, their combat power would skyrocket for a short time. God's Domain's experts would go crazy for either of these items. Let's go with you. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng chose the Twilight Blade. The Elemental Protector might be the better choice from a guild's perspective, but it would only be useful if the guild had a Tier 4 player. Tier 4 was still a long time away for Shi Feng and Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Bible of Darkness, which was even more powerful than the Elemental Protector. On the other hand, the Twilight Blade could increase his combat power now. His Abyssal Blade's level was too low at the moment. Its evolution speed couldn't keep up with his leveling speed. If he wanted to explore more of the Ancient Gods Maze and acquire its treasures, he had to prioritize his own combat power. Following which, Shi Feng replaced the Abyssal Blade with the Twilight Blade. Although most players would struggle to fulfill the 2000 strength equipment requirement, it wasn't a problem for Shi Feng. Once he equipped the Twilight Blade, Shi Feng felt his overall strength increase substantially. His attack power, in particular, rose by a whopping 15%. Shi Feng then shifted his focus to the crystalline pillar in the center of the hall. After all, it was the most valuable item in the area. 2061 Advanced Bloodline, Chapter 2061 Advanced Bloodline. A magic array surrounded the crystal pillar in the center of the hall, preventing players from approaching. Although the seal seemed quite simple, not even a Tier 4 being could force their way through it. When Shi Feng stepped up to the barrier and lightly tapped it, a system window opened before him, introducing the magic array. Truly amazing. If I hadn't already grasped the technique to decipher advanced magic arrays, I wouldn't have been able to do anything but stare at this barrier. Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise after gaining a general understanding of the array. There were 2 types of magic arrays that protected system-generated treasure in God's Domain. The first type disappeared once the guardian boss protecting the treasure died. The second type required players to unravel the magic array through their own abilities. This type didn't care for players' combat power, but their ability to understand magic arrays. The first type was the easiest to remove, but as players leveled up, they'd begin to encounter more of the second type. Hence, it had been very important for players to take on the Magician subclass and develop it during Shi Feng's previous life. Many expert players had to study magic arrays seriously even though they hated learning about them, especially magical class players. Due to how common the second type of magic arrays had become at later levels, God's Domain's various guilds had also turned more focus to the Magician subclass. During the game's later stages, a Master Magician status wasn't any lower than that of a Master Forger or Master Alchemist. Meanwhile, to remove the magic array protecting the crystal pillar before Shi Feng, one had to be a master at deciphering advanced magic arrays at the very least. Normally, players only encountered basic ranked sealing magic arrays after level 70. It was very rare to find an intermediate magic array protecting items of this level, yet the array before him required an advanced magician to untangle. Although the various superpowers had tasked many of their players to learn about magic arrays, there were very few intermediate magicians at this stage of the game, much less advanced magicians. Once Shi Feng had inspected the array, he began to dismantle it. Dismantling a magic array wasn't particularly difficult, although that didn't mean it was easy either. As long as a player knew how to draw the sealing magic array in question, it could be undone. Looking at the array, Shi Feng was relieved that he had already become an advanced magician. Otherwise, he could only watch as a bloodline slipped through his fingers. Finally, after studying for 5 hours, Shi Feng finally learned how to draw the sealing magic array. The barrier around the crystalline pillar began to shatter, and shortly after, it fell away entirely, revealing the pillar before Shi Feng. The crystal pillar was translucent, and the bloodline within it shone with a dazzling light. Due to the magic barrier around the pillar, Shi Feng hadn't felt anything particular from the bloodline, but now that he had removed the magic array, he could feel an intense pressure, the difference between his life rating and the bloodlines, pressed down on him. Although he only stared at the bloodline, he felt as if he were being suppressed. Is it an advanced bloodline? Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he felt the pressure. Bloodlines fell into 3 categories: basic, advanced, and peak. The Dark Iron bloodline he had obtained from the Divine Shrine was a basic bloodline. However, since the Dark Iron bloodline was extremely compatible with the Swordsman class, it was considered a top-ranked basic bloodline, yet, despite that, he still felt an immense pressure from the bloodline within the crystal pillar. The only explanation was that his life rating was inferior to this bloodline. Hence, Shi Feng guessed that it was an advanced bloodline. Although he very much wished that it was a peak bloodlines were as rare and valuable as legendary items. The chances of finding one in the Ancient God's Maze were abysmally low, even for Ashura mode. On the other hand, the chances of finding an advanced bloodline were relatively high. Even so, Shi Feng was stunned. Any advanced bloodline could make reaching higher tiers far easier for players. With a little talent and effort, reaching tier 5 wouldn't be a problem. An advanced bloodline would even help players when challenging their tier 6 promotion, which was why God's Domain's various major powers had gone mad over bloodlines in the past. Without hesitation, Shi Feng strode up to the crystalline pillar and removed the crystal bottle. He then inspected the bottle's attribute panel. Elemental bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, a player will become one of the element's favored children, gaining increased compatibility with all spells. Mainly improves intelligence and vitality, followed by agility, endurance, and strength. It really is an advanced bloodline. After inspecting the elemental bloodline, Shi Feng was ecstatic. Although the elemental bloodline's attribute panel did not indicate the bloodline's rank, basic bloodlines only focused on one attribute, while advanced bloodlines increased 2. Since the elemental bloodline concentrated on 2 attributes, it had to be an advanced bloodline. Moreover, the ability it provided was incredibly powerful, increasing a player's compatibility with all spells. It was, at the very least, far more powerful than any of the advanced bloodlines Shi Feng had seen in the Divine Shrine. If a magical class player used this bloodline, their overall prowess would increase. This was certainly a top-tier advanced bloodline, even more valuable than top-tier fragmented legendary items. Shi Feng carefully stored the elemental bloodline before he continued to explore the Ancient God's Maze. The maze was excruciatingly complex, and each time he entered a new hall, he had to face another group of elemental monsters. Moreover, these monsters' levels were a notch above the first group he had faced, all level 75 or higher. However, after equipping the Twilight Blade, Shi Feng's combat power had risen significantly, and as a result, he was able to kill these stronger monsters faster than he had the first hall's elemental guards. Unfortunately, Shi Feng only dared to watch the guardian bosses in these halls from afar. The easiest guardian boss he encountered was a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, and some halls were even guarded by mythic monsters. Without the ability to rely on summoned creatures, he'd only find an early grave if he tried to face these guardian bosses. However, Shi Feng didn't let any of the elemental monsters off the hook, even if he couldn't do anything about the guardian bosses. These monsters were walking epic armor kit fragments and elemental cores. Encountering an opportunity like this in the future wouldn't be easy. As such, Shi Feng grinded in the Ancient God's Maze for 12 full days, wiping out every elemental creature that was not a guardian boss he came across. After exploring the Ancient God's Maze for so long, Shi Feng eventually discovered a unique hall. This one was far better decorated than its neighbors. Rather than stone pillars, this hall's pillars were made of monostone. However, due to the hall's poor lighting, Shi Feng could only see 60 yards around him. The moment Shi Feng set foot on the floor of Magic Crystal, he struggled to breathe. A deafening roar then assaulted his ears, and the entire hall trembled violently at the sound. The roar faded, and before Shi Feng could regain his composure, a bright light illuminated the area. In the hall that could fit hundreds of thousands of people, a 60-meter-tall bronze dragon loomed before Shi Feng. The bronze dragon's incredible aura was so powerful that it warped space around it, and when bathed in this aura, Shi Feng couldn't even move an inch. 2006-2. Bronze Dragon King, Chapter 2006-2, Bronze Dragon King a Dragon? Shi Feng stared at the titanic figure before him in disbelief. Even though he stood several hundred yards away from the dragon, its aura felt as if he stood before a towering mountain. The pressure he felt from the dragon was absolutely stifling. Its aura was so powerful that he couldn't even move. He could only stand there quietly, staring at the being. Powerful. Destruction. Death. These words ran through Shi Feng's mind as the dragon's aura washed over him. Bronze Dragon King Dragon, Tier 5 level, HP, Lesh, Lesh. Shi Feng had no doubt that the slightest exhale from this bronze dragon could turn him to dust. Even a tier 5 existence would be powerless before this bronze dragon king. A dragon's life rating was extremely high, and once it reached adulthood, it would automatically advance to tier 5. The weakest tier 5 dragon was an apex existence among other tier 5 beings, and even during the gods' era, the dragon race had been one of the most powerful. Even gods and demons were afraid of dragons. Meanwhile, among dragons, there were dragon kings. Dragon King's bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. At tier 5, they could even contend with tier 6 gods. If a tier 5 human NPC encountered a tier 5 Dragon King, they'd have no hope of surviving. If they were wise, tier 6 god, ranked players would take the long way around a tier 5 Dragon King. Trying to fight such a being head-on would be the epitome of foolishness. Fortunately, this bronze Dragon King was sealed within a magic array, otherwise Shi Feng wouldn't have even had time to run. With a wave of his claw, the bronze Dragon King could send Shi Feng on a free trip back to White River City. This is the final test? After seeing the raging bronze Dragon King behind the magic barrier, Shi Feng shifted his attention to his surroundings. The hall contained a second magic array, and within it sat a resplendent box. Most players might not think much of this box, but Shi Feng, who was unusually familiar with God's domain, realized that this box had been made with 7 Luminaries crystal. 7 Luminaries crystal was incomparably valuable to both players and NPCs. It was one of the reasons that so many major corporations invested in God's domain. Nothing else in the hall grabbed Shi Feng's attention. Unlike the previous halls, this one only contained a guardian boss. There weren't any mobs for Shi Feng to kill. Although Shi Feng wanted to approach and inspect the Bronze Dragon King, his powerful aura prevented the swordsman from moving. After raging for another 10 seconds or so, the Bronze Dragon King eventually calmed down. The ferocity of its aura also began to lessen, and Shi Feng regained control of his body. But as soon as Shi Feng began to relax, the imprisoned dragon spoke. "Little human, the fact that you have reached this place proves that you have some ability. According to the rules those despicable gods and demons had set, I will give you 3 options," the Bronze Dragon King said, watching Shi Feng. "Your first option is to accept my trial. If you pass, you'll receive the treasure those gods and demons left behind. Taking the gods and demons oath is your second option. You can also acquire the treasure this way. Your third option involves signing a contract with me. Although you won't get the treasure, you will receive my blessing. My blessing will grant you strength beyond human limits. Make your decision." Although the Bronze Dragon King spoke in the dragon language, which Shi Feng knew nothing about, he was actually able to understand the Dragon King's intentions. There are choices? The situation surprised Shi Feng a little. He had never imagined that the final hall in the ancient god's maze would offer him choices. He had never heard of such a thing. According to his knowledge regarding the Secret Keys trial, players weren't given any choices. If players wanted any of the trial's treasures, they had to defeat the guardian bosses, yet he now had 3 options to consider. The first option was undoubtedly the standard procedure. If players were confident of their strength, the first option would be the best. The second option allowed players to obtain the treasure without risking themselves over much. Many players would likely choose this option without a second thought. This was the final hall in the ancient god's maze after all. The treasure in this room would be extraordinary, but Shi Feng understood one thing: there were no free lunches in this world. Current players might know nothing about gods and demons' oaths, but he did. During his previous life, these oaths had earned the nickname Divine Contracts, and every one of them was a two-way deal. By signing a divine contract, players would have to abide by the conditions the gods and demons had set. If they failed to do so, they'd suffer a miserable fate. Many in the past had eagerly signed divine contracts and failed to meet the stipulated conditions, and in the end, they had suffered such severe penalties that they had been forced to delete their accounts. Hence, while the second option the Bronze Dragon King had stated sounded good, the risk was considerable. The third option wasn't much different than the second, although this contract would be between the player and the Bronze Dragon King. There was no real difference between signing the Bronze Dragon King's contract and signing one with gods and demons. Although the third option wouldn't award the final hall's treasure, a Dragon King's blessing was just as extraordinary. Any blessing held great significance to players, especially the Bronze Dragon Kings. Its effects were likely even stronger than that of a bloodline. Blessings were so valuable in God's domain because of how few were granted. Only incomparably powerful existences could bless others, and those that received a blessing would acquire great power. However, this power had its price. The blessing's giver would have to segment a fraction of their strength, granting it to their target. In other words, the blessing giver would lose strength to empower others. Hence, even Tier 6 gods were incredibly careful when offering a blessing. They never gave one on a whim. "May I know what the oath's conditions are?" Shi Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. "This I cannot answer. You may only learn more about the oath after taking it. This is a condition those gods and demons set for me so long ago," the Bronze Dragon King explained indifferently. "Human, I do not have much patience. You only have 10 minutes to consider. Can't tell me, huh?" Shi Feng realized what was happening after listening to the Bronze Dragon King's words. Since players could obtain the treasure by taking the oath, its conditions were undoubtedly quite strict. However, whether or not a player could accept these conditions remained unknown. By denying players the oath's details, players couldn't determine the condition's severity. This also ensured some sense of fairness to the Bronze Dragon King's situation. If players knew the oath's conditions, they wouldn't bother with the dragon's blessing. "Human, what is your choice?" the Bronze Dragon King demanded in a deep tone after 10 minutes had passed. After taking in a deep breath, Shi Feng replied, "The first option. Whether it was the gods and demons' oath or the Bronze Dragon King's contract, the risk was too great. On the off chance that he couldn't fulfill the conditions, he would have to delete his account and start all over again. He didn't dare take such a gamble." "What? The first option?" Shi Feng's decision stunned the Bronze Dragon King. "Are you sure that is your choice?" 2063. Suppressed Swordsmanship. Chapter 2063. Suppressed Swordsmanship. Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he watched Shi Feng. He was so surprised by this swordsman's answer that he couldn't help but ask for confirmation. "Yes. I choose to accept your trial, Dragon King," Shi Feng said, nodding. "Ever since this maze was built, thousands of adventurers have visited, but none have accepted my trial because they already knew what outcome awaited them. Do not think my trial is so easy to complete," the Bronze Dragon King growled. "But since you have decided, according to the rules the gods and demons have set, if you can survive against me for 3 days, you will pass my trial. Let's begin." The Bronze Dragon King began to chant an incantation, and abruptly he began to disintegrate into countless particles of light, passing through the magic barrier the gods and demons had set up. After passing through the barrier, these particles of light gathered to form a humanoid shape before Shi Feng. After a short moment, a soldierly middle-aged man in a suit of bronze stood within the hall. Unlike ordinary people, golden divine runes marked this man's face and body as if they were a seal. Death and destruction filled his amber eyes, which didn't contain a shred of humanity. Humanization? Shi Feng stared at the soldierly man in astonishment. Extremely few beings were capable of humanization in God's domain. Rather, only legendary monsters were capable of the feat. Not only was humanization a sign of peerless strength, but it was also proof of a monster's frightening intellect. To current players, a monster's intellect, at most, equated higher combat standards, making these monsters more difficult to defeat than normal monsters. However, as players progressed through the game, they would discover that monsters with high intellect were absolute nightmares. Humanized monsters had, in the past, turned many kingdoms and empires upside down. One kingdom had even perished during a humanized monster's attack. That monster had merely been a Tier 4 mythic-ranked creature, and by that time, many experts had already reached the same tier. However, even after the various superpowers had combined their strength, the humanized monster had annihilated their forces. Since no one was capable of stopping the monster's rampage, the kingdom had been obliterated in the end. The humanized monsters that had been defeated had only lost because they had been Tier 3 beings. Even so, defeating these monsters had required a large group of Tier 4 experts and a collection of powerful tools. This was when players had realized the horror of high-intellect monsters in the past. The humanized monsters' superhuman-like combat standards had even surpassed that of domain realm experts. In fact, the two weren't even on the same level. "Human, according to the gods and demons' rules, I will not use my full power against you. Moreover, you have 300 chances to succeed. You simply need to survive against me for 3 days, the Bronze Dragon King said as he smiled at Shi Feng. "If you don't have any more questions, let the slaughter begin." Shi Feng's expression darkened as an unprecedented chill wrapped around him. Almost instinctively, Shi Feng activated Void Shield, and his mind went on maximum alert. Although he had known that this trial wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Players that hadn't experienced this situation might assume that the conditions for the Bronze Dragon King's trial were quite simple. They only had to survive against a level 70 Tier 3 monster for 3 days, and they were given 300 lives to do so. Even an ordinary expert could clear this trial with ease, much less a peak expert. However, Shi Feng recognized this for what it was. This was a one-sided slaughter. By the same time as Shi Feng's Void Shield took effect, the Bronze Dragon King, which had been 30 yards away a moment ago, stood before him. Before Shi Feng realized it, a dragon-scale greatsword had already stabbed through the Void Shield. What amazing footwork! Shi Feng stared at the longsword in shock. He had focused all of his attention on the Bronze Dragon King, his 5 senses never deviating from his opponent, yet the Dragon King had evaded his detection and arrived before him like a ghost. It was as if the Dragon King had used an instantaneous movement skill, but Shi Feng knew that he hadn't relied on some low-class skill or spell. Rather, the Dragon King had executed a footwork technique, which had no cooldown and could be used as the Dragon King desired, that exceeded common sense. Meanwhile, with that one attack, the Bronze Dragon King had instantly dealt over 400,000 damage to the Void Shield. In other words, this opponent could destroy Shi Feng's Void Shield in 7 hits. Seeing this, Shi Feng didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately leaped backward and used Shadow Blade. Under Shi Feng's control, 10 sword lights struck at the Bronze Dragon King, aimed to seal the Dragon King's movements and allow Shi Feng to increase the distance between them. Although the Bronze Dragon King was only a level 70 Great Lord, its basic attributes easily surpassed that of a Grand Lord of the same level. There was no doubt that this Dragon King's attributes were much higher than Shi Feng's. He had no chance in a head-on clash. Hence, he could only try to put as much distance between them as possible and buy as much time as he could. A good attack. Despite being immortal, you've actually reached such a standard. The Bronze Dragon King leisurely praised Shi Feng as he examined the swordsman's incoming attacks. Just before the 10 sword lights found their mark, the Dragon King swung his greatsword, shattering the sword lights before they could come within 20 centimeters. The Bronze Dragon King's swing created a mesmerizing arc of light, which even captivated Shi Feng, but in the next second, the Dragon King stood next to Shi Feng, and he hadn't even seen his opponent move. Again, the dragon-scale greatsword had thrust into his void shield before Shi Feng had realized it. After taking the hit, Shi Feng instinctively executed Sword's Orbit, his reactions visibly slower than the Bronze Dragon King's. Shi Feng had hoped that Sword's Orbit would force the Dragon King to retreat, but he advanced instead, his dragon-scale greatsword vanishing suddenly. The Dragon King used the weapon to deflect Sword's Orbit and strike the void shield again. So, this is a humanized monster? Shi Feng could not help his shock as his void shield was struck again and again. He had always surpassed his enemies by suppressing them with his swordsmanship, but this Bronze Dragon King's swordsmanship did the same to him. The Bronze Dragon King's slashes were so fast that his eyes could not keep up. He didn't even have the luxury to breathe while trying to defend himself. He barely even sensed that the Dragon King was attacking him. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, after several strikes, the void shield finally shattered, and Shi Feng had to rely on his skills to avoid or block the Bronze Dragon King's attacks. To hell with it. At this point, Shi Feng recognized how close he was to failing this trial. He immediately executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. 2064 Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. Chapter 2064, Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. As Shi Feng executed Sword's Transmigration, 5 sword lights intercepted the Bronze Dragon King's silent attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Deafening metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall, and the collision's resulting shockwave was so intense that it made Shi Feng shudder. Moreover, his arms had gone numb from the impact. It was so severe that he struggled to move them. The Bronze Dragon King had leisurely executed his attacks, and his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Shi Feng's, yet he generated enough power to overwhelm Sword's Transmigration's strength tolerance. Shi Feng could barely understand what could cause such a result. Without waiting for Shi Feng to recover, the Bronze Dragon King's dragon-scale greatsword vanished once more. Unlike before, however, the Dragon King's attack was truly silent. Shi Feng couldn't sense the slightest hint of the Dragon King's attack trajectory before he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Before he realized it, the Bronze Dragon King had thrust his greatsword in Shi Feng's chest, his HP depleting rapidly without signs of stopping. He is already beyond human limits? Shi Feng looked up at the Dragon King in surprise as the humanized boss retrieved his weapon. Shi Feng's vision darkened as his HP fell to 0 and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Sword's Transmigration was the strongest combat technique Shi Feng possessed. He was even confident of posing a threat to domain realm experts by relying on the technique. However, against the Bronze Dragon King, Sword's Transmigration had only kept him alive for 1 move. The Bronze Dragon King was an apex existence in God's domain. Both his attacks and movement techniques were simply amazing. The Dragon King could launch his attacks without alerting Shi Feng, as if the boss's boy acted without commands from his mind. The Bronze Dragon King's reflexes were so fast that Shi Feng's mind couldn't even react. Although such a feat was normally impossible, the Bronze Dragon King had done it. He had completely surpassed human limits. Shi Feng finally realized why the various superpowers in the past had dispatched tons of Tier 4 experts to defeat Tier 3 humanized monsters that were a much lower level, and even they, the players, had still suffered tremendously to secure victory. 5 seconds after Shi Feng died, he appeared before the magic array that had sealed the Bronze Dragon King with full HP. It felt as if the skirmish had been a dream. However, when Shi Feng glanced at the Bronze Dragon King's humanoid form nearby, he understood that this was no dream. Alright, let's begin the second round, the Bronze Dragon King stated as he unsheathed his dragon-scale greatsword and resumed his attacks. Now that Shi Feng had experienced the Dragon King's power, he didn't dare clash with the boss head-on. If he wanted to avoid dying 300 times in 3 days, he needed to buy as much time for himself as possible. With this in mind, Shi Feng turned and fled. As if he had predicted this ploy, the Bronze Dragon King threw his greatsword at Shi Feng, forcing the swordsman to a halt to avoid the flying weapon. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the Dragon King appeared behind Shi Feng, and without alerting the player, another dragon-scale greatsword appeared in the boss's hands, swinging toward Shi Feng before he had time to register the movement. Fortunately, Shi Feng had expected something like this and had activated Divine Steps a moment earlier. He promptly switched places with one of his doppelgangers, which were invulnerable to attacks. The following events happened as Shi Feng had expected. Once the Bronze Dragon King realized that the doppelganger before him was immune to damage, he attacked the other Shi Feng copies. Although Shi Feng couldn't perceive the Dragon King's strikes, he knew that everyone revealed some weakness when attacking. Discovering the Bronze Dragon King's weakness was precisely his goal. Following which, Shi Feng swapped positions with the same doppelganger. He then turned and slashed at the Guardian boss. As the Dragon King attacked another doppelganger, his side was exposed. Seeing this, Shi Feng was ecstatic, and the hand that held Killing Ray sped towards the opening. However, just before the sacred sword met its target, an imperceptible attack countered the weapon, stopping its advance. So fast. The counterattack made Shi Feng realize that even if he found an opening in the Bronze Dragon King's defenses, he couldn't take advantage of it. The Dragon King was far faster than Shi Feng and could easily defend himself once he detected the incoming strike. Relying on speed to defeat the Bronze Dragon King would be impossible. Before Shi Feng could follow up with another attack, the Bronze Dragon King shoved his greatsword through Shi Feng's chest again, and the swordsman collapsed. Although Shi Feng suffered a second death, he didn't feel discouraged. Since he was no match for the Bronze Dragon King's speed, he'd have to contend with this opponent through his strength. After running away to buy time and evading the Dragon King's thrown greatsword, Shi Feng had realized that he couldn't shake off the boss. His only option was to face the Dragon King directly. On his third attempt, Shi Feng used Shadow Blade and merged the 10 blades into pairs. He then sent the 5 pairs of blades flying at the Bronze Dragon King. The Dragon King found Shi Feng's attempt at retaliation amusing. In response, the Dragon King swung its greatsword at the 5 attacks' convergence point. The convergence point of each attack was the size of a strand of hair, but the Bronze Dragon King countered all 5 pairs with the tip of his greatsword, nullifying 1 blade in each pair. This effectively transformed the 5 combination attacks into 5 ordinary attacks. The Dragon King's counter had also altered the remaining blades' trajectories. After nullifying Shi Feng's Shadow Blades, the Bronze Dragon King killed him again. However, Shi Feng refused to give up. Instead, he continued to try different methods of buying time and retaliated against the Dragon King. 10 times, 30 times, 100 times, the Bronze Dragon King killed Shi Feng, again and again. Without knowing how much time had passed, Shi Feng immersed himself in the battle, focusing on nothing but fighting. Through these repeated battles, Shi Feng was able to verify his theories and challenge his ideas. As a result, he continued to extend his survival time. Initially, he had only survived against the Dragon King for a few seconds, but now he could last more than 20 seconds. Despite the Bronze Dragon King's ability to perfectly and effortlessly neutralize his attacks, Shi Feng's fighting spirit burned brighter as he fought. He insisted on trying out more attack methods despite numerous failures. After dying over 200 times, both Shi Feng's mind and body were exhausted. His reactions were slowing, and even though he was immersed in a high mana environment, he was still slightly pale. Eventually, the Bronze Dragon King initiated the 300th match. Advancing, the Bronze Dragon King arrived before Shi Feng, launching 6 slashes that escaped the swordsman's notice. This time, however, Shi Feng took a half step back and swung Killing Ray and the Twilight Blade in cross slash. Not only did Shi Feng manage to dodge 4 of the Dragon King's attacks, but he also deflected the remaining 2 with his own swords. However, due to the extreme power of the Dragon King's attacks, Shi Feng hadn't altered the greatsword's trajectory by much. As a result, one of the Dragon King's attacks grazed Shi Feng's shoulder, dealing more than 100,000 damage. He blocked my attacks? Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at Shi Feng. Shouldn't he be exhausted by now? How did he block them? Did he get lucky? I don't care how lucky you may be. This is the end. After Shi Feng blocked the Bronze Dragon King's attacks, the boss assaulted his target more fervently. 9 extreme slashes. 2065 Domain Realm. Chapter 2065. Domain Realm 9. Streaks of silver light cut at Shi Feng. Not only were the Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes silent, but the sword lights also bloomed like flowers, creating a mesmerizing scene. When the silver flowers bloomed, the world around the Dragon King seemed to freeze. If Miracle Dragon from Miracle saw this, he'd be stunned. He had been trying to master the technique, but the Bronze Dragon King's execution was perfect. Not only did the Dragon King's 9 sword lights avoid all forms of perception, but their trajectories eventually converged at a single point as well. The Bronze Dragon King had just executed a fully offensive combat technique. When the sword lights met, space around them shattered. A pitch-black spatial tier extended toward Shi Feng, but despite the fact that the attack was impossible to detect, Shi Feng responded, moving his feet forward and positioning Killing Ray in front of him. Then he activated Parry, his action simple and straightforward. From afar, it would seem as if Shi Feng moved very slowly, and a spectator would see his every action. However, these slow motions actually blocked the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes. Boom! When the Dragon Scale Greatsword collided with Killing Ray, a deafening boom echoed throughout the hall, and the resulting shockwave was so intense that it reached several hundred yards away. Due to the impact, Shi Feng stumbled over a dozen yards back. After the dust settled, it revealed a deep cut in the ground at the Dragon King's feet, spreading 30 yards away from the boss. The power of the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes was even greater than some Tier 3 skills. The Bronze Dragon King, who was responsible for this display of power, wore an astonished expression. A human actually saw through my attack? The Bronze Dragon King frowned at the horizontal cut before his feet. The angle of the cut wasn't a result of his 9 extreme slashes. It was obvious that his attack had been deflected. If Shi Feng hadn't seen his attack trajectory, the human wouldn't have succeeded. He would have been sent flying. However, the Bronze Dragon King did not know that Shi Feng hadn't seen his attacks in the least. Rather than self-reflection, Shi Feng had forced his way through the bottleneck he had been stuck in and finally entered the domain realm. The outcome even surprised Shi Feng. After such a long life-or-death battle, he was exhausted. Even his vision was blurry. He couldn't sense the Bronze Dragon King's attacks normally, much less with blurry vision. Under such extreme conditions, Shi Feng had used every method he could think of to detect the Dragon King's attacks. Finally, rather than trying to predict the boss's attacks by watching his arms and body, Shi Feng began to read the Dragon King's breathing and subtle movements. After repeated deaths and experiments, he finally managed to see the Bronze Dragon King's attack trajectory. So, this is the domain realm? Shi Feng could not help his growing excitement as he glanced at the trembling sacred sword in his hand. He had finally risen to the realm he had never been able to touch. Perhaps it was because of his widened horizons or his changed perception of the world, but he now felt as if the world around him was utterly new. He finally understood how amazing it was to wield a domain. It was no wonder why domain realm experts were considered monsters. Now, he could predict his opponent's intentions and movements by watching the subtle changes to their bodies. It was no wonder why domain realm experts easily toyed with weaker players. However, the distant Bronze Dragon King had no intention of stopping his assault as Shi Feng celebrated his successful evolution into the domain realm. The Dragon King immediately advanced and swung his dragon-scale greatsword toward Shi Feng's neck. Previously, every time the Dragon King had employed such lightning-fast attacks, Shi Feng had fallen in the next moment. But the swordsman wasn't as blind as he had been. Although barely, he read and predicted a fraction of the Bronze Dragon King's attacks and countered them. Dang, dang, dang! Metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall. The battle that had been one-sided for so long had evolved into a fierce back and forth. Although Shi Feng was still at a complete disadvantage and his HP continued to fall, this fight was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Although Shi Feng had entered the domain realm, he's still shocked by the Dragon King's strength. He could counter some of the boss's attacks now, yet the Dragon King didn't evade his counterattacks, receiving them head-on. As a result, the massive gap between them hadn't shortened in the slightest, despite Shi Feng's newfound ability to predict some of the Dragon King's attacks, following which Shi Feng activated one skill after another. He had even activated Life Domain. In the end, however, he couldn't change the outcome as the Bronze Dragon King continued to shave away his HP. It was only a matter of time before he died, yet, as luck would have it, this was his 300th attempt. If he died again, he would fail this trial. Seeing how little HP he had remaining, Shi Feng couldn't help but sigh. He decided to use all of his cards and see how far he could go. Not even a full day had passed since he had begun this trial. With the small fraction of HP he clung to, he wouldn't even survive 5 more minutes, much less 2 more days. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well use this Bronze Dragon King to test his new strength. Shi Feng used the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, Twilight Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight Domain dominated everything within 100 yards of Shi Feng. Suddenly, he split into 8 copies of himself, each with 75% of the main body's basic attributes. Each copy then claimed a Twilight Blade, and their basic attributes soared to 85% of the original form. Although Shi Feng had sacrificed some of his basic attributes to activate Twilight of the Gods, he had turned the one-on-one fight into an 8-on-1 battle. As the Bronze Dragon King charged toward him again, Shi Feng activated the Ring of Gospel's Ring of Brilliance as well. Unfortunately, Shi Feng didn't have enough magic crystals on him to activate Miniature World, but due to Ring of Brilliance, his doppelgangers now had 100% of his basic attributes. Their physiques were even stronger than his main bodies. Meaningless tricks. The Bronze Dragon King sneered at Shi Feng. In response, he summoned a second dragon-scale greatsword, dual-wielding the 2 massive weapons. The intensity of his aura also skyrocketed. He still reserved some of his strength. Shi Feng tensed as he felt the Bronze Dragon King's aura grow. "It's over, human," the Bronze Dragon King growled, transforming into a streak of light as he moved toward Shi Feng. His movement speed was significantly higher than it had been, which made his movements more difficult to read. Divine Flash. Not one to fall behind, Shi Feng surrounded the Dragon King with all 8 of his clones and executed Sword's transmigration simultaneously. However, as he exchanged blows with the Bronze Dragon King, Shi Feng's vision abruptly darkened and he fell forward. The Dragon King stood before Shi Feng proudly, his expression as indifferent and arrogant as it had always been. The Dragon King had known that this trial was impossible for any mortal since the very beginning. However, just as the Bronze Dragon King was about to return to the magic barrier, he halted, frozen in place. Looking down, he discovered a faint white mark on his arm. He had actually lost 1 HP. He injured me? Shock brightened the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at the mark on his arm. 2066. Legendary Item, Chapter 2066, Legendary Item. Shi Feng expected the system to teleport him out of the ancient god's maze after his battle with the Bronze Dragon King, but when he reopened his eyes, he wasn't in the outside world. Instead, he found himself inside an elegant hall. A red carpet crossed the hall, leading to a golden throne at one end. A beautiful galaxy of stars decorated the ceiling, allowing the hall's occupants to view the universe. Spear-wielding knights in golden armor stood alongside the red carpet. Not only were they all level 200, but the weakest knight among them was also tier 4. The knight captain in the lead was even a tier 5 being. Moreover, none of the knights were human, but bona fide angels. Any one of these tier 4 knights could rival a tier 5 human NPC in terms of combat power. The knight captain could even rival a tier 5 dragon. If these angels wished it, they could obliterate an entire empire. Before Shi Feng could process what was happening, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have triggered the hidden event, Hero's Heart, and have been summoned by the Archangel Vatra. Archangel Vatra? The system notification surprised Shi Feng. The angel race's life rating was only slightly weaker than that of the dragon race, and among angels, archangels were akin to dragon kings. They could even contend with tier 6 gods. Every archangel had a mission, and was more than capable of influencing the entire continent of God's domain. In the past, a tier 6 berserker god named Double Brilliance had been an unknown, ordinary player during the game's early stages. But after a fortuitous encounter with an archangel, he had activated an ancient world and shook the very foundation of God's domain, altering the status quo. Double Brilliance had even been responsible for some superpowers' fall. Like a raging cyclone, he had grown stronger at a tremendous rate and eventually became a tier 6 berserker god. God's Domain's players had regarded Double Brilliance's achievement as one of the game's legends. Many players dreamed of their own archangel encounter. Unfortunately, players had only encountered such beings twice in Shi Feng's previous life. He had certainly never expected to meet an archangel here. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, a handsome man with pure white robes and 4 equally white wings appeared before him. Shi Feng had failed to sense this angel's movement, but more surprising, he felt nothing from this being. Although the angel stood before him, it didn't feel as if the angel truly existed. He was nothing like the Bronze Dragon King, who had radiated an intensely stifling pressure. If not for the magic array that had sealed the Dragon King, he would have likely killed Shi Feng with his aura alone. I have watched your battle with the Bronze Dragon King, and I have to say, it was very interesting. Not even the Bronze Dragon King had imagined that a human like you could injure him, the male angel said, laughing heartily as he watched Shi Feng. He then continued in a softer tone. During your battle, I was able to sense your bravery and tenacity. Hence, I have invited you here in the hope that you can help me with something. Are you willing to assist me? System, do you wish to accept Archangel Vatra's request? Lord Vatra, it would be my honor, Shi Feng respectfully replied. Only a fool would refuse a request, an archangel's request. The quests archangels issued weren't like normal quests. If one failed an archangel's quest, they wouldn't suffer a penalty, and the quest's rewards would be beyond imagination. Take Double Brilliance's reward, for example. According to the rumors, Double Brilliance had received his patron Archangel's blessing after completing his quest. Not only had his individual strength skyrocketed, but he had also secured an advantage from the ancient world he had activated, allowing him to perform one impossible feat after another. Wonderful. Currently, God's Domain's world barrier is clashing with the undead world's world barrier. This, in turn, has created holes in God's Domain's barrier. Taking advantage of this situation, some of the undead world's inhabitants have snuck into God's Domain and begun to cause havoc. Although we angels wish to stop them, we cannot interfere with the continent's matters due to the rules the various gods have set for us. Hence, we need a representative to handle these matters, Vatra said. I wish to appoint you as my representative in removing the undead from the continent of God's Domain. System, you have accepted the hidden quest Undead World. Quest content, you must annihilate the undead hiding and causing chaos on the God's Domain continent. Rewards unknown. Of course, you cannot complete the task with your current strength, hence I have prepared 2 items for you. The first is the dragon summoning flute I've carefully handcrafted. The second item is this stone. These 2 items will help you deal with the undead that have snuck into God's Domain. After saying so, Vatra revealed a shining horn and simple black stone, handing them to Shi Feng. Dragon summoning flute replica, legendary rank item. A horn rumored to summon a flock of dragons. Spend 3,000 advanced magic cores to summon 5 dragons to assist in battle for 3 hours. Cooldown 15 days. The dragons summoned can only fight NPCs. They cannot fight players or monsters. A legendary item? Shi Feng was stunned into silence as he examined the dragon summoning flute. He had to admit that a legendary item was awe-inspiring. The dragon summoning flute could actually summon 5 dragons. If only he could use it during his own battles, it would be a truly incredible item. However, the cost to use the flute was painfully high. Advanced magic cores could only be obtained from high-ranked bosses. Moreover, advanced magic cores had a large variety of uses. Not only could they be used as a component when crafting master potions, epic weapons, and epic equipment, but they were also necessary for building many types of constructions. At this stage of the game, even first-rate guilds would be fortunate if they had 2,000 advanced magic cores, yet the dragon summoning flute required 3,000 for each use. No ordinary guild could afford such an expenditure. After inspecting the dragon summoning flute, Shi Feng shifted his attention to the black stone in his other hand. Mysterious stone consumable. From the outside, it looks just like a simple stone. However, this stone contains a strand of a god's power. It has a chance of granting players self-awakening. This stone may be used up to 33 times. Self-awakening? Is this stone that amazing? Shi Feng was still speechless after reading the black stone's introduction. Self-awakening might be a foreign concept to current players, but Shi Feng was quite familiar with the idea. Self-awakening could allow players to master a combat technique forcibly. Of course, learning a combat technique so brutally had a downside. Players would consume far more stamina when using the technique they learned through self-awakening. However, this method also had its benefits. Self-awakening would allow players to experience what it felt like to use the full technique and master it, which would, in turn, lower the technique's stamina consumption. This process was far more effective than watching a video or experiencing the technique in a different way. As Shi Feng began to research the black stone, Archangel Vatra waved a hand. Suddenly, Shi Feng felt the system transport him out of the hall as he returned to the space-time tunnel. 2067. New White River City. Chapter 2067. New White River City Star Moon Kingdom. White River City. When Shi Feng returned to White River City, he discovered that the city had undergone massive changes while he had been gone. He had only been away for 2 weeks or so, yet experts from well-known adventurer teams now crowded the streets. Even the weakest among these experts was level 63, tier 2, and they all wore level 60 secret silver equipment. It almost seemed as if such equipment had become widely available, something so common that it wasn't worth players' attention. Bronze mounts were also a common sight in the city now. Occasionally, Shi Feng even noticed players atop mysterious iron mounts. White River City had become almost as prosperous as an empire's imperial capital. Shi Feng had very nearly failed to recognize the city due to these massive changes. Moreover, Star Moon Kingdom's guards used to protect the city, but now, guards from other nations patrolled its streets. Shi Feng even spotted players from multiple foreign first-rate guilds as he walked through the city, including a few peak experts from these guilds. Shi Feng wasn't the only player to notice these experts. Players who visited White River City for the first time were just as shocked. Amazing, isn't that player wearing the Dawn Light set for Berserkers? Look at that elementalist. He's wearing the level 60 fine gold ranked Wind Spirit set. I've heard that the set only drops from level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. So, this is White River City? Isn't the equipment these players are wearing here a little too amazing? I have only seen a handful of people with level 60 fine gold set equipment in the Black Dragon Empire's Black Dragon City. How are there so many people with that kind of equipment here? The players visiting White River City for the first time couldn't help but ask when they saw the well-equipped experts wandering the city, but the original residents merely spared these experts an indifferent glance. White River City had been developing too quickly, practically every day, and this was no longer an unusual sight. The city's rapid changes were all due to the auction arena system's activation. As the only NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms to have the auction arena system, White River City had instantly become the heart of these kingdoms. The various major powers swarmed to the city in an attempt to compete for control of it. Hence, the quantity and quality of the experts here had skyrocketed. The auction arena system also provided a development opportunity for merchant and independent players who had come running to the city as well. As a result, White River City had grown into a large-scale NPC city with a player population exceeding 20,000. It also had more powers than any other NPC city in Star Moon Kingdom and its several neighbors. As for weapons and equipment, even the level 60 secret silver rank, which was rare in other cities, was almost a standard in White River City. Many experts even wore level 60 fine gold equipment. At this point, only level 60 dark gold equipment could draw attention in White River City. Unlike White River City's newest players, the city's original residents paid no attention to the wandering experts and their equipment as they rested and chatted by the roadside. Instead, they were focused on their discussions over the fight for White River City. The official struggle for White River City is going to start in 2 days. Independent players like us will get to enjoy a good show. I've heard that there are already 4 superpowers fighting for supremacy. I wonder how Zero Wing will hold its position. If Zero Wing loses White River City, all of its investments in the city will go to waste. Why are we even talking about this? Zero Wing can't hold the city. One of those superpowers will take it in the end. The auction arena's competition isn't like field combat. Players can't rely on tools in the auction arena. Participants will have to rely on powerful experts and resources to win it. Zero Wing is much weaker than a superpower in this regard, especially when it comes to the number of peak experts it has. Zero Wing has no chance against the participating superpowers. I guess you're right. If Zero Wing had another 6 months, it might have enough resources and experts to contend with superpowers. Unfortunately, White River City has been developing too fast. It was actually one of the first NPCs to get promoted. If it had been a part of the second or third batch to get an auction arena, Zero Wing wouldn't have had any issues securing its hold over the city. Nowadays, nothing grabbed players' attention than the fight for White River City in the Star Moon Kingdom. Not only would the upcoming fight determine who controlled the city, but it was also the first time these major powers seriously clashed. The auction arena also presented an opportunity for independent players to display their skills in front of these powers in hopes of reaching greater heights. While this sounded like a joke, it was the best way to become famous overnight. Now that God's Domain had more influence in the real world, more corporations invested in the game, and they all needed talented experts to work for them. If one could show off in the auction arena, one of the various superpowers might extend an olive branch, as expected of one of the first promoted NPC cities. Its development speed and competition truly are frightening. Shi Feng could not help his surprise as he noticed various guild players wandering the city streets. He had seen more than 30 second-rate guilds and as many as 10 first-rate guilds since his return to White River City. Not even imperial capitals had this many guilds, yet this was only what he saw on the surface. Who knew how many more powers lurked in the city in secret? In the past, Shadow hadn't had any connection to the first wave of promoted NPC cities. At the time, Shadow had already been struggling for its survival in God's Domain, and the guild had expended all of its available resources just to secure leveling spots and raid dungeons for its members' equipment. How could it have had the strength to compete for a major NPC city? Shi Feng had only heard stories of how powerful the various entities participating in the auction arena's competition were and the competition's intensity. He hadn't actually gotten a realistic sense of how extraordinary the competitions had actually been. Now that he was a participant, he couldn't help his rueful sigh. Shi Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence to organize the materials he had obtained during his trial. However, as he entered the guild hall, Shi Feng noticed that the hall's atmosphere was odd. He could sense a depressing energy throughout the building, and the number of experts in the hall had visibly decreased. Yulan, did something happen? What's with the strange atmosphere? Shi Feng asked Yulan, who currently sorted through the guild members' information. Guild leader, you're back! Yulan's face lit with joy when she saw Shi Feng, but then she frowned and said, "While you've been gone, Twilight Echo's survival in the Storm Empire has become unsure. Aqua Rose doesn't want to see the destruction of her family's guild and doesn't want to implicate Zero Wing, so she has temporarily resigned as vice guild leader to help Twilight Echo under her own name. Many of the players that were originally from Twilight Echo have gone with her. I tried to contact you about this, but I couldn't get through to you. Twilight Echo is having an existential crisis?" Shi Feng was surprised to hear the news. What happened? According to what we know, it seems that Nature Hall is trying to monopolize the Storm Empire and wants every guild in the area to submit as a subordinate. Since Twilight Echo refuses to submit, it tried to move out of the Empire, but Nature Hall refuses to let the guild get out safely and has threatened to remove Twilight Guild from God's Domain. Thus, the guild is in danger of perishing, Yulin explained. I see. Once he had a general understanding of the situation, Shi Feng revealed a bitter smile and wondered aloud, is Zero Wing really that unreliable? Twilight Echo was everything to Aqua Rose's family. Although she had broken away from her family's influence to develop independently, if Twilight Echo perished, so would Aqua Rose's family. Naturally, she couldn't just sit by and watch. However, Nature Hall was not the first-rate guild it had been in the past. It had secured major corporations' investments and not long ago had successfully removed a super first-rate guild from the Storm Empire. Since it had a long time to develop after that incident, it was easy to imagine how powerful Nature Hall had become. Considering Zero Wing's current problems, if Aqua Rose used her identity as one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders to help Twilight Echo, Nature Hall would turn its ire on Zero Wing, increasing its number of enemies. Guild leader, should we send some people to help her? Yulin asked. Of course we should. Not only are we going to send some of our people, but I also want you to send someone to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection. 2068, Zero Wing's Protection. Chapter 2068, Zero Wing's Protection. Storm Empire. Nether Mine. The Storm Empire was located in a mountainous region, and various ore veins were common around the empire. As a result, the empire had become famous as an ore producer on the God's Domain continent. Meanwhile, the empire possessed the Nether Mine on one of its borders, which bathed in nether energy all year round. Because nether energy increased players' stamina consumption several-fold, and the mountains around the mine were home to level 70 and above demonic beasts, players were rarely interested in grinding and leveling in the area. However, several thousand players had gathered near one of the creeks between the two mountains. The lowest leveled of these players was level 62, and all of them would be considered experts. Only, these several thousand experts were members of two groups, one with fewer than 400 players and the other with nearly 3,000. If the Storm Empire's players were present, they'd be shocked. The smaller group consisted of Twilight Echo's core members, the pillars that supported the guild. Roughly 30 of them were top-ranked experts in the Storm Empire, and to ordinary players they were unreachable. The strongest of these experts had to be Darkwave, Twilight Echo's current guild leader and a player that ranked among the top 10 within his class. Many powers operated in the Storm Empire, and its player population was even more frightening. Ranking among the top 10 on one's class ranking list was an impressive feat. Darkwave could easily rank among the top 20 or 30 in any kingdom's overall combat power ranking. Such a group of experts shouldn't even fear an army of 10,000 elite players, but despite facing a legion of less than 3,000, Twilight Echo's core members wore grim expressions. Their eyes even held traces of fear. To think Nature Hall would send even you, Vice Guild Leader Owl, to greet us, your guild must think highly of us, Darkwave commented to the robust, bear-like man carrying 2 epic-ranked one-handed axes, fear flashing in his eyes. Owl Life had only been an ordinary expert, but after joining God's domain, he had repeatedly challenged the game's experts, growing stronger at a ridiculous rate. In the end, he had grown from an unknown player into one of the Storm Empire's famous experts. He then caught Nature Hall's attention, and the guild recruited him. After joining Nature Hall, Owl Life's development speed skyrocketed, and he quickly became one of the guild's capable generals. When the super first-rate guild, 9-Star Family, had operated in the Storm Empire, Owl Life had fought and defeated an army of its peak experts. He had even single-handedly killed 5 peak experts while leading a 5,000-man team to capture one of the super first-rate guild's towns. That battle had shaken the Empire and made Owl Life famous. Eventually, Owl Life had become one of Nature Hall's Vice Guild leaders. Although Darkwave ranked among the top 10 in his own class within the Empire, Owl Life ranked among the top 10 in the overall rankings. While the difference might not seem major, it was like the difference between a candle flame and a roaring bonfire. If Owl Life wanted to, he could kill every Twilight Echo expert present. Guild Leader Darkwave, I assume you know Nature Hall's stance on this since I've made the trip here. You people from Twilight Echo should stop deluding yourselves, Owl Life said with a commanding tone, smiling at Darkwave. Twilight Echo has already conceded every high-resource location available. We have even moved to this remote map to grind. We already intend to give up on developing in the Storm Empire. What more do you people want? Darkwave said as he tightened his grip on his saber, his expression darkening in frustration. The guild leader sent me to knock some sense into you, Owl Life said, chuckling. Either submit or we will remove you from God's domain permanently. There is no third option. Don't think that we will let you continue to develop just because you've fled to this remote location. Darkwave's frown deepened. Nobody could have expected the competition between the various powers would become so intense after the auction arena's activation. To strengthen its hold on the Storm Empire, Nature Hall had begun an all-out war against the Empire's powers, eradicating any that opposed it. Guild Leader, why don't we just fight them? That's right, if we have to go down, we'll take them with us. Twilight Echo's experts prepared themselves for a desperate battle in response to Nature Hall's determination to drive them into a corner. You want to suffer mutual destruction? Do you really think that you're capable of that? Owl Life could not help but laugh when he heard Twilight Echo's members. Owl Life's words incensed Twilight Echo's members further. Only Darkwave remained silent. He had nothing to offer in rebuttal. His silence wasn't due to a lack of courage, but because Owl Life spoke the truth. No one in the guild had a better idea than he of how powerful the players who ranked among the top 10 on the Empire's overall combat power rankings were. It was no exaggeration to consider these players humanoid monsters. We don't have any other choice. Once the battle begins, I'll try to pin down Owl Life for as long as I can. Everyone else, split up and run, Darkwave said. He then turned to Aqua Rose, who stood beside him, and said, Aqua, you've seen it for yourself now. Your return can't solve this matter. You need to try to escape this. Don't let Twilight Echo ruin your future. As Aqua Rose's fourth uncle, he was grateful that his niece had returned to help the family's guild. Unfortunately, she couldn't change anything. After seeing how Nature Hall treated Twilight Echo, he knew that if any other superpower interfered, Nature Hall would make his guild suffer for it. Darkwave knew that Zero Wing, Aqua Rose's guild, had been developing quite well recently and was now better off than Twilight Echo. Helping Twilight Echo wasn't worth Aqua Rose losing her opportunity in Zero Wing. Aqua Rose bowed her head and gritted her teeth in frustration. She had never expected Nature Hall to be so intent on cornering Twilight Echo. If she hadn't returned most of her weapons and equipment to Zero Wing's guild warehouse before leaving, she might have been able to fight Owl Life and allow more of Twilight Echo's members to escape. You want to flee? Are you even strong enough for that? Owl Life ridiculed, sneering at the serious expressions on Twilight Echo's members. However, just before a fight broke out, 1,000 players ran into the valley. An elegant girl in beautiful mage robes, looking like a fairy, led the force, and many of the players in the valley couldn't help but stare. Among the 1,000 new arrivals, the lowest leveled player was 63, while most were level 64. The weakest piece of equipment these players wore was level 60 secret silver rank. Many of these players even wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members watched these newcomers with envy. However, the most noticeable aspect of these players was their sharp auras. They clearly weren't ordinary experts. Who are you? Can't you see that Nature Hall is busy here? If you don't want any trouble, leave immediately. Owl Life warned the approaching 1,000-man legion. Normally, he would have already commanded his subordinates to eliminate any intruders, but this 1,000-man legion clearly wasn't a normal force. Even his players would suffer if they attacked these new arrivals without care. Us? We're from Zero Wing, Violet Cloud said with a faint smile. Zero Wing? Isn't that a guild from Star Moon Kingdom? Owl Life faintly recalled such a guild, and from what he could remember, Zero Wing had been developing excellently recently. He then asked, "Why have you come here?" "We have orders from our guild leader to inform Nature Hall that Twilight Echo is under Zero Wing's protection," Violet Cloud calmly replied. 2006-9 Defeating Nature Hall in 2 moves. Chapter 2006-9 Defeating Nature Hall in 2 moves. Zero Wing wants to protect Twilight Echo? Nature Hall's members were stunned when they heard Violet Cloud's announcement. Twilight Echo's members were just as dumbfounded. Nature Hall was akin to the Storm Empire's emperor. It had already grown powerful enough to demand respect from super guilds, yet Zero Wing, which was barely on par with a first-rate guild, intended to oppose Nature Hall. The guild leader plans to interfere? When Aqua Rose saw the 1,000-man legion from Zero Wing, excitement and worry flashed in her eyes. She hadn't had a specific understanding of Nature Hall before her return to the Storm Empire, but it wasn't long before she realized that Nature Hall shouldn't be provoked. Nature Hall's foundations were beyond her imagination. The guild already had more than 100 peak experts and tens of thousands of expert members. With so many experts, Nature Hall's rule in the Storm Empire was unshakable. How arrogant. This is Nature Hall's territory. Do you think that a few words will protect Twilight Echo? Owl Life roared in anger. Not even your ally, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, would dare to act so pompously before Nature Hall. Vice Guild Leader, what's the point of wasting words on them? Since these ignorant players dare to act so insolently before our guild, we should get rid of them, here and now. That's right. Let's teach these country bumpkins the difference between a kingdom's overlord and an empire's. We'll show them how little they matter in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall's members voiced their outrage over Violet Cloud's declaration, even offering to teach Zero Wing's members a lesson. We are only here to give you notice. Your reply is irrelevant, Violet Cloud calmly responded. If you don't have any more questions, we'll be escorting Twilight Echo's members away now. The valley fell silent when Violet Cloud finished speaking. Even Dark Wave, Twilight Echo's guild leader, could not help but gasp at the girl's comment. He could not understand just what gave Zero Wing the confidence to provoke the Storm Empire's emperor. This is bad. Anxiously, Dark Wave turned to look and Aqua rose and said, Aqua, you need to stop them. If this gets out of hand, Zero Wing will be doomed. Aqua Rose nodded, but although she wanted to contact Violet Cloud, Owl Life didn't give her the chance to do so. Bastards, everyone, heed my command and eliminate these lowlifes. Owl Life snarled as he pointed at Violet Cloud. The chilling gaze he aimed at the young woman even caused the experts around him to shudder. A little over half of Nature Hall's forces split away from surrounding Twilight Echo's team and charged at Zero Wing's 1,000-man team, their battle cries echoing throughout the valley. Nature Hall's members moved like well-trained soldiers. Not only were they fast, but they were perfectly in sync with each other. 18 shield warriors and guardian knights moved to the forefront, radiating a silver glow as divine runes covered their bodies. They all had more than 200,000 HP, and their auras resembled that of ancient war gods. So strong. Twilight Echo's members lost their composure when they saw this. Every member of Twilight Echo's team was an expert. They could easily gauge an opponent's strength based on their aura. The 18 MTs radiated an intensely dangerous feeling, and Twilight Echo's members knew that in a one-on-one, these MTs would blow them away. Not even their guild leader, Dark Wave, could necessarily stop these MTs' assault, even with an active life-saving skill. So, this is Nature Hall's Silverlight Battle Array? Dark Wave could not help but gasp when he saw the MT's silver glow. The Silverlight Battle Array was well known in the Storm Empire. Nature Hall had relied on this battle array to defeat its first super first-rate guild when it had still been weaker than 9-Star Family. He had only ever witnessed the Silverlight Battle Array in videos before, and now that he got to see it in person, the increased strength, HP, and speed were beyond his expectations. It was no wonder why Nature Hall didn't fear other superpowers. Nobody can stop our guild's Silverlight Battle Array. Let's tear apart these Zero-Wing players. The Nature Hall players that still surrounded Twilight Echo's members laughed as their companions activated the battle array. The Silverlight Battle Array allowed 18 players to link together. Not only could they share the incoming damage, but their strength, HPs, movement speed, and attack speed increased by 30% as well. Most importantly, they could share their senses through the battle array. However, before the 18 MTs reached Zero Wing's team and tore apart its defensive line, Violet Cloud, who stood among her players, waved her staff. Dimensional fracture. Space tore before Violet Cloud, rapidly extending toward Nature Hall's members. Although the spatial tier looked fine and weak, it felt like the roar of an ancient behemoth. The sky and the earth trembled at its might. Dodge it. Owl Life shouted, panicking. Unfortunately, the spatial tier grew too quickly for his warning to be of any use. Crack. The sound of shattering glass shook the valley as the spatial tier reached Nature Hall's MTs, who failed to react in time. Like a hot knife through butter, the spatial tier cut through the 18 MTs, their bisected forms falling to the ground. Nature Hall's rear-line healers had no time to cast a healing spell before their MTs lost the last of their HPs. Moreover, the spatial tier didn't stop with the 18 linked MTs, reaping the lives of players standing dozens of yards away. "Do you still wish to fight us?" Violet Cloud asked as she retracted her staff and gazed upon Nature Hall's members. With just one move, Violet Cloud had killed over 200 experts. Her indifferent tone suggested that she didn't consider the act significant, and Nature Hall's survivors shuddered in fear. "You merely have a powerful spell. Do you really think that none of us can take you down?" Rage flared in Owlife's eyes as he glared at Violet Cloud. While he didn't particularly mind the deaths of 200-plus skilled experts, he minded losing the 18 MTs that could utilize the Silverlight Battle Array. The guild had carefully nurtured all of those players, and every one of them was very close to reaching the refinement realm. With the Silverlight Battle Array, each of those players had the combat power to surpass ordinary refinement realm experts. Losing a level might not impact their progress overmuch, but the loss of their weapons and equipment definitely would. They would need a lot of time to recover the items. Owlife's body transformed into a blur as he dashed toward Violet Cloud like a vicious gale. Crap, Owlife is attacking. Dark waves darkened as he watched Owlife make his move. Owlife wasn't like the 18 MTs that had died. With his weapons, equipment, and combat standards, he ranked at the very top of the Storm Empire. His two one-handed axes were even epic set weapons. He could easily repel a great lord of the same level, and the valley's narrow terrain gave him the perfect battlefield. If Owlife reached Zero Wing's team, disaster would ensue. In less than 10 seconds, Owlife arrived before Zero Wing's members. Although Zero Wing's ranged experts bombarded him with attacks, he effortlessly dodged or blocked the incoming spells and arrows. None of the attacks managed to reach him. As they watched, Nature Hall's players felt their blood boil with excitement. Ha ha ha! The Vice Guild leader is finally making a move. Zero Wing's members are dead for sure. However, as Nature Hall's members expected to see Owlife throw Zero Wing's members into the air, Violet Cloud moved again. Like her previous attack, she lightly waved Death's Sigh and manifested multiple magic arrays around her. "Are you kidding me?" Both Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members were stunned. Violet Cloud had called forth 200 magic arrays, a blade of darkness forming before each array. "Go!" Violet Cloud shouted. Like raindrops, these 200 blades of darkness descended on Owlife, all under Violet Cloud's control. They were not magical projectiles that could only move in a straight line. Burial Flower. Even Owlife frowned as he watched the 200 blades of darkness fly toward him like lively sprites. He immediately activated his Epic Axe's active skill, and a gigantic flower formed beneath his feet. 12 flower petals circled Owlife, each carrying 100% of his strength. The petals acted like MT's shields. Unless Violet Cloud's attacks had higher strength than he did, they wouldn't break through Burial Flower's defenses. Burial Flower formed a nearly invincible barrier around him, following which, Owlife charged toward Violet Cloud. However, but the hammering sounds the blades of darkness made as they collided with Burial Flower's petals changed Owlife's expression. Burial Flower's petals, which contained 100% of his strength, couldn't withstand the blades of shadow. The petals barely deflected the attacks and altered their trajectory. Against 200 blades of darkness, Owlife's Burial Flower and Epic Axes seemed like paper tigers. Even though he fought with everything he had and fully displayed his Void Realm combat standards, he could only dodge or block a fraction of Violet Cloud's attack. In the blink of an eye, the blades of darkness slid through Owlife's body, plundering the Berserker's HP. Owlife, one of the Storm Empire's top 10 experts, had been defeated. 2070 Powerful Zero Wing, Chapter 2070, Powerful Zero Wing, he died? Owlife's been killed in one move? Nature Hall and Twilight Echo's members gaped in shock after witnessing Owlife's death, unable to believe their eyes. However, not only did the man's corpse lie before them, but his trademark weapons, the burial axes, rested next to his body. "Aqua, your guild's experts are quite strong. Is that girl your guild's #1 expert?" Darkwave asked his niece, his eyes glued on Violet Cloud. He had known that Zero Wing had been developing impressively, but he hadn't thought it had become this strong. Violet Cloud's gaze remained indifferent even after killing Owlife, as if she had casually slain a common monster she had randomly come across. Someone actually treated Owlife, one of Nature Hall's Vice Guild leaders, like a common monster, killing him as if swatting a fly. If news of this spread, it would shake the very core of the Storm Empire. No, Violet doesn't rank #1 in the guild, but she should stand among the top 5. Only, Aqua Rose stopped herself, watching Violet Cloud in confusion. She was very familiar with Violet Cloud's standards. Like her, the girl was a refinement realm expert. However, Violet had achieved more in the refinement realm than she had. Although, if it came down to a fight, and their levels and equipment were equal, she could fight Violet Cloud to a standstill with her Sea God's legacy. If the battle happened at sea, she'd win by a landslide. If Aqua Rose had to fight a peak expert like Owllife, even with all of her epic equipment, she'd have a very hard time defeating him. As for killing Owllife in one move, she simply wasn't capable of the feat. The equipment that the various large guilds' peak experts improved as time passed, yet, for some reason, Violet Cloud had killed Owllife instantly. Moreover, she had accomplished the feat effortlessly. No matter how Aqua Rose considered the situation, she couldn't figure how Violet Cloud had done it. However, Aqua Rose didn't know that Shi Feng had given Violet Cloud the elemental bloodline after his return from the ancient god's maze, and due to the advanced bloodline, Violet Cloud's basic attributes had skyrocketed. With her massive basic attribute advantage, it was only natural that she had slain Owllife like a common monster. She's only in the top 5 with that kind of strength? Darkwave stared at his niece in shock. He no longer dared to imagine how powerful Zero Wing truly was. Nature Hall likely had less than a handful of experts that could kill Owllife instantly, yet a non-superpower like Zero Wing had 4 more of these experts. Meanwhile, Nature Hall's members panicked after watching Owllife die. Like frightened birds, they scattered and fled from the battlefield, none of them daring to fight any of Zero Wing's members. What a joke. Both Owllife and the 18 Silverlight Battle Array MTs had been defeated in a single move each. They weren't fools. Now that they knew they were no match for Zero Wing, they wouldn't stay and fight. Doing so would be nothing more than suicide. Once Nature Hall's members fled, Violet Cloud turned her attention away and approached Aqua Rose. Big Sis Aqua, here are the items you stored in the guild warehouse, Violet Cloud told Aqua Rose, who wore a hesitant expression. After trading the equipment, she said, Right, guild leader asked me to tell you this. Don't hold back. The guild has your back. Guild leader, for a moment, various emotions overwhelmed Aqua Rose. When Twilight Echo's members heard Violet Cloud's message for her comrade, they couldn't help their envy. A large guild like Zero Wing was actually willing to start an all-out war with a superpower to support one of its guild members. They had never even dared to imagine such a thing in the virtual gaming world. If they could join such a wonderful guild, what more could they possibly ask for? Once Aqua Rose regained her composure and re-equipped her weapons and equipment, her change stupefied Twilight Echo's members. She had already felt incredibly powerful, but after replacing her weapons and equipment, she felt like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. Not only did she look beautiful, but she also radiated an intensely powerful aura. Although they couldn't tell the quality of her items since she had hidden the glow effects, her aura was even stronger than Darkwave and Owllife's. So, this is the guild Aqua joined? Darkwave's shock was even greater than when he had watched Owllife die. The fact that Violet Cloud had killed Owllife made it clear that Zero Wing had its own capable experts, but the equipment that had instantly elevated Aqua Rose's combat power, which could now rival Owllife's, had an entirely different meaning. Let's leave this place and return to Windy City. Now that we've killed one of Nature Hall's Vice Guild leaders, Nature Hall won't let this matter rest, Aqua Rose said as she glanced at Owllife's corpse. A Vice Guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. If they did not handle this incident's aftermath properly, Twilight Echo would have a difficult time leaving the Storm Empire. Rest assured, Big Sis Aqua. The guild leader has led a group to Storm City to discuss the situation with Nature Hall. I believe he will settle this matter very quickly, Violet Cloud said, giggling. What? They went to meet Nature Hall? Darkwave nearly jumped up in shock. Are they tired of living? Although Owllife was only Nature Hall's 8th Vice Guild leader, one of the lowest-ranked Vice Guild leaders in the guild, he was still a Vice Guild leader. Yet, as Violet Cloud had killed the man, Zero Wing had been heading to Nature Hall for negotiations. Zero Wing was clearly trying to provoke Nature Hall. Zero Wing would likely have trouble getting out of this unscathed, much less negotiate a better situation for Twilight Echo. Meanwhile, in the Storm Empire's Storm City, Shi Feng's party of 6 had arrived before Nature Hall's residence. As the Storm Empire's imperial capital, Storm City's player population even surpassed Black Dragon City's. Storm City had nearly 27 million resident players, and its businesses were particularly prosperous. The city's prosperity was due to the Storm Empire's ores. Plenty of ores and gemstones, which other kingdoms and empires severely lacked, were produced within the empire's borders every day. Because of this production, a large number of foreign players visited the empire to trade and purchase items. Moreover, due to the abundance of ores, the Storm Empire's forging industry was exceedingly well developed. Shops that specialized in selling and crafting weapons and equipment could be found all over the city, and plenty of players wore the advanced forger's insignia. Intermediate forgers were a dime a dozen as well. Not even White River City could say the same. Moreover, as many as 8 known master forgers also called the Storm Empire home. Among them, 2 were independent players. No other empire could dream of achieving the same at this stage of the game. Purely in terms of weapon and equipment production, Storm City far surpassed White River City. Please notify the guild leader Nature that Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing has come to discuss something with him, Shi Feng said as he approached the Nature Hall member stationed by the residence's entrance. Alright, but I can't guarantee that our guild leader will meet with you, the player replied, disdainfully eyeing Shi Feng's party. Normally, a large number of guild representatives visited the residence to meet with Nature Hall's guild leader, including representatives from the Storm Empire's first-rate guilds. Even so, their guild leader usually ignored their requests. As for a guild from a kingdom, even the vice guild leaders would likely refuse the request. The Nature Hall member then left to report the matter to his superior. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man sat behind an office desk, flipping through the documents in his hand, in the guild leader's office within Nature Hall's residence. Several level 64 players stood beside this man, all of which were experts with multiple pieces of epic equipment. Any ordinary expert would feel as if they stood in a cage of bloodthirsty beasts if they stood before this group. Suddenly, a player entered the room, and upon seeing the players beside the middle-aged man, he couldn't help but shudder. However, he suppressed the fear in his heart and announced, "Guild leader, there's a group of representatives from Zero Wing asking to meet with you. They're a guild from Star Moon Kingdom." A guild from Star Moon Kingdom? Nature Manifestation raised his head as he listened to the subordinate's report, curiosity flashing in his eyes. "Can't you see that the guild leader is busy? It's just a guild from a small kingdom. Send them back to their countryside," a robust man shouted. However, as the subordinate began to turn and leave, the icy-cold goddess sitting beside Nature Manifestation received a message. As she read the message, her expression darkened. "Wait," the woman shouted. "Keelin, what's wrong?" The robust man, who carried a gigantic scale shield, asked. "I've just received news that Owl Life has been killed," the woman, Jade Keelin, softly replied. "That brat got done in? Who did it? Was it Darkwave? That shouldn't be possible." The robust man was astonished. However, after recalling Twilight Echo's experts, he doubted that any of them could kill Owl Life. "No, according to the reports, he was slain by an expert from Zero Wing," Jade Keelin said. 2071, explanation, chapter 2071, explanation, Zero Wing, isn't that the guild trying to meet with the guild leader? The shield-carrying man frowned at Jade Keelin's reply. He then turned to the reporting ranger, killing intent lacing his words. "These people sure have guts." A vice-guild leader was one of a guild's public faces. Guilds typically avoided killing each other's vice-guild leaders or guild leaders unless they wanted to shed all pretense, much less one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders. "They dare visit us after killing our people? Zero Wing is too arrogant." A gloomy youth sitting on one of the sofas in the office turned to Nature Manifestation and said, "Guild leader, why don't you let my Evil Spirit Legion take care of them? Tooth, your Evil Spirit Legion is Nature Hall's blade. Using it to teach a guild from a small kingdom a lesson is making a mountain out of a molehill," Jade Chillin said. Moreover, Zero Wing must have realized the severity of its actions and come to make amends. Hearing Jade Killin's reasoning, the other players in the room nodded in agreement. The Evil Spirit Legion was Nature Hall's trump card, and it was a large part of the reason for Nature Hall's victory over the Nine-Star family. Zero Wing didn't even qualify to face this legion. As Jade Keelin had said, Zero Wing must have realized how detrimental killing one of Nature Hall's vice-guild leaders was, and was likely here to make amends for the mistake. How could a guild from a small kingdom afford to provoke a superpower like Nature Hall? After all, enough. Nature Manifestation commanded with a low shout, silencing everyone in the room. He shifted his gaze toward the reporting level 63 ranger, saying, "Have someone lead Zero Wing's representatives to the reception room." "Understood," the level 63 ranger answered and bowed nervously. A short moment later, one of the Nature Hall members guarding the residence's entrance led Shi Feng's party to the guild hall's reception room, surprising many independent players and the guild's members. Who are those people? The guild leader is actually willing to meet with them? Nowadays, Nature Hall's strength grew rapidly. Guilds often visited the residence in hopes of allying with Nature Hall, but not even first-rate guild leaders usually made it inside. And yet, Shi Feng and his companions followed a guild member to a reception room. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone immediately began to chat about the identity of Shi Feng's party. Some of the spies other major powers had planted within Nature Hall also launched investigations into Shi Feng's party. If Nature Manifestation were willing to speak with these individuals personally, this event was certainly worth looking into. Nature Manifestation Current sat on a sofa in Nature Hall's luxurious top-floor reception room. Jade Keelin, Eviltooth, and a few of the guild's other upper echelons stood beside him, radiating dense killing intent as they watched Shi Feng's party enter the room. Based on their auras, it was clear that these players were experts with an immense amount of combat experience. In fact, these peak experts' auras were no weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon, with a few of them being even stronger. 20 silver-armored shield warriors and guardian knights had also been stationed in the room. Not only were these shield warriors and guardian knights level 64, but they also wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Like well-trained soldiers, they stood in lines along the sides of the room, emitting a solemn aura. Although the various large guilds considered level 60 secret silver equipment top tier at this stage of the game, fully equipping 20 players wasn't exactly impossible. However, these 20 MTs wore level 60 secret silver set equipment. Even a first-rate guild would be fortunate to have 2 or 3 complete sets. Furthermore, players had crafted these MTs as equipment, which meant that Nature Hall was fully capable of crafting more. Nature Hall's foundations were extraordinary. I've heard that Zero Wing has something to discuss with me. May I know what you wish to discuss? Nature Manifestation watched Shi Feng's party enter the room through narrowed eyes. In a deep tone, he continued, "If this is about Vice Guild leader Owl Life, you may return to your kingdom. I am not interested in listening to your reasoning." As soon as Nature Manifestation was done speaking, the intensity of the 20 silver-armored MTs' auras skyrocketed, rapidly decreasing the temperature in the room. Jade Keelan and Nature Hall's other upper echelons revealed sneers and pitying expressions. Nature Manifestation typically let them handle matters related to guilds from small kingdoms, considering the matters beneath him. However, he had insisted on meeting Zero Wing's representatives in person. They had been curious about his sudden change of heart. Now, they understood. Owl Life's death had enraged Nature Manifestation, so he wanted to speak with the culprits personally. It had been a long time since they had seen Nature Manifestation so angry. The last time he had been this furious, he had removed 3 guilds from God's domain permanently. Those guilds hadn't been small, but first- and second-rate guilds. Since this guild had dared to enrage Nature Manifestation, Zero Wing would suffer a tragic ending. Even if Zero Wing regretted killing Owl Life and wished to make amends, it was too late to change its fate. Once he was angry, no one could stop Nature Manifestation. Not even 9-Star Family had succeeded in this regard. Explanation? What explanation? Shi Feng simply shrugged in response to Nature Manifestation's chilling gaze. "What? After all you have done, are you seriously trying to deny your crime?" Jade Keelan said, sneering at Shi Feng's leisurely expression. "Deny? Deny what?" Shi Feng turned toward Jade Keelan, frowning slightly. "Is there even a need to say it? You are responsible for killing our Vice Guild leader Owl Life in the Nethermine?" Jade Keelan hissed, her expression becoming even colder. "Oh, that's what you're talking about?" Shi Feng asked, as realization lit his features. Calmly, he continued, "That's right, we did that. You." Shi Feng's relaxed reply stunned Jade Keelan. She had assumed that he'd try to deny the fact. She certainly hadn't expected him to admit it so boldly. "It's good that you acknowledge it. What do you have to say for yourselves?" Everyone in the room from Nature Hill, including the 20 MTs, Evil Tooth, and the others who stood beside Jade Keelan, radiated dense killing intent. Their expressions made it clear that they were prepared to slaughter these visitors if Shi Feng said the wrong thing. What's there to talk about? Could Violet fail to kill this Vice Guild leader, Owl Life? Shi Feng asked in a strange tone. The hall fell silent as every player from Nature Hall glared at Shi Feng as if they were about to devour him alive. Arrogance. They had never seen such arrogance. Shi Feng simply didn't know how to spell the word death. After a short moment, Shi Feng returned his gaze to Nature Manifestation, calmly stating, "We are merely here to tell you one thing. Twilight Echo, which your guild has targeted, is now under Zero Wing's protection. 2072, repelling the enemy with one move. Chapter 2072, repelling the enemy with one move for a time. Nature Hall's members in the room were stunned into silence. They had no idea of how to respond to Shi Feng's declaration. Not only had Zero Wing dared to kill one of their Vice Guild leaders, but the guild's representatives had also come to Nature Hall's residence as if the death was of little significance. This swordsman acted as if Zero Wing had killed an ant on the roadside, not a Vice Guild leader. They couldn't help but marvel at Zero Wing's bravery. Now, Zero Wing even announced its protection of Twilight Echo, Nature Hall's latest target. This wasn't bravery. Zero Wing simply had a few loose screws. Not even superpowers would display such arrogance before Nature Hall. Jade Keelan even wondered if Shi Feng knew anything about God's domain. Perhaps he had decided that, since his guild was doomed and would be removed from the game, he might as well provoke Nature Hall on its doorstep. Ha ha ha, good, very good. It's been too long since our guild has done anything outside of the Empire. To think a small kingdom's guild dares to act so pompously before us. Evil Spirit revealed a grin as he stared coldly at Shi Feng, anger tainting his smile. After chasing 9-Star Family out of the Storm Empire, the Empire hadn't had any powers that dared to provoke Nature Hall. To secure its control in the Empire and concentrate the guild's resources, Nature Hall hadn't extended its influence past its borders. Hence, the outside world was unaware of Nature Hall's power. There was also the fact that Shi Feng and the others had a few screws loose. Evil Spirit assumed that Zero Wing's members had spent too long in their own kingdom and didn't see the difference between the Storm Empire and Star Moon Kingdom, thinking that they could walk through the Empire unhindered. Nature Manifestation's personal security team stared at Zero Wing's members as if they were dead men walking. He's infuriated, Boss Spirit. That guy is definitely dead. I bet these people won't get to leave Storm City alive. This is going to be entertaining. That's right. Even if they kneel and beg for their lives, there's no saving them. They'll probably lose more than just one level. Boss Spirit will use that item, and they'll lose 3 levels with each death. If we send a tracking team after them as well, we can even send them back to level 0. Although attacking another player inside an NPC city was risky, players obtained more tools as they reached higher levels. As a result, killing other players inside NPC cities became increasingly easier. This was especially true for a superpower like Nature Hall. Even slaughtering players in an imperial capital wouldn't be a problem for the guild. This was also why the various independent experts had been more hesitant to provoke God's domain's powers. A single mistake could send them back to level 0 after all. Although the Zero Wing members present were experts and more difficult to defeat than independent experts, they were nothing to Nature Hall. Even a party of peak experts would fall in Storm City if they provoked Nature Hall, much less Shi Feng's party. Nature Hall had acquired a domain treasure called Dead World from an ancient ruin. As long as a player supplied enough magic crystals, Dead World would create a domain that cut off communication with the outside world. Not even the city's NPC guards would receive a notification of the transgression if one attacked another player within the domain unless it was destroyed or released. Ordinary NPC guards wouldn't even notice the domain when standing next to it. Only the Tier 3 guard captains could see through the domain. However, how rare were Tier 3 NPC guard captains? There wasn't even one Tier 3 guard captain for 10 patrol squads in an imperial capital like Storm City. Meanwhile, each patrol squad generally monitored 3 to 5 streets. If they activated the domain treasure in the proper location, the chances of encountering a guard captain were nearly zero. While Nature Manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards whispered to each other, the guild leader, who had remained silent, raised his head and said, "So be it. Originally, I had planned to send you off with a warning, but since you don't know how to repent for your actions or show proper respect, I'll remove you from God's domain permanently. Then, I'll send someone to visit Zero Wing." In response to his guild leader's declaration, Evil Spirit revealed a stone plate and sacrificed a large number of magic crystals to it. The color in the room then faded to a dull gray. "What? You want to attack us?" Shi Feng asked as he sent a glance at Evil Spirit, who wore pitch-black leather armor. "Are you afraid now?" Evil Spirit asked as he shot Shi Feng a playful look. Unfortunately, it is too late for regret. He had thought that Nature Manifestation would wait until Shi Feng's group left the residence before sending him to take action. He hadn't expected his guild leader to order an attack now. It was clear how truly furious Nature Manifestation was. However, he didn't think the reaction was unreasonable. Zero Wing's representatives were insufferably foolish. Even the King of Hell would laugh at their lunacy and imprison them for a few extra millennia. "Afraid?" Shi Feng shook his head. "You're not strong enough for me to fear. Crap. This is the first time I've met someone so stubborn. Everyone, attack. Kill him," Evil Spirit commanded, his eyes twitching in anger. The 20 silver-armored MTs surged toward Shi Feng and his companions. Seeing this, Jade Killen could not help but watch with a pitying gaze. Zero Wing's members might have made it out of Storm City alive, but now, not only had they lost that hope, but they would pay an even greater price. Although she did not know what gave Zero Wing's members so much confidence, she was certain that they'd die in this room. Moreover, players who died in the Dead World wouldn't lose a single level, but 3. At their level, leveling up required a lot of time and effort. Losing 3 levels would be a huge setback. Nature Manifestation's 20 personal bodyguards were more than enough to eliminate Shi Feng's party, not to mention the guild's peak experts like herself. Not only were these bodyguards Refinement Realm experts, but they also wielded the Silverlight Battle Array. When they activated the Battle Array, they could even kill peak experts. This was why Nature Manifestation's security team only had 20 players. As Jade Keelan and the other peak experts expected their guild leader's bodyguards to annihilate Shi Feng's party, several sword lights flashed in the room. Shadowblade. As if every sword light had a life of its own, they agilely maneuvered through the bodyguards' defenses, striking the players directly. As if some colossal beast had slammed into them, a dozen or so bodyguards flew into the walls behind them, which cracked under the immense force. In the face of death, Blackwater, Starlink, and Miracle's armies failed to remove Zero Wing. "What do you think a few Refinement Realm experts can accomplish?" Shi Feng asked as he sheathed Killing Ray and sat back on the sofa. He watched Nature Hall's upper echelons calmly as if nothing had happened. 2073, Suppressing Nature Hall. Chapter 2073, Suppressing Nature Hall. Looking at the robust figures planted in the walls of the luxurious reception room, the unharmed members of Nature Manifestation's personal security team froze in shock. When they returned their gazes to Shi Feng, they wore tense expressions. What's going on? What did he do? The security team members had failed to react to the attack. They had only seen Shi Feng swing his sword, and in the next moment, their companions had disappeared from next them and become wall decorations. How was this possible? Evil Tooth was just as stunned to watch the bodyguards fly through the room. He was very familiar with these bodyguards' strength. When they cooperated, they could even take down peak experts. The Silverlight Battle Array allowed them to share their senses, which greatly strengthened their defenses. However, despite the bodyguards' enhanced defenses, Shi Feng had maneuvered his skill past their defenses and dealt direct damage. His control with the skill was frighteningly accurate. Good. No wonder why you dared to show such arrogance. Everyone, use your magic scrolls. Don't fight him at close range, Evil Tooth commanded after snapping out of his daze. He then turned toward Jade Keelan and whispered, "Keelan, I need your help in a moment. This person is far stronger than I expected." He admitted that even he could replicate Shi Feng's performance. But he was an assassin, and the assassin combat method allowed him to slay opponents that were far stronger than him. You're going to fight as well? Fine, leave it to me. Jade Keelan nodded. Jade Keelan immediately began to chant an incantation. In the meantime, the rest of the bodyguards followed Evil Tooth's command and retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls from their bags. These magic scrolls were extremely rare, some containing control spells, some holding AoE spells, and others possessing single-target spells. They had originally prepared these magic scrolls to use against enemies when outnumbered, but against such a strong melee opponent like Shi Feng, they had no choice but to rely on attacking from afar with these magic scrolls. In the next moment, flaming thorns, spears of light, and chains of sand flew toward Shi Feng, launching a wide array of spells like a combined assault from a team of magical class players. With how cramped the reception room was, dodging all of these spells wasn't realistic. Most of the spells were also impossible to block as they were AoE attacks. Die! The bodyguard shouted. However, before the multiple spells bombarded Shi Feng, he lifted Killing Ray and slashed the empty space before him. Countless arcs of lightning appeared out of thin air, devouring everything in their path. Even the Tier 2 spells vanished the moment they touched the lightning. Lightning edge, boom. A massive explosion shook the reception room, its lavish decorations becoming nothing more than remnants. The bodyguards that had attacked Shi Feng had vanished from the room. The weapons and equipment pieces on the floor were the only indicator of their prior presence. Over a dozen well-equipped MTs with over 180,000 HP had died, just like that. In contrast, Shi Feng hadn't changed. He hadn't even moved from his original position, much less taken damage. Shi Feng had executed only 2 moves, yet he had killed more than half of Nature Manifestation's famous security team. The security team's remaining members were crippled. Shi Feng's combat power was horrific. How was he supposed to be a player? He was basically a monster that destroyed everything in his path. Just as everyone assumed the battle was over, Jade Keelan, who hadn't stopped chanting, finally finished her spells. She slammed the butt of her resplendent staff against the floor and commanded, "Seal." 3 magic arrays appeared around her, each from a different spell, yet they had appeared simultaneously and were of similar design as if they were a single spell. A 3-fold, large-scale spell? Alluring Summer, who stood behind Shi Feng, was surprised to see the arrays circling Jade Keelan. Double casting was an extremely difficult technique for most magical class experts, especially when casting Tier 2 spells. Needless to say, triple casting 3 Tier 2 spells was even more difficult. However, there were certain spells in God's domain that could only be used when casting multiple spells. Generally, these were large-scale spells that required multiple players to cast, yet Jade Keelan could cast one that typically needed 3 players by herself. These large-scale spells were far more powerful than individual spells of the same tier. The instant Jade Keelan's spells took effect, 5 golden chains appeared around Shi, each containing shuddering power. Not even Grand Lords of the same level would dare to touch these chains. As if they had a life of their own, these chains launched at Shi Feng like anacondas. Let's see how he blocks this. The Nature Hall members sneered at Shi Feng as they watched. Tier 2 large-scale spell, Holy Chains. This was Jade Keelan's ultimate spell. Although it had a very long cast time and wasn't suited for one-on-one combat, it would exhibit tremendous power once cast. Jade Keelan had killed multiple peak experts with this move, earning the nickname Chain Killer from the Storm Empire's players. However, the expressions Nature Hall's members wore froze as they watched what happened next. Shi Feng blocked the golden chains, which even Grand Lords feared, with his swords, a thunderous roar echoing throughout the room when his blades collided with the magical attack. Despite the 5 chains' exceptional strength, they couldn't reach Shi Feng. He deflected every incoming attack. As Shi Feng defended himself against the magical chains, Evil Tooth appeared behind him in complete silence. After revealing himself, Evil Tooth thrust a glowing crimson dagger toward Shi Feng's back. Tier 2 taboo skill, Blood Shadow. This single attack contained even more power than Jade Keelan's 5 chains combined. You finally made your move. Rather than panicking in the face of this sudden and well-timed attack, Shi Feng revealed a smile. Swords Transmigration. Suddenly, the Twilight Blade and Killing Ray transformed into 2 streaks of light and wrapped around the 5 holy chains. As if they were under his control, the 5 chains then flew to intercept Evil Tooth's crimson dagger, the collision throwing sparks that temporarily blinded everyone in the room. When the light faded, Nature Hall's members wore grim expressions. Evil Tooth's HP plummeted as he stared at Shi Feng in horror. Although he wanted to say something, he had already lost the last of his HP. With darkening vision, Evil Tooth collapsed to the floor. Silence dominated the reception room. Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards had worked with 2 of the guild's peak experts against one opponent, yet they were either dead or crippled, aside from Jade Keelan. Like an unshakable mountain, Shi Feng still stood where he had stated. The death world shattered the moment Evil Tooth died, and the room returned to its original state. 2074, Another Monster, Chapter 2074, Another Monster. Silence, shock, horror. Even though Dead World had been removed and the reception room had returned to its neutral state, Jade Keelan and the other Nature Hall Peak experts felt stifled and overwhelmed. Even Nature Manifestation, who had observed the fight in silence, wore a gloomy expression. "Who are you?" Nature Manifestation asked Shi Feng. Ordinary Peak experts couldn't topple his personal bodyguards or Evil Tooth, the Evil Spirit Legion's commander. While he had considered the possibility of their defeat, he hadn't expected it to happen so easily. He couldn't imagine anyone, aside from Domain Realm monsters, who would be capable of such a feat. But how rare were Domain Realm experts in God's domain? Every Domain Realm expert that had ever existed in the virtual gaming world was accounted for, and they were all responsible for shaking the community to its core. However, based on his information, Shi Feng's name wasn't on that list. Black Flame, Shi Feng stated calmly. Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader? Shock-colored Jade Keelan's face when she heard Shi Feng's reply. But how? Black Flame wasn't unknown to Nature Hall. After all, he ranked among the top 10 on the God's Domain expert list. He was a Peak expert that had reached the Void Realm and one of the top Peak experts in the game. But at the end of the day, that's all he was, a Peak expert. Although they earned the various superpowers' attention, they weren't powerful enough to threaten a superpower's very existence. Every superpower had plenty of Peak experts in its ranks. No matter how she looked at it, however, no Peak expert should be capable of the combat power Shi Feng had displayed. What an excellent scheme. "So, you've deliberately hidden your strength all this time?" Nature Manifestation asked. Unexpected, he was actually smiling. However, knowing their guild leader's personality, Jade Keelan and her companions knew Nature Manifestation's smile wasn't an indication of his good mood. Rather, it was a result of his anger reaching a tipping point. The various superpowers in God's domain viewed every Domain Realm expert as immensely important. Rather, these experts were impossible to ignore. Domain Realm experts were strategic weapons, and as players reached higher levels, the threat these experts posed to superpowers would grow. Hence, superpowers took considerable precautions against every Domain Realm expert they encountered. If Shi Feng had revealed himself as a Domain Realm expert early on, the various superpowers would have paid more attention to Zero Wing. The guild's name would have likely joined the superpowers blacklists, regardless of its developmental state. Some superpowers might have even extinguished Zero Wing immediately to save themselves from future trouble. As for Shi Feng recently reaching the Domain Realm, it wasn't likely. Reaching the Domain Realm proved that one transcended the limits of humanity. Despite the various super first-rate guilds and super guilds accumulating resources and knowledge over many generations, each superpower had, at most, nurtured only a handful of Domain Realm experts in each generation. It was easy to imagine how difficult reaching the Domain Realm truly was. In other words, Shi Feng must have hidden his strength from the public deliberately to avoid attracting too much attention. Now that he was satisfied with his personal strength and that of his guild, he wanted to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone to show off his power. That would explain why would Shi Feng was willing to make an enemy of Nature Hall just to help Twilight Echo, a guild he was barely connected to. "Guild leader, should we request Senior Fan's presence?" Jade Keelan whispered to her guild leader. Although Domain Realm experts were extremely rare, Nature Hall had its own collection of them. Senior Fan was one example. Moreover, he had spent most of his time in the Storm Empire. If they notified him, he would soon return to the residence. If Senior Fan returned, with the help of Nature Hall's other Peak experts, they could ensure that Shi Feng's party didn't leave the residence with their lives. After all, this was Nature Hall's main headquarters. After Jade Keelan posed her question, the three imposing men beside her directed their killing intent toward Shi Feng. A mere up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing actually dared to use Nature Hall as a stepping stone. This was unacceptable. Suddenly, the reception room's doors flew open, and a group of 50-plus silver-armored experts charged in and surrounded Shi Feng's party. Although they weren't Refinement Realm experts like Nature Manifestation's personal bodyguards, they could rival such experts with their Silverlight battle array. "What? You still insist on fighting?" Shi Feng asked as he calmly watched Nature Hall's members from his seat, showing no signs of anxiety or concern. He wouldn't have dared to visit Nature Hall's residence before he had reached the Domain Realm and acquired the Twilight Blade. This was, after all, a superpower's headquarters, and Nature Hall would have plenty of methods to deal with invaders. The guild would also have other Domain Realm experts nearby. At this stage of the game, Shi Feng's fight against Martial Dragon on Thunder Island wasn't a proper indicator of Domain Realm experts' prowess. During that battle, he had had the advantage in terms of basic attributes and skills, and since Martial Dragon had only been a Tier 1 player, the man's weak physique had prevented him from fully exhibiting his strength. To put it simply, players' physiques at that time had restricted Domain Realm experts. Shi Feng hadn't gotten a clear idea of how strong Domain Realm experts were in that fight, but once he had reached the same realm, he understood these experts' true power. With a Tier 1 player's physique, Domain Realm experts would be limited to 50% of their true combat power at most. However, Void Realm experts would be able to display their full combat power. It was only natural that Domain Realm experts back then had only seemed slightly more powerful than peak experts. At this stage of the game, however, not only had Domain Realm experts' physiques greatly improved, but their weapon and equipment standards had also increased. A superpower's Domain Realm expert likely wore at least 3 or 4 pieces of epic equipment, possibly even a fragmented legendary item. Superpowers had frightening resources and expansive territory. Encountering a superpower that owned 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items at this stage of the game wouldn't be odd. As soon as Shi Feng was done speaking, Fire Dance, Cola, Alluring Summer, Shadowblade, and Ye Wumian, who stood behind him, stepped forward and released their auras. As if a volcano had erupted in the room, an intense energy washed over its occupants, and the expressions that Nature Hall's members wore changed instantly. Fire Dance and her comrades felt like primordial beasts that had just awoken from a long slumber. The pressure they radiated was painfully stifling, particularly Fire Dance's aura. Could she be another Domain Realm expert? The thought drifted through Jade Keelan and her companions' minds, shuddering at the idea. Zero Wing was merely a small kingdom's guild. It wasn't even a superpower, yet it had 2 Domain Realm experts. Since when were Domain Realm experts so common? If Shi Feng could hear these peak experts' thoughts, he wouldn't have been surprised. Among the 5 players he had brought with him, only Fire Dance held a fragmented legendary weapon. She also had her own bloodline and 6 epic items. In Zero Wing, Fire Dance's equipment standards were only second to his. Moreover, she was only a step away from the Truth Realm and had already mastered multiple advanced combat techniques. In her current state, she could definitely contend with Domain Realm experts. 2075 Miscalculation. Chapter 2075 Miscalculation. Although Jade Keelan and Nature Hall's other peak experts had intended to act, they couldn't help but freeze the moment they felt Fire Dance's oppressive aura. Guild leader, are we still going to fight them? Jade Keelan could not help but ask as she turned to look at Nature Manifestation, her expression hesitant. One Domain Realm expert was already extremely difficult to defeat. Now that Fire Dance, who felt like another Domain Realm expert, had joined the fray, she had to take this situation more seriously. Ordinary players might not realize the importance of 1 or 2 Domain Realm experts in a guild, but as one of Nature Hall's upper echelons, she was very clear of the implications. This was no longer a matter of Shi Feng or Fire Dance's personal strength, but of Zero Wing's foundations. Instead, it was a matter of Zero Wing's guild foundations. If Zero Wing had only possessed a single Domain Realm expert, it could have been explained away as luck. It would prove nothing regarding Zero Wing's foundation. However, the fact that Zero Wing had at least 2 Domain Realm experts couldn't be shrugged off in the same way. Domain Realm experts weren't as common as cabbages. If Zero Wing truly had 2 Domain Realm experts, the guild wasn't as simple as everyone assumed. Keelan, you're overthinking this. Her aura doesn't prove that she's a Domain Realm monster. She could simply have absurdly high basic attributes. Zero Wing has no background, so it's lucky enough to have 1 Domain Realm expert. How could it possibly have 2? And such a young one at that. A solemn man with a scar across his face spoke up. Listening to the man's reasoning, Nature Hall's members relaxed, releasing more than half of their anxiety. No one doubted this man's words. He was Deep Thunder, Nature Hall's first vice-guild leader and one of the guild's main support pillars. He was also one of the top 10 experts on the God's Domain's secret experts list. The secret pavilion had 2 God's Domain experts lists. One recorded the top 1,000 experts with the most attention, grabbing battle records. The second was a secret list, which only superpowers could purchase. The secret experts list only contained 100 names. However, these players weren't ranked by their battle records, but based on the combat standards they had revealed. One had to be a Void Realm expert before the Secret Pavilion would even consider them for the list. Any peak expert that could rank on the Secret Experts list was, at most, a step away from the Domain Realm. Those that ranked among the top 10 were practically pounding against the edge of this realm. They only needed a slight push to reach the Domain Realm. Deep Thunder was one of these experts. Although none of Nature Hall's experts in the room had reached the Domain Realm yet, Deep Thunder was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about it. Since Deep Thunder was certain that Fire Dance was not a Domain Realm expert, there was a 90% chance that he was correct. Thunder is right. Everyone needs to calm down. Although I don't know how this little girl from Zero Wing has such frightening basic attributes, Zero Wing is 100 years too early if it thinks it can stroll into Nature Hall's residence with such an attitude. Nature Manifestation commented, backing up Deep Thunder. He flashed Shi Feng a piercing glare before commanding, summon Senior Fan and the Evil Spirit Legion members immediately. Lock down the residence. I want to see how capable these Zero Wing representatives truly are. Although Shi Feng had displayed astonishing combat power, Nature Hall wasn't a pushover. Nature Hall had gone to great lengths to recruit Senior Fan and convince him to protect the guild. The Elder had been a Domain Realm monster for decades, and his combat standards were far above Shi Feng's, who, at most, had only entered the Domain Realm within the past few years. Senior Fan also wore the best equipment available in the game, and the Evil Spirit Legion was one of Nature Hall's trump cards. Although the Evil Spirit Legion only had 100 members, Every member was a refinement realm expert or better. Even the weakest among them had mastered 3 combat techniques, and including the Silverlight battle array, they could even defeat domain realm experts. The Evil Spirit Legion was also why Nature Hall even dared to provoke super first-rate guilds. However, the moment Nature Manifestation issued the order, Firedance's group moved, charging straight toward the guild leader. Taking the lead, Kola and Ye Wumian dashed forward like 2 Tyrannosaurus Rexes. When the reinforcing security team members collided with the 2 MTs, they flew backward as if they had been hit by a truck, their tight defensive formation shattering instantly. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword followed the 2 MTs closely. Alluring Summer sent at least one player flying with each spell she cast, while Shadow Sword forced multiple players to stumble back with each slash. These 2 easily repelled any security team members that approached from the sides. Rather than a battle, this looked like adults toying with children. Taking advantage of the chaos, Firedance blew past the security team's blockade and arrived before Nature Manifestation. "Don't think you can get through me that easily," Deep Thunder bellowed, swinging his gigantic 2-handed battle axe with a solemn expression, leaving no room for Firedance to dodge. Tier 2 skill, Earth Bombardment. Peng. Not only was Earth Bombardment an AoE attack that amplified his strength, but it could also significantly reduce players' movement speed when he struck. This was the trademark tier skill of the Magic Warrior hidden class. The move could only be blocked, not dodged. In addition, the Magic Warrior class was a specialized advanced class for berserkers, using magic to strengthen the user's body. However, Deep Thunder's expression froze when his attack landed. Firedance's flimsy short sword had actually stopped his humongous axe's descent. Not only had Firedance remained stable, but she also retained every point of her HP. Before Deep Thunder could swing his battle axe again, Firedance's 1,000 transformations slithered toward the berserker's neck with an utterly unpredictable attack trajectory. Advanced combat technique, Illusory Snake, Scram. Deep Thunder shouted as he activated Whirlwind Slash to defend himself. Boom! When Short Sword and battle axe collided, a sharp clang echoed throughout the room. A moment later, Deep Thunder, who prided himself on his strength, stumbled 3 steps back, staring at Firedance with an incredulous look. While he had recognized Firedance's amazing basic attributes, he hadn't expected them to be so high. How does she have so much strength? Deep Thunder wasn't the only one the situation surprised. Jade Chillin, who cast spells from the side, glanced over in horror when she noticed Deep Thunder stumble. In God's domain, there was a major difference between one-handed weapons' strength and that of two-handed weapons. This was why most Berserker players chose two-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons could make full use of Berserker's high strength. However, despite being an assassin, Firedance exhibited greater strength with a short sword than Deep Thunder. This unraveled everything Jade Keelan thought she knew about God's domain. Moreover, Deep Thunder wore 3 pieces of epic equipment, wielded an epic weapon, and the rest of his equipment was comprised of level 60 dark gold items. She couldn't imagine how an assassin could block one of his attacks with a one-handed sword. After sending Deep Thunder backward, Firedance abruptly vanished. Void Steps. By the time anyone could react, Firedance had reappeared before Nature Manifestation, holding her 1,000 transformations against the guild leader's throat. As a Cursemancer, Firedance held Nature Manifestation's life in her hands. Seeing this, Nature Hall's members paused with gloomy expressions. When Nature Manifestation looked up at Firedance, his countenance was ashen. Firedance's group had only moved 5 seconds ago, yet they had already gotten past more than 50 Refinement Realm and better experts, threatening his life. Not even a Domain Realm expert could perform such a feat. 2076, Do You Need a Doctor? Chapter 2076, Do You Need a Doctor? When Firedance took Nature Manifestation captive, Nature Hall's members stayed their hands as they hatefully glared at the female assassin. At the same time, though, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. "What should we do now, Vice Guild Leader?" Jade Keelan asked Deep Thunder quietly, frowning as she watched Firedance play with her short sword from behind Nature Manifestation. She didn't have enough authority in this situation to make a decision. Nature Manifestation was the guild's symbol. If they let him die, it would humiliate their guild. However, Firedance currently had control over Nature Manifestation's life and death. Even though peak experts like Jade Keelan could cross the 6-yard distance in less than half a second would be more than enough time to kill their guild leader for someone with Firedance's strength and speed. Deep Thunder said nothing in response to Jade Keelan's question. He didn't know what to do either. Zero Wing was far more terrifying than he had imagined. If Firedance were truly a Domain Realm expert, this situation, at most, would have surprised him, but the problem lay in the fact that she wasn't one, which horrified him. After their brief clash, he was certain that the female assassin had only reached the Refinement Realm, although she wasn't your typical Refinement Realm expert. However, he couldn't articulate how she differed from the average refinement realm expert. Regardless, her combat standard could, at best, rival flowing water realm experts. She was almost nothing compared to an expert like him, who was only a small step away from reaching the domain realm. Yet, despite her inferior combat standards, Fire Dance could suppress him in a confrontation. Moreover, she had done so effortlessly. She had even taken nature manifestation captive in an instant. Although the guild leader was only an ordinary peak expert, this outcome was shocking. Not even the refinement realm experts understood this, much less the ordinary experts. Peak experts were known as such because they stood at the peak of God's domain. Even domain realm experts would struggle to threaten the peak expert's life, yet Fire Dance had done so effortlessly. He couldn't imagine what weapons and equipment would be necessary to allow an expert who had reached the flowing water realm at best to command even greater combat power than domain realm monsters. However, that wasn't the worst of it. Zero Wing's other representatives were obviously only refinement realm experts, but they had displayed combat power that could easily rival peak experts. Not even super first-rate guilds were likely capable of nurturing such high-quality refinement realm experts. After silence reigned over the room for a short moment, Nature Manifestation discarded his shock and turned to glare at Shi Feng. Do you think that I'll simply allow Nature Hall to let Zero Wing off the hook just because you've captured me? Nature Manifestation asked, sneering. Don't be foolish, it is just one level and one piece of equipment. I can afford the loss. If you go through with this, however, Zero Wing won't have the power to endure Nature Hall's wrath. The strength Shi Feng's party had displayed had surprised him, but at the end of the day, an individual's strength was nothing compared to a guild's. Regardless of how powerful this Zero Wing party was, it didn't change anything about the difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall. That's right. You should think this through carefully, Guild Leader Black Flame. If you do this, there will be no saving the relationship between our guilds, Jade Keelan said in an attempt to persuade Shi Feng. I believe you are aware of Nature Hall's stringy. In the end, only Zero Wing will suffer. As Jade Keelan finished speaking, Nature Hall's members calmed their fears and revealed confident smiles. They had been stunned after witnessing the combat power Shi Feng's party commanded, but after giving the matter some thought, they realized that Shi Feng's party would only sign their death warrants if they killed Nature Manifestation. Zero Wing was merely a kingdom's guild. Regardless of its battle records, it was still far weaker than Nature Hall. Zero Wing could not afford to endure Nature Hall's wrath at all. As a guild leader, Shi Feng must have realized this. Unless Shi Feng insisted on dragging Zero Wing down with him, he wouldn't let Fire Dance kill the other guild leader. Even Storm City's independent players wouldn't believe that Shi Feng would do such a thing, let alone these guild upper echelons. As the smiles Nature Hall's members wore spread with delight, Shi Feng, who watched from his seat, returned the grins and said, What you say is true. There is a big difference between Zero Wing and Nature Hall, but what if Nature Hall lost Storm City? Lost Storm City? Is this fellow dreaming? What a joke. How could our guild possibly lose Storm City? Nature Hall's members began to laugh, thinking Shi Feng had gone mad. Storm City was Nature Hall's main headquarters. Not even a superpower could dethrone the guild in its own city, much less Zero Wing. You're referring to the auction arena battle, right? Nature Manifestation laughed. While I understand your thinking, that is a battle of experts and resources. Zero Wing's experts might be impressive, but do you really think Zero Wing can outmatch Nature Hall's resources? Superpowers like Nature Hall had long since investigated the auction arena's rules. In this competition, resources were far more important than military might. Hence, all of the various superpowers fervently collected epic materials while they had time before the auction arena competition began. Compared to Nature Hall, Zero Wing's material collection speed was useless. How could Zero Wing possibly hope to defeat Nature Hall in a contest for Storm City's auction house? However, as Nature Manifestation finished his statement, Shi Feng revealed a dark gold crystal from his bag. The crystal was unusually eye-catching in this room, and it drew everyone's gaze. While most of the reception room's occupants didn't understand why Shi Feng had revealed this crystal, Nature Manifestation froze when he saw it. How did you get that? Nature Manifestation could not help but ask. Nature Manifestation's sudden change of expression even confused Fire Dance and her companions, let alone Nature Hall's members. No one knew why the Nature Hall's almighty guild leader would seem scared of a single crystal. Do you really need to ask? Shi Feng said, revealing a faint smile. I am the player responsible for activating Thunder Axe City, of course. Is it so strange that I have this crystal? The item in his hand was none other than the Thunder Axe Crystal, which was capable of teleporting a large number of players to Thunder Axe City. It also normally cost 5,000 Thunder Axe City contribution points. You activated Thunder Axe City? That is impossible. How could you be responsible? Nature Manifestation stared at Shi Feng with an incredulous look. Thunder Axe City was a super large-scale neutral city, and after its activation, it had quickly become a hub for many superpowers, including Nature Hall. Countless first- and second-rate guilds visited the city as well. The neutral city was so popular due to its abundant resources, especially incredibly rare epic materials. Thunder Axe City was practically a treasure trove. However, traveling to and developing in Thunderax City was quite difficult. Due to its terrain and environment, not even expert players could remain in the city for long. Even with its sturdy foundations, Nature Hall could only afford to send 300 experts to develop in the city long term. However, not only did Shi Feng possess the Thunderax crystal, which one could purchase from the Thunderax temple and provided convenient transport to the city, but he was also responsible for Thunderax City's activation. However, when Nature Manifestation recalled the group of giant players Zero Wing possessed and the Thunder Axe crystal in Shi Feng's hand, which no player should be able to obtain at this stage of the game, he knew that Shi Feng's claim was likely true. Guild leader Nature, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Should I call a doctor? Shi Feng asked, chuckling at Nature Manifestation's deathly pale expression. 2077, Nature Hall submits. Chapter 2077, Nature Hall submits. As Shi Feng's calm voice continuously echoed throughout the room, Nature Manifestation's expression twisted into something ugly. Traces of fear flashed in his eyes, stupefying Nature Hall's members. Nature Manifestation stood at the very top of the Storm Empire. A single word from him could decide the life or death of the Empire's various guilds. He was also a bona fide peak expert. He could lead Nature Hall to become an overlord in God's domain in the future. Yet now, Nature Hall's members weren't the only ones surprised. The guild leader's reaction confused Fire Dance and her companions. Nature Manifestation had reacted calmly even when Fire Dance had taken him captive, yet now he seemed more afraid of Shi Feng's few sentences. Why wouldn't they be surprised? What do you want? Nature Manifestation asked as he watched Shi Feng, afraid. If he had only seen Shi Feng as a domain realm expert before, he viewed the man as a monster, capable of shaking Nature Hall's very foundations, after learning that this swordsman had pioneered Thunderax City and acquired the Thunderax crystal. Most people were still unaware of Thunderax City. Even in Nature Hall, only the guild's upper echelons and the experts that had visited the city knew about its splendor. According to their understanding, Thunderax City should have activated more than 2 weeks ago. The various superpowers, however, had only discovered the city 9 days ago. When Nature Manifestation thought about how Shi Feng could send a large number of players to the city with the Thunderax crystal and the man's status as Thunderax City's pioneer, he couldn't help but shudder. Epic materials were even more important than expert players in the auction arena's battles. Zero Wing's members had already proven their combat power. If the guild also had a wealth of epic materials, Zero Wing could pose a significant threat to Nature Hall in the upcoming auction arena contest. Meanwhile, Deep Thunder, Jade Killen, and Nature Hall's other upper echelons stared at Shi Feng in fear. They had counted themselves fortunate to send 300 experts to Thunderax City, but Shi Feng was actually responsible for activating the neutral city. Nature Hall is so powerful. How could Zero Wing ever hope to compare? Shi Feng laughed. He then said, "We are only here to help Twilight Echo learn whether or not it can withdraw from the Storm Empire in safety. You shouldn't overthink the situation. Guild leader Nature. Fine. Out of respect for Zero Wing, our issue with Twilight Echo stops here. As long as Twilight Echo leaves the Storm Empire, Nature Hall will let it leave," Nature Manifestation answered through gritted teeth. Even Nature Hall would struggle to take out experts like Fire Dance, Cola, and the others. If Zero Wing dispatched a large number of experts and relied on the epic materials it gained from Thunderax City, he wasn't confident that Nature Hall could hold Storm City. After all, Thunderax City had a frightening supply of epic resources available. If Zero Wing took control of Storm City's auction house, Nature Hall's development would be severely affected. Even if Zero Wing failed, it could still force Nature Hall to dispatch more forces than planned, which would, in turn, ruin the guild's plans to claim other cities' auction houses. As Nature Hall's guild leader, Nature Manifestation couldn't sacrifice the guild's larger plans just to punish Twilight Echo. Moreover, he suspected that Zero Wing had far more trump cards than what it had revealed in this reception room. Of course, this was only his conjecture. The fact that Shi Feng had pioneered Thunderax City was already frightening. Nature Manifestation couldn't think of what could be even more impressive than that. When Nature Hall's reinforcements heard their guild leader's decision, their jaws dropped. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Just who is this Black Flame? Nature Hall's members grew more curious about Shi Feng. This man had actually forced their guild leader to compromise with just a few words. No one would believe this if they told them. Nature Manifestation had even chased the 9-star family out of the Storm Empire. How could he possibly submit to a guild from a small kingdom? Guild leader Nature is quite open-minded. If there are no other problems, we'll be taking our leave, Shi Feng said with a smile. Standing, he turned and left the tattered reception room alongside Fire Dance and the others. Shi Feng had never intended to steal Storm City's auction house. He had simply wanted to scare Nature Manifestation. There were currently tons of problems in White River City that required his attention. With Zero Wing's resources and experts, the guild could, at most, contest for one city's auction house. Only, Nature Manifestation did not know this. Although Thunderax City had an abundance of epic materials, the neutral city had only activated around 2 weeks ago. There were far too few players in the city for it to exhibit its true potential. Moreover, Nature Manifestation thought too highly of Shi Feng's position as the city's pioneer. Even if Shi Feng had secured a 2-star smithy, he wouldn't acquire as many epic materials as guilds raiding team dungeons. If Nature Manifestation realized this, he'd faint with anger and try to fight Zero Wing to the death. As Shi Feng and his subordinates made their way to the door, the Nature Hall players guarding the door stepped aside to let them through after receiving a signal from Nature Manifestation. Jade Keelan and the other upper echelons only returned their attention to their guild leader after Zero Wing's party had left the guild hall. "Guild leader, are we really going to give up Twilight Echo?" Jade Keelan asked. "If we do this, news of this incident will spread throughout the Empire. So be it. In any case, keeping a tight lid on this is impossible," Nature Manifestation grumbled as he massaged his temples. Annoyed, he continued, "I never would have thought that Zero Wing was responsible for activating the city that has caused such a sensation among the various superpowers. We'll likely see a difficult period in God's domain soon. You should begin to prepare for it." "Understood." Jade Keelan nodded, fully understanding Nature Manifestation's intentions. He had assumed that the first auction arena competition would be an exclusive playground for the game's superpowers. But now that Zero Wing had revealed itself as a potential competitor, the various superpowers' plans were ruined. Nobody would have imagined that Zero Wing would be the cause of the situation plaguing the various superpowers. After Shi Feng's party left Storm City, news of Nature Hall abandoning its harassment of Twilight Echo quickly reached the Empire's various powers. What? Nature Hall gave up on Twilight Echo? But why? What kind of guild is Zero Wing? For a time, this matter caused an uproar in the Storm Empire. Nobody would have thought that Nature Hall would stop targeting Twilight Echo out of respect for Zero Wing. Every power in the Empire was immediately curious about Zero Wing. Meanwhile, news of this matter also reached Twilight Echo's residence in Windy City. "What did you just say? Nature Hall has given up on us because of Zero Wing and recalled its forces?" Darkwave was stunned when he heard his subordinates report, unable to believe the news. 2078 Twilight Echo, Shaken Chapter 2078, Twilight Echo Shaken. When Twilight Echo received the news of Nature Hall's withdrawal, silence reigned of the guild leader's office. The dozen or so guild upper echelons in the room didn't know how to react to this development. Nature Hall gave up? But why? What did Zero Wing's members do? Nature Hall had intended to use Twilight Echo as an example to stabilize its rule in the Storm Empire and expand its influence past the Empire's borders. Nature Hall had been adamant on destroying Twilight Echo. They had been discussing their safe withdrawal from the Storm Empire and their defense against Nature Hall, but after nearly an hour, their despair had only intensified. The difference between their two guilds was too massive. At this point, Nature Hall only needed a fraction of its strength to remove Twilight Echo from God's domain. Even with Zero Wing's help, they didn't think that they could withstand Nature Hall. Zero Wing was, after all, only on par with a first-rate guild. Yet, Nature Hall had unexpectedly withdrawn its assault. They couldn't help but wonder how Zero Wing had accomplished the feat. A powerful background? A transaction? They considered many possibilities, but none seemed reliable or possible. However, it was an inescapable fact that Zero Wing had convinced Nature Hall to leave Twilight Echo in peace. Darkwave turned to Aqua Rose, a myriad of emotions overwhelming his heart. When Violet Cloud had informed Owl Life that Zero Wing intended to protect Twilight Echo, Darkwave had assumed it had been Zero Wing's way of taking a stand against Nature Hall. He hadn't actually believed that her guild could protect his. Looking at it now, however, it seemed that Violet Cloud had meant what she had said. This was the Storm Empire's overlord they were talking about. Although he did not know how Zero Wing had stopped Nature Hall, its success in doing so proved the guild's strength. When Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo to join an insignificant upstart guild from some backwater kingdom, many of the guild's members had mocked her for her foolishness. They had all thought that she was stupid. If she hadn't been so stubborn, she would have kept her position as an honorary elder and had access to plenty of opportunities to display her talent. Twilight Echo had been a veteran first-rate guild for decades, not a force, a small guild without a background could compare to. Who would have thought that the small, insignificant guild Aqua Rose had joined would grow to become so powerful? Not only was Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, but it also commanded the strength of a first-rate guild. Now, it had saved Twilight Echo from the brink of destruction, convincing a superpower like Nature Hall to abandon its plans. After this series of events, Darkwave couldn't fathom how powerful Zero Wing truly was, despite the fact that he led a veteran first-rate guild. If news of this reached Twilight Echo's guild elders, the old fellows and company representatives that had mocked and ridiculed Aqua Rose would likely die from embarrassment. They had all played a major part in dismissing her from her position as honorary elder. Due to this incident and her position in Zero Wing, Aqua Rose would have considerable influence in Twilight Echo from now on. The guild might even follow her whims. Darkwave wasn't the only one to think this. Every upper echelon in the office realized the implications of today's events. Their views of Aqua Rose had utterly changed. Aside from her joy, Aqua Rose was stunned as well. She hadn't imagined that Shi Feng would actually be able to stop Nature Hall. Shortly after, Violet Cloud relayed Shi Feng's latest message to Twilight Echo's upper echelons, informing them that as long as the guild left the Storm Empire, Nature Hall wouldn't take further action against it. The young woman then left Twilight Echo's residence, returning to Starmoon Kingdom with her team. As for Aqua Rose, she only intended to return after dealing with a few matters with her old guild. Twilight Echo's upper echelons eagerly hoped that Aqua Rose would stay for some time. Twilight Echo was going to leave the Storm Empire and find another kingdom to continue its development. This meant that it would have to deal with the overlord of whichever kingdom they chose. If they had the help of a powerhouse like Zero Wing, settling in their new home would be far easier. Meanwhile, news of the events between Nature Hall and Twilight Echo soon reached God's Domain's many superpowers. Nature Hall was one of them, and even though this incident was a small matter in the other superpowers' eyes, it was still necessary to watch the situation. Or Empire, Crimson Flame Fortress, how can Nature Hall be so dumb? It gave up such a good opportunity to stabilize its position in the Storm Empire just because of Zero Wing. Did Zero Wing offer the guild some massive bribe? Jin Yang, who stood inside Blackwater's Vice Guild leader's office, ranted his confusion after reading the latest message. Nature Hall had been developing rapidly lately, and it easily ranked among the top 10 fastest developing superpowers in God's domain. Many veteran super first-rate guilds were even starting to feel threatened. Yet, out of respect for Zero Wing, the guild had abandoned its plans. It was truly surprising. Not bad. It seems Zero Wing is quite capable after all. It's no wonder why it rejected my offer of cooperation, Xuan Wuchisa said, a charming smile forming on her face. Vice Guild Leader, you think too highly of Zero Wing. I don't know what benefits it offered Nature Hall to settle this matter, but Zero Wing hasn't solved its predicament in White River City. Ignoring the several powers that desire the city's auction house, Zero Wing has its hands full with its own internal problems, Jingyang said. Starlink has recently invested a lot of capital into hindering Zero Wing. It is even trying to poach Zero Wing's upper echelons and core members by offering to triple their current salaries. Starlink has also begun to claim commissions meant for Zero Wing by offering lower prices, slowly chipping away at Zero Wing's financial situation. I doubt it will be more than a month before Zero Wing crumbles in on itself. Larger guilds had both advantages and disadvantages. When a guild had a low member count, its daily expenditures were relatively small, hence its finances were easy to handle. However, as a guild grew, it would face more difficult financial problems. Including hostile corporations' intervention, a guild's financial problems could become even more challenging. Hence, although Zero Wing seemed to have grown quite powerful, it had acquired new weaknesses. Zero Wing had still been a relatively small guild without a headquarters in the real world, and as a result, it hadn't had to contend with major expenditures. Its size had rendered hostile corporations' interference ineffective, but things had changed. Now, not only had Zero Wing purchased Ouroboros' main headquarters, but it had become even larger than Ouroboros at its peak. Its monthly expenditure was easily dozens of times larger than Ouroboros' had been. This was why the various first-rate guilds feared the various superpowers. Not only could a superpower crush a first-rate guild under its military might, but it could also launch an economic assault. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng's party returned to Starmoon Kingdom's White River City, he sent Fire Dance and the others to continue their team dungeon raids and collect as many epic materials as possible to prepare for the auction arena. It's about time that I deal with my elemental cores. Shi Feng grinned as he opened his bag to inspect the elemental cores within. He then altered his appearance using the demon mask and visited White River City's teleportation hall. Spending 4 gold, 30 silver, he teleported to the distant Sea of Illusion. 2079 Sea Tribe Weapon, Chapter 2079, Sea Tribe Weapon, Sea of Illusion, Blue Coral City. Shi Feng was disguised as a level 61 swordsman as he walked through Blue Coral City's streets. Unlike the kingdoms and empires on the God's Domain continent, the Sea of Illusion was neutral territory, maintained by a merchant alliance. The merchant alliance mainly operated out at sea, controlling only a few cities on land. Most of its towns and cities had been established on islands. Because of this, most visiting players were either merchant players or independent players. Guilds rarely visited the Sea of Illusion. This was also why adventurer teams ruled over the area's several major cities. Meanwhile, Blue Coral City was the Sea of Illusion's largest city. First-time visitors were almost always surprised by what they found here. The majority of the player population consisted of merchant players, while the rest were mostly independent players. There were very few players wearing guild emblems. Buying tons of Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each. Also selling purple fire crystals. Selling ocean pearls. Get a 5% discount for buying more than 100 pearls. Urgently selling 3 Sea Tribe weapons for 1 gold, 70 silver. Players busied themselves as they set up stalls along the city streets, selling a large variety of items. This wasn't typical of cities in normal kingdoms and empires. Sea Tribe weapons? Shi Feng slowed to a halt when he heard the advertising players. He vaguely remembered that Sea Tribe weapons had been popular for a time during his previous life. They had once been items that all naval players had desired. The Sea Tribe weapons could be traded to the Sea of Illusion's NPC forgers to commission crafted weapons, which would allow players to exhibit greater combat power in battles at sea. Weapons that had been made with Sea Tribe weapons were 15% to 20% stronger than normal weapons of the same rank, a considerable improvement. Only, trying to craft a high-quality naval weapon was not easy, and the production success rate wasn't 100%. If one wanted to commission a level 60 secret silver weapon, they'd need 3 Sea Tribe weapons, and the production success rate would only be 50%. A level 60 fine gold weapon would cost 5 level 60 Sea Tribe weapons, and the success rate was only 30%. To put it simply, the higher the desired weapon's quality was, the more Sea Tribe weapons a player would need, and the lower the production success rate would be. Meanwhile, players could only acquire Sea Tribe weapons by killing the level 50+ members of the Sea Tribe. Hence, complete naval weapons were incredibly expensive on the market. Of course, Sea Tribe weapons had another purpose, and Shi Feng knew it: purchasing secret laws. Secret laws were extremely rare in God's domain, even rarer than combat techniques. They also provided players a significant boost. Secret laws were a type of berserk skill, but unlike normal berserk skills, which were prohibited in certain areas, secret laws could be used anywhere like combat techniques. They could even be used when silenced. However, secret laws were a huge burden on the user's stamina and concentration. The more powerful a secret law was, the more stamina and concentration it would consume. In addition, players didn't have to master a secret law to use it. Only, using an unmastered secret law would drain more resources than usual. The worst part was that secret laws would drop automatically when players died. Even so, countless experts in God's domain coveted secret laws due to their many benefits. Secret laws provided a boost to physique and allowed players to exhibit more of their combat power. Moreover, secret laws gave players a clearer idea of their flaws. These were the reasons that players had coveted secret laws. They were even more valuable than combat techniques. Meanwhile, Sea Tribe weapons could be exchanged for one of these precious secret laws. Although there were limited copies of the secret law available and the process of acquiring one was particularly troublesome, Shi Feng didn't mind. He might have had some trouble purchasing a few copies if he had tried before visiting the ancient god's maze, but he shouldn't have any issues now. One needed to fulfill 2 conditions to purchase copies of the secret law. First, they'd need to locate the NPC that sold them, then they'd need to obtain the required items for payment. The NPC only accepted a combination of Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores. Other than Shi Feng, it wasn't likely that any of God's Domain's players knew about this NPC, and of course, collecting Sea Tribe weapons and elemental cores wasn't a problem for Shi Feng, following which Shi Feng spent 10 silver to set up a stall in Blue Coral City's business district. Buying Sea Tribe weapons for 60 silver each, only buying a certain amount. First come, first served, Shi Feng shouted, immediately attracting the attention of the players on the street. Normally, players only purchased Sea Tribe weapons for 50 silver each. Even players that set up stalls to sell the weapons asked for less than 60 silver. With someone willing to spend so much on each Sea Tribe weapon, players were bound to notice. A short moment later, a large group of players crowded around Shi Feng to sell their Sea Tribe weapons, rapidly depleting Shi Feng's funds. In less than an hour, Shi Feng had spent more than 2,000 gold, purchasing 4,352 Sea Tribe weapons. He had basically purchased every Sea Tribe weapon in Blue Coral City. Once customers stopped visiting his stall, he packed up and headed for a hotel to alter his appearance once more. When Shi Feng left the hotel, he discovered several players hiding around a street corner, staring intently at the hotel's entrance. It was obvious that these players wanted to learn why he had bought so many Sea Tribe weapons. Unperturbed, Shi Feng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries ring to teleport out of Blue Coral City. After using space movement and spatial gate 4 times in a row, Shi Feng arrived on a volcanic island that housed monsters ranging from level 80 and level 100. These monsters were far from ordinary, with the weakest among them a chieftain that had the combat power to rival players who reached the trial tower's 3rd floor. Even ordinary tier 2 experts of the same level would have a difficult time fighting these chieftains one-on-one. Meanwhile, the NPC that possessed the secret law copies was located in a hidden room within the volcano. Players had only learned of this NPC in the past thanks to a few players who had visited the island for a rare quest. They had accidentally stumbled across the secret room, finding this rare NPC. Very quickly, with the help of Gale Domain, Shi Feng reached a cave inside the volcano. After killing several hundred level 83+ Lord-ranked lava monsters, he finally found a hidden room. Although the cave's monsters were all lords, they had dropped almost no loot. They hadn't dropped anything beyond some ordinary materials, not even a single piece of common equipment. Although the monsters' loot was terrible, the EXP they granted was astounding. After killing several hundred monsters, Shi Feng had finally risen from level 70 to 71. As he opened the door to the hidden room, Shi Feng was greeted by the sight of a dark, empty room. It only contained a stone platform. Shi Feng grew a little excited as he approached the platform, spending 100 magic crystals to light the candle upon it without hesitation. By the time the public had discovered this place in the past, the the players that had pioneered the island had cleaned out the NPC's stock of secret law copies. Although the stock would replenish from time to time, the various superpowers had already laid claim and monopolized the NPC. Small guilds like Shadow had only been able to watch and drool from the sidelines. As the candlewick ignited, a storm abruptly enveloped the room. The translucent figure of a man began to materialize before Shi Feng. After an inspection, one would discover that this man was a level 80, Tier 2 professional mage named Horus. However, when Shi Feng inspected the man with omniscient eyes, he discovered that the NPC was actually a level 180, Tier 5 divine mage. If players gave in to their greed and tried to rob this NPC, only death would await them, a particularly cruel death. "Young adventurer, are you the one who has awakened me?" Horus asked as he watched Shi Feng with eyes swallowed by dark blue flames, his gaze chilling. "Yes, Lord Horus." Shi Feng nodded respectfully. As a deceased entity, Horus abhorred the living. If Shi Feng disrespected him, he'd get nothing from this NPC. "Very good. When I was alive, the king of the Sea Tribe hunted me down and killed me. Now, I want revenge on the Sea Tribe. However, I cannot leave this place, so I want you to be my instrument of vengeance, slaying the Sea Tribe's members. As proof of your achievement, you may bring me the Sea Tribe's unique weapons." "Once you complete this task, I will reward you handsomely," Horus said. Although the NPC's tone was calm, the rage in his eyes was apparent. "System, you have accepted the epic quest, The Wrath of the Dead. Quest content, kill Sea Tribe members and obtain 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. Rewards unknown. 2080. Epic rank reward. Chapter 2080. Epic rank reward." An epic quest? Shi Feng was slightly astonished when he heard the system notification. He had never heard of Horus giving out an epic quest in the past. He had only known that this NPC wanted Sea Tribe weapons in a bid for vengeance against the Sea Tribe. The quest in the past had only been an advanced hidden quest, requiring 1,000 Sea Tribe weapons to complete, and a player had to finish the quest before they could trade with Horus. Now, not only was the quest epic rank, but its completion also required 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. This massive change ruined his plans. In the past, the activation quest had awarded the Ocean's Heart design, an intermediate magic array design. Although Ocean's Heart was only a barrier-type magic array, it could suppress sea monsters to a frightening extent. Ocean's Heart was even effective against mythic monsters and extremely useful to guilds trying to develop their naval prowess. The Ocean's Heart's magic array scrolls had sold for astronomical prices in the past. Of course, now that the quest had changed, its reward would be different as well. It seems I'll have to come up with a different method. Shi Feng sighed deeply as he handed Horus 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons. The various major powers on the main continent had already reached a developmental bottleneck. As a result, these powers had begun to compete over the sea's resources. Fortunately, Zero Wing already had its own shipyard, many advanced speedboats, and control of several coastal towns and naval cities. Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate, had also been developing its naval strength under Shi Feng's orders and was now a significant power at sea. However, with how quickly the various major powers were developing, Zero Wing would struggle to maintain these advantages. Shi Feng had wanted to rely on the Ocean's Heart to accelerate the guild's development at sea, but now he had no choice but to look for other avenues. As Shi Feng gave Horus the Sea Tribe weapons, the NPC's eyes glowed with excitement. "Wonderful. There are indeed 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons here." Horus nodded in satisfaction, his hand abruptly flashing with a bright glow. When the light subsided, he held an ancient tome. "I went to great lengths to obtain this book. Hopefully you can make good use of it. If you obtain more Sea Tribe weapons in the future, you can find me to trade them." When Horus finished speaking, not only did Shi Feng obtain the tome, but he also earned an abundance of EXP. Not only did he instantly level up from 71 to 72, but he also gained 2 additional legacy skill points from completing the quest. The quest rewards were incredible. It was much harder to level up after reaching level 70, and Shi Feng's hidden class required twice as much EXP as normal players. An ancient forging book? Shi Feng's eyes widened in shock when he inspected the book he had earned from Horus. Ocean's Heart didn't have much use to individual players, but the magic array was quite important to guilds. If possible, he wanted to trade 3,000 Sea Tribe weapons for the array design. However, after seeing the ancient forging book, this thought vanished. In God's domain, ancient forging books were akin to alchemy secret journals. Not only were they unique items, but the weapon or equipment designs they contained were also extraordinary. An ancient forging book was almost as valuable as an ordinary epic forging design. Shi Feng immediately opened the ancient forging book, eager to discover what item it would help produce. "Amazing, I struck gold this time." Shi Feng could not help his growing elation as he read the tome's contents. The ancient forging book Horus had given him didn't contain one weapon or equipment piece design. Rather, it contained the designs to produce the dark gold set equipment Crystal Light set. Although it was only a level 60 to level 80 set, it was an 8-piece set equipment, possessing more set effects than its 6-piece counterparts. If a level 60 player equipped the Crystal Light set, their combat power would be on par with a player wearing a 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers could only dream of owning 6-piece level 65 dark gold set equipment. Anyone seen wearing such a set would even earn peak experts' envy. Of course, the Crystal Light set had harsh production requirements. At the very least, one needed to be a basic master forger to forge the set, and the required materials were extremely rare. For example, the set required a lot of fine titan ore, monostones, and advanced magic cores, all of which were incredibly difficult to procure at this stage of the game, even for the various large guilds. However, material gathering was a secondary concern. The high production cost was far more important. If Shi Feng calculated the cost according to current market prices, each production attempt would cost roughly 800 gold. Furthermore, a basic master forger wouldn't have more than a 30% success rate when trying to forge the set. Even intermediate master forgers would only have a 35% success rate, while advanced master forgers would have a 40% chance. Even if one were lucky, they'd still spend nearly 2,400 gold to produce one Crystal Light set. Although Zero Wing earned a lot of coins each day, most of those coins had to be spent on paying back debts. Shi Feng still needed to pay back the astronomical construction cost for Silverwing Town's airport. Moreover, he had instructed Aqua Rose to invest funds into the Lost Town's development in secret to enable the guild to nurture more experts in a short time. In addition, Zero Wing had to fund Immortal Light's development and purchase epic materials for the upcoming auction house competition. Right now, the guild only had around 20,000 gold available for emergencies. If he wanted to mass-produce the Crystal Light set and form a personal security team like Nature Manifestations, he'd need a lot more coins. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng traded 1,200 Sea Tribe weapons and 1,500 elemental cores for 3 copies of the basic secret law, Deep Sea Meditation. Shi Feng could only return later to trade for Horus's remaining 3 copies. Deep Sea Meditation. Basic secret law allows the user to exhibit their body's latent potential through meditation, significantly improving their physique. This secret law consumes a lot of stamina and concentration when used. Drops upon death. After purchasing the secret law copies, Shi Feng left to find the 4-star wandering merchant using the 7 luminaries ring. After teleporting 5 times, Shi Feng arrived in a secret land. He then spent the next 4 hours clearing out the level 80, plus monsters that stood in his way before locating a small, wooden house. A gray-robed elderly man called Zal, one of 3 4-star wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, occupied the house. After meeting with Zal, Shi Feng purchased all 500 stamina gemstones the NPC had, each gemstone costing 5 elemental cores. He couldn't have dreamed of doing something like this in his previous life. This NPC simply required too many elemental cores. If he hadn't obtained the 6752 elemental cores while grinding in the ancient god's secret maze, he wouldn't have dared to purchase both the secret law copies and the stamina gemstones. When the public had discovered Zal in the past, the various superpowers had monopolized the NPC's stock. These powers left very few gemstones for other players once they had finished with Zal. Hence, it was a dream for Shi Feng to purchase 500 stamina gemstones in a single transaction now. The several players that had discovered Zal in the past had only purchased around 200 stamina gemstones. Even so, they had made a fortune, earning the various large guilds' envy. Following which, Shi Feng took out a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. 2081. Stormy Winds, Chapter 2081, Stormy Winds Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. Although White River City was not the kingdom's capital, its popularity overshadowed Star Moon City as the main headquarters of the kingdom's #1 guild and home to the Candlelight Trading Firm, which continued to introduce one new product after another. At this point, White River City had become the kingdom's capital in the hearts of Star Moon Kingdom's players. Since White River City was the only city in the kingdom to be promoted, its fame had reached new heights. Tons of players from foreign cities and countries visited the city every day, and it had become almost as prosperous as an ordinary empire's imperial capital. Over a dozen level 64 players in gorgeous equipment had gathered on the second floor of White River City's auction house. They all wore the same guild emblem as they watched the fight in the auction arena. Contempt filled their eyes as they looked down on the combatants. As expected of a small kingdom, although the local players' equipment standards are quite good, their combat standards are terrible. They're not even a match for some second-rate guilds in our Dark Knight Empire. It's no wonder why Zero Wing lords over Star Moon Kingdom, a level 64 berserker said as he watched several guild players from Star Moon Kingdom fight in the auction arena in ridicule. The berserker had not held back his opinion. With the physique of Tier 2 players, the combatants had heard him clearly even from 50 yards away. However, none of those players dared to comment against the berserker. They all simply lowered their heads and remained silent. This berserker had earned the right to such arrogance. This level 64 berserker had won 20 matches in the auction arena in a row. Quite a few of the berserker's opponents had been peak experts from Star Moon Kingdom, but none of them had dropped the berserker's HP below 80%. This berserker had even fought 2 opponents at once and still maintained his HP above 80%, winning the match. Moreover, the berserker's identity was extraordinary. This berserker was Dustblood, one of the 10 great experts from the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family. The Bloodbath family was a veteran first-rate guild, and at this point it was the strongest guild in the Dark Knight Empire, excluding the 3 resident superpowers. The Bloodbath family also occupied a medium-sized kingdom and a small-sized kingdom. No ordinary first-rate guild could hope to compare to its strength. Although these guilds are very weak, Zero Wing's title as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord proves that it has some ability. Furthermore, Zero Wing has 4 experts that rank on the God's Domain experts list. Black Flame, in particular, has killed many superpowers peak experts thus far, a young man in dark gray robes said. Zero Wing's name had already become commonplace in the Dark Knight Empire. After all, the guild had successfully helped the 100 Flowers Palace stop Starlink's invasion in Moon Creek Town. The incident had surprised the Empire's various guilds, all of which had immediately investigated Zero Wing. However, the more they looked into Zero Wing, the more the guild surprised them. These guilds hadn't been surprised by Zero Wing's rapid development in God's domain, but by the number of frightening powers Zero Wing had provoked. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor, the Evil God's Temple, Pantheon, Blackwater, Miracle, and the Dark Knight Empire's Starlink. All of these guilds were powerful enough to make even a first-rate guild like Bloodbath family shudder in fear, yet Zero Wing had provoked every one of them. The fact that Zero Wing had survived this long was unbelievable. Calling it a miracle wasn't an exaggeration. Zero Wing's success will soon reach its end. The various superpowers have been busy with their own matters, so none of them have bothered to retaliate. I've also heard that Zero Wing has a tentative alliance with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain. But things have changed. The various superpowers have set their sights on White River City, and even if Phoenix Rain makes a personal appearance, she can't change Zero Wing's fate, Dustblood said, sneering. The fact that Zero Wing had 4 experts that ranked on the God's Domain experts list was impressive to other guilds, but the achievement meant nothing to the various superpowers. The God's Domain experts list focused on players' battle records, not their overall strength. God's Domain had many experts that hadn't accumulated eye-catching battle records, yet wielded peerless strength. Take the Bloodbath family, for example. Bloodbath family's expert members were even stronger than the Refinement Realm experts on the God's Domain experts list, but none of them had actually made it on the list. To put it simply, only small guilds and independent players took the God's Domain experts list seriously. It was merely an information source for true major powers, not an indicator of a guild's strength. Moreover, the competition for an NPC city's auction house didn't rely on war weapons or tools. Instead, it relied on a guild's resources and experts. The competition prohibited artificial strength, so the war weapon Zero Wing had been lucky enough to acquire would be useless. With how few experts Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be able to defeat veteran first-rate guilds like Bloodbath family, much less the various superpowers. I guess you're right, the various superpowers will not give up on White River City's auction house. Some of the old monsters that usually hide in the shadows are even revealing themselves to ensure their guild's success in the competition. Even experts on the God's Domain experts list will be of limited use, the young man nodded in agreement. When he spoke of the various superpowers' old monsters, fear and yearning flashed in his eyes. Thus far, the fights between God's Domain superpowers had been nothing more than skirmishes. Large-scale battles between these major powers were rare. Moreover, to nurture the younger generation, the various superpowers' true experts typically avoided their guild's affairs. They kept to themselves, quietly increasing their strength. If these old monsters took action, how would the younger generation acquire any fame? Even the younger generation's greatest prodigy was a joke before these old monsters. Zero Wing is certainly unlucky. It could have remained the king of its mountain for some time. Unfortunately, White River City was promoted too quickly. Now, even its dream of standing atop its mountain as king would shatter. I've heard that even King's Return, Blackwater, and Pantheon have arrived to compete for White River City. I can't wait to see these superpowers tear Zero Wing apart, Dustblood said, smiling. Oh, look over there. Even the Glory Empire's holy reincarnation has come. It seems that they're here to watch the fight between these superpowers, as well, the young man said suddenly as he pointed to a group often or so players that had just arrived in the second-floor hall with a smirk. Holy Reincarnation was also a veteran first-rate guild, strong enough to rival the Bloodbath family. It was also the second strongest guild after King's Return in the Glory Empire. While the various kingdoms and empires' powers gathered in White River City in anticipation of the auction house's struggle, Shi Feng worked on crafting the Crystal Light set in the nearby Candlelight trading firm. Although up to 10 players could learn the Crystal Light set's production method from the ancient forging book, it was an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. Not even basic master forgers like Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa would have much success with forging the set. Furthermore, Melancholic Smile and the others had their own work to focus on. Hence, Shi Feng decided to craft the set equipment himself. Fortunately, acquiring the required materials was no trouble for Shi Feng. Zero Wing had been growing stronger as time passed, and as a result, it had compiled a ton of materials in the guild warehouse. In addition, the Candlelight trading firm had joined the secret chamber of commerce. So, obtaining the necessary materials to forge the crystal light set equipment was quite easy for the guild. In fact, Shi Feng had gathered more than a dozen sets of materials in less than an hour. He then refined the materials with the soul fire. Using the Philosopher's Hand's ability, Shi Feng continued to shape one set piece after another. Before he put the finishing touches on the 8-piece set, Shi Feng retrieved 40 grains of temporal sand. Temporal sand was incredibly valuable, with each grain selling for more than 20 gold on the market. Not only could it increase one's production success rate, but it could also strengthen the crafted item. Shi Feng allocated 5 grains of temporal sand for each set piece, the maximum amount dark gold equipment could handle. If he hadn't had the Bracelet of Time, he wouldn't have dared to use the temporal sand so extravagantly. The crystal light set equipment then radiated a dazzling glow, illuminating the entire room. As the light faded, it revealed 8 pieces of equipment, glowing with a sparkling light and radiating an ancient, violent aura. 2008-2, Timeless Equipment. Chapter 2008-2, Timeless Equipment. Did it succeed? Shi Feng could not help but grow a little excited as he gazed at the 8-piece set equipment on the table before him. Although he had more than 10 sets of materials on hand, the crystal light set was top-tier dark gold set equipment, its production difficulty only second to epic equipment. Although he had already become an intermediate master forger and, with the help of the Philosopher's Hand, performed as an advanced master forger, successfully forging the crystal light set was incredibly difficult. Theoretical success rate, after all, had nothing to do with the actual forging process. In the game's early stages, the main god system had simplified the various production processes to their base limits to allow players to familiarize themselves with god's domain subclasses. However, as players reached higher levels and adapted, the main god system would gradually withdraw its assistance, and the various production processes would become more complex and detailed. Meanwhile, successfully forging a dark gold set equipment was a massive threshold for lifestyle players. During God's Domain's ancient times, weapons and equipment had only fallen into 2 categories, ordinary and extraordinary. More categories had only been added after the ancient gods had fallen. Ordinary equipment split into bronze, mysterious, iron, secret silver, fine gold, and dark gold ranks. Extraordinary equipment had been broken down into epic and legendary. Dark gold weapons and equipment were considered the peak of ordinary equipment. Hence, they were extremely difficult to obtain and produce. Without a larger power support, an ordinary expert player would be limited to dark gold weapons and equipment at best. Meanwhile, dark gold set equipment was at the very apex of ordinary equipment, the best available without any flaws. No matter how high one raised their theoretical production success rate, a single mistake would result in failure. There was no room for error when crafting dark gold set equipment. One could argue that crafting dark gold set equipment was even more difficult than producing epic items since the latter allowed for some mistakes. Only, the theoretical production success rate was much lower compared to dark gold set equipment. As Shi Feng began to inspect the crystal light set before him, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, crystal light set has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 200 points. Obtained 10,000 EXP, as expected of an 8-piece dark gold set equipment. It provided so much proficiency. Shi Feng was elated when he saw the system notification. Even forging ordinary dark gold weapons and equipment awarded very little proficiency after reaching intermediate master rank. Normally, he'd be lucky to get 3 points for each success. This was why a player needed so much time to rise to advanced master rank after becoming an intermediate master. Now, forging a single crystal light set awarded 200 proficiency points, the equivalent of crafting nearly 70 pieces of dark gold equipment. However, the crystal light set's attributes were the true reason for Shi Feng's joy, not the system's reward. The crystal light set was a top-tier dark gold set equipment, and due to the enhancement the temporal sand provided, the 8 pieces basic attributes had risen by 10%. Purely comparing basic attributes, ordinary epic equipment had around 20% to 30% higher attributes than the normal crystal light set, but the temporal sand had reduced that by 10%. There was no doubt that the set equipment before him was currently the best ordinary equipment available in the game. If he hadn't been wearing several pieces of epic equipment with beneficial effects, Shi Feng would have immediately replaced his items with the crystal light set. Of course, Shi Feng didn't stop after this success. He immediately began to forge the next set. As time continued to flow, the day of the auction house's struggle had finally arrived. White River City was particularly lively. Today, the various powers would battle to determine their future territories. As a result, countless players from Star Moon Kingdom and its neighbors had gathered in White River City. At this point, the city's player population exceeded 50,000. If not for White River City's traffic restriction, there would have been several times more players in the city. Today, even the various large guilds' elusive upper echelons gathered in the city's auction house. Representatives from more than 2,000 different guilds had come to participate in the competition. Moreover, a large number of adventurer teams and dark powers had arrived to participate in the day's events. With so many powers, Ordinary players didn't even qualify to walk into the auction house and were barred from entering the building. The city's independent players watched the various major powers members enter the auction house in envy. For today only, players needed to carry at least one epic material to enter White River City's auction house. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful or wealthy one was, they wouldn't get past the doors and were forced to wait outside. Even so, a large crowd had gathered outside the building to watch the competition. These players hadn't gathered because they had nothing better to do, but because the system had set up several colossal magic mirrors to broadcast the events along the business district. Anyone on the streets or resting in one of the city's establishments would be able to watch the spectacular competition for dominance over the auction house. Meanwhile, two players, one old and the other young, sat in one of the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms. From this spectator's room, these two would have a full view of the auction arena below, which easily accommodated more than 100,000 players. If the various large guilds' upper echelons saw that only two people occupied this spacious VIP room, they'd curse them for being wasteful. Renting the auction house's top-floor VIP rooms cost 5 epic materials. Although epic materials were not as valuable as epic weapons or equipment, they were still extremely difficult to obtain. First-rate guilds would be fortunate to collect several dozen epic materials, and none of them would dare to spend 5 epic items just for a better view of the auction arena. A city like White River City has actually attracted so many superpowers. Mu Lingsha, the VIP room's younger occupant, exclaimed as she watched the various participating superpowers enter the arena. Starlink, Blackwater, Pantheon, and King's Return weren't the only superpowers present. Members of the Secret Pavilion, Sacred Temple, and Crimson Emperor had also come to participate. It's only natural. Although Star Moon Kingdom is only a medium-sized kingdom, an NPC city's auction house is incredibly important. If they can claim this city's auction house, they can earn a stable income. Moreover, Star Moon Kingdom has a gold mine like the Witch's Hill. With so many benefits up for grabs, it is only natural that many superpowers have been tempted into action, the elderly man beside Mu Lingsha explained, smiling. If Crimson Emperor or Starlink's upper echelons saw this elder, they'd likely be astonished. This elderly man was Unknown King, Unyielding Soul's previous guild leader. When he had run the guild, it had risen to glory, but due to his age and his body's deterioration, he had retired from the front lines more than 2 decades ago. Grandpa, does Zero Wing really have no hope of holding White River City? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask. She was grateful to Zero Wing for all the help it had provided thus far. Moreover, her good friend Aqua Rose was a member of the guild. If another power stole White River City, which served as Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would suffer for it. None. Even if our guild lends Zero Wing a hand, I'm afraid that holding White River City would still be impossible, Unknown King said, shaking his head. Not even our help could change the situation? Mu Lingsha was surprised. Although Unyielding Soul had been declining, it was still a veteran first-rate guild. Ordinary first-rate guilds still were no match for its strength. You're severely underestimating the participating superpowers. Although we are a superpower as well, their backgrounds and foundations are many times stronger than Unyielding Souls. Any other time, they might have backed off out of respect for our guild. But this competition will determine their future in God's domain. None of them will show respect for the others. Furthermore, Zero Wing has provoked too many superpowers, pushing them to the limits of their tempers. Now, nobody can save Zero Wing, Unknown King said, sighing. While the various major powers entered the auction house and eagerly awaited the competition's start, a group of players wearing 6-winged emblems entered the arena. The leader of this group was none other than Shi Feng. 2083, Grand Gathering. Chapter 2083, Grand Gathering. When Zero Wing's members arrived, the atmosphere in the auction arena changed immediately. The various major powers representatives couldn't help but shift their gazes to Zero Wing's players. Not only was Zero Wing Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, but its main headquarters was also located in White River City. Moreover, it had amazing growth potential and a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. To put it simply, the guild was in its heyday. If Zero Wing secured the management rights to White River City's auction house, not only would it solidify its position as the kingdom's overlord, but it would also have a stable source of income, further increasing its chances of becoming a superpower. However, rather than envying Zero Wing's players, the various major powers members only watched them with pity or delight. They actually dared to show up. Dustblood, who stood outside of the arena, sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members. Do they really think that they can secure this auction house just because their headquarters is located here? Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 100 players to the auction arena. It was a significant number compared to the various large guilds who had only sent around 30 players each. In fact, the size of its group was only second to the various participating superpowers. However, most of the large guilds attending the competition were only there to spectate. They didn't actually plan to compete, so they hadn't needed to send a lot of members. The fact that Zero Wing had sent so many players proved its intentions. The guild would be participating in the competition. Although Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, the Bloodbath family simply considered the guild a mere mountain king. It wasn't an issue if Zero Wing strutted around its kingdom normally. However, even the Bloodbath family had only sent around 40 players to such a grand event to gain experience, yet Zero Wing had dispatched more than 100 players to try to win this competition. Zero Wing simply overestimated itself. Maybe Zero Wing is putting up a final fight for its survival, the gray-robed young man said, sighing. After all was said and done, White River City was Zero Wing's main headquarters. If another power claimed the city's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the foundation it had spent so much time to build. The loss would be unimaginably dire for the guild. The competition for dominance in God's domain grew more intense as time passed. If a guild failed to keep up with the changing times, the gap between it and others would only grow. Losing one's main headquarters during these rapidly changing times would be fatal, especially for a new guild like Zero Wing. Its members had yet to acquire a sense of belonging and cohesiveness with how recently the guild had been established, and it wouldn't be surprising to see Zero Wing disband shortly after losing White River City. Unfortunately, everything weaker than the various superpowers was nothing more than an ant. This was the case true for a top-ranked first-rate guild like the Bloodbath family. At one time, the Bloodbath family had been recognized as a pseudo-super first-rate guild, but it was still no match for Starlink, Unyielding Soul, and Crimson Emperor in the Dark Knight Empire. The Bloodbath family was also wise enough not to harbor thoughts of antagonizing these three superpowers. In the virtual gaming world, unless one was on the brink of becoming a superpower, they couldn't truly understand what a superpower was. To the various guilds and players in God's domain, superpowers were, at most, guilds with greater financial strength and more experts than their weaker companions. Most didn't understand that the difference between a superpower and an ordinary power didn't lay in quantity, but in quality. Otherwise, the Bloodbath family would have become a super first-rate guild long ago, rather than the pseudo-super first-rate guild it was after so many years of development. Several dozen players in level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment stood some distance away from the Bloodbath family group. These several dozen players radiated such intense killing intent as they watched Zero Wing's members that other guild experts around them kept their distance. However, the other experts weren't afraid of these layers because of the dense killing intent they radiated. Instead, they were wary because those players wore Sin Realm's guild emblem. Sin Realm was the Purple Thorns Kingdom's absolute overlord. Unlike Zero Wing, which only controlled a little more than a dozen major NPC cities in Star Moon Kingdom, Sin Realm controlled every NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Ordinary guilds couldn't afford to provoke it. To think that even you would have such a day, Zero Wing. Skyview, Warring Empire's former guild leader, said gleefully, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he watched Shi Feng's group. After Zero Wing had destroyed Golden Flow Town, the Warring Empire had perished in Star Moon Kingdom. In the end, he had no choice but to migrate to the Purple Thorns Kingdom and join Sin Realm with some of his trusted subordinates. He had instantly fallen from a guild's leader to an ordinary elder. He hated Zero Wing deeply for this. Unfortunately, he hadn't had any opportunities for revenge against the guild since Zero Wing was so powerful, especially with its war weapons. Even the various superpowers likely had headaches when dealing with Zero Wing's arsenal, much less a former guild leader. Fortunately, the heavens would not forsake the faithful. After such a long wait, he finally had the chance to watch the moment Zero Wing fell from its throne. Zero Wing has gotten too full of itself after acquiring its powerful war weapons and blatantly proving superpowers left and right. The guild is too young. Now that the situation in God's domain has changed, Zero Wing can only blame itself for its downfall. Lone Beacon, who sat beside Skyview, calmly commented, one should never casually provoke a superpower. Take Sin Realm, for example. Despite so many experts and support from powerful corporations, Sin Realm only dared to call itself overlord in its own kingdom. It actively avoided superpowers' territories. However, Zero Wing repeated provoked superpowers even with no backing. Even Lone Beacon admired the guild's courage. However, regardless of Zero Wing's powerful war weapons, White River City would have a new owner today. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, a group of players entered the auction arena, causing a massive uproar. What? Even Nature Hall's members have come. Everyone was surprised to see Nature Hall's members in the arena. Nature Hall was one of the fastest growing superpowers in God's domain. Not only did it control the Storm Empire, but it also had close relations with several powerful top adventurer teams in the game. Although these top adventurer teams weren't as large as superpowers, they had extraordinarily strong experts. It was rumored that some of these experts could even rival super first-rate guilds and super guilds' peak experts, with some even rivaling superpowers' old monsters. Hence, even the various superpowers avoided provoking Nature Hall right now. The Storm Empire is so far away from Star Moon Kingdom. Logically, there's no reason for Nature Hall to contest for White River City. Could it be here because of the issue with Twilight Echo? That's most likely the case. Otherwise, Nature Hall wouldn't have sent Deep Thunder, its first vice guild leader. Furthermore, no one knows what Zero Wing did to convince Nature Hall to give up on Twilight Echo, and because of this, Nature Hall has been humiliated in the Storm Empire. Zero Wing is definitely dead now. It had already provoked Blackwater and Starlink, and now, even Nature Hall has shown up. After today, Zero Wing will have no place in White River City. As everyone discussed Nature Hall's presence, they agreed that Zero Wing was truly doomed. Even other superpowers would suffer if they had to face 3 rising superpowers like Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall, not to mention Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Mu-Ling Shaw saw Nature Hall's members from her top-floor VIP room, her expression turned grim. It's over. It's really over. Blackwater, Starlink, and Nature Hall. Every one of these guilds was stronger than Unyielding Soul. Not even her guild would casually provoke any of these 3 superpowers, yet Zero Wing had angered all of them. All of Zero Wing's enemies smiled joyfully, especially Skyview and Shadowlight Axe, the former guild leaders of Warring Empire and Knight's Judgment. Meanwhile, after arriving, Deep Thunder and his team headed towards Zero Wing's members. But as everyone expected a fight to break out, guild leader Black Flame, after such a short time apart, "It seems that you've grown stronger yet again," Deep Thunder said amicably as he approached Shi Feng. "Our guild leader has sent me with a specific order to help Zero Wing in this competition. If you encounter any trouble, please feel free to use my team and me as you see fit. Please send my gratitude to Guild Leader Nature." "Zero Wing will remember this kindness," Shi Feng said, nodding. He realized that Nature Hall was trying to befriend his guild. Not at all. It's a small matter. When Deep Thunder heard Shi Feng's reply, he grinned with greater delight, recognizing that Shi Feng had accepted Nature Hall's attempt to form a friendship with Zero Wing. When the various major powers representatives saw this, their jaws dropped in shock. 2008-4, There's more than one backer? Chapter 2008-4, There's more than one backer? What's going on? Isn't Nature Hall here to cause trouble for Zero Wing? Deep Thunder's behavior stupefied the various major powers. They could not understand what Nature Hall was trying to pull. Are those people using disguises? The Bloodbath family's Dustblood muttered in confusion. Nature Hall had already grown stronger than super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Unyielding Soul. Such a powerful guild should disdain ordinary super first-rate guilds, let alone Zero Wing. However, after watching the exchange between Shi Feng and Deep Thunder, one would think that Zero Wing was the true superpower, not Nature Hall. No matter how Dustblood considered the situation, he couldn't understand what was happening. I've met Deep Thunder personally. Although God's domain has many tools that can disguise a player, they can't replicate a target's strength and aura, the gray-robed young man said, shaking his head. That Deep Thunder looks and feels exactly like the one I've met. Moreover, Deep Thunder wields the Magic Warrior hidden class. You can feel a special kind of mana around him at all times. No tool can duplicate that feeling. Then, why is that Deep Thunder treating Black Flame so graciously? Dustblood asked, clearly confused. I don't know. Maybe Nature Hall has some secret deal with Black Flame, the young man said. He was just as confused and didn't know how to answer his companion's question. With Nature Hall's strength and development speed, not even the secret pavilion would be able to stop it from targeting Zero Wing without tremendous compensation. The gray-robed young man had no idea what ability Zero Wing possessed to warrant Nature Hall's goodwill. Moreover, Nature Hall seemed to be desperate for Zero Wing's approval. The only explanation he could think of involved some private deal between Black Flame and Nature Hall's core upper echelons, convincing the larger guild to give up on Twilight Echo and support Zero Wing. No wonder why Zero Wing's members seem so fearless. It turns out they actually have Nature Hall's support, Dustblood said, sneering. However, a trace of envy and admiration could be seen in his gaze. Although the Bloodbath family was a top-ranked first-rate guild and only a short distance from becoming an actual superpower, it could not afford to provoke some of the small guilds in its territory. Most of those small guilds were backed by superpowers. Even if Zero Wing lost White River City today, it could slowly recuperate its strength. It still wasn't an existence that ordinary powers could afford to provoke. As for Black Flame's private deal with Nature Hall, this was likely the case. After all, Black Flame possessed extraordinary individual strength. It wasn't surprising to find someone so powerful connected to certain influential individuals. In fact, the more Dustblood thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. It certainly explained why Zero Wing dared to provoke Blackwater and Starlink openly. Dustblood wasn't the only one with such thoughts. The various major powers' upper echelons had reached the same conclusion. One should not underestimate Nature Hall just because its territory was smaller than Blackwater and Starlink's. Nature Hall's Storm Empire was an ore country, far more valuable than the Steel Empire or Dark Knight Empire. Nature Hall had no reason to fear Blackwater or Starlink. Meanwhile, in another corner, Sin Realm's members were silent. The killing intent they radiated had also lessened. None of them had thought that Zero Wing had any backers, but in truth, it seemed that a Titan stood behind the smaller guild. With Nature Hall's assistance, Zero Wing might actually hold White River City and solidify its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Zero Wing has an alliance with Nature Hall? Glaring hatefully at Shi Feng, Skyview hissed, so what if you have Nature Hall's support? Nature Hall might not fear Blackwater and Starlink, but it is only one superpower. There are more than 2 superpowers for White River City. I refuse to believe Nature Hall can defeat them all. Sin Realm's members nodded in agreement. This competition for the auction house was unique, and even if Nature Hall helped Zero Wing defeat the participating superpowers, there were others in God's domain. Zero Wing would not change its fate of losing White River City. However, while the crowd discussed the relationship between Nature Hall and Zero Wing, 2 players, one young and one old, approached Shi Feng. These 2 were none other than Mu Lingsha and Unknown King. Guild leader Black Flame, I am Mu Cheng. My granddaughter Lingsha has recently been in your care. If Zero Wing encounters any trouble, please feel free to request my help. Although I have withdrawn from the front lines, I dare say that I am still a capable fighter, Unknown King said, chuckling as he glanced at the various major powers in the auction arena. Sin Realm and the other superpowers that were so eager to watch Zero Wing's downfall were stupefied after watching Mu Cheng and Mu Lingsha speak with Shi Feng. What? Why is Thousand Hands doing here? What relationship does Zero Wing have with Unyielding Soul to warrant a personal visit from its former guild leader? The auction arena stirred at Mu Cheng's appearance. The various major powers weren't the only ones surprised by this old man's arrival. Many independent players were just as shocked to see Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was one of the older generation's experts. He had been a big shot in the virtual gaming world when Unyielding Soul had been at its peak, and when he had still been active, everyone had known his nickname, Thousand Hands. He had been known as one of the top 3 assassins in the virtual gaming world. If his physical deterioration hadn't forced him away from the front lines, Unyielding Soul wouldn't have fallen to its current state. Why wouldn't everyone be shocked to see such a big shot greet Zero Wing and offer its help? Deep Thunder, who stood a short distance away, was also surprised to see this old man. He hadn't considered that Zero Wing would have such deep ties to Unyielding Soul, so much so that Unyielding Soul's former guild leader would make a personal appearance. Deep Thunder immediately raised his evaluation of Zero Wing. Who is this Black Flame? 2 superpowers have actually shown up to support him? Dustblood's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw Mu Cheng talk to Shi Feng. Although Mu Cheng had retired and was no longer at his peak strength, he could display a significant portion of his abilities with the latest virtual reality technology in God's domain. He definitely shouldn't be underestimated. If Mu Cheng really lent Zero Wing a helping hand, the outcome of this competition would be uncertain. Damn it, why? This has to be a trick. Skyview was utterly flabbergasted. First, Nature Hall had offered its support, and now, so did Unyielding Soul. He simply couldn't keep up. Unlike the players in the auction arena, the spectating crowd outside grew excited with the sudden development. No one had believed that Zero Wing had any backers, and despite its hopes of becoming a super first-rate guild, its chances were actually quite slim. However, they now realized that they had been mistaken. Not only did Zero Wing have 2 backers, but both were also true superpowers. Factoring in Zero Wing's development speed, the likelihood of it becoming a super first-rate guild was extremely high. Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul? Galaxy Past, who sat in one of the spectator rooms on the 2nd floor, couldn't help his bitter smile as he watched Deep Thunder and Mu Cheng. He had thought that Star Alliance had significantly shortened the gap between it and Zero Wing. He hadn't expected that Zero Wing had hidden so much power. He had watched Zero Wing grow from nothing, and he had assumed that he had seen everything the guild had to offer. Unfortunately, it seemed that he still underestimated Zero Wing's strength. Meanwhile, Purple Eye watched Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow, who stood beside their guild leader in envy. She had thought of the 2 women as rivals, but now they were utterly out of her reach. Now that Zero Wing had the support of 2 superpowers, it could definitely ascend to the upper levels of God's domain in the future. While everyone talked about Zero Wing, a commotion erupted outside of the arena. Shortly after, a group of 400-plus players entered. Even the lowest-leveled player among this group was level 64, with their weakest piece of equipment being level 60 Fine Gold rank. They all wore Starlink's guild emblem, and the dozen or so players in the lead possessed several epic weapons and equipment, wearing no less than level 60 dark gold items. A faint glow enveloped these dozen or so players as if they were the incarnations of gods. Mu Lingsha was stunned. Not even Unyielding Soul's main force was likely a match for these players. Sure enough, they've come. Mu Cheng's expression gradually became serious as he watched the leaders of Starlink's force. 28.5 Glory? Chapter 28.5, Glory? There were many experts in the magnificent auction arena. Some among them even served as pillars in their large guilds, and there were quite a few peak experts from the various superpowers. However, when Starlink's members entered the arena, everyone gasped as they felt the intense pressure emitting from these players. Starlink's members didn't feel like players, but great lords. The crowd subconsciously submitted as those players' aura washed over them. Even peak experts felt the threat of death from the dozen or so Starlink members in the lead. Why are they here? Deep Thunder's expression similarly changed when he saw Starlink's members, surprise and fear flashing in his eyes. Grandpa, who are those people? Why do even Superpower's peak experts seem afraid of them? Mu Lingsha could not help but ask as she watched the various spectating Superpower's peak experts in confusion. While it was true that Starlink's members were strong, the watching peak experts were as well. Even if there were a difference between superpower's strength, there should be no reason for the spectating peak experts to fear Starlink's experts. But every one of their faces twisted with anxiety. Her grandfather, Mu Cheng, was a true domain realm expert, and his nickname of Thousand Hands was no trivial matter. Although he had grown weaker with age, he could still easily handle peak experts. However, when her grandfather saw the dozen or so players leading Starlink's team, he seemed to share the spectating experts' trepidation. She found the situation truly baffling. Zero Wing really has no chance in the struggle for White River City now. Mu Cheng could not help his bitter smile as he watched Starlink's leading members. He had thought that they could help Zero Wing hold White River City with the combination of Nature Hall's assistance and his fame. After all, the various participating superpowers had their own NPC cities to prioritize. They would only be able to dispatch a limited portion of their strength to secure White River City's auction house. However, it seemed he had underestimated Starlink's feelings towards Zero Wing. Are they really that strong? Muling Sha was even more surprised by her grandfather's comment. They're not just strong. Against these people, even veteran super guilds like the Battle Wolves and Sacred Temple would have to take their opponents seriously. Otherwise, their defeat would be almost guaranteed. Wu Cheng explained as he watched the 4 white-haired men among Starlink's team. To think that Starlink would recruit the 4 shadow demons, I've known that Starlink has been gathering an extraordinary amount of strength in secret, but I hadn't thought that it was so capable. Even Unyielding Soul is likely in danger. The 4 shadow demons? After giving the name some thought, Mu Lingsha asked in surprise, are they the 4 lunatics that shook up the various superpowers years ago? The 4 shadow demons had been very well known more than a decade ago, but unlike the name suggested, these 4 didn't operate as a group. They hadn't even known each other, acting independently. These 4 people had earned the nickname 4 Shadow Demons because of how much trouble they had caused the various superpowers, killing countless experts and peak experts. Not even Unyielding Soul had been spared from the 4 Shadow Demons' mischief. All 4 of these players were madmen. Moreover, they were independent players, and as a result, the various superpowers had a very difficult time tracking them down and dealing with them. During the height of their troublemaking, these 4 had been a hot topic among the general populace, so the secret pavilion had named them the 4 Shadow Demons, a nickname that had spread across the virtual gaming world. The various superpowers had the greatest headache trying to deal with players like the 4 Shadow Demons. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also insufferable lunatics. With all 4 of these madmen here, it was easy to imagine how frightening this competition would be. Meanwhile, hundreds of players wearing Blackwater's guild emblem sat quietly in one of the top-floor VIP rooms. The inflexible, middle-aged man who led the group looked down at Shi Feng, watching the swordsman with a smug grin. If Shi Feng were there, he would have recognized the middle-aged man as Jing Yang, the Blackwater representative that had visited Zero Wing's main headquarters not long ago. Sure enough, Vice Guild Leader was right. Starlink has secretly recruited those 4 old ghosts, Jing Yang said, smiling. I doubt even Zero Wing would have thought this could happen. Then, should we take action now? Snowscar asked as he glanced at Shi Feng. No, it is too soon. Let's wait until the competition officially begins before we teach Zero Wing the meaning of despair. Even if we say nothing, Zero Wing will beg us to take their combat puppets, Jing Yang said, laughing. The arena's atmosphere had drastically changed when the 4 shadow demons had appeared. Everyone had been optimistic about Zero Wing's success in the competition. The guild had support from 2 superpowers. Potential was limitless. However, such thoughts had been abandoned. It seems Zero Wing has reached the end of the line. Melody, you better give up now. Zero Wing can no longer back Ninth Heaven. Only Setting Sun can ensure Ninth Heaven's glory in Forest City. Now, a young, handsome male half-elf said. Zero Wing might have been able to deal with the Death God workshop, but now that it's on the brink of destruction, how could it possibly afford to help your guild? Don't think that Starlink only has the 4 shadow demons. The dozen or so experts around them aren't ordinary either. Take that blue-armored swordsman, for example. He has earned the nickname Illusion Swordsman, and his combat standards are on par with Miracle Dragons. There's also that tall shield warrior. He's called Mountain Horn and can rival Cuttlefish, the Iron Wall from Crimson Emperor. Every one of those people is an absolute peak expert. Moreover, Starlink has given all of them epic weapons and equipment. Just these people's strength is more than enough to make a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul suffer in a bitter battle, not to mention a guild like Zero Wing. Could Zero Wing really be doomed? Melody wondered as she looked at Shi Feng. She had no rebuttal for the half-elf man. He had only spoken the truth. Even with 2 supporting superpowers, Zero Wing wasn't a match for the full force of another superpower. Unlike Melody's despair, Skyview was overjoyed. So what if you have 2 superpowers to support you, Black Flame? It can't change the fact that you will watch as someone takes White River City from you. Skyview threw his head back and laughed. When he had watched one big shot after another stand up for Zero Wing, he had sighed at his own weakness. But who would have thought that the situation would change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Zero Wing had enjoyed endless glory in the auction arena since it arrived, but in the end, it was still an ant on the chessboard of God's domain. The guild was still easy prey for superpowers. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, a bell abruptly rang, echoing throughout White River City as it signaled the start of the Auction Arena's competition, 2086 Expert Foundations. Chapter 2086, Expert Foundations. White River City fell silent as the sound of the starting bell echoed throughout its streets. Almost everyone's breathing quickened in anticipation as they stared intently at the magic mirrors lining the business district, afraid to miss a single moment of the upcoming struggle. Many players outside of White River City had pulled up Star Moon Kingdom's official forums to watch the live streams. For a moment, this competition had rendered the entire kingdom silent. The spectators in the auction arena itself tensed as they quietly watched the massive globe of water that had appeared above the arena. The gigantic globe displayed the qualifying rounds rules, which were unlike those of any competition previously held in the auction arena. The previous competitions had been fighting tournaments or betting matches between players. The rewards had been subpar, and very few players had been interested in taking part, although any player could join these competitions. However, since this competition involved the management rights to White River City's auction house, the system had set up a qualifying round before the official matches. Only those who passed the qualifiers could join the official struggle. If one failed to meet the requirements, all of the resources in the world couldn't help them. It's just a qualifying round, yet the participation fee is so high? The spectating players gasped when they saw the participation cost of one epic material. Epic materials were still incredibly rare among the various large guilds. An ordinary large guild would be fortunate to accumulate around 30 epic materials. Such items even had an extremely low drop rate in 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the main god system had reduced the drop rate to 0 for players that exceeded the dungeon's level limit to prevent players from abusing low-level team dungeons. Sending low-level members to grind these team dungeons was also useless for a guild. These players wouldn't be able to raid the dungeons even if their guilds gave them top-tier equipment. Team dungeons tested players' combat standards as well as their equipment standards, and it would be extremely foolish for a guild to have its members with high combat standards maintain low levels. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, they'd encounter more fortuitous opportunities. Instructing experts to remain at a lower level would ruin the guild and the player's development. Because of this, the various major powers had stockpiled very few epic materials. Yet, the auction arena charged one epic material per participant, and every participating power had brought at least several dozen members. However, despite the crowd's sentiments, more than 100 powers paid the participation fee. Starlink, in particular, paid for more than 400 participants. When they saw this, the spectators couldn't help but shudder. Even the independent players watching from outside of the auction house couldn't help but gape in shock. Everyone had known before this that the various superpowers shouldn't be provoked and possessed wealth that far surpassed first-rate guilds, but they were still blown away when they saw how many members the various superpowers had dispatched for this competition. Moreover, this was only for one city. Many of these superpowers were contesting from multiple cities. Superpowers could truly kill people with wealth alone. So, this is a superpower? Melody was even more distraught when she saw how many Starlink members would take part in this struggle. Setting aside its members' combat standards, the fact that Starlink had the financial strength to dispatch more than 400 players was enough to devastate second-rate guilds like Ninth Heaven. The competition for the auction house didn't operate like a fighting tournament. In the official competition, players would be evenly distributed onto 5 separate, spacious battlefields. Players would then have to slaughter each other and claim the energy crystals that would randomly fall from above. Whichever power had the most energy crystals at the end of the competition would secure the auction house's management rights. However, not only were players prohibited from using tools on the battlefield, but they were also banned from using large-scale spells. The main god system truly was intent on testing the participating power's comprehensive strength. It didn't allow any trickery whatsoever. Although Zero Wing had dispatched 11-12 players to this competition, even more than top-ranked first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, it paled in comparison to Starlink's 400-plus members. Moreover, King's Return had sent 300-plus members, Blackwater had dispatched 200-plus, and Pantheon had arrived with 200-plus members. None of these superpowers should be underestimated. The other superpowers were mostly here to watch, not planning to compete for White River City, so they had only paid for a few members to participate for the experience. Although the various superpowers foundations had shocked the crowd, what happened next utterly stupefied everyone watching. Each of the qualifying round's participating players was teleported to an independent room, all of which had over a dozen trolls. The weakest of these trolls was a lord, while the strongest was a great lord, and each room had a total of 3 great lords. All of the trolls were level 65, slightly higher than the participating player's average level. Players had to defeat 3 level 65 great lords and more than 10 level 65 lords in the qualifying round. Even ordinary experts would flee from such a monster group, yet the system wanted them to survive against these monsters for 1 minute. To make matters worse, players couldn't use tools. Many of the expert players in the arena despaired when they saw how difficult this qualifying round would be. Is the system joking? The system must be crazy. I can't even last 30 seconds against one level 65 Great Lord, much less against 3 of them. At first, many of the watching experts had hated themselves for not having any epic materials and losing out on the perfect opportunity to make a name for themselves. But after seeing the qualifying rounds challenge, they were relieved. If they had paid to participate, they would have wasted an epic material for nothing. As expected of the auction house's struggle, this is amazing. The qualifying round already has such high standards. This trip here was definitely worth it. The standards are indeed quite high. I'm afraid that most of the participants will be disqualified during this round. Only those superpowers will have a significant number of experts make it to the true competition. The small guilds that are trying to make a name for themselves will likely be disappointed. Although, aside from those superpowers, I'm fairly certain that the Dark Knight Empire's Bloodbath family, the Glory Empire's Holy Reincarnation, and the Purple Thorns Kingdom's Sin Realm will have quite a few members past the qualifying round. That's probably true. Not only are those guilds supported by powerful corporations, but they also have plenty of expert members. Zero Wing really is unlucky. It should have had a fighting chance since it dispatched 40 or so more players than the participating first-rate guilds, but after this round, Zero Wing will likely have far fewer members in the official competition than the first-rate guilds. That's right. Although Zero Wing has been developing wonderfully recently, it hasn't had enough time to develop to a sufficient level. Its foundation simply cannot compare to veteran first-rate guilds. If Zero Wing had accepted some major company or corporation's investments, it would have likely been a match for guilds like the Bloodbath family and Sin Realm. Everyone talked about the competition's qualifying round. They all had guesses about how many players from the participating guilds would make it to the competition after this round. However, nobody questioned the various superpowers' performances, comparing the first-rate guilds' abilities instead. 1 minute passed quickly, and excited, everyone shifted their attention to the massive water globe hovering over the auction arena. They couldn't wait to see how the participating powers would perform. Thousand Light Family, 9 people passed. Blast Adventurer Team, 5 people passed. Bloodbath Family, 32 people passed. Star Alliance, 17 people passed. Sin Realm, 26 people passed. Holy Reincarnation, 35 people passed. King's Return, 237 people passed. Pantheon, 75 people passed. Blackwater, 2004 people passed. Zero Wing, 1007 people passed. 2008-7 passing rate, Chapter 2008-7 passing rate? What's going on? I thought Zero Wing only sent 112 members. How did so many of them pass? The players in the auction arena stared with wide eyes when they saw how many Zero Wing members had made it through the qualifiers, unable to believe their eyes. The various major powers waiting for the official competition's start were just as baffled. Impossible. The system must have made a mistake, Skyview practically shouted when he saw the numbers on the water globe. Zero Wing had only paid for 112 participating members in the qualifying round, yet 107 of them had made it through. This passing rate was absolutely horrifying. Only about 55% of the teams from top-ranked first-rate guilds like Bloodbath Family, Sin Realm, and Holy Reincarnation had passed the trial. Even then, it was impressive. Ordinary first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance only had a 40% passing rate. As for the various participating superpowers, even the best-performing guild, Blackwater, had only managed 88% of its team. Yet 95.5% of Zero Wing's members had cleared the qualifying round, surpassing Blackwater. No matter how Skyview thought about the situation, he couldn't believe it. Superpowers had plenty of experts and detailed training programs that were particularly efficient when nurturing players. Ordinary powers simply couldn't compare. Moreover, the players that were powerful enough to be considered for this competition were the various powers experts among experts. Yet Zero Wing had surpassed all of them. Skyview wasn't the only confused player. Not even the various major powers members could fathom how Zero Wing had built such a powerful foundation. Zero Wing is amazing. Its passing rate is even higher than those superpowers. Didn't they say that Zero Wing hasn't had enough time to develop, and its foundation regarding expert players is weak? Why do I feel like Zero Wing's expert foundation is even stronger than those top-ranked first-rate guilds? When the independent players watching from outside of the auction house saw Zero Wing's passing rate, they re-evaluated their opinions of the guild, especially the expert players from other kingdoms and empires. Based on the passing rates, it was, more or less, clear that Zero Wing's expert foundation was no weaker than top-ranked first-rate guilds. In fact, it might even be slightly stronger than its competition. The difference is actually so great? Galaxy Past was at a loss for words as he stared at the magic water globe. He had thought that the Star Alliance had a chance against Zero Wing's expert foundation. After developing for so long, the Star Alliance had grown considerably. Nowadays, God's Domain's popularity continued to increase, and more people joined the game every day. As a result, more experts continued to rise. Not only had the Star Alliance successfully nurtured a lot of experts, but it had also recruited experts from elsewhere. The guild was many times stronger than when it had joined God's Domain. However, only 40% of the Star Alliance's players had made it through the qualifying round, while 95.5% of Zero Wing's players had succeeded. No matter how Galaxy Pass looked at it, the Star Alliance wasn't on the same playing field as Zero Wing. Meanwhile, when Melody, who watched from a private spectator room, saw the passing rates, the darkness in her eyes vanished. She couldn't help her growing excitement, as if she had just seen a ray of hope illuminate a dark sky. However, despite Melody's elation, the half-elf man beside her remained unperturbed. I'm assuming that you think Zero Wing now has some hope of holding White River City, right? The half-elf man said as he glanced at Shi Feng, who stood in the auction arena. Unfortunately, that is still impossible. Zero Wing's passing rate is amazing, but no matter how many players made it through the last round, Zero Wing still only has 107 members participating in the official competition. Compared to the 4 participating superpowers, that is nothing. Even Pantheon, the superpower with the fewest members in the competition, has 68 more players than Zero Wing. At the end of the day, this competition is a test of a guild's comprehensive strength. Zero Wing might be able to deal with top-ranking first-rate guilds like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation, but it doesn't have the power to contend with superpowers. But, although Melody wanted to argue, she knew his words were true when she saw how calmly the various superpowers members had reacted to Zero Wing's results. Even the various top-ranked first-rate guilds, whose members had been surprised to see Zero Wing's success a moment ago, regained their composure as they realized that the strength Zero Wing had displayed did nothing to change its circumstances. Meanwhile, an old man in black armor with a slightly hunched back stood at the lead of King's Return's team in the auction arena. After taking a look at the water globe, this old man smiled and turned to Mu Cheng, who stood a short distance away. Brother Mu, long time no see. I hadn't expected to see you in action again. I certainly didn't expect to find you here, the hunchbacked man said, smiling. You're here as well, so what's so strange about my presence? Mu Cheng asked the old man. Although his tone was disdainful, vigilance filled his gaze as he addressed the hunchbacked old man. He was vigilant because this man was one of King's Return's old monsters. He had risen to fame more than 3 decades ago, earning the nickname Blind Man. While his nickname sounded demeaning, the older generation's expert players knew it was by no means an insult. In fact, it was the highest form of praise. This old man was truly blind in the real world, but since virtual reality games connected to the brain directly, they allowed people with disabilities to function as if they had none in the game world. Naturally, those with sight disabilities could see normally in the game world. However, not only did Blindman recover his sight in virtual reality games, but his sight was also far sharper than the ordinary person's. By relying on his superior sight, he had carved a place for himself in the virtual gaming world. The Secret Pavilion had even called him the All-Seeing Sword Saint. Even when Mu Cheng had been at his peak, he had only been able to win 4 out of 10 fights with Blindman. I've heard that you have a close relationship with Zero Wing. Is that true? Unfortunately, our King's Return has a little enmity with one of that guild's little fellows. How about this? If you don't help Zero Wing, we won't target the guild, Blindman asked, chuckling. Blindman's suggestion rendered Mu Cheng speechless. It seemed that Zero Wing wasn't satisfied with provoking superpowers like Starlink and Blackwater, but it had provoked King's Return as well. However, when Mu Cheng saw that more than 200 people standing behind Blindman and compared them to the dozen or so subordinates behind himself, he could not help but nod helplessly, replying, "Fine, it's a deal." Mu Cheng then turned to look at the distant Shi Feng and muttered to himself, "This is the most I can do to help you." When the various major powers members overheard the old men's conversation, they couldn't help but send Zero Wing sneers and looks of pity. Zero Wing is always so arrogant, provoking so many superpowers. Now, these superpowers want retribution. So what if more than 100 players from Zero Wing made it through the qualifiers? In the end, its efforts mean nothing. Now that Zero Wing had lost one of its capable supporters, its chances of holding White River City had fallen even further. Time passed quickly. After another 2 minutes, the qualifying players were distributed across 5 different battlefields. Each battlefield was the size of a small leveling map, easily accommodating tens of thousands of players. The rules for this competition were quite simple. The competition had a 3-hour time limit, and throughout its duration, energy crystals would randomly fall into the battlefield. The power that secured the most energy crystals after 3 hours would be crowned as the victor. When the bell rang throughout the 5 battlefields, the official competition began as every player in Star Moon Kingdom watched. Everyone, listen up. Prioritize Zero Wing's members above all others. When the competition began, the various major powers issued commands to target Zero Wing to curry favor with the various superpowers. I found some of Zero Wing's members here. Good, get rid of them first. We'll fight for the energy crystals later. As soon as the major powers members discovered Zero Wings, they charged toward them. Zero Wing, die. Skyview sneered when he saw the beauty observing her surroundings. He immediately charged at the woman from Zero Wing alongside a dozen or so of his subordinates. 2008, suppressing enemies with one move. Chapter 2008, suppressing enemies with one move. As the official competition began, Zero Wing spectating members paled. The auction arena's competition should have been a free-for-all between the various participating superpowers, but now almost every player targeted Zero Wing. These superpowers moved as if they had already made an agreement. Melody, who watched the competition through a magic mirror, was utterly devastated as she watched the various powers experts work together against Zero Wing's members. Dealing with several superpowers in this competition was one thing. After all, the auction arena had 5 independent battlefields, and players would be randomly distributed across them. Combined, these hostile superpowers only had around 1,000 members in total, and after being split between 5 battlefields, their numbers thinned. Locating Zero Wing's members across such a large map wouldn't be easy with so few players. Moreover, victory in the auction arena didn't depend on the number of kills one had. Players simply needed to contest for the energy crystals that would appear. As long as Zero Wing avoided confrontation with these several superpowers and focused on securing energy crystals, it definitely had hope of securing White River City's auction house. However, that hope was dashed if those superpowers worked together. While the various powers might not have as many participating members as the various superpowers, when combined, they easily outnumbered the more powerful guilds by 3 or 4 times. Even if the battlefields were quite large, locating Zero Wing's members wouldn't be a challenge if all of these powers cooperated. I told you long ago that the various superpowers in God's domain are not as simple as you. Zero Wing has severely underestimated its enemies since the very beginning as well. Zero Wing doesn't have the slightest chance of winning this competition, the half-elf man said calmly. This competition is simply Zero Wing's execution. Rather than military strength, the various superpowers' influence over lesser guilds was truly frightening. The various participating powers understood that they would reach greater heights instantly if they could curry favor with a superpower. This was also why the various powers had become jealous when they had learned that 2 superpowers backed Zero Wing. Normally, trying to gain a superpower support wasn't easy, but Zero Wing had presented the perfect opportunity to do just that. While the half-elf man expressed his opinion, Skyview and the dozen or so experts from other powers on Battlefield Number 4 closed in on the beautiful woman wearing a 6-winged emblem. The magic mirrors along the city's business district displayed the scene clearly. Huh? Isn't that beauty Graceful Moon, the former Firecloud Fox Adventurer Team's vice commander? An expert from the Black Dragon Empire asked, recognizing the woman on the magic mirror immediately. She's Graceful Moon? I had heard that she used to be quite strong, only slightly off from becoming one of the top 100 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire. Many first-rate guilds had tried to recruit her. I had never thought that she would join Zero Wing. But she's not very lucky. A group of enemies spotted her right off the bat. She'll likely be the first person to disqualify from the competition, a level 63 male ranger said, sighing as he gazed at Graceful Moon's beauty. She's not just unlucky, she's extremely unlucky. Setting aside Skyview, one of Sin Realm's newly minted 10 great experts, the man and woman beside him are exceptional experts, a level 64 Guardian Knight commented. That glamorous woman is Elegant Insanity, one of Holy Reincarnation's rising geniuses. I've heard that she's the second-ranked assassin in her guild. If not for her lack of achievements, she would have ranked on the God's Domain experts list long ago. As for that stalwart silver-armored man, he's Howling Earth, one of the Bloodbath family's top 4 berserkers. He also has the hidden class, Blood Rage Warrior. The lower his HP gets, the greater his combat power becomes. He previously defeated 2 experts from the God's Domain experts list. Those 2 working together would be enough to trouble a peak expert. Include the other powers experts. Even a peak expert would have to flee. Everyone around the level 64 Guardian Knight gasped in shock. Even a superpower's peak experts would have to flee if they encountered such a force without support, not to mention Graceful Moon, who hadn't even ranked among the top 100 of her class in the Black Dragon Empire. When the spectating crowd discussed Graceful Moon's opponents, Skyview and his companions surrounded her. Die! Skyview shouted as the surrounding mana surged to him, increasing the intensity of his aura. He felt like a humanoid great lord. He then launched the Tier 2 curse, Violent Flame Spears at Graceful Moon, sending 28 fiery spears toward the woman from multiple directions. Howling Earth also shouted, and his muscles bulged as he leaped up with his giant warhammer raised. He swung his weapon down toward Graceful Moon like a mountain descending on the female summoner. In contrast, Elegant Insanity vanished, waiting patiently for an opportunity to land a fatal blow. The 3 experts cooperated as if they had fought together for many years. Their attack's timing was perfect, leaving Graceful Moon no room to dodge. As the Warhammer and Flame Spears flew toward the level 65 summoner, Graceful Moon, who had stood motionless, finally made her move. She raised Fallen Language, her epic staff, and summoned a level 70, Great Lord-ranked Steel-Armed Ape. At the same time, 3 level 70 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians appeared around her. The Rock Guardians were elemental creatures, so their innate magic resistance was quite high. The 3 Rock Guardians served as an impenetrable wall, stopping every incoming Flame Spear. The stead-armed ape stood 3 meters tall and was covered in golden magic circuits, which had been tattooed across its body. With arms thicker than its legs, the steel-armed ape swung at the descending warhammer. Boom. With the sound of an explosion, Howling Earth was thrown back. When he landed, he discovered that both of his arms had numbed. The steel-armed ape's strength definitely surpassed that of ordinary great lords. However, while Howling Earth had flown through the air, a black figure had appeared beside Graceful Moon. This figure was none other than Elegant Insanity. The snow-white dagger in her right hand silently slid toward Graceful Moon's throat like a cunning snake. Since Graceful Moon had just finished casting a spell and her physique as a summoner wasn't formidable, she had no defensive options to protect herself from Elegant Insanity's swift, silent attack. Just as everyone expected to see the assassin's attack land, a gigantic stone palm appeared above Elegant Insanity's head, descending on the female assassin like a falling mountain. She had no choice but to abandon her attack and evade. However, as Elegant Insanity tried to dodge the Rock Guardian's attack, the remaining two Rock Guardians attacked the assassin's blind spots as if they had prepared for this moment. Caught off guard, Elegant Insanity couldn't dodge or block any of the incoming attacks. Damn it, Elegant Insanity frowned. She immediately activated Wind Steps, using the brief moment of invulnerability to survive the attacks. Peng. Peng. With two muffled sounds, Elegant Insanity was thrown like a cannonball, only stopping after she crashed into a large tree. Although she didn't take any damage, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes when she looked at Graceful Moon. Against a coordinated attack from three powerful experts like herself, Skyview, and Howling Earth, even a peak expert would have to use a life-saving skill or face impending death. However, these three were actually at a disadvantage against Graceful Moon. The spectating players outside of the arena gaped in shock as they watched the events unfold. The Black Dragon Empire's experts, who were familiar with the female summoner, were particularly stunned. Was this female summoner the same Graceful Moon they knew? 2008-9, Shocking the Whole Arena. Chapter 2008-9, Shocking the Whole Arena, so strong. Zero Wing has hidden such a powerful expert? The first fight in Battlefield number 4 astonished the crowd outside of the auction house. Seeing as how Graceful Moon smoothly stopped the incoming attacks from three experts, all of which ranked among the top in their top-ranked first-rate guilds, it was clear that her combat standards could definitely rival those of Superpower's peak experts. Within a superpower, every peak expert served as a vital support pillar, and the various first-rate guilds feared them all. A peak expert could single-handedly wipe out a 100-man team of ordinary experts. Smaller guilds had no hope of suppressing a peak expert without constricting their players to operate in teams of several hundred, at the very least. Some peak experts who had chosen classes with high survivability could come and go as they pleased. She only recently joined Zero Wing, yet she's already grown so strong. Yi Luofei, who watched from a second-floor spectator room, blinked in surprise as she stared at Graceful Moon incredulously. As the vice commander of FFF, a top adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, Yi Luofei had a certain familiarity with the Empire's well-known adventurer teams. Due to Graceful Moon's performance in the last ranking battle in the Empire, Yi Luofei had made sure to pay extra close attention to her. However, Yi Luofei remembered Graceful Moon displaying combat standards that hadn't even rivaled those of first-rate guilds' peak experts, much less Refinement Realm experts like Skyview, Elegant Insanity, and Howling Earth. Yet, this female summoner suppressed all three Refinement Realm experts by herself. Graceful Moon's newfound strength shocked Yi Luofei. Moreover, this situation wasn't like Yi Luofei's defeat against Zhao Yueru during the ranking battles. Zhao Yueru had relied on superior basic attributes and spells to win, but as a true Void Realm expert, Yi Luofei recognized that the same couldn't be said for Graceful Moon. Graceful Moon's success was simply a result of her impeccable ability to control her summoned creatures. Not only have her basic attributes risen, but her combat standards have skyrocketed as well. It seems Zero Wing still has some secrets, Yan Tianxing, FFF's commander, commented as he watched Graceful Moon with squinted eyes, a hit of surprise flashing in his gaze. After the FFF adventurer team had secretly joined the Flower of Seven Sins, the adventurer team's upper echelons had gained a lot of detailed information on the various superpowers. Hence, Yan Tianxing understood how frightening they truly were. Their ability to nurture experts, in particular, was truly amazing. Other powers simply couldn't compete. As a peak expert that had risen to fame in the virtual gaming world many years ago and was only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm, Yan Tianxing recognized that Graceful Moon's current combat standards were quite powerful. Only, her strength was atypical. Normally, players tried to gain more control of their own bodies and their familiarity with the world around them to increase their combat standards, but Graceful Moon felt as if she were actively using the world itself to her benefit. While everyone was shocked over her performance, the female summoner in question began to chant another spell. As she did, her staff started to glow with a dazzling purple light Tier 2 curse, Lifelink. This curse linked the player with their summoned creatures, sharing their senses. Although the curse lowered the player's basic attributes by 50%, it increased the linked summoned creature's basic attributes by 20% of the player's normal attributes. Suddenly, golden magic circuits flashed on the steel-armed ape and rock guardians as their auras became even more intense. Before anyone could react, the 4 summoned creatures exploded into action and charged at Graceful Moon's enemies. 2 of the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians effortlessly dispersed the dozen or so attacking experts. The 3rd Rock Guardian remained by its summoner's side, repelling all incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the steel-armed ape charged toward Howling Earth, pummeling the hammer-wielding Bloodrage warrior. After the steel-armed ape's first hit landed, Howling Earth's arms were numb and the ground beneath him had cracked. The second hit numbed the Bloodrage warrior's entire body, substantially decreasing his reaction speed. Howling Earth had no power to respond to the Steermed ape's 3rd attack, taking the strike with his shoulders and sinking into the ground past his knees. With the 4th hit, the summoned creature hammered Howling Earth completely into the ground. On the 5th hit, Howling Earth died, becoming the first disqualified player from Battlefield number 4. Skyview and his comrades were dumbfounded. Their group's healers didn't even have time to finish casting their spells before the steel-armed ape killed Howling Earth. The summoned creature's strength was simply horrific. As one of Bloodbath family's top-ranked berserkers, Howling Earth had unbound his weapons and equipment to level 60 Dark Gold rank before entering the battlefield. Only, he hadn't unbound his epic weapon completely. To unbind an epic item to its normal rank on the battlefield, one had to pay 3 epic materials. On the other hand, restoring all of one's weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank only cost 5 epic materials. Meanwhile, a full set of level 60 Dark Gold equipment was more than enough to grant Howling Earth the strength of a High Lord of the same level. Even without a healer, he should be able to contend with a Great Lord of the same level for quite some time. Yet, a level 70, Great Lord-ranked steel-armed ape had killed Howling Earth in just 5 moves. Moreover, the steel-armed ape hadn't used any techniques or skills. It had relied on brute force to kill its enemy. Damn it, how many epic items does she have on her? Elegant Insanity stared at the female summoner in astonishment. At first, the steel-armed ape had only displayed enough strength to make Howling Earth stumble, but after receiving 20% of Graceful Moon's basic attributes, its strength had increased so drastically. Since the steel-armed ape hadn't used any skills thus far, Graceful Moon's basic attributes must be so incredibly high that a mere 20% was enough to give a level 70 steel-armed ape the strength of a level 65 Grand Lord. Before its enemies recovered from their shock, the steel-armed ape charged toward the nearby group. With the exception of Skyview and Elegant Insanity, the summoned creature killed every expert with 2 hits. However, the 2 peak experts didn't fare much better. Skyview died after 4 punches, and Elegant Insanity only survived until the 7th. In less than 30 seconds, the various major powers experts, who had tried to gang up on Graceful Moon, fell under the female summoner's retaliation. None of them had been able to fight back. This outcome stunned the watching crowd, but they also considered it reasonable. Players weren't allowed to use berserk skills in the arena, and without those skills, how were they supposed to fight a Grand Lord under another player's control? Zero Wing is insane. It dumped so many resources onto Graceful Moon. In my opinion, I think Zero Wing's decision was a wise one. At the very least, with a Grand Lord on its side, no ordinary power can eliminate Zero Wing. The crowd fell into a heated debate over Graceful Moon's strength. They had never expected Zero Wing to pull such a move. With this, Zero Wing should acquire plenty of energy crystals in Battlefield number 4. Zero Wing certainly has a lot of clever tricks, the half-elf man beside Melody said, sneering at Graceful Moon through a magic mirror. However, while pouring its resources into a few select experts will allow them to perform well, what could a small number of players hope to accomplish on such large battlefields? Each battlefield would spawn 3 to 6 energy crystals at set intervals. As long as players held the crystals for 10 minutes, their ownership would become permanent, not even dropping if the player died. As the half-elf man finished speaking, easily more than 300 players were teleported back to the auction arena in one group after another. An uproar tore through the auction arena's crowd. What's wrong with those people? The half-elf man turned to the ruckus in the stands in confusion. While most of the participating powers worked together against Zero Wing's members, there were bound to be exceptions. Seeing a large number of players return at the same time shouldn't be surprising. But when the half-elf man raised his eyes to the magic mirrors displaying the fights in other battlefields, his expression froze. Impossible. The several dozen magic mirrors in the center of the auction arena all displayed battles involving Zero Wing's members. Some of these Zero Wing players fought 2 or 3 opponents at the same time, while others faced more than 10. Every one of Zero Wing's members displayed combat standards that could rival Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, they all showed off their extraordinarily high basic attributes. The expert players that had returned from the battlefields were Zero Wing's victims, 2090, and Chapter 2090. Ant blood, dust, and smoke filled the gigantic mirror's screens as they hovered above the arena. Corpses, what remained of the various major powers experts, littered the battlefield, while Zero Wing's members remained standing. However, despite their success, Zero Wing's members seemed incredibly calm, as if they had only slain mobs along the roadside. This scene shocked the upper echelons and expert players from the several hundred spectating major powers. Zero Wing's members had killed over 300 of the various major powers' top experts without breaking a sweat, and contrary to expectations, the responsible party didn't just include a dozen or so players. Rather, several dozen players were responsible for this slaughter. This is interesting. Mu Cheng, who was assigned to battlefield number L, could not help but smile at the magic mirror above the battlefield. Even he had assumed that Zero Wing was doomed to part with White River City's auction house. He had never imagined that Zero Wing had such a sturdy foundation. On an ordinary battlefield, having a small number of powerful players that could defeat multiple players at once would be wonderful, but this was the auction arena. Players' goal here was to obtain energy crystals, so it was best to have as many capable experts as possible. At most, the various major powers would admire Zero Wing's battle strategy after watching Graceful Moon kill over a dozen experts by herself. It had merely been a clever trick to these guilds, proving nothing. However, now that several dozen Zero Wing members had performed similarly, the various major powers were beginning to feel afraid. The fact that Zero Wing could dispatch several dozen extremely powerful experts was proof of the guild's solid foundations. If Zero Wing had so many powerful experts, annihilating any of their guilds would likely be a piece of cake. Furthermore, so many experts meant that Zero Wing had the strength to fight the various superpowers for White River City's auction house. If Zero Wing held this auction house and eventually grew into a superpower, the powers that had opposed the guild today would suffer. How can a guild that only established after God's Domain's launch have so many powerful experts and epic resources? Dustblood, who had been assigned to battlefield number 3, glowered as he watched 8 of his guildmates return to the auction arena. Outsiders might not know these 8 players, but he, as the leader of Bloodbath Family's team for this competition, did. To prepare for this auction house competition, the guild had invested over half of its epic material stock to allow 32 participants to restore their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank. However, not only had Zero Wing dispatched more than twice as many players to the official competition, but every participant had unbound their weapons and equipment to Dark Gold rank at the very least. Based on what Dustblood could see, quite a few Zero Wing members had even restored their equipment to epic rank. Not even the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation could afford such an expenditure. Among the 8 slain Bloodbath family members, 2 were even bona fide Refinement Realm experts. Even in a superpower, these players would be treated as core members. But despite working with other powers in this competition, Zero Wing's players had defeated them. Moreover, the Zero Wing members responsible weren't even the guild's famous experts. Rather, they were just some of Zero Wing's main force members. Dustblood couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, after watching more than 300 of their experts die, the various major powers dismissed the notion of targeting Zero Wing. They had only gone after the guild's members to curry favor with the various superpowers watching. But not only hadn't they defeated Zero Wing, but their actions might have also provoked a future superpower. Continuing to single out Zero Wing's members would be foolish. They had only spent so many resources to participate in the auction arena to prepare for the competitions in their own territories once their auction houses were promoted. Order quickly returned to the 5 battlefields as players began to clash with each other, competing for the descending energy crystals. Unless an energy crystal was at stake, the various major powers experts avoided Zero Wing's members as much as possible. For a time, Zero Wing's members moved across their battlefields with ease. The spectating crowd fell silent as they recognized this turn of events. Meanwhile, the Zero Wing members watching the competition grew excited. They all wished they were on those battlefields as well. The various major powers that had visited Star Moon Kingdom had treated Zero Wing like dirt in the past. None of them had seen anything special about the kingdom's ruling guild. However, these foreign powers now bowed their heads, doing the best they could to avoid Zero Wing's attention. Wonderful. Without the other powers' interference, Zero Wing can safely compete for the energy crystals. Melody exclaimed as she watched Zero Wing's members traverse the 5 battlefields unhindered. Although Zero Wing didn't have as many members in the competition as the various superpowers, the energy crystals appeared randomly across all 5 battlefields. Without the various major powers' interference, Zero Wing would have an easier time fighting the participating superpowers for energy crystals. Compete for the energy crystals? Evil Judgment, the half-elf man beside Melody, laughed suddenly. What are you trying to say? Melody frowned as his reaction. She didn't think that Evil Judgment laughed at her out of envy, but due to her ignorance. With how important an auction house is to a guild, do you think the various superpowers will let anyone lesser compete? Evil Judgment asked as he gestured to the energy crystals falling into the 5 battlefields. The answer is a definite number. No tiger would allow an ant to contest for its territory. Naturally, the various superpowers won't allow insignificant players to take advantage of their fights between each other. Melody turned back to the magic mirrors displaying the battlefields, and what she saw darkened her expression. The 4 participating superpowers, which despised Zero Wing, had surrounded the first 5 energy crystals on each of the 5 battlefields. Each superpower had reserved 3 to 5 players to guard the energy crystals, working together to prevent other powers from approaching. How can this be? Melody was stunned. If only one superpower stood in their way, the various major powers wouldn't likely consider it much of a threat. When combined, they had an overwhelming numerical advantage. If they worked together, a lone superpower couldn't stop them. However, 4 superpowers were working together. Although each had only dispatched a small number of players to protect the energy crystals, these experts were extraordinarily powerful. Even working together, the various major powers had little hope of breaking past that blockade. The various major powers only outnumbered the 4 superpowers by 3 or 4 times. Such a small advantage wasn't enough to defeat the 4 cooperating superpowers. Moreover, if they annoyed these superpowers, they might set aside their competition and focus on the interfering players. If the 4 superpowers got serious, they could end these major powers. Knowing that such an outcome was possible, the various major powers wouldn't dare attack the superpowers. However, if the major powers did not act, Zero Wing wouldn't have any opportunities to take advantage of. I want to see just how you intend to hold White River City now, Zero Wing. Skyview roared with laughter when he saw the 4 superpowers cooperate. With them working together, one of these superpowers was guaranteed to win this auction arena competition. The other powers could only watch from the sidelines or declare themselves these superpowers' enemy. But who would dare attracted 4 superpowers' wrath? Yet, when everyone thought that no one would dare attack these 4 superpowers' blockade, several figures on battlefield number 1 dashed past the various major powers players and straight toward one of the energy crystals. So fast! Who are those people? Have they lost their minds? I thought I saw them wearing a 6-winged emblem. A 6-winged emblem? Isn't that Zero Wing's emblem? 2091? What if I refuse? Chapter 2091? What if I refuse? The crowd the various major powers experts had formed some distance away from the energy crystal shuddered when they realized that the 5 new arrivals were from Zero Wing. The players watching from outside of the arena gaped in shock. Unlike the experts on the battlefield, they had a clear view of Zero Wing's 5 members rapidly approaching the fallen energy crystal. Isn't that Black Flame? That can't be, can it? 4 superpowers are working together to guard that crystal. How could Black Flame dare to attack them? Has Black Flame lost his mind? He's charging in with only 4 companions. That's not enough to face a single superpower, much less 4. Does Black Flame really treat superpowers experts like ordinary experts from other guilds? Maybe this is his final stand. White River City is Zero Wing's main headquarters, and without it, at least half of Zero Wing's operations will be crippled. Zero Wing's behavior baffled everyone watching. No one had ever thought that Zero would make such a bold move. However, before Shi Feng's group could get within 100 yards of the crystal, 17 figures appeared in their path. These 17 players gave off a soul-shuddering aura, and every one of them felt like a humanoid great lord. Even the major powers experts who stood some distance away felt stifled as these players' intense killing intent washed over them. These 17 players wore a mix of level 60 and level 65 dark gold equipment. Some among them even bore level 60 dark gold set equipment and weapons. Moreover, they had fully restored these items' ranks. Am I dreaming? Isn't that the level 60 Eternal Night set for assassins? Amazing. That Berserker is wearing the Passionate set. I've heard that even Holy Reincarnation has only collected 3 pieces of that set. So, this is a Superpowers Foundation? The watching independent and guild players watching gasped when they saw the 4 Superpowers members that hadn't bothered to hide their weapons and equipment's glow effect. Most of the game's large guilds hadn't even collected a complete level 60 fine gold set equipment thus far. Only top-ranked first-rate guilds would have a few sets. As for a complete level 60 dark gold set equipment, that was utterly beyond the various large guilds' reach. Level 60 dark gold set equipment could only be obtained by raiding 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons or super large scale hard mode team dungeons. Moreover, the drop rate in these dungeons was only around 3%. Super large scale Hell Mode team dungeons had a slightly higher drop rate, but it still wasn't higher than 7%. Most first-rate guilds at this stage of their game hit their limit with level 60, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons. They simply didn't have the power to raid super large-scale Hell Mode team dungeons. To the various large guilds, level 60 dark gold set equipment was godly right now, yet these 4 superpowers had more than one such set equipment. Why wouldn't this revelation be shocking? Anyone who takes another step forward dies. The level 65 male berserker in the Passionate set slowly stated, word by word, as he watched Shi Feng's group without joy or despair. This berserker sounded like an emotionless robot. As soon as berserker spoke, the surrounding temperature dropped as an intense killing intent suppressed the space around him. It felt as if the gates to hell had just opened, and if any of these players took another step, they'd descend into hell itself. The distant experts shuddered as they felt the abrupt change. Is he really human? His killing intent is so powerful. Melody's expression darkened as she stared at the imposing berserker. Unlike the spectating players in the stands or outside of the auction house, those in spectator rooms could alter their room's environment to match that of the battlefields, allowing them to experience the battlefields to a certain extent. Melody had encountered plenty of experts in the fairy country, including quite a few that made her feel utterly powerless. However, none of these experts exuded as much killing intent as that berserker. Human? You can't consider him human anymore, Evil Judgment answered from beside Melody, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, I had never imagined that Starlink would successfully recruit that cold-blooded monster. With him, Zero Wing doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of securing the energy crystal. Is he really that strong? Black Flame earned his title as the Sword King from the Secret Pavilion, Melody countered. Sword King? Evil Judgment laughed. Only first-rate and weaker guilds give that title any importance. The Secret Pavilion has recorded a lot of experts on the God's Domain experts list, but there are many more players that have slipped through the cracks. That cold-blooded monster is one of them. He's called Tengu, the Warring Ghost. Although Tengu hasn't reached the domain realm yet, his brain doesn't work like everyone else's. You could say that his brain is particularly well developed, granting him a similar sixth sense to wild beasts. He can easily predict his opponent's movements. There's also his beast-like combat method to contend with. He is no weaker than domain realm monsters. He's already killed more than 10,000 experts in God's domain, including many peak experts from superpowers. However, due to his strange and violent nature, none of the superpowers have tried to recruit him. He's killed more than 10,000 experts? Melody was slightly stunned. She had only defeated several hundred experts since joining God's domain. Even so, those fights had earned her plenty of combat experience. But the Warring Ghost had slain more than 10,000, and many of them had been superpowers peak experts. He was truly a monster. To make matters worse, this monster wore the Passionate set, one of the best sets available in the game right now. When the various superpowers members saw Warring Ghost intercept Shi Feng's small group, they began to chat about the upcoming fight. Brother Mew, it seems Zero Wing has no hope of success in Battlefield number 1, Blindman commented as he glanced at Mew Chang, who stood a short distance away. He had heard much about the Warring Ghost, Tengu. If that man continued to grow stronger, he would undoubtedly reach the 4 Shadow Demons level. Although Black Flame was quite strong as well, the swordsman's strength should, at most, rival Tengu's. However, there were 4 other Zero Wing members present, while Tengu had a total of 17 allies. Zero Wing had no chance of reaching the energy crystal, much less claiming it. Starlink has truly invested a lot of its resources in this competition. Mu Chang shook his head and sighed when he saw these players. Even Mu Chang would struggle in a fight with Tengu. The weakest piece Tengu wore was level 65 dark gold rank, and he carried 2 pieces of epic equipment and an epic weapon. The Berserker's equipment was likely some of the very best God's Domain had to offer right now. Zero Wing's Black Flame, a beautiful woman in dark purple robes and wearing King's Returns Guild emblem, muttered as she observed Shi Feng. Smiling, she continued, although it is impressive that you've ranked so highly on the God's Domain experts list, this isn't a realm Zero Wing can reach. It'd be best if you left. Even if Nature Hall or Unyielding Soul step in to help you, Tengu will act without hesitation. The major powers experts watching from nearby nodded in agreement with this woman's warning. Although Zero Wing had surprised everyone with its strength, proving that it was even more powerful than a top-ranked first-rate guild, it couldn't compare to a superpower. If Zero Wing hadn't had Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul's support, the 4 allied superpowers would have likely attacked by now. You Zero Wing players should know what's good for you. Do you think you could have survived this long if we had moved against you early in this competition? A level 65 ranger from Starlink said, sneering at Shi Feng. What if I refuse? Shi Feng asked with a calm smile. He then took a step forward. 29-2 slain. In one high, chapter 29-2, slain in one hit. As Shi Feng stepped forward and his calm voice reached the players around him, the experts watching from a distance and the spectating crowd stared with dropped jaws. Even Starlink's sneering ranger froze in shock as Shi Feng incredulously approached. Is Black Flame tired of living? The 4 superpowers have only avoided Zero Wing thus far out of respect for Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul. Why would he dare take the initiative to attack them? Has he just given up? None of the major powers experts or upper echelons could understand why Shi Feng was being so stubborn. The auction arena had just begun, so there would be plenty of opportunities to secure energy crystals later. Even if the 4 superpowers wanted to monopolize the crystals, they didn't have the manpower to cover every corner of the 5 battlefields. Furthermore, Zero Wing's strength was only second to the 4 superpowers in this auction arena. It definitely had a chance of claiming the energy crystals that the 4 superpowers couldn't secure. Zero Wing didn't actually need to fight these superpowers. While the crowd chatted about the situation among themselves, the purple-clad woman's expression darkened. Black Flame, do you really think that we are too afraid to attack just because you have Nature Hall and Unyielding Soul's support? The woman from King's Return demanded frostily. With her wrath, the surrounding space froze. Her aura was no less intense than Tengu's. The ambient mana rampaged in tandem with the woman's anger. The players within this violent mana storm began to lose their temper as well. The various major powers experts gasped as they felt the sudden change. Even Melody, who experienced the altered environment from her spectator room, paled. How is she so powerful? A simple mood change has affected the surrounding mana so drastically. Melody watched the purple-clad beauty with a grim expression. As a half-elf, she had a very high affinity with elemental mana. Even so, she couldn't easily trigger mana without casting a spell, yet this purple-clad woman could. While this feat might not seem impressive, Melody recognized how frightening it truly was and what it represented as a magical class expert. When casting a spell, a player uses incantations and runes to trigger the ambient mana and gather it to a single point. Only then could a caster use the gathered mana to form the necessary magic arrays. If one could command the mana around them without incantations or runes, they could cast a spell in a fraction of the normally required time. In God's domain, magical class players' glaring weaknesses were their casting times and mana capacity. If a magical class player could reduce their casting time, they could substantially increase their combat power, especially against other players. This was especially true when it came to combat against players. This is only natural. She is, after all, King's Return's favored prodigy, Wilting Netherworld. She has also earned the nickname Lightning Witch. Purely comparing battle records, she's even more impressive than the Warring Ghost. If not for King's Return hadn't come to an agreement with the Secret Pavilion, Wilting Netherworld would have long since ranked among the top 50 players on the God's Domain experts list, Evil Judgment said as he watched the purple-clad woman in fascination. Now that Black Flame has angered Wilting Netherworld, she and Tengu are more than enough to disqualify every Zero Wing member on Battlefield number 1. Very few people knew of Wilting Netherworld's battle records. Most likely, only the various superpowers knew about her. Furthermore, Wilting Netherworld's activities were usually only related to the various superpowers. First-rate guild's experts had no chance of encountering her. Evil Judgment had witnessed Wilting Netherworld's fearsome power personally. A total of 8 superpowers had gathered to contest for a mysterious legacy. Setting Sun had been one of them. To win the mysterious legacy, the various superpowers had dispatched quite a few old monsters. But during the battle, an unknown woman had pinned down one of Setting Sun's old monsters by herself, which had ultimately enabled King's Return to claim the legacy. Superpower's old monsters had risen to fame at least a decade ago, with some maintaining their fame for several decades. They were all experts with rich combat experience, and their combat standards far exceeded human limits. However, Wilting Netherworld, a girl even younger than Evil Judgment, had successfully pinned one of these old monsters down without any help. Moreover, she had stopped Evil Judgment, who had fought alongside his guild's old monsters for some time. While doing so, her strength was absurd. Evil Judgment was sure that she would have killed him in 3 or 4 attacks if that old monster from his guild hadn't demanded most of Wilting Netherworld's attention during that fight. Meanwhile, the 4 superpowers experts around the energy crystal turned to watch Shi Feng. Everyone knew of Black Flame's reputation for being stubborn, otherwise the man wouldn't have provoked so many superpowers. But they had never thought that he'd dare to show such arrogance before 4 cooperating superpowers. Brother Mew, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, you cannot blame us for our lack of respect toward you. This kid simply doesn't know what's good for him. If we don't teach him a lesson, I'm afraid that he'll cause even more trouble for your 2 guilds in the future, Blind Man said as he turned to Mu Chang and Deep Thunder. Ha! Do whatever you want. Mu Chang watched Shi Feng with disappointment, thinking the boy was too stubborn and beyond salvation. Only he and Deep Thunder were in this location. But against the combined might of 4 superpowers, they wouldn't accomplish anything even if they had their guild's main force members. None of the 4 superpowers were any weaker than Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall. Hence, neither he nor Deep Thunder had the strength to break these 4 superpowers' rules. Wait, Deep Thunder shouted suddenly. This is Zero Wing's home turf. Isn't it a little much to shove the guild out of this contest? Furthermore, Zero Wing is one of Nature Hall's firm allies. Nature Hall can't just sit by and watch you bully Zero Wing. Deep Thunder's abrupt attitude change stunned the various superpowers members. They couldn't fathom what trick he was trying to pull, since when were Zero Wing and Nature Hall firm allies? To add to their confusion, Deep Thunder seemed intent on fighting alongside Zero Wing. The situation even confused Mu Cheng. He hadn't expected Deep Thunder to be so committed to helping Zero Wing. Vice Guild Leader Thunder is so affectionate. Unfortunately, Zero Wing has already enraged Starlink's members. I'm afraid that it's too late to stop them, an old man from Starlink wearing silvery gray leather armor said as he glanced at Tengu, who had already begun to move. With a smile he continued, moreover, rules are rules. If we superpowers don't show off our power, no one will fear or respect us. Everyone nodded in agreement with this old man's sentiments. They all felt that Deep Thunder was being too foolish. Even in such a desperate situation, he still insisted on protecting Zero Wing. Did he really think that their superpowers feared Nature Hall? While the superpowers members expressed their agreement, Tengu arrived before Shi Feng, his greatsword blazing with fire. With a swing, his 20-meter-long flaming blade descended on Shi Feng. Die. The surrounding temperature rose due to the raging flames, and everyone within range felt the increasing gravitational force pulling them toward the ground, making movement difficult. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Inferno Blade. Even the various superpowers experts wore grim expressions as they watched Tengu's display of power. They hadn't expected the Warring Ghost to wield such strength after restoring his equipment's ranks. This attack definitely had the strength to rival a Grand Lord's of the same level. Even a peak Tier 2 MT would likely struggle to block this attack, much less a Tier 2 swordsman. Without a berserk skill, Shi Feng's HP would likely drop to a critical level after a single hit. Just before the flaming blade devoured Shi Feng, he unsheathed Killing Ray and swung to intercept the attack. Lightning Slash. An arch of blue lightning flashed, and Tengu's flaming blade dissipated the moment it met the lightning arch. Before Tengu could pull back to defend himself, the lightning had bisected his body, leaving behind a faint glowing scar around his abdomen. Tengu's HP instantly drained, and the berserker fell, lifeless. 2093, imposing Mai, chapter 2093, imposing might this, impossible. Tengu spun toward Shi Feng in shock when he saw his plummeting HP. Inferno Blade was his most powerful skill, even without a berserker skill to counter a Grand Lord's attack. With his ability to predict his opponent's movements, even old monsters would have to flee from this attack. However, Shi Feng had shattered his Inferno Blade and killed him with the same move, but that wasn't the worst part. Tengu's failure to predict Shi Feng's movements truly surprised him. He could even foresee Domain Realm monsters' movements, yet this ability was useless against Shi Feng. Although Tengu wanted to warn his companions, his HP had already hit 0 and he lost control of his body. As Tengu collapsed to the ground, the killing intent that had filled the battlefield froze as the 4 superpowers experts stared at Shi Feng, silently panicking. It was one thing if Shi Feng had killed an ordinary peak expert, but Tengu wasn't an ordinary anything. He was even capable of threatening old monsters. Yet Shi Feng had instant killed such an expert. No matter how they looked at it, this felt like a dream. God's domain certainly had powerful offensive skills that could instant kill players, and knowing this, every peak expert had equally powerful life-saving skills to avoid such an outcome. Needless to say, an expert like Tengu had amassed a few of these life-saving skills. However, Tengu hadn't had time to activate his life-saving skills before dying. Shi Feng's attack had even nullified Tengu's prided Inferno Blade before the Warring Ghost had taken the hit. Silence reigned over the crowd outside of the battlefield, their jaws dropping as the implications of Shi Feng's attack sunk in. Amazing, he killed a superpowers peak expert in one hit, so that is the Sword King, Black Flame? Everyone watching knew the nickname Sword King, but they had only heard about him through rumors. Moreover, God's domain had been developing rapidly, and players' combat standards continued to improve. Black Flame's previous battle records no longer meant much to current players. The players that had come from other kingdoms and empires, in particular, didn't think much of Black Flame's title. At least, it was far less imposing than the position of Zero Wing's guild leader. However, this scene reminded them of how fearsome the Sword King truly was. The Sword King had certainly grown stronger since receiving the title, not weaker. While the spectators discussed the fight, Shi Feng sheathed Killing Ray. He then glanced at wilting Netherworld and her companions, asking, "Do you still want to stop me?" Shi Feng's voice sounded calm and gentle, yet wilting Netherworld and the other experts felt an immense pressure weigh them down. These experts unconsciously moved out for the way. Seeing that his opponents had lost the will to fight, Shi Feng and his teammates continued toward the energy crystal. Wilting Netherworld and her comrades didn't attempt any sneak attacks, merely watching, frustrated from the sidelines. They merely looked on with frustration from the sidelines. Wilting Netherworld felt particularly bitter. Although she considered stopping Shi Feng, the moment she harbored the thought, she felt an indifferent gaze directed toward her, informing her that he was prepared for such an attack. When she met Shi Feng's cold gaze, she felt as if the man were telling her, "You can try it, but you'll only fall next to Tengu." With this realization, wilting Netherworld abandoned any thoughts of resisting. Her strength was, at best, a match for Tengu's. Even though Shi Feng had already used his sure kill skill, killing her wouldn't be difficult for someone with even higher attributes than Tengu and Domain Realm combat standards. Is this why he was so confident? When wilting Netherworld thought back to Shi Feng's relaxed attitude, she understood that he hadn't acted that way due to Nature Hall and unyielding soul support. He simply had the strength to back up his confidence. What? They got through just like that? As the various major powers experts watched wilting Netherworld and her comrades let Shi Feng's party pass, they were flabbergasted. By killing just one player, Shi Feng had silenced the 4 superpowers peak experts, convincing them that it would be wise to let him pass. This was even more shocking than watching someone kill a great lord with one attack. When Melody saw this from her spectator room, however, she was incomparably excited. She had never dreamed that Shi Feng would be so powerful. Not only had he killed a monster like Tengu, but wilting Netherworld and her party were also afraid enough that they stepped aside. How? How is this possible? Evil Judgment, on the other hand, was stupefied, confusion and madness flashing in his eyes. Wilting Netherworld, a goddess in his eyes, had retreated from Shi Feng. She hadn't even budged during the fight with his guild's old monster, yet a single sentence form Shi Feng had been enough to force her aside. Evil Judgment even wondered if the world was playing some cruel joke on him. Back on the battlefield, the 4 superpowers members that were waiting for the descending energy crystal to reach the ground tensed at this unexpected result. How surprising. Even Black Flame has reached this standard. It's no wonder why he dared to participate, Blind Man said as he began to watch Shi Feng more seriously. Glancing at Mu Chang and Deed Thunder, he realized why their guilds wanted to befriend Zero Wing. Based on the information King's Return had collected, Shi Feng's combat standards were only at the Void Realm, yet he could display combat power that rivaled Domain Realm experts. He mainly relied on his powerful basic attributes and skills to face Domain Realm experts. However, things had changed. Although Shi Feng had only executed one attack, his control assured Blind Man that Shi Feng had reached the Domain Realm. Every Domain Realm expert warranted the various superpowers' attention, let alone a Domain Realm expert with the support of a large guild. As time passed, this Domain Realm expert would only become more powerful. Any Domain Realm expert intent on causing trouble could give the various superpowers a massive headache. This situation reminded Blind Man of the 4 shadow demons from the past. However, Mu Cheng didn't know that Shi Feng had reached the Domain Realm. He was actually surprised to see Shi Feng display such power. This revelation would certainly affect the competition. Meanwhile, Jing Yang, one of Blackwater's upper echelons, currently wore a dark expression. Brother Jing, Zero Wing, is stronger than we expected. We'll likely find it difficult to execute our original plan, Snowscar whispered to Jing Yang. A Domain Realm expert wasn't an easy opponent. At the very least, it meant that Zero Wing qualified to compete for the energy crystals in Battlefield number 1. It's true that Black Flame is stronger than we suspected, but slaying Tengu will cause Zero Wing some trouble, Jing Yang said as he watched Starlink's members approach Shi Feng. Smiling, he continued, it seems Starlink can no longer sit still. Of the 5 battlefields in this competition, Battlefield number 1 was a gathering of monsters. 2 of Starlink's most powerful combatants had been assigned to the battlefield, Wind Demon and Sword Demon of the 4 Shadow Demons. As Jing Yang finished his comment, both Wind Demon and Shadow Demon had reached Shi Feng. The 2 elderly men smiled at their opponent as if they were just 2 friendly old men from the neighborhood instead of the combat veterans they truly were. These old men's auras were nothing like Tengu's. Their auras felt like the vast ocean, and everyone felt like small boats waiting to be devoured by the waves as these auras washed over them. Even wilting Netherworld was afraid as she looked at these 2 men. Not only did Wind Demon and Sword Demon carry 4 pieces of epic equipment, but they also wielded epic weapons. The rest of their equipment was level 65 Dark Gold rank. Not even wilting Netherworld's equipment was as impressive as theirs. Little brother, you're quite skilled. You're already so strong despite your age. Your future is boundless. Our guild leader wants to annihilate Zero Wing, but after discussing the situation with Old Wind here, we've decided that if Zero Wing agrees to become one of Starlink's subordinate guilds, we'll talk the guild leader into giving you White River City. The white-haired old man with a slightly bent back addressed Shi Feng. Smiling, he asked, may I know what you think of this proposal? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words, especially the various major powers' upper echelons. They all stared at Shi Feng in envy. No one had considered that not only would Starlink willingly abandon its vengeance against Zero Wing, but it would also offer to protect the guild. If the smaller guild accepted the offer, Zero Wing's development in God's domain would skyrocket. There's nothing to think about. Scram. Shi Feng's response was cold as he eyed Wind Demon and Sword Demon. 2009-4, with just you? Chapter 2009-4, with just you? Sword Demon's expression sunk when he heard Shi Feng's reply, his smile vanishing as he gave Zero Wing's swordsman a chilling look. Even space around them frozen due to the bone-piercing killing intent, Sword Demon. Wilting Netherworld, who stood nearby, couldn't help but shudder as she felt the change. The experts from the various major powers just stared at Shi Feng, gaping in shock. Has Black Flame really lost his mind? Doomed. Zero Wing is doomed for sure. The various major powers didn't know what to say to Shi Feng's overbearing behavior. Starlink already suppressed 2 super first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. It had endless strength and wasn't a force that super first-rate guilds like Unyielding Soul or Nature Hall could compare to. Only top-ranked super first-rate guilds had any hope of standing against it. If Starlink gave the word, countless powers would do what they could to curry its favor and celebrate becoming Starlink's subordinate guild. As one of Starlink's subordinate guilds, not only would the guild receive financial support from the superpower, but it would also receive support in in-game resources. Most importantly, the guild could develop without worrying about enemies. It would have nothing to fear even when clashing with other superpowers. If Zero Wing submitted to Starlink, it could reach an entirely new level of development very quickly. Zero Wing wouldn't be limited to lording over Starmoon Kingdom. It could easily become the overlord in the several neighboring kingdoms as well. Yet, Shi Feng had actually rejected such an opportunity, and he had done so without hesitation. Even the various superpowers players were stunned by his answer. Our people nowadays really are ignorant of their limitations, Blind Man said as he shook his head and chuckled. He then turned to Deep Thunder and said, Vice Guild Leader Thunder, although you have a good relationship with Zero Wing, I'd advise you not to interfere. If you attract the 4 Shadow Demons' ire, you'll likely have a hard time explaining yourself to Guild Leader Nature. Not even he would dare to show such arrogance before Sword Demon and Wind Demon. First of all, they had Starlink's support. Secondly, both experts were incredibly powerful, far stronger than the younger generation's Domain Realm experts. Ignoring Starlink, provoking these 2 was not wise. Thank you for your concern, but King's Return doesn't need to worry about that, Deep Thunder replied. Calmly, he continued. I've said this already, but Nature Hall and Zero Wing are firm allies. If someone wants to move against Zero Wing, Nature Hall won't sit back and watch. Blindman gave the younger expert an odd look, but he didn't comment further. The various Superpowers members standing nearby were stunned by Deep Thunder's reply. Even now, Nature Hall insisted on shielding Zero Wing. The guild's choices were completely out of the norm. Deep Thunder's response even surprised Mu Cheng, and he took a moment to consider Shi Feng more carefully. He had never thought that Zero Wing was capable of inspiring Nature Hall to go to such great lengths, even willing to provoke Starlink on its behalf. However, despite the strange looks he received from the various Superpowers members, Deep Thunder smiled contentedly. None of these Superpowers, excluding Nature Hall, knew what strength Zero Wing hid. These players didn't know that Shi Feng wasn't the only powerhouse in Zero Wing. The guild also had Fire Dance, who had the combat power to rival Domain Realm experts. But that wasn't the end of it. Zero Wing also had Cola and the several other peak experts Shi Feng had brought with him during his visit to Nature Hall's reception room. According to Nature Hall's initial estimations, Zero Wing should have at least 10 peak experts. Even though Starlink had dispatched a considerable amount of strength to White River City's auction house, its chances of winning this competition weren't overwhelmingly high. Rather, it only had a 50-50 chance. Zero Wing had invested every resource it had in White River City, and every participating Zero Wing player had likely fully restored all of their weapons and equipment, allowing them to fight in peak condition. However, the same couldn't be said for Starlink's members. Only a fraction of Starlink's force had unbound all of their equipment. Even though Starlink had the numerical advantage, Zero Wing's overall combat power was on par with the Superpowers. Rather than side with the 4 Superpowers and standing to gain insignificant benefits, gambling on Zero Wing and potentially winning the lottery was a wiser move for Nature Hall. Old Sword, it seems this brat doesn't appreciate your goodwill. Wind Demon could not help but chuckle at Sword Demon. There's no need to waste words on them, Elder Sword. Let's just follow the guild leader's orders and eliminate them. A middle-aged man wielding an ancient crystal bow said as he glared at Shi Feng. Sword Demon was the strongest of the 4 shadow demons in melee combat. Even Lu Jingluo, Starlink's guild leader, had to treat him with respect. Sword Demon also had a great appreciation for talented individuals, especially those that used the sword. Of course, the main reason for his appreciation was his desire for strong opponents in the future. To grow stronger, one needed to face stronger combatants after all. This was also why Sword Demon had suggested recruiting Zero Wing. Otherwise, Sword Demon would have killed Shi Feng after watching the swordsman kill Tengu. Little brat, it seems that you think you can ignore us old fellows now that you've reached the Domain Realm. Unfortunately, you are still naive. Since you aren't backed by a superpower, you failed to understand that reaching the Domain Realm is only the first step toward the apex, Sword Demon said as he heaved a deep sigh. His gaze then sharpened as he said, I will teach you that even among Domain Realm experts there can be a massive difference in strength. Sword Demon's aura abruptly shifted, releasing a tremendous amount of pressure to bear down on Shi Feng. Although Sword Demon's aura targeted Shi Feng, wilting Netherworld couldn't help but tremble, struggling to breathe even though she stood some distance behind Shi Feng. How is he so strong? Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, Flying Shadow, and Shadow Sword prepared for battle from behind Shi Feng. They had never expected this player's aura to be so strong. Before anyone could react, Sword Demon's Crimson Greatsword transformed into a rotating sword light. He then vanished, reappearing before Shi Feng in an instant. Like nimble snakes, 12 crimson sword lights spread out and converged on Shi Feng, altering their attack trajectories and becoming nearly impossible to predict. Moreover, the attacks were so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Tier 2 skill, 12 heavenly rotations. Sure enough, he's reached this level after so long. Blindman's expression tensed when he saw the 12 sword lights. Wilting Netherworld, on the other hand, was utterly dumbfounded. Despite her keen perception, she couldn't follow the 12 sword lights' speed and transformations. It looked as if 12 different people commanded the sword lights, like each attack had a will of its own. The 12 sword lights didn't even interfere with each other's trajectories. Although each attack only carried a Great Lord's strength of the same level, she doubted that she'd be able to dodge or block this assault. An ordinary skill like 12 heavenly rotations had gained a life of its own in Sword Demon's hands. His combat standards were unlike anything she had seen from the Domain Realm experts she had fought before. Alone? I'm afraid you're not qualified. With a snort, Shi Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and Twilight Blade, greeting the 12 sword lights in battle. Swords Transmigration, 2095. So confident with so many fighters? Chapter 2095, So confident with so many fighters? As the 12 crimson sword lights were about to bite into Shi Feng, Killing Ray and Twilight Blade cut 6 of them down. The counterattack forcibly altered these sword lights' trajectories, and rather than threatening Shi Feng's life, they became shields that protected him as they clashed with the remaining 6 sword lights. Dang, 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 dang. As the 12 sword lights collided, they disintegrated into particles of light. Meanwhile, Shi Feng remained unharmed. He blocked all of those attacks? Wilting Netherworld stared at the fading light particles with wide eyes. Sword Demon's use of this skill had reached the peak of God's domain. She was sure that even King's Return's old monsters would be forced to use a life-saving skill or powerful offensive skill to nullify the attack, yet Shi Feng had done so with a few simple slashes. Moreover, Shi Feng had neutralized the attack so effortlessly. Wilting Netherworld couldn't believe her eyes. Similarly, the various major powers watching experts gaped at the scene. Amazing. This is simply amazing. So, this is an Apex expert's strength? Shock and excitement overwhelmed everyone after witnessing the brief clash between Shi Feng and Sword Demon. Although they all knew that the various superpowers' old monsters were extraordinarily powerful, they had never seen one in action before. At most, they had watched a few of those old monsters' battle videos. However, they now watched one of these old monsters fight an equally strong opponent. Moreover, they only stood 200 yards away from the fight. For Tier 2 players, watching from this distance was like watching a fight from 50 yards away for Tier 1 players. Black Flame really can't be underestimated. No wonder why he dismissed Sword Demon's offer so quickly. Blind Man was also slightly surprised to see Shi Feng unharmed. At Sword Demon's skill level, one could command their skills or spells as if they were subordinates, using them in such a way that they were beyond 100% effective. Ordinary domain realm experts had no hope against Sword Demon. After all, experts that had just reached the domain realm could only use their skills and spells at 100% efficiency. There was a qualitative difference between the two. While everyone discussed Sword Demon and Shi Feng's initial exchange, Shi Feng moved, appearing before Sword Demon instantly. Killing Ray and Twilight Blade then transformed into countless sword lights as they assaulted the older man, Sword's Orbit. Before Shi Feng had reached the domain realm, he had mainly used Sword's Orbit for defense since using the technique offensively had dealt so little damage. He had only been able to execute 6 simultaneous attacks with the technique, but after reaching the domain realm he could perform Sword's Orbit perfectly. Not only was the technique powerful when used defensively, but it was also quite strong offensively. Sword Demon's expression darkened as the sword lights flew toward him. He couldn't actually perceive the attack trajectories, and he felt as if the entire world pressed down on him. He could also sense that each sword light had enough power to slice apart space itself. Shi Feng's attacks were even stronger than a great lord's of the same level. In the blink of an eye, overly 4 sword lights sliced at him from different directions. Break! Sword Demon shouted, and the flames along his greatsword transformed into a streak of light as they countered more than half of the incoming attacks. He then left behind multiple afterimages as he dodged the remaining attacks. He elusively thrust his greatsword at Shi Feng, his attack carrying as much strength as a Grand Lord of the same level. However, Shi Feng's Sword Orbit was normally a defensive combat technique. Although Sword Demon's attacks were stronger this time and stronger than Shi Feng's, the galaxy of stars that surrounded the younger swordsman deflected every strike. None of Sword Demon's attacks touched Shi Feng. For a time, Sword Demon and Shi Feng continued to trade attacks, their HPs falling bit by bit. Neither swordsman was able to secure an advantage over the other. Very few of the watching experts nearby could keep up with Sword Demon's elusive attacks and movement techniques. When these experts tried to put themselves in Shi Feng's position, they realized that Sword Demon would easily slaughter them. As for Shi Feng's combat technique, he was so fast that they couldn't register his movements. They had only realized that he had swung his sword after the fact. When they imagined being on the receiving end of his attacks, they recognized that they wouldn't block a single swing and would be slaughtered helplessly. Amazing. Melody could not believe her eyes as she watched the exchange between Shi Feng and Sword Demon, excitement welling within her heart. Even the various superpowers feared Sword Demon, and he currently carried 6 epic weapons and equipment pieces. His equipment standards undoubtedly ranked among the very top in God's domain right now, yet Shi Feng fought Sword Demon to a standstill. So, this is his true strength? Mu Cheng, who watched the battle from the battlefield, was just as shocked as Shi Feng held this play out from the side, Blindman said calmly. Damned blind man, Mu Cheng inwardly cursed. Watching from the sidelines and staying its hand was the best option for King's Return. It wasn't from the Dark Knight Empire, and it had no reason to clash with Starlink. However, King's Return would prefer to watch Starlink grow stronger rather than Zero Wing, which would indirectly help Unyielding Soul. If Starlink succeeded, it could keep both Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor in check after all. As for Zero Wing's other members in Deep Thunder, they were no threat to Starlink's 2 old monsters. While Sword Demon and Shi Feng fought, a black figure appeared behind the younger swordsman. It was none other than Wind Demon. The assassin expert split into 9 shadows that attacked Shi Feng in silence. Meanwhile, Sword Demon created 4 copies of his greatsword, sending innumerable sword lights to devour Shi Feng. Facing simultaneous attacks from the 2 old monsters, not even Shi Feng could defend himself. He immediately activated Void Shield to block the incoming attacks. A single round of attacks was enough to deplete 1/6 of the Void Shield's energy reserves. These attacks' power could easily rival that of Grand Lords of the same level. What a powerful life-saving skill. Wind Demon was slightly surprised to see the magic barrier that had appeared around Shi Feng. Unfortunately, that won't save you. With Old Sword and I working together, you have no chance of winning this fight. You're not wrong, but that would require that you two can cooperate, Shi Feng calmly replied, glancing at Wind Demon. You still have such confidence even in the face of death. Wind Demon could not help but laugh at Shi Feng. However, Wind Demon's laughter stopped abruptly as his expression changed, and he activated his life-saving skill, Wind Steps. Without warning, a crimson figure had appeared beside the old assassin, thrusting a short sword toward Wind Demon's heart. However, Wind Demon reacted quickly enough that he could use the brief invulnerability Wind Steps provided to protect himself. But the moment Wind Demon lost his invulnerability status, the crimson figure stabbed at him again. This time, the old monster met the attack with one of his own daggers. Boom! Wind Demon's arm went numb as he was thrown several yards back, crashing to the ground. His dagger hummed as it vibrated from the impact. Who are you? Wind Demon demanded, addressing the crimson figure with a serious expression. Do you the outcome that awaits any who attack me? An assassin's strength had proven greater than his, and his assailant's attack speed was superior as well. Once he got a better look at his newest opponent, Wind Demon was stunned. What the? Wind Demon wasn't the only player surprised to see this crimson figure. Everyone on the battlefield was stupefied. This crimson figure, which had surprised a superpower's old monster, was none other than Zero Wing's fire dance. Everyone on the battlefield erupted in an uproar. Nobody had expected Zero Wing to reveal another such trump card. This turn of events even surprised Mu Chang. Black Flame. I hadn't thought that your guild had hidden such an expert. However, do you think that you can defeat Starlink just because you have someone to pin down Old Wind? Sword Demon asked as he glanced at Fire Dance. Suddenly, 12 Starlink members moved to surround Shi Feng. Although Fire Dance's combat power was unexpected, Zero Wing's party was still outnumbered. Moreover, 4 of Starlink's 12 members were peak experts. Do you think you're powerful just because we have more people? Shi Feng countered, eyeing Starlink's players around him. He then activated Twilight Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. Suddenly, 8 copies of Shi Feng joined the battlefield, every one of these doppelgangers radiating an intensely frightening aura that was no weaker than Shi Feng's. Alright, let the second round begin. 2096. Vicious Black Flame. Chapter 2096. Vicious Black Flame. The confidence Starlink's members had displayed vanished as Shi Feng's 8 doppelgangers joined the fray. At the same time, fear surfaced in their eyes as Starlink's members looked at Shi Feng's doppelgangers. The nearby spectators' eyes nearly fell from their sockets when they saw this. Crap, is this real? Cheating, he is definitely cheating. Many experts watching from a distance couldn't help but shout in indignation. The Zero Wing members watching from outside of the battlefield, however, began to cheer. All hail the guild leader, Zero Wing for the win. No one had held a favorable view of Zero Wing when this competition had begun. Some had even been certain that Zero Wing would perish after this, and everyone had mocked the guild. Now, however, would anyone dare question Zero Wing's superiority? A special doppelganger skill? Sword Demon's expression twisted as he observed Shi Feng's doppelgangers. He had already struggled against Shi Feng alone. After all, the younger swordsman's basic attributes were higher than his. If not for the significant strength and speed boost his special weapon provided, Shi Feng would have already defeated him. Yet now, he had to face 9 identical copies of this troublesome swordsman. He might not have been worried if these copes had been ordinary doppelgangers. If that were the case, their basic attributes would be far lower than the originals. At most, these doppelgangers might have slowed him down a little, which would be annoying, but from what Sword Demon could sense, these doppelgangers' attributes rivaled his own. Sword Demon felt an intense pressure from each clone, which meant that Shi Feng had just gained 8 more monster-level experts. Of course, this was the best-case scenario for Shi Feng. If Sword Demon actually continued this fight, it would be a different story. After all, everyone's attention span was limited. Even if Shi Feng were a domain realm expert, he couldn't perfectly control all 8 doppelgangers in fight. Controlling a doppelganger was far more complex than controlling one's body. Controlling a single doppelganger perfectly was the limit for a domain realm expert. Controlling more would affect the doppelganger's performance. However, even if Shi Feng couldn't control all 8 doppelgangers perfectly, he shouldn't have a problem exhibiting flowing water realm combat standards with them. With his ridiculously high basic attributes, each of his doppelgangers could face a peak expert of the same level. In other words, Zero Wing's party had suddenly gained another 8 peak experts. Unfortunately, Starlink only had a total of 5 peak experts on battlefield number 1, and the strongest of them, Tengu, had already been killed. This left Starlink with only 4 peak experts, and the remaining members were only Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts. Overall, Starlink was now at a massive disadvantage. Even Wind Demon gulped nervously as he watched Shi Feng. Who is this kid? Wind Demon wondered as he stared at the young swordsman in confusion. Not only had Shi Feng successfully reached the domain realm at such a young age, but he had also amassed absurdly high basic attributes. Now, he had revealed a doppelganger skill that defied common sense. No matter how Wind Demon considered the situation, he couldn't believe it. No individual player could easily obtain Shi Feng's weapons, equipment, or skills. Acquiring any of these required an astronomical amount of resources and manpower. The 4 shadow demons had only even secured their current weapons, equipment, and skills thanks to Starlink's help. However, Shi Feng had collected such items by relying on a guild that only controlled one kingdom. Amazing. With this, Starlink is finished in battlefield number 1. Mu Cheng balled his fists in delight as he glanced at Blind Man. He had been worried for Zero Wing, and if not for Blind Man's interference, he would have jumped into this battle to help the guild. However, Blind Man's efforts had gone to waste with this new development. Just as Shi Feng was about to attack Starlink's members, a low voice reached his ears. Guild leader Black Flame, don't be so quick to act, Blackwater's Jing Yang called out. You've already proven Zero Wing's strength. I doubt anyone will continue to oppose Zero Wing's participation in this competition for energy crystals, so do you need to exterminate them all? What are you trying to say? Shi Feng asked as he eyed Jing Yang, who wore aqua-blue robes and carried a glowing golden staff. Jing Yang had made no effort to hide his equipment's glowing effects, so Shi Feng knew that the man carried 4 pieces of epic equipment in total. Although Shi Feng couldn't discern what rank Jing Yang's staff was, he guessed that it was at least epic rank based on its aura. Moreover, Jing Yang wore a complete level 60 fine gold set equipment, which even the various superpowers struggled to collect. Level 65 fine gold set equipment was far more difficult to acquire than level 60 dark gold set equipment at this stage of the game. Not even Starlink had a complete set. Naturally, a level 65 fine gold set had even higher basic attribute bonuses than level 60 dark gold set equipment. The mana fluctuations around Jing Yang were even stronger than those around Wilting Netherworld, and his combat standards were likely stronger than hers. He had reached the Void Realm more than a decade ago, and although Wilting Netherworld was a prodigy, she would need more time before she could catch up to Jing Yang. Starlink only acted in compliance with the rules our superpowers agreed to. If Guild Leader Black Flame is earnest in moving against Starlink, the rest of us won't just sit back and watch. I hope you can understand this, Jing Yang said, smiling. Jing Yang's words left everyone stunned. They had never expected this battle to take such a drastic turn. Blackwater is too shameless. It didn't step forward when Starlink was about to annihilate Zero Wing, but now that Zero Wing has the upper hand, it wants to interfere. Since when have Blackwater and Starlink had such a good relationship? Zero Wing is in trouble now. Such a powerful doppelganger skill definitely has a very long cooldown. If Zero Wing misses this opportunity to take out Starlink, it isn't likely that the guild will find another chance. Zero Wing is so unlucky. If it hadn't provoked Blackwater, the guild likely wouldn't have interfered today. For a time, the various major powers either pitied or mocked Zero Wing's situation. Melody, I advise that you give up any hope for Zero Wing. Zero Wing might have the strength to resist a superpower, but it has provoked too many. Zero Wing can't survive in God's domain for long. This situation is the best proof. Just before Zero Wing emerges victorious in this fight, Blackwater steps in. Zero Wing has no chance of winning White River City's auction house, Evil Judgment said, chuckling when he saw Melody's enraged expression. Blackwater was no weaker than Starlink, and although it hadn't sent as many experts to this competition, it had nearly as many experts fighting for the auction house as Starlink. Including Jing Yang, Blackwater had 4 peak experts and 7 refinement realm and flowing water realm experts on battlefield number 1. In addition, the guild had the domain realm expert South-Time, the man standing behind Jing Yang. Although South-Time had only recently reached the domain realm, he was still a monster-level expert. His participation would be more than enough to turn the tides of the battle between Starlink and Zero Wing. If Zero Wing missed this opportunity to eliminate Starlink's members, it wouldn't encounter another. Regardless of what Shi Feng decided, Zero Wing was guaranteed to lose White River City. Understand? Shi Feng could not help but laugh. You think you qualify to stop me? Suddenly, Shi Feng vanished. Before anyone could react, he reappeared before Jing Yang, his killing ray releasing a brilliant blue glow. Tier 2 taboo skill, instant strike. A streak of blue light flew toward Jing Yang's throat, and the man panicked at the sudden attack. Shi Feng's attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to activate Blink. Just before the blue light bit into the man, his golden staff released a golden light, instantly creating a barrier of light around Jing Yang. Seeing this barrier, Jing Yang could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. The passive skill, 3 Pillars Barrier, had created this light barrier. The ability triggered automatically when its wielder faced a lethal attack. When activated, the skill created a magic barrier that negated 90% of all attacks damage for 3 seconds. It also increased his defense by 300%, raising his defense to rival an MT's of the same level. It was an amazing life-saving skill that had a 1-hour cooldown, and with it, even Grand Lords would struggle to kill him. However, the moment after Jing Yang sighed, Shi Feng's attack struck. The light barrier cracked, and Jing Yang instantly lost 1/3 of his HP. The man paled with eyevite. Although he immediately tried to escape by using Blink, Shi Feng's Twilight Blade had already begun its descent. When the second slash landed, Jing Yang's HP dropped to 0 in an instant without the protection of the 3 Pillars Barrier. His body only teleported 20 yards away after Jing Yang's vision began to darken. He then collapsed and disintegrated into countless particles of light. 29-7, Suppressing a Guild Alone. Chapter 29-7, Suppressing a Guild Alone. Shi Feng had slain Jing Yang so quickly that no one had time to react. He had simply disappeared and reappeared before Jing Yang, and in the next moment, the Blackwater member's corpse had appeared 20 yards away. The entire process had happened in the blink of an eye. Even Snowscar, who had stood beside Jing Yang, hadn't had time to react. Snowscar had only been able to watch as Shi Feng killed Jing Yang before his eyes and casually sheathed his killing ray and twilight blade. The various major powers experts watching from the sidelines gasped when they saw Jing Yang's dead body. Horrifying. Vicious. These words no longer had the impact to describe Shi Feng. Blackwater was a superpower with the strength to rival Starlink. Yet Shi Feng had so effortlessly killed Jing Yangzi, leader of Blackwater's team in this competition, without hesitation. They couldn't fathom how Shi Feng found the courage to provoke two superpowers simultaneously. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Why did he attack Blackwater? He probably has. With Blackwater's interference, Zero Wing is dead either way. Rather than sit back and wait for his execution, Black Flame might have decided to make a last stand. Only, his attack against that Blackwater representative had been vicious. It didn't look like something a human would be capable of. That wasn't wise. Does Black Flame think that he can turn things around by retaliating against Blackwater? With Blackwater in the fight, Zero Wing's performance will suffer on all of the battlefields, not just battlefield number 1. Everyone was more surprised by Shi Feng's decisiveness than they were over Jing Yang's instant death. Although Shi Feng's doppelganger skill had significantly increased his team's overall strength, Starlink and Blackwater would have more peak experts than Zero Wing if they worked together. Blackwater even had its own apex expert, Black Flame. Snowscar, who served as Blackwater's vice team leader, bellowed. Blackwater might not suffer any major losses to its combat power due to Jing Yang's death, but he was the guild's representative. Killing him was a slap in the face to Blackwater. Moreover, Xuanwu Chisa was fully responsible for this operation. How was Snowscar supposed to explain this to her? With South Time at the lead, Blackwater's experts pounced on Shi Feng. Tier 2 taboo skill, Ghost Dance. Suddenly, South Time split into 5 clones and attacked Shi Feng from different directions, each doppelganger sending more than a dozen slashes at its target, surrounding Shi Feng with sword images. Like hungry wolves, the sword images flew toward Shi Feng's vitals and blind spots. Meanwhile, Snowscar leaped into the air and activated his strongest taboo skill, Lightning Madness. Not only was this skill an AoE attack, but it also had enough power to force a Grand Lord of the same level stumbling back. The skill even ignored invulnerability effects, and although the skill required half a second to activate, which was more than enough time for a peak expert to evade, he used the skill in conjunction with South Time's Ghost Dance. Against this joint attack, even a Domain Realm expert would fall. What an amazing two-part attack. Sword Demon couldn't help but admire South Time and Snowscar's coordinated assault. Even he would be concerned if he were on that attack's receiving end. South Time's Ghost Dance, in particular, perfectly eliminated the target's chances to evade. The target would be forced to face these skills head-on. However, not even Sword Demon was confident of surviving 60-plus simultaneous attacks. He would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill before dealing with Snowscar's final blow. However, Shi Feng didn't activate a life-saving skill despite so many incoming attacks. Instead, he simply brandished Killing Ray, countering South Time's strikes. Shadow Blade. 10 Shadow Blades flew away from Shi Feng in all directions, crashing into the incoming sword images. He then executed Sword's Orbit, manifesting a galaxy of stars around himself. Like dominoes, the sword images the Shadow Blades struck crashed into each other. Shi Feng's counterattack threw off nearly 50 sword images trajectories, while he used Sword's Orbit to neutralize the remaining 20 or so sword images. South Time was stunned to see Shi Feng so easily nullify his Ghost Dance, but Snowscar had already swung his Hammer of Lightning, slamming the gigantic weapon down on Shi Feng with astonishing speed. Unfortunately, Shi Feng no longer had the energy to block this lightning-fast attack, but just as the lightning hammer was about to smash into Shi Feng, the swordsman spun around and shouted, "Scram!" As Shi Feng spoke, a powerful shockwave crashed into Snowscar's lightning hammer, Dragon Breath. The instant the two attacks collided, space tore apart and the resulting shockwave reached 100 yards away. The sound of the impact echoed across the battlefield. The immensely powerful lightning hammer vanished as if it had never existed as Snowscar stumbled back more than a dozen yards, losing nearly 10% of his HP. How is this possible? Shock colored Snowscar's face as he stared at Shi Feng. Shi Feng had neutralized his full-powered attack with a single roar. Moreover, the swordsman hadn't used a single life-saving skill to counter their joint attack. Is he a monster? The major powers experts were flabbergasted when they saw Shi Feng unharmed after the exchange. Both South Time and Snowscar's attacks had enough strength to rival a Grand Lord of the same level, yet Shi Feng had blocked them without breaking a sweat. Friends from Blackwater, Black Flame won't be easy to deal with. Starlink will pin him down while you get rid of Zero Wing's other members, Sword Demon said suddenly. Okay, we'll leave that to you then, Southtime nodded. After a final glance at Shi Feng, he and the other Blackwater members charged towards Zero Wing's party. Don't think you can get away from me so easily, Shi Feng frowned as he manipulated his 8 doppelgangers to attack Southtime's group. We'll have to see if you have the ability to stop them. Wind Demon and his Starlink companions immediately intercepted Shi Feng's doppelgangers. Each doppelganger only had the combat power of a peak expert, and although Wind Demon and his team would have a very difficult time trying to kill them, pinning these doppelgangers down for a few moments wouldn't be an issue. With the strength of Blackwater's members, they should be able to slay Zero Wing's members before the doppelgangers slipped past Wind Demon's team. I'll pin Fire Dance down. The rest of you need to end the fight as quickly as possible, Southtime hurriedly commanded. Understood. Blackwater's dozen or so members immediately split into 3 groups, each under the lead of a peak expert. These 3 groups would be more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's 3 remaining members. For a time, chaos ruled over the battlefield. Southtime kept Fire Dance busy while Alluring Summer, Shadow Sword, and Flying Shadow had their hands full with Blackwater's peak experts. With the help of Blackwater's other players, this battle was particularly bitter. Due to interference from 2 Refinement Realm magical class experts, Shi Feng wasn't able to shake off Sword Demon. Likewise, Wind Demon and his assassin team kept Shi Feng's doppelgangers occupied. As they watched, the experts from the various major powers couldn't help but admire Shi Feng. The swordsman managed to suppress all of Starlink's experts by himself, and even if Zero Wing lost today, it would be a glorious defeat. What a pity, Black Flame. I admit that your strength is superb. Even among the various superpowers, you cannot be ignored. However, you're still just one person, and God's Domain is not a single-player game, Sword Demon commented as he watched Zero Wing's enemies force its members into a coma. You're right, God's Domain isn't a single-player game, Shi Feng said, nodding. His lips then curled as he asked, however, when have I ever said that Zero Wing only relies on me? Summer, Shadow, you don't need to hold back anymore. Activate the secret law and show these people what the consequences are for provoking Zero Wing. Hearing Shi Feng's command, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's eyes began to glow as they waged a bitter battle. We can finally make a move? Excitement brightened Alluring Summer's features as she used Blink to put some distance between her and her opponents. I've been waiting to hear those words for so long, Guild Leader, Shadow Sword said, laughing. Like beasts waking from their slumber, the intensity of Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras skyrocketed, becoming even more frightening than those monster-level experts like Wind Demon and Southtime. 2098. Peerless Aura. Chapter 2098. Peerless Aura. Before anyone could react to Shi Feng's command, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras washed over the battlefield. Everyone fell silent as they unconsciously turned toward the 2 players, dumbfounded. What powerful auras! How is this possible? Aren't berserk skills prohibited in the auction arena? The feeling of the 2 Zero Wing members' auras had changed completely. For a moment, everyone felt like they stood before 2 Grand Lord-ranked monsters. In God's Domain, players would determine their opponent's strength based on their auras in situations where they couldn't inspect the opponent's information. A player's aura couldn't be faked. Expert players, in particular, relied on this method to avoid unnecessary deaths. The fact that Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword's auras had abruptly grown stronger meant that their combat power had just increased. However, players weren't allowed to use tools or berserk skills in the auction arena. No one on the battlefield could figure out how these 2 had suddenly become so powerful. Blackwater's members paused their assault, shuddering as they felt the sudden transformation. These experts stared at Zero Wing's players in fear, too wary to attack. Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword now displayed the auras of Domain Realm experts. If they attacked and exposed a weakness, this fight might end in an instant. Don't be fooled, Snowscar shouted when he realized that his ally had stopped their assault. No one in this arena can use a berserk skill to increase their strength. They must be using some special skill that increases the mental pressure other players feel. Their combat power shouldn't have actually increased. They are merely putting up a front. Although weapons and equipment that increased the mental pressure one's enemies experienced were excruciatingly rare in God's Domain, they existed nevertheless. Damn, that really spooked me. I almost thought that Zero Wing had 2 more monsters. Black Flame nearly fooled me too. It really would be heaven-defying if Zero Wing had another 2 monster-level experts. I will admit, though, that Zero Wing is pretty impressive to get its hands on such weapons and equipment. That's right, I've only heard of such items before today. I've never actually seen one. Although such items won't improve one's combat power, a stronger aura can affect an opponent's mental state and slow their reactions. Such items would be incredibly useful in PvP. When they heard Snowscar's comment, realization dawned on the various major powers experts watching from a distance. They all agreed with his reasoning. It would simply be too horrific if Zero Wing had truly revealed more monster-level experts. Weapons and equipment that strengthen auras, Sword Demon muttered to himself as he glanced at Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. He then shook his head and smiled at Shi Feng. And here I thought you were going to reveal another powerful trump card. It seems you're at your wit's end. Although such weapons and equipment would be awesomely effective in PvP, I'm afraid mere gimmicks are useless against experts who have experienced countless battles. At best, they might delay your player's fate. Is that so? Shi Feng replied with a calm smile. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Shi Feng changed. Like alluring summer and Shadow Sword's transformations, Shi Feng's aura became considerably more powerful. Space around him even began to blur. Sensing this change, Sword Demon's expression darkened. If Shi Feng's aura had resembled a great ocean that could even stifle peak experts, those who bathed in it now felt as if they had been submerged in mercury. Shi Feng's aura felt incomparably heavy, and even Sword Demon struggled to breathe. Fear flashed in Sword Demon's eyes as he stared at Shi Feng. He was an expert that stood at the apex of God's domain, a player that every superpower feared, yet he felt the threat of death loom over him as he stood before Shi Feng. He felt as if he were standing before a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, rather than another player. Moreover, Shi Feng's control of his aura was exceptional. Sword Demon could tell that Shi Feng had restrained his aura to his immediate surroundings, so no one but him sensed how horrifying it truly was. Do you still think that I'm just trying to buy time? Shi Feng smiled at Sword Demon. Secret laws weren't categorized as skills or spells, resembling combat techniques instead. They didn't improve players' basic attributes, only allowing players to exhibit more of their body's potential. Hence, players could freely use secret laws within the auction arena, and they didn't need to worry about their secret laws dropping if they died. The system didn't actually consider the deaths players suffered in the auction arena as official. This was why secret laws were so valuable. The various superpowers had even offered to trade epic set equipment for a basic secret law during Shi Feng's previous life, since the secret laws would be far more effective in the auction arenas than epic set equipment. The physique improvement secret laws provided was secondary, however. More importantly, secret laws allowed players to enter a supersensory state. In this state, players' senses became so sharp that they could perceive things they couldn't normally detect. Of course, how useful this was would depend on the player. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, Sword Demon had an extremely bad premonition. Sword Demon felt that the younger swordsman's smile looked like the expression one would use when mocking an ignorant fool. Moreover, Shi Feng looked down at him as if he were watching an ant. Sword Demon had seen that expression on many powerhouses before. Quick, everyone retreat, Sword Demon instinctively shouted. He hadn't been able to determine whether or not the change to alluring summer and Shadow Sword's auras was truly related to a combat power increase. But after experiencing Shi Feng's enhanced aura, he was absolutely certain that this transformation wasn't due to a weapon or equipment effect. Rather, it was a byproduct of their combat power increasing. Retreat? Why are we retreating? The players from Starlink and Blackwater were confused when they heard the command. Victory was already within reach. As long as they kept fighting for another minute or so, they'd win. Yet Sword Demon wanted them to flee? Sword Demon has gone too far with his affection for talented individuals. Blindman frowned at Sword Demon's warning. Is that really the case? Mu Cheng, who stood beside Blindman, wondered as he watched the old monster's tense expression. No matter how he looked at it, that expression didn't look like affection. It looked like Sword Demon was terrified. When Sword Demon saw his allies' confusion, his anxiety grew, but as he was about to explain, he heard the sound of laughter. It's too late to escape now. The moment this voice reached his ears, Sword Demon instinctively brandished his greatsword, swinging the weapon at Shi Feng, who had suddenly appeared before him. The older swordsman instantly split into 3 clones, each launching multiple attacks with the strength to suppress Grand Lords of the same level. This was Sword Demon's final trump card and his weapon's strongest additional skill, Phantom Assault. In his hands, this skill could even kill Domain Realm experts in an instant if they didn't activate an invulnerability skill. However, Shi Feng easily deflected the dozen or so attacks with his killing ray, displaying far faster reaction speed than before. Shadow Blade. 10 sword lights flew toward Sword Demon simultaneously, each aiming for his weak points, but not to be outdone. Sword Demon executed an advanced defensive combat technique to evade the incoming attacks. 1 attack, 2 attacks, 3 attacks. After blocking the 7th sword light, Sword Demon hit his limit, and the 3 remaining attacks tore through his body. The last 2/3 of his HP vanished instantly. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword had made their move, slaying the 2 Blackwater Peak experts they faced within 2 or 3 moves. With this turn of events, the battlefield fell deathly silent. 2099. Horrifying Predicament. Chapter 2099, Horrifying Predicament. They're dead? Didn't they say that Zero Wings members were only using items that increased their auras? When the various experts on the battlefield saw the corpses of Sword Demon and 2 Blackwater Peak experts disintegrate into particles of light, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets in shock. Both sides had been evenly matched and fought each other to a standstill earlier, yet something like this had happened within seconds. No one had expected this outcome. Even Mu Cheng was speechless for a long moment. Even among super guilds, experts like Sword Demon were exceedingly rare. Trying to kill an expert with such high combat standards was nearly impossible without launching a large-scale operation and multiple domain realm experts. This was also why the various superpowers had such huge headaches when dealing with the 4 shadow demons. Yet, Shi Feng had relied on his own strength to kill Shadow Demon. His combat power was truly horrific. Logically, no player should be capable of the feat. Moreover, Zero Wing had Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword, who had suddenly revealed their monster-level abilities. The fact that a guild like Zero Wing had 2 monster-level experts surprising enough, yet 2 more had appeared from the guild. With this strength, Zero Wing could rival ordinary superpowers. To think Zero Wing has hidden so much power all this time, it's no wonder why it dared to ignore Starlink and Blackwater's threats. As Blind Man looked at Shi Feng now, he felt as if he were meeting this swordsman for the first time. 1 monster-level expert in Zero Wing was enough to warrant the various superpowers' attention, but with 4, not even King's Return could afford to underestimate the guild. Blindman finally realized why Deep Thunder had shown such strong support for Zero Wing, even willing to provoke Starlink and Blackwater. Zero Wing was only as powerful as a first-rate guild, lacking the resources and territory to nurture experts, yet despite that, it had successfully produced 4 monster-level experts. It was easy to imagine what strength the guild would wield if it became a true super first-rate guild. Zero Wing would likely rise to the upper ranks the moment it became a superpower. It would become as powerful as guilds like Miracle, and even the various super guilds would fear its wrath. Miracle currently occupied 2 empires, and both were on different continents, the East and West continents. In other words, Miracle fought on 2 front lines. Not even King's Return had such power. In contrast, Deep Thunder watched Zero Wing's outstanding performance with elation. We really made the right bet this time. Deep Thunder's eyes glowed as he watched Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword fight in the distance. He had thought Zero Wing only had 2 monster-level experts. Neither he nor Nature Hall as a whole had expected to find 4 of them in the guild. As far as ordinary major powers were concerned, monster-level experts simply had inhuman combat power. Even if these powers got lucky and produced one of their own, they'd only treat that expert like a weapon against their enemies. However, that would be an ignorant use of such a powerful player. In reality, not only did monster-level experts pose a great threat to the various superpowers, but they also played a crucial role in obtaining powerful items. Based on the various superpowers research, one needed strength as well as luck to secure certain powerful tools. As guilds procured more powerful items, they'd grow stronger overall. One could say that monster-level experts were responsible for finding 70% of the powerful items the various superpowers had collected. Since Nature Hall had only recently become a superpower, it had far fewer monster-level experts in its midst than other super first-rate guilds. The fact had troubled the guild for some time now. Yet, as luck would have it, many of God's Domain's super high-ranked quests required more than one person to complete. They needed the strength of a team, but how rare were monster-level experts? Even in veteran superpowers, one could count the number of monster-level experts present on one hand. If Nature Hall wanted to complete super high-ranked quests, it would need to work with other superpowers. But if it chose that option, it would gain far less. However, it would be a different story if Nature Hall worked with Zero Wing. Zero Wing was still only a first-rate guild. To develop further, it would need an astronomical amount of resources, not powerful items. As it so happened, Nature Hall had plenty of resources. Nature Hall would benefit more by partnering with Zero Wing than it would if it worked with other superpowers. Both guilds would be able to complement each other's deficiencies. This was why Nature Manifestation had sent Deep Thunder to befriend Zero Wing. While everyone was shocked over the strength Zero Wing's members had displayed, Shi Feng, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword busied themselves by slaughtering Starlink and Blackwater's older experts. Although deep-sea meditation was only a basic secret law, maintaining it placed an immense burden on players. Players couldn't even keep it active as long as a berserk skill. Fortunately, the difference between both sides' strength was massive. Shi Feng and his companions only need a few moves to dispatch each of their opponents. In less than 10 seconds, Blackwater's members had been annihilated. Even South Time, Blackwater's domain realm expert, hadn't survived the combined assault from Alluring Summer and Shadow Sword. As for Starlink, only Wind Demon remained alive. The battle was utterly one-sided. As he faced Shi Feng's relentless pursuit, Wind Demon continued to lose HP. 80%, 50%, 20%. However, despite his rapidly depleting HP, Wind Demon didn't panic. Instead, he turned his mocking gaze on Shi Feng and said, "I have really underestimated you people from Zero Wing. But so what if you defeat us? At the end of the day, this is only one of 5 battlefields. Starlink and Blackwater still have plenty of experts on the other 4. On the other hand, all of Zero Wing's top fighters are stuck on this battlefield. Zero Wing had certainly proven stronger than they had expected, but the results of one battlefield wouldn't decide this competition's victor. Although Zero Wing had indeed defeated their 2 guilds here, with its peak combatants isolated to battlefield number 1, it would suffer on the other 4 battlefields. In the end, Zero Wing would still lose White River City. Wind Demon had spoken loudly enough to ensure that the major powers experts, who stood several hundred yards away, had heard him. Those experts couldn't help but watch Shi Feng with pitying looks. In the end, Zero Wing will lose, one of the spectating experts mumbled. Although Zero Wing had won the battle, it had lost the competition. Black Flame, you asked for this. Since you rejected my offer, you'll pay for your foolishness for the rest of your life. Jing Yang, who had resurrected in the arena, bellowed as he glared at Shi Feng through the magic mirror. He then commanded his people through the team chat. Everyone heed my command. Work with Starlink's members to eliminate Zero Wing. He had planned to give Zero Wing one more chance to hand over the Guardian puppets. If Zero Wing agreed and behaved itself, Blackwater would give up its aggression against the guild. However, he abandoned the thought. His desire to see Shi Feng despair was far stronger than his desire to complete the task Xuan Wuchisa had given him. 2000 Dread, Divine Appearance. Chapter 2000 Dread, Divine Appearance. As soon as Jing Yang issued the command, Blackwater's members on the other 4 battlegrounds began to cooperate with Starlink's members against Zero Wing. Although Battlefield number 1 had a collection of monsters, the other battlefields had barely any. For example, Blackwater didn't have a single monster-level expert among the 4 other battlefields, and Starlink only had the 2 remaining Shadow Demons. However, while the 4 remaining battlefields did not have many monster-level experts, more players had been assigned to these battlefields than those on Battlefield number 1. Every one of the 4 remaining battlefields had at least 100 Blackwater and Starlink members in total, and even the weakest of these players was a Refinement Realm expert. In contrast, even when added together, Blackwater and Starlink had fewer than 40 members on Battlefield number 1. There was simply no comparison between Battlefield number 1 and the others. Blackwater and Starlink's forces on Battlefields number 2 and 3 were led by Mad Demon and Heart Demon. Even the other superpowers were afraid of facing those forces. Zero Wing is in trouble now, Yi Luofei from the FFF Adventurer Reem commented as she watched Blackwater and Starlink's joint forces. Although Zero Wing had emerged victorious on Battlefield number 1, despite the monsters there, it was at an overwhelming disadvantage on the other battlefields, especially Battlefields number 2 and 3. A 100-man team of Refinement Realm experts, led by a Domain Realm expert, could even hunt down lone Domain Realm experts. On the other hand, Zero Wing only had around 20 players on each of these battlefields, and they didn't have any monster-level experts to lead them. They stood no chance against Blackwater and Starlink's forces. The auction house competition was about securing energy crystals, and as time passed, more crystals would descend onto the battlefields. At that time, the advantage of having more players would become obvious, and Zero Wing would suffer an even greater disadvantage. Black Flame's decision was really unwise. If he hadn't provoked Blackwater into cooperating with Starlink, Zero Wing might have had a chance of victory. At the very least, Zero Wing could have taken advantage of the chaos as the various superpowers would eventually fight over the energy crystals. Now, however, the participating superpowers want to avoid a battle with the 2 guilds. There won't be any chaos for Zero Wing to take advantage of, Yan Tianxing said, sighing as he watched Shi Feng through a magic mirror. This was the problem all developing guilds faced. Even if a developing guild had the strength to fight a superpower, other superpowers wouldn't sit idle and allow a new superpower to rise. They would usually cooperate to apply pressure on the developing guild and prevent the growth of a new rival. Yan Tianxing had faced the same when he had established his own guild some years ago. In the end, he had been forced to abandon the guild and establish an adventurer team instead. Now, it was Zero Wing's turn. The situation somewhat saddened the various major powers as well. They had thought that they'd get to witness a guild with no background become a new superpower, but it seemed that opportunity was gone. First and second-rate guilds dreamed of becoming superpowers, titans in the virtual gaming world, but the road to becoming a superpower was an arduous one. Without a powerful background and the support of major corporations, reaching such heights was nearly impossible. The fact that Zero Wing had become so powerful despite its lack of support or a background had shown these major powers a ray of hope. Now, however, that hope was about to be extinguished. Despite such a powerful monster like Shi Feng in its midst, Zero Wing would suffer in the end. Needless to say, ordinary first and second-rate guilds wouldn't fare any better. Ha ha ha, Black Flame, I'll finally have my retribution. Singular Burial, who currently wore Blackwater's guild emblem, laughed maniacally as he watched the magic mirror hovering above Battlefield number 3. He had waited for this day for a long time now. He should have been Star Moon Kingdom's overlord, becoming a titan in the virtual gaming world. But Zero Wing had foiled his plans and, in the end, Ahaye was nothing more than a commander in Blackwater. His hatred for Zero Wing was endless due to this. He had thought he had lost his chance to see Zero Wing perish, so he was overwhelmingly delighted at the moment. Without White River City's auction house, Zero Wing would lose the city. Without the headquarters it had painstakingly developed, Zero Wing's development would suffer. In this era of fierce competition, even a small setback could destroy a guild's positions, not to mention something as major as losing one's main headquarters. While Singular Burial celebrated Zero Wing's downfall, Blackwater's team in Battlefield number 3 had met up with Starlink's team near a descended energy crystal. Starlink's Heart Demon then took command of the joint team. The other superpowers, who had been waiting for the energy crystal to drop, promptly moved aside. The nearby major powers experts gasped when they saw this. So, this is Blackwater and Starlink's joint force? Dustblood from Bloodbath family felt his scalp tingle when he saw the gathered expert players below the descending crystal. The team consisted of more than 120 Starlink and Blackwater members, and every one of these players felt incredibly dangerous to Dustblood. There were also 6 specific players that Dustblood couldn't even bring himself to look at. Each of these 6 wore at least 2 or 3 epic weapons or equipment pieces. However, these 6 players paled in comparison to Heart Demon, the hunchbacked old man that led the team and truly instilled fear in Dustblood's heart. Even though Dustblood was not a magical class player, he could see the mana circling Heart Demon's body. Meanwhile, Heart Demon wore a total of 5 pieces of epic equipment. Although Dustblood could not tell what rank the old man's staff was, the weapon radiated a soul-shuddering pressure. As far as Dustblood was concerned, these 120-plus experts from Starlink and Blackwater could even destroy a top-ranked first-rate guild like Bloodbath family if given enough time. Sure enough, guilds like ours cannot afford to provoke superpowers. Morning Sun, the female elementalist leading Holy Reincarnation's team in Battlefield No. 3, sighed when she saw the gathered force. This was superpowers' strength. Non-superpowers like the Bloodbath family and Holy Reincarnation simply couldn't compete. Setting aside monster-level experts, Blackwater and Starlink had even more combat power on Battlefield No. 3 than on Battlefield No. 1. Despite the great lengths Zero Wing had gone to defeat the 2 guilds on Battlefield No. 1, these superpowers had immediately formed another formidable team on another battlefield. Moreover, they had 3 more teams on the other battlefields. While the various major powers were awestruck over Blackwater and Starlink's strength, a team of 20-plus players made its presence known. Everyone made a ruckus when they saw this team. Why are Zero Wing's members here? Don't they know that Blackwater and Starlink will attack them the moment they show themselves? The various major powers experts shot the team incredulous looks. They couldn't believe that Zero Wing's members would be so daring. Unlike the team on Battlefield No. 1, this team didn't have any monster-level experts like Shi Feng, Fire Dance, Alluring Summer, and Shadow Sword. Very good. And here I thought you would only act after a significant number of energy crystals had dropped. This will save me the trouble of looking for you. Heart Demon watched Zero Wing's team approach through narrowed eyes. With a wave of his hand, he said, "I'm not like Old Wind and Old Sword. I prefer to settle troublesome matters as soon as possible. Everyone, attack. Do not let any of them get away." Blackwater and Starlink's experts swarmed toward Zero Wing's team under Heart Demon's command. However, once these experts got within 20 yards of Zero Wing's ream, a silver-armored woman wielding a golden greatsword emerged from the group. This woman brandished her greatsword at Blackwater and Starlink's many experts. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, the silver-armored woman executed 5 consecutive attacks, sending 5 sword lights flying at her opponents. Wherever the sword lights passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial tear, following which the 5 golden lights enveloped the advancing players. When the light finally faded, Blackwater and Starlink had less than 20 players on their team. The rest had transformed into countless particles of light and vanished. Suddenly, the battlefield was eerily silent.